Story 97. I reincarnate in a new realm every time I die. Part 1. Step 1. Chapters 1 to 20. Chapter 1. The beast smelled like iron and old rot, and Wei Liang drove his spear through its skull anyway. He felt the alpha bloodbore's last shudder travel up the haft and into his palms, and then the enormous body collapsed in the mud and took his weapon down with it. He did not try to retrieve the spear. There was no point. The wound in his side, the one the boar had opened with its tusks during the second charge, had already soaked through 2 layers of his outer robe, and he could feel the warm, wrong looseness of something important having moved where it should not move. Behind him, the village of Qianmu was still burning at its eastern edge where the first wave of boars had broken through the palisade. The screaming had mostly stopped. That was either good or it was not good, and he was too tired to determine which. Wei Liang. He turned toward the voice because it was the only voice in the world he would have turned toward in that moment. Shunmei was running across the mud-churned field with her robe hiked to her knees and her hair coming loose from its pin, and even at this distance, in this ruined light, she was the clearest thing he had ever seen. I told you to stay inside the storehouse, he said, or tried to. What came out was thinner than he intended. She reached him and her hands found his face first, then his shoulders, then the wound in his side, and her breath caught. How bad, she said. Not a question. Manageable. Wei Liang. It's manageable, he repeated, which was the kind of thing a person said when it was not manageable, but they had decided to believe it was. He lowered himself to the ground because his legs had made a decision without consulting him. The mud was cold, and it felt like something of an embrace. Shunmei dropped beside him. She pressed both hands against the wound with the firm, practical attention of someone who had grown up in a village that had taught its children what to do when the blood came. Her eyes were not weeping, which he appreciated. Not because tears were unwelcome, but because tears would have told him the truth about how bad it was, and he preferred the version where manageable remained possible. She was saying something to someone over her shoulder, Elder Rong's name, the old physician who lived near the grain store. Whether he could arrive in time was a calculation Wei Liang chose not to perform. You killed it, she said. The alpha? Yes. The rest of the herd will scatter. Without the alpha, they scatter? Bloodboars follow scent dominance. Remove the anchor and the hierarchy collapses. He had read this in a travel scroll 2 years ago and had held on to the fact the way you held on to things that might one day justify themselves. The village will be safe. The village will be safe. Her voice was doing something he had not heard it do before, tight and breakable at the same time. What about you? He looked up at the sky. The sun was going down behind the western ridge, and the clouds above Qianmu were the color of a healed bruise, faded purple edged in gray. Somewhere in the field, a boar was still thrashing weakly in the reeds, and he made a note to have someone put it out of its misery when there were people available for small mercies. The evening star was already visible in the east. He had liked the evening star since he was small, which was the kind of fact about yourself that seemed trivial until you were lying in the mud, and it became the thing you noticed. Wei Liang. Her hand came down on his chest. Stay with me. Elder Rong is coming. You just have to stay with me. I'm here. Stay here. I'm trying, Mei. He found her hand on his chest and covered it with his. Her fingers were shaking. His were not, which felt unfair in a way he did not have the energy to articulate. I'm trying. He had been 17 when his father died of a fever that a core formation cultivator could have cured in an afternoon. He had been 18 when he started training with the village's retired soldier, Master Pen, who had laughed at his first sparring session and then gotten serious on the third and told him, You have instincts I cannot teach. Go cultivate. He was 19 now, body tempering at its peak, and he had spent the better part of 2 years getting strong enough to protect the 83 people in Qianmu. He had not quite accounted for the version of protection that required him to not survive it. There should have been anger in that, probably. He could not locate the anger. What he found, instead, was a kind of profound and specific gratitude for the particular quality of late afternoon light in this field, for Shunmei's hands on his chest, for the fact that the screaming had stopped and the village was going to be here in the morning even if he was not. Come back, she said. She had not said it as a direction to leave and return. She said it the way you said something when you knew a person was going somewhere you could not follow. I'll try, he said. And then everything went very white and very quiet, and the field and the mud and the evening star all dissolved into a brightness that was not painful and not frightening and was, if anything, very still. And then, impossibly, undeniably, something else happened inside the stillness. A screen materialized in the whiteness. Not a physical screen but a structured presence, something that arranged itself in his perception like text that was reading itself to him from within his own awareness. Eternal climb system. Initialized. Cause. Death registered. Soul integrity. Intact. Carryover rate. 30% of peak cultivation. Destination. Iron Sky Realm. Ascending. He read it twice with the methodical attention of a person in shock who has fallen back on learned behavior, because learned behavior was what functioned when nothing else did. Then below the main message, a secondary line in a slightly different weight of text, as if appended after the primary message had been composed. Death one of, an unknown maximum. He fixed his attention on the word unknown. It lasted a breath in his perception, perhaps two. Then someone crossed it out. From within the system itself, a correction was made in real time. The word unknown was struck through with the precision of a deliberate amendment, and in the space where the number should have appeared, there was a symbol he could not interpret. Angular, deliberate, clearly meaningful, obviously restricted, and below it, a notation, value restricted. Access requires level, sovereign. He was still reading it when the white took him fully. He did not know, in that last instant, whether the restriction on the number was a mercy extended to him or a security measure designed to keep him from understanding his own situation. He suspected, with the last functional remnant of his cognition, that it was both, and that the distinction mattered enormously, and that he would need to survive long enough to determine which interpretation was correct, which meant, in the sheer illogical logic of a man being dissolved into a transit between worlds, that he had a reason to arrive wherever he was going in a useful state. The white completed its work, and Wei Liang went with it. Chapter 2. He was 12 years old, and it was raining. The first thing Wei Liang registered as he sat up in an unfamiliar room was the sound. Rain on clay roof tiles, heavy and patient and already established, the kind of rain that had been occupying a sky for days and expected to continue occupying it without apology. The second thing, the room itself. Low ceilings, clean in the way that came from principle rather than pleasure. A single oil lamp on the ledge beside the door. A narrow window showing the shapes of larger buildings outside, stone and timber, multiple stories, grid formation, and beyond those buildings, a wall. A cultivation institution. A sect. The third thing he registered, his hands. Small in the particular way that 12-year-old hands were small, but not his 12-year-old hands. He had the bone memory of his 12-year-old hands from the first life, calloused in specific places, a particular scar at the right knuckle from a training accident with a wooden sword, and these hands were different. Softer, unworked, genuine in the way that the hands of a child who had not yet done much were genuine. Different world, different body, same awareness occupying both. He breathed carefully and reached inward. His cultivation was there. Foundation establishment equivalent, dense and properly settled in his meridians, the product of years of disciplined work in the mortal dust realm compressed into a 30% carryover. In this child body, the capacity was substantial, more than a 12-year-old initiate should possess by any ordinary measure. He suppressed it immediately, pulling it down to the surface appearance of Qi awakening, which was a plausible starting point for someone newly arrived at a sect without formal sponsorship. He lay back and took inventory of himself with the systematic care of someone who understood that the first minutes in a new situation determined the shape of everything that followed. Memory, intact. He remembered Qinmu, the beast tide, Shenmei's face, the mud, the evening star. He remembered the system's message and the crossed-out unknown. He remembered dying with complete clarity, which was either natural or something the system had deliberately preserved, and determining which would require more information than he currently had. Orientation, unknown. He was in Iron Sky realm, as promised. He did not know this realm's geography, political structure, cultivation conventions, or the specific nature of this institution. He knew only what the initial system message had told him and what he could observe from one room. Immediate objectives: identify the institution, learn its rules, establish a cover story, determine who else knew he was here. The door opened, and a boy walked in, wide-shouldered for his age, moving with the unhurried confidence of someone physically capable who had never yet had a reason to be uncertain. He had a broad, open face, the kind that made deception difficult and trust easy, and he assessed Wei Liang with the direct curiosity of someone who found people genuinely interesting rather than strategically useful. "You're awake," the boy said. "Good. I was beginning to think you'd sleep through induction. What day is it?" "Induction day. You arrived 2 nights ago in the rainstorm, unconscious, fever. The medicine sisters fixed it." He pulled a stool from under the desk and sat on it with his elbows on his knees, studying Wei Liang with unself-conscious attention. "There's a bed against that wall, mine. My name is Chen Dao. Your intake sheet says you're Wei Liang." "That's correct. Unusual surname. Wei is prehistory old. Some texts call it a founding-era family name. Most people here are locally named." He said this without any particular weight, The way a person who collected interesting facts shared them, as information, not impression management. You're from outside the city? A village? Thought so. Today they're testing spirit roots and assigning us to rings. Outer, inner, direct discipleship. He said this with the calm of someone who had already assessed the range of outcomes and selected the one he intended to achieve. They won't assign me to direct discipleship. My family has no political access. Are you worried about the test? No, neither am I. A grin that transformed the broad, honest face into something that was easier to trust than most things Wei Liang had encountered in 2 lifetimes. Though I suspect for different reasons. You'll make inner ring. I don't know the criteria. Doesn't matter. You have the look. He stood and stretched with the easy comfort of someone at home in his own body. Come on. They dock food points for being late to the bell. Wei Liang followed him out of the dormitory room and into the sect's main pathways, cataloging as he moved, the hierarchy visible in who walked where and how. The way senior disciples occupied the center of paths and new initiates moved to the edges, the formation markers on building corners that indicated cultivation-sensitive zones. Different surface details from Qianmu, but the same underlying grammar of a human institution organizing itself around power and resource. At the gate into the induction courtyard, a figure in gray robes stood watching the new initiates process through. Wei Liang registered it without directing his gaze there. Caught it in the way you caught things when you were paying the kind of attention that looked like general observation. The figure was tall, still with a quality that distinguished it from the people who were simply standing still. When Wei Liang's turn came to pass through the gate, the gray figure stilled further. A different quality of stillness, more intentional, and its attention, insofar as Wei Liang could read attention from peripheral vision, narrowed. Chen Dao did not appear to notice it at all. At the spirit root stone, Wei Liang laid his palm and let the stone read him at the level he was willing to show. Blue-white result. Clean. The administering elder wrote a notation and said, Inner ring. Dormitory block 7. He stepped away. Chen Dao, 3 initiates behind, was already celebrating his own result before it fully registered on the stone. Inner ring, he announced to approximately 20 people who had not asked, with a volume that made 2 senior disciples wince in different directions. He fell into step beside Wei Liang with the ease of someone for whom belonging beside a person was simply a decision made and implemented. I said we'd both make it. Brothers in the inner ring. You declared us brothers quickly. Speed is efficiency. I made my assessment and acted on it. He was undefensive about this. You need someone to remind you to eat. I can see it already. Wei Liang looked sideways at him and considered saying something about how the prediction was accurate, and how it was accurate because Shun Mei had said the same thing with the same diagnostic confidence in the first realm, and how the repetition of it across a death and a reincarnation felt like something he did not have a name for yet. He did not say any of this. Fair enough, he said instead. Brothers in the inner ring. Behind them, in the space where the gate was, the gray-robed figure had taken 1 step forward into the courtyard, eyes fixed on Wei Liang's back, and remained there until the crowd between them closed. But not before Wei Liang, in the reflection of a senior disciple's polished bracer, caught the image of a hand raised in a gesture that was too deliberate to be unconscious and too specific to be greeting, as if the figure were marking something in an account only it could read. Chapter 3. The first working principle Wei Liang established in his new life. Show only what was necessary, and even then, slightly less. His carryover from the mortal dust realm sat in his meridians like a banked fire. Not hot, not urgent, but unmistakably present to anyone who knew what they were looking for, and the warmth of it occasionally made itself visible in his eyes. A depth of certainty that belonged to a person with years of refinement rather than a 3-week initiate. He spent the early mornings in the dormitory, before the wake bell, practicing a specific quality of internal stillness that damped the glow. It was harder than it sounded. Techniques from a previous life had a texture that distinguished them from freshly learned forms. They moved in the body with the settled efficiency of something used before, and that efficiency was itself a tell for anyone watching. He worked on making his cultivation look borrowed, on performing the small hesitations and calibration errors of someone encountering a technique for the first time. The second principle, Chen Dao was an asset and could not be managed away. He had concluded this within 48 hours. Chen Dao had, in the 2 weeks since induction, identified every significant personality in Dormitory Block 7, mapped the informal power hierarchy of both outer and inner rings, discovered which of the 3 kitchen shifts offered a supplemental portion if you arrived before the second bell, and located a secondary access path to the archive building that bypassed the standard patrol routes entirely. He delivered all of this information to Wei Liang with the easy generosity of someone for whom intelligence was a gift rather than leverage, and he asked for nothing in return except to be taken seriously. Wei Liang gave him that, because it was easy to give and because Chun Dao had earned it. In exchange, he provided what Chun Dao needed: sharper technique analysis during joint practice, a reliable read on people's motivations from observing small physical tells, and the patience to sit with the written aspects of cultivation theory that Chun Dao found tedious but was too principled to skip. The third principle, the gray-robed figure, had been back. He had seen it on 3 separate days. Once at the sparring field boundary wall during afternoon drills, once near the archive building in the early morning, and once at the edge of the outer courtyard during an informal cultivation demonstration. Each time, in a different location. Each time, with the same directed attention that was not quite watching and not quite waiting but occupied the space where both overlapped. Each time, it was gone when he turned his full attention toward it, not fleeing, exactly. Simply having completed whatever it came to do. He had not mentioned this to Chun Dao. He had no information beyond observation, and concern unsupported by information was, in his experience, a drain on clarity. He would act when he understood what he was looking at. Today was the first formal technique demonstration, the sect's assessment of practical capacity for placement decisions, resource allocation, and the quiet institutional project of identifying which initiates warranted unusual attention. They were arranged in a training courtyard in rows, and Supervisor Home moved down the lines with a recording board and the tired efficiency of someone who had assessed hundreds of cohorts and stopped expecting to be impressed. Wei Liang performed the introductory set with deliberate mediocrity. He got the footwork and hand positions right. He was incapable of doing them wrong at this point, because he had drilled them 30 times in the past week specifically to make them look natural at the lower level. But the Qi expression beneath the movements was suppressed to early soul opening range. The gap between visible and internal was considerable. On the fourth technique, a redirecting palm-to-elbow flow, his body moved ahead of his intention. It was brief, 3 steps and a turn. But the meridian path he used was the efficient one, the path his first life training had automated into muscle memory before he was old enough to consciously choose it. The adjustment his body made was not dramatic. A trained observer watching for it would notice a marginally smoother transfer of Qi at the elbow joint than someone at Qi awakening typically managed. Supervisor Ho was a trained observer. He corrected immediately, pulling back to the Qi awakening expression, but the correction itself was visible as a correction, a visible choice, which was different from a mistake. She stopped in front of him. She looked at his hands, his feet, and then the space around his body where Qi expression left its afterimage. Do the fourth technique again, she said. He did it at Qi awakening level. Clean. Unremarkable. Interesting, she said, and wrote something on her board, and moved down the line. Chun Dao, at his left shoulder, murmured in a register that carried no further than Wei Liang's ear. That wasn't an error. It was. It absolutely was not. Drop it. A pause. Then, with the precision of someone deciding how much to let go for now. Later, after the demonstration, when the other initiates had dispersed for the midday meal, Wei Liang stayed at the sparring poles and worked the fourth technique at its proper depth, carryover integrated, full meridian efficiency, the way it had been done in the first life 1,000 repetitions in. He needed to understand exactly what his body did automatically, so he could manage it consistently, because surprise was the enemy of concealment, and he could not afford surprises in assessment situations. He was 3 repetitions in when he heard footsteps that were not Chun Dao's cadence. A junior supervisor, recently elevated, with the slightly over-careful posture of someone still learning how much authority to project, was standing with a personal ledger open to a fresh page. He was wearing a pleasant expression that did not sit naturally on his face, the way a piece of clothing fits when it was made for someone else. Wei Liang, settling in well. Yes, sir. Good. Supervisor Hone noted something in your form. Nothing to worry about, just the kind of thing we record for resource allocation purposes. He wrote something on the inner page, angled deliberately away. Come by the assessment room next week for a secondary evaluation. Standard for advanced performers. Of course, Wei Liang said. The supervisor left. Wei Liang turned back to the sparring pole and performed 3 more repetitions at carryover depth, then 3 more at the suppressed level, learning the gap between them with his body rather than his mind. The mind knew the difference already. The body needed the repetition. What was in that ledger was a problem for the evening. He had a technique certification to pass and a pattern to maintain and a careful distance from exceptional to manage, and he would come at the ledger problem when he had more data. That night, lying on his pallet while Chun Dao slept with the deep, uncomplicated breathing of someone with an easy conscience, Wei Liang worked through what he knew with the methodical inventory habit that had served him in one life, and that he was glad to find survived the transit between them. The symbol the intake elder had written during his registration, he had caught it in the reflection of a nearby cultivator's belt buckle. The symbol matched nothing in any public text he had accessed in his first 2 weeks of careful archive reading. Outside sect. Unknown script. Associated with his file specifically. He filed this beside the gray-robed figure and the secondary evaluation and the question of who had built the system that had carried him here, and he noted, with the satisfaction of a person who found accumulating problems more clarifying than paralyzing, that the connections between these data points were becoming visible. The shape was not yet legible, but it had a shape. On the inner face of his right palm, the scar from his previous life's fatal wound remained exactly as it had been since his 3rd morning in this body. He had not been born with it. He had checked himself carefully on the 1st morning, no scar. By the 3rd morning it was there, present, healed, fully formed, as if his body had decided to accept it as its own. He pressed it with the pad of his left thumb and felt nothing but the slight ridge of old tissue. Not painful, not recent, just permanent, as if the death it recorded had occurred in this body too, and the body had simply acknowledged it. Chapter for the first cultivation lecture of formal instruction was held in a tiered hall built for 40 students, currently occupied by 32, and the teaching elder, Hua Fan, with the patience of someone who had explained the same sequence of ideas many hundreds of times and had arrived at a kind of peace with the project, began with the foundational theory of soul opening as if it were a story about something that happened to other people, which was how cultivators usually describe cultivation when they wanted it to seem accessible. The mortal dust realm, he said, writing the name in broad chalk strokes on the teaching board, operates on 4 primary stages: body tempering, Qi awakening, foundation establishment, core formation. Our realm, iron sky, operates on 3 stages above those: soul opening, spirit condensation, void stepping. He turned from the board. You are all, currently, between Qi awakening and soul opening. The question of when you cross that line is the question of your 1st year. Wei Liang, seated midway back where visibility was partial and anonymity was partial, was sitting 3 weeks past having already crossed that line. He had allowed the crossing on his 2nd night, alone, in the dormitory dark while Chun Dao slept, with careful internal attention and no external expression. Soul opening in the iron sky realm was not a metaphor in the way the technique texts used metaphors. The realm's Qi density was genuinely different from the mortal dust realms, and the spiritual sense actually opened outward from the body in the way a door opened, which was uncomfortable the first time, and then simply a new state of affairs. He had managed the discomfort quietly, and then suppressed the result back to the Qi awakening boundary, and had been sitting at that boundary ever since. What he was doing now was building a story about when this would become visible. Soul opening requires 3 conditions. Elder Hua continued, turning to the board to add a numbered list with the care of someone who had learned that students retain numbered things better than unnumbered things. 1. Adequate Qi density in the core. 2. Spiritual sense expansion past the body's surface. 3. And most critically, an emotional catalyst. He let the 3rd point sit for a moment. This is where iron sky realm cultivation philosophy diverges from the mortal dust approach. The soul does not open through exertion alone. It opens through meaning. Wei Liang wrote this down, not because he didn't know it, but because he was thinking about what meaning had catalyzed his own soul opening on that 2nd night. He had been reaching inward for the cultivation, and the memory that had arrived, unbidden and complete, was Shun Mei's face in the last light. Not abstractly, specifically, with the detail that grief provided, the particular way she held her hands against the wound, the shaking of her fingers, the quality of her voice when she said come back. It had worked immediately. The soul had opened toward that memory the way a plant oriented toward light, because the carryover had preserved the emotional texture of the bond as thoroughly as it had preserved the technique foundations. He was still thinking about what this meant, whether the system had intentionally preserved that emotional capacity, and whether preserving it was part of the mechanism or a side effect of the mechanism, when he realized Elder Hua was looking at him specifically, and he had apparently missed a question. I asked, Hua Fan said, without particular irritation, whether anyone had questions about the catalyst requirement. What is the historical range for advancement from Qi awakening to soul opening? Wei Liang said, which was the question he had been saving for a situation where asking it would look natural. In this sect's records, Hua Fan's mild interest sharpened slightly. Fastest, for months. Average, 14 months. What? I want to know what fast looks like, so I can recognize if something unusual is happening. The elder looked at him for 2 extra beats, with the expression of a teacher who has been given an answer that was technically responsive and practically evasive, and who was not quite sure how to categorize the interaction. Sensible, he said, which might have been sincere. He moved on. After the lecture, Wei Liang went to the cultivation garden and sat under the largest of the spirit trees and worked on integration. The carryover sat in him like geological formation, layered, ancient relative to this body's 12 years, slightly foreign to this particular meridian architecture. Integration was the process of making it resident, threading the past life power through this body's specific Qi channels, learning where this body ran differently, and adjusting the imported material to match. It was technical work. It required the kind of focused attention that looked, from outside, exactly like a student doing their prescribed cultivation session. He was an hour into this when the system activated without warning. Not a full notification cascade, a single sharp pulse like a struck bell in his perceptual field. He stopped immediately and focused on the system's interface, which had been silent and passive since the initial ascension message. Soul resonance detected. Proximity, 0.3 kilometers. Source, unidentified. Status, passive. He examined this notification with the same methodical attention he brought to everything, turning it in his mind. He had not known the system tracked other souls. He had not known proximity was a metric the system monitored. He had also not known the system would pulse without him initiating a query. All three of these unknowns were worth examining. But the notification itself was also a data point that demanded response. Something within 0.3 kilometers had a resonance that the system considered relevant enough to flag. He stood up and walked in the direction his perceptual sense suggested the ping had originated from, which was the behavior he would have exhibited if he were following an interesting sound rather than a system notification, which was close enough to a defensible explanation that he was satisfied with it. The market strip behind the cultivation garden was lined with vendor tables where initiates sold and traded low-grade spiritual materials. He had passed through it twice before without stopping. He stopped now at the row of herb vendors and moved along it with the manufactured attention of someone browsing. The resonance pulse strengthened. He tracked it to the far end of the row, a girl his apparent age, seated behind a low table covered with dried medicinal herbs and wax paper packets, reading a technique manual propped on one knee while her merchandise sat unapproached. Dark eyes under straight brows. The comfortable self-containment of someone who was content to be unbothered and did not find unbothered equivalent to being alone. He stood looking at her for a moment. She looked up. Her eyes were not Shinmei's eyes. He established this within a breath, which was both relief and its own specific species of loss. The resonance was a system classification, some quality adjacent to a previous life bond, without being the bond itself. She was entirely herself, whoever she was. "You're Wei Liang," she said. "Block 7, inner ring. You're good at techniques. How do you know that?" "The assessment supervisors talk. I sell herbs to all of them." She went back to her manual with the unhurried precision of someone who had answered this question before and was not particularly interested in answering it more extensively. "You're also interesting enough that someone wrote your name in a ledger they didn't put down while walking, which usually means you're being watched." She turned a page. "I'm Lanxiao. Do you need herbs, or are you standing there?" He sat down on the empty stool across her table, without being invited to. "How did you identify the ledger situation?" "I pay attention to what's happening around me while people assume I'm only paying attention to herbs." She looked at him over the edge of her manual with a directness that was not aggressive and not performing at directness. It was simply the default mode of someone who had decided long ago that indirect approaches were inefficient. "Are you worried about the ledger?" "I'm gathering information about it." "Good answer. Most people say they're not worried when they mean they are." She set the manual down and studied him with the particular attention of someone who had decided, in some internal accounting, that he warranted being studied. "You have a scar on your palm." He looked at his palm. "Yes." "Old injury." The true answer to this question was that the injury had killed him in a different world, and that the scar had followed him into this body through a mechanism he did not fully understand. The answer he gave was, "Yes. Before I came to the sect." Which was not a lie and was not the whole truth, which was the correct register for the first few minutes with someone he did not yet have a category for. She tilted her head, something shifting in her expression. "You've died before, haven't you?" The question landed with the precision of something thrown at exactly the moment he had allowed himself to be unbraced. He held his expression still through practice rather than ease and said, "What makes you say that?" "The way you sit. Like you've already survived being somewhere a long time." She picked her manual back up with the finality of someone returning to their actual business. Most 12-year-olds don't carry themselves like they have a previous address. She turned a page. "Good night." He bought 3 packets of herbs he didn't need, because it was the fair exchange for insight given without being asked, and walked back through the market strip with the system's sole resonance notification fading in his peripheral awareness. He added Lan Xiu to his map of this life, in the category of things that required more information before he could determine what to do with them. The scar on his palm was slightly warm for the rest of the evening, which he noted and did not assign a definitive meaning to. Because the problem with assigning definitive meanings to things you did not fully understand was that you then organized your behavior around the wrong interpretation and were surprised when reality disagreed. Chapter 5. 6 weeks into sect life, the social landscape had resolved itself into legibility. The inner ring's senior population sorted into 3 loose groups: those who treated the new initiates as irrelevant until proven otherwise, those who treated them as a resource for demonstrating their own superiority, and the small minority who were simply too occupied with their own advancement to have an opinion either way. The first group was navigable. The third group was ideal. The second group was where the problems lived, and the second group's most vocal representative was a disciple named Tao Jian. Tao Jian was third year, peak spirit condensation, currently the strongest of the inner ring's active cohort, by a margin comfortable enough to have produced in him the specific variety of confidence that did not like to be challenged from below. He had decided, without significant evidence, that Wei Liang's advancement speed was some variety of affront, and he expressed this decision through a series of comments that were technically within the range of sect-acceptable conduct, but which were, in tone, the cultivation equivalent of a man measuring himself against a wall. "Village boy," he said, the afternoon following the technique demonstration, in the way that category terms were used when a person wanted to reduce someone to a type. He said it casually, as if he had just thought of it, which suggested he had been thinking of it for some time. "What family sponsored your intake? No listing in the records. No sponsorship. Talent assessment. Right." His minor contempt made a small upward revision. "And you're at soul opening. In how many weeks?" 3. Impressive. The word carried the intonation of its opposite. Natural gift? Or is there something particular about your village's water supply? Wei Liang regarded him with the equanimity of someone who had been dismissed by people with considerably more justification and considerably worse manners. "Natural gift," he said, "and consistent practice." "Of course." Tao Jian stepped marginally closer, lowering his voice to the register used when a person wanted to deliver a message without creating witnesses. "I'll follow your development with interest. 3 weeks to soul opening is fast. 4 months to spirit condensation would be fast enough to seem implausible." He walked away with the unhurried departure of someone who believes they have placed something precisely where they intended. Chen Dao appeared at Wei Liang's elbow with the timing of someone who had been nearby and listening. "He's been asking about you at the administrative desk," he said. "The clerk told me. I heard you were building a network." "It's not a network. It's just people I talk to because I'm interested in them." He was not defensive about this, but he was also accurate about the distinction. "He requested your intake file, partial. There's a restricted section he couldn't access." "Who can access it?" "Supervisors and above." And he paused with the timing of someone who had saved the important part. "There's an outside party annotation flag on your file. I looked it up. The flag means an external institution has registration rights on the file's full contents. It's an unusual designation." "How unusual?" "I pulled 40 records from the restricted section over the past 2 weeks. Yours is the only one with that flag." Wei Liang turned this addition over in his thinking. An external institution with registration rights on his file. Not observation rights, registration rights, which was a different category of access. Registration suggested they had a pre-existing claim on the information, not a reactive one. They had not learned about him and then filed for access. They had filed for access before knowing who he would be, as if they had known to expect someone with his general characteristics. This was either a surveillance program targeting a type of cultivator, or it was specific to him in ways that preceded his arrival in this realm. He pulled out the small book Chen Dao had found behind the broken cabinet, the one with the copied passage about souls being carried rather than ascending, and reread the passage with what he now knew. The soul that climbs without dying is not ascending, it is being carried. The entity that carries the soul upward. The final accounting. He thought about the system message, eternal climb system. About the word carryover that the system used to describe what he brought from his previous life. About the external institution with registration rights. He was being tracked by people who knew what a carryover looked like from the outside, which meant this had happened before, and he was not the first person the system had processed. He was one of a type. The question was what had happened to the others. He had found the book in the restricted archive. The restricted archive had other books. He needed to spend more time there. "I want to look at the full historical advancement records in the archive," he said to Chen Dao. "The ones from the founding period." Chen Dao considered this. The path I found bypasses the 3 main patrols. There's a 4th patrol that does a random circuit on the building's north side. I haven't mapped its schedule yet. Can you map it tonight? I'll have it by the 2nd bell. Then we go after the 2nd bell. Chun Dao nodded once, decisively, with the air of someone who had been waiting for permission to do something they had already decided to do. Also, he added, straightening, Lan Xiao, the herb seller. She came to find me yesterday, asking about you without asking about you. Wei Liang looked at him. She did it by asking questions about sect administrative structure and mentioning, very specifically, the type of outside party flag that's on your file and what it meant historically. He met Wei Liang's eyes. She's not just selling herbs. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. No, he said. She's not. Chapter 6. The sparring tournament arrived at the 6-week mark, as sects scheduled such events when they understood that competitive energy left without a sanctioned channel would find its own, and unsanctioned channels had the disadvantage of damaging people the sect wanted to retain. Wei Liang was paired with a 4th-year inner ring disciple named Rao Fun. The pairing engineered, he assessed in the 5 seconds after reading the bracket, as a cautionary lesson in the consequences of advancing too quickly. Rao Fun was at solid spirit condensation, 2 cultivation levels above what Wei Liang was currently showing. The supervisor who assigned the bracket had the satisfied expression of a person who had placed a promising but overconfident junior in a position to be educated. Wei Liang had observed Rao Fun across 3 practice sessions and built a working model of his combat tendencies. Led with the left, expected opponents to retreat under pressure. Overcommitted to his 2nd strike when the 1st didn't produce retreat. Had a rotation gap on the right side after the 3rd technique in his standard sequence. None of this analysis required the carryover. It required watching, which was something he did as a matter of course. He entered the match at suppressed level. No carryover. Just this body's 6 weeks of cultivation work, the soul opening techniques he had been drilling, and a sufficiently accurate model of how Rao Fun fought. The match lasted 11 exchanges. He won by reading his opponent and by patience, waiting for the overcommitment on the 2nd strike, and using the rotation gap that appeared reliably in the 3rd technique's aftermath. The victory was clean without being spectacular. A talented junior who had studied carefully and happened to have the right answer for this particular opponent. It was the story he needed to tell, and the match told it without requiring him to add anything false. Rao Fun shook his hand afterward with decent grace. You fight old, he said, meaning it as appreciation. Wei Liang said, thank you. The accuracy of the observation was a problem he would manage. From the stands, Chun Dao was generating the enthusiasm of 3 supporters in one body, which was drawing the kind of attention Wei Liang would have preferred to avoid but was willing to accept as the cost of having someone in the stands at all. From the assessment balcony above the arena, the section reserved for senior disciples and supervisors, which Wei Liang had been tracking in his peripheral vision for the tournament's duration, the gray-robed figure stood at the railing. He felt its presence before confirming it in the reflection of Rao Fun's polished match badge. The particular stillness in a crowd that was otherwise animated, the focused quality of attention directed without any of the social performance that normally accompanied watching. He did not look directly. He accepted his win notation from the scoring supervisor and walked to the water station, where Chun Dao was already waiting. The thing you did in the 7th exchange, Chun Dao said, passing him a cup with the air of someone ready to pivot to analysis immediately. That wasn't in the prescribed set. It was an extension of the 2nd technique. I have the technique manual. He produced it. I checked last night. He pointed to the relevant section. The prescribed extensions are listed. What you did is not listed. Then it was improvisation. Wei Liang. He put his hand on Wei Liang's arm. Brief, direct, the gesture of someone making a specific point rather than a general one. I have been watching you train for 6 weeks. I have been paying close attention to you for 6 weeks, which I admit is possibly unusual behavior for someone I've known for 6 weeks, but I find you worth paying close attention to. He met Wei Liang's eyes with the steady gaze of someone who has decided to say something true. I know what your visible cultivation level looks like. I know what it would produce in a match. What I watched today was not produced by that level. Wei Liang held his gaze. I'm not pressing you, Chun Dao said. I don't need you to explain it now, or next week, or ever, if you decide that. I want you to know that I know, and that it changes nothing about my assessment of you, and that when you decide to tell me, I'll listen. He released Wei Liang's arm and picked up his own water cup with the clean transition of someone who has said exactly what they meant to say and is satisfied to let it stand. Thank you, Wei Liang said. He meant it precisely. Also, Chun Dao tilted his head slightly toward the balcony. Who is the person in gray up there? I've memorized all the sect's uniform categories, and those robes don't match any of them. Neither do I know them, Wei Liang said, which was the exact truth. because knowing that the system had labeled the gray figure as a harvester was not the same as knowing who or what it was. He knew the function. He did not know the nature. Chen Dao looked at the balcony a moment longer, then looked at Wei Liang with the expression of a person who has noticed that their companion's answer was technically accurate and practically incomplete. He chose, with evident deliberateness, to let this pass. Eat something, he said instead. You haven't eaten since this morning. Wei Liang ate something. And in the back of his thinking, the gray figure on the balcony stood at the railing with its noting hand, and its purposes Wei Liang could not yet read, and he was aware, with the specific clarity of someone who had been here before in a different way, that the space between not yet knowing and knowing was closing faster than he would like, and that the system had just logged a new notification he hadn't checked yet, which read, in the interface that lived in the back of his perceptual field, Harvester Assessment Updated. Observation 3 of Current Realm Cycle Complete. Chapter 7 Night Training had a quality Wei Liang valued. The absence of being watched produced an honesty in the body that observation suppressed. In an institution that observed during all its waking hours, the night hours after the third bell were the only period where he could work at full depth without managing the gap between what he showed and what he was. He went to the back courtyard near the storage buildings, which the other initiates avoided because of the fermentation smell from the cellar vats. He had decided, 2 weeks in, that the smell was an acceptable price for consistent privacy. He worked first with this lifetime's techniques, drilling the first-year curriculum at its intended depth until the movements lived in his body with the ease of genuine practice rather than the performed ease of someone pretending to practice. The distinction mattered. When he used the carryover, it moved through him with settled efficiency. He needed the current life techniques to match that quality, so the gap was not visible as a gap. The goal was that his whole cultivation arsenal felt native, regardless of origin. Then he worked on translation, taking the upper texts he had memorized during his archive visits and running them through the carryover framework to identify where they complemented his existing structure. Different worlds, different solutions to the same underlying problem. 3 of the Iron Sky Realm's approaches to spiritual sense extension were demonstrably superior to what he had used in the Mortal Dust Realm, and he was in the process of incorporating them. He had been at this for an hour when the system pulsed. Not the ambient tracking pulse of the soul resonance function. This was sharp, specific, the quality of a notification from a function he had not triggered. Scar memory activation. Emotional echo from previous life bond. Shun Mei line. Trigger. Recent sensory input matching archived emotional pattern. Intensity, high. Distance to source, 0.3 kilometers. He stopped mid-form. He had not known the scar memory function existed. He had not known the system archived emotional patterns. He sat with both unknowns while also sitting with the practical fact that something within 0.3 kilometers had just triggered a high-intensity activation, and he found himself walking toward it before his mind had finished the sentence about whether he should. The market strip was closed for the night, tables folded and covered, lanterns out, the small practical stillness of a commercial space after hours. Partway down the strip, in the dim light from a spirit stone held in her lap, Lan Xiu sat on the steps of the herb platform with a book open in front of her. She had been humming. He identified this retroactively, standing at the market strip's edge. The sound that had found its way into his training session had been a melody without words, the kind of tune that a person produced without planning because it was how their breath organized itself when they were relaxed and thinking. The first 2 bars were not the same as Shun Mei's melody, exactly. The same architecture, the same descent and return. Like 2 songs grown from a single source that had then traveled their separate directions. Lan Xiu looked up without apparent surprise. You were drawn by the humming, she said. Yes. I do that sometimes. Melodies appear in me without sources and I find I'm producing them before I've noticed. She closed her book and set it beside her. You recognized part of it. The first 2 bars. And the rest was different. She tilted her head. Where did you know it from? He sat down on the step below her, because remaining standing at the edge of the strip had become, at some point, a performance of distance rather than genuine distance. Someone I knew, he said. She hummed the first part. The same first part. Not just similar. Exactly the same notes in the same sequence. He looked at the dark strip of covered stalls. She died. Before the sect. Before the sect. He was quiet for a moment. The coincidence is unusual enough that I wanted to understand it. I think, she said, with the careful precision of someone drawing a conclusion from insufficient evidence and announcing that this is what they are doing, that some melodies are old enough to not belong to one person, that they move between people who are, in some way, connected, without the connection being explained. She picked up her book again, then put it down again. I've been thinking about what you said when we first met. About the scar being an old injury. I said yes. You said yes, which isn't quite what I asked. She met his eyes in the dimness. I asked if you died before. You said yes. I'm not asking you to say more than that. I just want you to know that I believe you meant exactly what the words said, not a metaphor. She picked up her book with the finality of a person returning to their actual work. Good night, Wei Liang. He walked back to the dormitory with the scar memory notification still fading in his perceptual field, and with the particular weight of having been accurately perceived by someone who had then offered no explanation for the accuracy and asked nothing in return. He lay in his pallet in the dark and thought about how the carryover had preserved the emotional texture of his first life's bonds alongside the cultivation foundations, and whether the system had done this deliberately or whether it was simply what souls kept when they carried themselves forward. He thought about Xinmei's tune and Lan Qiu's tune and the two-bar overlap that could not be coincidence and was not yet explained. He thought about Chen Dao saying, "I find you worth paying close attention to," with the undefensive simplicity of a person who meant it. The scar on his palm was warm for the first time since his third morning, and this time he allowed himself to acknowledge that the warmth was not simply body temperature, and that the system had archived something from his first life that was still, in this new body, in this new world, pressing itself against the surface of his awareness like a language he had not forgotten but could not currently speak aloud. Chapter 8. The secondary evaluation room was on the 4th floor of the main tower, which even senior disciples rarely accessed. The furniture was heavier here. The walls were stone rather than plaster. The formation arrays on the ceiling were layered in ways that the lower floors were not, denser, older, oriented toward containment and detection rather than the ambient energy management of training spaces. Wei Liang cataloged all of it in the 12 seconds between the door opening and his name being called, which was sufficient time to establish that this room had been designed for conversations where the building itself was a participant. Supervisor Lin, the young one with the angled ledger, was seated at a side table with a recording function active, not administering the session, witnessing it. The person behind the main desk was someone Wei Liang had not seen before, a woman of cultivation elder age, in robes that belonged to no color grade his 2 weeks of sect observation had taught him, with hands that were very deliberate in the way of people who had spent a long time ensuring that their hands revealed nothing they did not intend. She introduced herself as Elder Voss, visiting from an affiliated institution, conducting annual reviews of exceptional initiates in the region. "Please sit," she said. He sat. He maintained his cultivation at Qi awakening surface. He kept his expression at attentive and cooperative. He set his internal awareness to maximum depth, because anything said in this room was intended to produce information from him, and understanding the questions was at least as important as managing the answers. "Soul opening in 3 weeks, she said, reviewing a document. "Exceptional. I had some foundation from informal training. A retired soldier in my village. Your intake form noted no prior formal cultivation instruction. Village cultivation is informal by nature." He met her eyes calmly. "He had some Qi Foundation work. I built on it. Of course." She wrote something. "I'd like to do a standard cultivation depth reading, if you're willing. A palm connection. I'll read the Qi density directly." He looked at her extended hand. He thought, she has been told what to look for. She has been given a briefing from someone above her. The recognition in her eyes during my intake assessment came from seeing a symbol that matched her briefing, and now she wants to confirm it with a direct reading. What she finds today will be reported upward, and whoever receives the report will adjust their timeline based on what she tells them. He placed his palm on hers. She was a skilled reader, better than he had expected from a visiting assessor, which revised his estimate of her institutional origin upward. Her Qi sense moved through his meridians with the targeted efficiency of someone who knew what architecture they were looking for rather than scanning generally. He let her find what he had arranged to be found. The genuine 3-week soul opening work, the appropriate gaps of someone still integrating their first real cultivation advancement, the small irregularities that real practice produced and perfect forgery did not. She was probing carefully, 2 layers deep, navigating toward the carryover structures that sat beneath the arranged surface. She was very good. He was better prepared than she expected him to be. She reached the boundary between his visible cultivation and the suppressed carryover, not the carryover itself, but the edge where suppression work met natural meridian wall, and he felt her pause. The pause was 1 second, perhaps 1.5. In that pause, her hand on his wrist changed quality, not tighter, but more intentional, the adjustment of attention that occurred when something unexpected came into focus. Her eyes flickered. He had been watching for exactly this. The moment where professional composure broke fractionally before reasserting. Her expression moved through recognition, then confirmation, then something that processed faster than he could fully read. Urgency, or calculation, or both. Then it was composed again. She withdrew her hand. She noted something. "You're integrating very well," she said. "Natural talent for absorption. That's rare in someone beginning formal training. I'll add a positive annotation to your file." She stood. The meeting was over. "Elder Voss," he said, before she could turn fully. "What institution did you come from?" The administrative file lists your affiliation as external, without naming the specific sect. She paused without turning fully away. An affiliated collective without public presence. Some research institutions operate that way. Research in what specific area? She turned, then, and looked at him with an expression that had gone briefly unguarded in the way that expressions went unguarded when the right question arrived before the social reflex could intercept it. "You're perceptive," she said. "That could be useful to you. Or it could be a significant problem." She walked out. He sat in the room for 15 additional seconds after her departure, with Supervisor Lin's recording function still running in the corner. Then he stood and left, and walked back through the tower's lower floors with the unguarded look she had shown him stored in careful internal notation. Not the look of an assessor finding an interesting subject. The look of someone who had been given a description, had been sent to confirm it, and had confirmed it, and who was now going to report up the chain that the confirmation was positive. Which meant whatever came next had already been set in motion before today. He had not triggered the process by advancing quickly. The process had been waiting for someone who advanced quickly. He was the latest arrival, not the first, and the people waiting had known he was coming before he arrived. They had simply not known which face he would wear. Chapter 9: The faction that monitored unusual cultivation advancement within the Iron Sky sect. Wei Liang had taken to calling it the Gray Registry in his private thinking, because nameless threats expanded into the space that naming prevented, did not operate openly, but it operated consistently, and consistency left patterns. He had identified 3 patterns in his first 8 weeks. The first, the tracking ledger in the sub-basement, with its columns of names and dispositions, and its particular notation system that matched no administrative standard he had found in the public archive. The second, the outside party flag on his intake file, which Lanxiu had confirmed appeared on no other file she had examined, and she had examined substantially more files than her position as a herb vendor should have allowed for. The third, the secondary evaluation procedure itself, which was conducted through an elder from an unregistered external institution, and which, based on the timing of previous secondary evaluations recorded in the tracking ledger, consistently preceded whatever processing meant. He had not yet determined what processing meant. He intended to before it happened to him. The system had offered a new function 2 days after the secondary evaluation, which had appeared as he was reviewing the interface with more attention than he usually brought to it. Secondary function, realm pattern analysis. Status, unlocked. Cost, passive, accumulated through 48 hours of continuous institutional record exposure. Current exposure, 47 hours, 41 minutes. He had not known this function existed before it appeared. He had not known the system accumulated unlock conditions passively. He watched the counter advance, and 19 minutes later, the function activated. The pattern analysis overlay was subtle, a color-coded layer on his perceptual field that highlighted Qi signatures matching a registered classification in the system's library. Most of the sect registered neutral. The supervisory staff registered a slightly elevated match level, consistent with being the Gray Registry's institutional insertion points. Silas Dren, the young supervisor who had written in the angled ledger, registered as Gray Registry, active operative. Reports to external principal. Estimated threat level, moderate. The intake elder who had written the unfamiliar symbol at his registration registered as Gray Registry, passive monitor. Reports to active operative, Dren. Estimated threat level, low. He noted these, and then went to the archive and read for an hour to justify his presence in the building. And then he found Chun Dao at the training field and walked with him toward the eastern wing while telling him, in compressed terms, what he had found. Chun Dao received the external principal reference with the focused attention of someone eliminating noise to locate signal. Above Dren, he said. Above Voss. Possibly. She's a field assessor. She travels, she evaluates, she reports up. The principal would be whoever she reports to. The gray-robed figure. Wei Liang thought about the notation the system had produced when attempting to classify the gray figure. External entity. Classification, unknown. Pattern match, none in database. The system that could label a Gray Registry operative moderate threat had no entry for the gray figure. That was not absence of data. That was a deliberate gap, something that existed above or outside the system's classification architecture. Possibly, he said again. The system doesn't generate a classification for it. Chen Dao was quiet for a moment with this. Then, something that your system can't classify is providing instructions to people your system can classify. That's an accurate summary. Then the system was not built to track the thing at the top of this structure. It was built by that structure, or for it. He said this with the steadiness of someone thinking clearly about an unpleasant conclusion, which means the system itself might be part of the problem rather than the solution. Wei Liang looked at him. This was a conclusion he had been approaching from a different angle, and hearing it stated directly from outside his own thinking gave it a different weight. Yes, he said. That's possible. Chen Dao nodded, once, with the decision in his face that meant he had updated his model and was done processing the update and was ready to act on the new model. Then we work with what we have, from inside a system we don't fully trust, to get ahead of a schedule set by people we can't fully see. He paused. I've been wanting to say something since the technique demonstration. About my advancement. About your advancement. I've decided to say it now. He stopped walking and turned to face Wei Liang directly. Whatever is carrying you faster than you're supposed to advance, you're not wrong to hide it. But I want you to know that it doesn't change what I said before. I'm in, regardless of what it is. He said this with a simplicity that made elaboration unnecessary. That's all. And the senior sect elder who had been walking past them on the path chose this moment to stop beside Wei Liang and say, with the delivery of a man completing a task he had been given and was not fully comfortable with. Someone has taken an interest in you, boy. Be grateful, or afraid. The line is thin. Then he walked away without waiting for a response, with the specific purposefulness of someone who has delivered exactly the message they were asked to deliver and wants no part of what comes next. Chapter 10. The Gray Registry, as Wei Liang's investigation assembled it, was not a sect. It was a function. It operated through sects the way a circulation system operated through a body, present everywhere, visible nowhere, doing its work without drawing attention to itself except in the occasional fever that made its existence inescapable. He spent 11 days working this problem from 3 directions simultaneously, which was the maximum number of parallel investigations he could run without the resource allocation becoming visible. Lanxiu worked the administrative side. Her access to the sect's record infrastructure through her customer network had proven, in careful use, more comprehensive than he had initially assessed. Chen Dao worked the interpersonal side, listening through the connections he had built, identifying the nodes where information moved between the Gray Registry's visible members and their external contacts. Wei Liang worked the documentary side, reading in the restricted archive late after the 3rd bell, building a historical picture of how the registry had operated in this institution across the decades he could access records for. The picture that assembled was not reassuring. The registry had been active in this sect for at least 60 years based on the records he could access. In those 60 years, there were 42 names in the sub-basement tracking ledger. The patterns in the data, transferred designations clustered in the upper advancement range, processed designations clustered in the middle, released from tracking designations were ambiguous but numerically small. Advancement speed correlated with outcome category in a way that was not perfect but was statistically meaningful. More significant, the tracking began before the subjects arrived. Pre-notification entries in the margins, in different handwriting from the main entries, that recorded expected arrival dates weeks or months before the relevant cultivators appeared. Someone was providing advance notice of who would come and roughly when. The system's own interface had offered a function he had noted during his first weeks, secondary function, faction scan. Status, locked. Cost, 3 soul weight units. Current balance, 0 units. He had spent 10 days trying to understand what soul weight units were and how they accumulated. He found the answer accidentally, during a meditation session that pushed deeper than he intended. The units accumulated through significant acts of will expression, choices that required genuine risk and genuine clarity simultaneously. He had apparently accumulated 0.7 units during the technique demonstration when he chose to win using only this life's methods, and then chose to correct his error rather than let it stand. He had accumulated 1.1 units during the secondary evaluation when he chose to place his hand in Vasa's without showing her what she was looking for. At current accumulation rate, he would reach 3 units in approximately 2 more weeks of significant decisions. He noted this and added it to the planning. Silas Dren appeared at Wei Liang's dormitory door with the practiced casualness of a visit that had been carefully planned to look unplanned. Wei Liang opened the door and read him in the first 2 seconds. Controlled anxiety beneath professional surface. Recently received information that had not been comfortable to receive. Instructed to manage something. They walked the cultivation path. Dren talked about administrative matters that were noise. Wei Liang waited for the signal. I heard you and Chun Dao were in the archive building late this week, Dren said. We're preparing for the technique certification. Naturally, I noticed you accessed some older institutional records. He paused with the precision of a man who had been briefed on exactly what to say. You may have come across tracking ledgers. Students sometimes misinterpret them. They're simply a resource allocation tool, a way of identifying candidates for additional support. Wei Liang let silence run for the appropriate length. I read the advancement records from the sect's founding period, he said. The early Qi ranking methodology was different. I find the historical evolution of classification systems interesting. Dren searched Wei Liang's face for the tell of a lie and found a performance of sincerity backed by the genuine sincerity of a person who had, in fact, read the historical advancement records and did find the methodology interesting. Of course, Dren said. Well, your progress has been exemplary. He departed. Wei Liang returned to his room and found, on his desk, a slip of paper in handwriting that belonged to no one he could identify. The list has been updated. Your name is first. He burned it and cleared the ash and sat on his pallet and thought about the tracking ledger and what it meant to be first on a list of people who had been visited by Elder Voss, and what processed meant in the column of outcomes, and whether being first on the list because he was the most advanced advancement case or because the schedule had been accelerated made any practical difference to what he needed to do next. He concluded it did not. Either way, the answer was the same. Get past the level where processing was the designated outcome before whatever timeline Dren was managing reached its window, and the system had just updated the faction skin balance to 2.1 units, which meant one more significant decision away from unlocking information he suspected was going to change what he understood about the structure above Dren and Voss entirely. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Chapter 11. Chen Dao found the hidden chamber on a Wednesday. He had been exploring the sub-basement during a rest period, which was the kind of activity that most people did not engage in during rest periods, but which Chen Dao pursued with the settled confidence of someone who had never been caught where he wasn't supposed to be and consequently had not updated his belief that he wouldn't be. He had followed a passage behind the oldest shelving unit, the kind of passage that existed because buildings this age had passages everywhere that were built for practical purposes and then outlived those purposes and waited to be rediscovered. The room was small. A formation array that had been running unattended for years kept the air clean and the single lamp burning. A desk, a ledger, nothing else. He had memorized the relevant sections before touching anything, then left everything exactly as he found it, and delivered his notes to Wei Liang that evening in the precision of a military briefing. The ledger was not an administrative log. It was a tracking log, formatted differently, with columns Wei Liang recognized from the larger records in the restricted archive, but organized more specifically. Name, arrival date, advancement timeline, evaluation date, disposition. Disposition had entries that included processed, transferred, released from tracking. 42 names total, Chen Dao said, with the numbers already memorized. 26 processed, 9 transferred, 7 released. The transferred ones, all 9 advanced past void stepping before their evaluation date. The processed ones, none of them had. Wei Liang sat with this. The pattern was now explicit. There was a threshold. Below the threshold, processing. Above it, something different. The transferred ones were moved, presumably toward whoever ran the program. Presumably because at void stepping level they were too valuable or too dangerous to simply process locally. What does processing look like, he said. In the records? The ledger doesn't specify. In the broader archive records, the cultivators who were processed appear in institutional histories as having left the sect or transferred to external institutions. He paused. I cross-referenced 3 of the processed names against the outer city public records. None of them appear anywhere after the processing date. No family records, no business registrations, no cultivation guild entries. Gone, Wei Liang said. Completely gone. As if they stopped existing. Wei Liang thought about the soul harvest function the system had labeled the gray figure with. He thought about harvester assessment, soul fragment assessment in progress. He thought about the word accounting in the passage from the old book. He had been thinking about these things in parallel, building a model, and now the model clicked forward one step. The processed cultivators had likely encountered something adjacent to what the harvester was doing to him. A soul fragment extraction that did not wait for a natural death, but was administered at the optimal cultivation level. The transferred ones were moved because at void stepping, they were already past optimal, too fully charged to be processed safely, or too advanced to be contained by the local operators. We need void stepping before the external review, he said. Chen Dao had reached the same conclusion at some point before this meeting. Both of us. You for the obvious reason. Me because I will absolutely be used as leverage if they need something to move you. And I would rather be a void stepping problem for them than a spirit condensation convenience. 3 weeks to spirit condensation. Void stepping in 5. Wei Liang calculated this against the 10-day window Dren had referenced in the conversation Chen Dao had overheard. It's tight. Then we're not going to be careful about it. Chen Dao gathered his cultivation notes with the decisive efficiency of someone reclassifying a project from careful to urgent. Tonight, in the East Annex Formation Room. Bring everything you know. They left the sub-basement separately, at intervals, and Wei Liang's name sat at the top of the tracking ledger page with the notation, "He is ready," written in the margin in recent ink. And he understood, walking back through the sect's afternoon training session, that the notation was not a threat and was not a warning. It was a status report. Someone above this room had been told that the subject was ready for the next phase of a process that Wei Liang had not agreed to and had not been consulted about. And the next phase was already scheduled, and the schedule did not account for the possibility that he intended to be somewhere different when it arrived. Chapter 12. The moment Silas Dren walked away from the path conversation, Wei Liang went directly to the sub-basement. He went for one specific reason: to verify that the tracking ledger had been updated, which it had, and that his name was now at the top of the page, which it was. He spent 4 minutes confirming that the recent ink annotation in the margin, "He is ready," was genuinely recent, and that the hand that wrote it was not the same hand that had maintained the ledger's standard entries. A different writer. A recent addition, made after Dren had spoken to him, or possibly during the same window. This told him the sub-basement was being accessed by the external principal's representative, not just by Dren's local team. Someone above Dren had been down here recently. The hidden chamber was not as hidden as Chen Dao's discovery had made it seem. It was hidden from the sect's ordinary membership, not from the people who had built the program it documented. He left everything exactly as he found it and went up to the library. He was reading a cultivation history text when Lan Xiao appeared at the table across from him, set down a small package of herbs she claimed to be delivering to the archive medicine cabinet, and without looking at him said, in a voice calibrated for the distance between their chairs, the intake ledger index was accessed twice in the past 48 hours. Once by Dren, and once by an override access that doesn't have a registered username. Anonymous override. In the administrative system, that means sect master level clearance or above. She arranged her herbs into the carrying case she had brought them in. There are 4 people in this sect with that clearance level. None of them have reason to access a new initiates file, unless someone outside the sect is using a borrowed clearance, or using a clearance that was established before the current sect master's tenure and never removed from the system. Wei Liang thought about this. A clearance established in the system before the current administration would be consistent with a program that had been running in this institution for 60 years. It was not subtle. It was a legacy access that the current sect administration likely didn't know existed. There's one more thing, Lan Xiao said, closing her carrying case. I looked at the historical intake files, going back as far as the archive goes. The outside party flag format on your file, the specific notation style, appears 3 times in the historical record. 2 instances, the flag cultivators have processing entries in the tracking ledger. The 3rd instance has a transfer entry. 3 historical precedents. 2 processed. 1 transferred. The 3rd had gone past void stepping before the evaluation date. Thank you, he said. Stop thanking me and figure out your timeline. She stood. You have weeks, not months. Whatever you're building, build it faster. She left. He read for another 20 minutes to establish that he had come to the library to read. And then he went to the formation room and trained until the 3rd bell. And when he finally lay down to sleep in the small hours before dawn, he pulled the system interface into focus and found that the faction skin balance had ticked up 2.7 units. One more significant decision to go. The question was which decision, not whether, when, in what context, and what he would learn when the scan finally activated. He thought about the gray figure. He thought about the external principle. He thought about the pattern analysis overlay that could classify Dren and Voss, but could not classify the figure that moved through the sect's edge spaces and generated no Qi signature that the system could catalog. He thought about a tracking ledger with a fresh annotation written in a hand that was neither Dren's nor the administering elders, and he tried to construct the most complete picture he could of the hand at the top of the chain, and what he arrived at was this. The hand was not from this realm. The hand accessed a legacy clearance from before the current administration. The hand wrote the same symbol that appeared on the first page of Wei Liang's intake document. The hand knew he was coming and knew roughly what he would look like in cultivation terms, and was waiting for a confirmation before advancing to whatever came next. His name at the top of the list. He is ready. The confirmation had been given. The external review was 6 weeks away, or less, and whatever came after the review was already prepared and waiting. Chapter 13 The Shadow Beast Incursion came on the 47th day, before the pre-dawn watch change, because catastrophes in Wei Liang's experience had a preference for inconvenient timing that was less supernatural than it seemed, and more simply the result of defenses being lowest at the hours when the people manning them were least awake. Shadow beasts in the Iron Sky realm were categorically different from the blood boars of the mortal dust realm. They existed partly in the Qi plane, which made physical-only techniques ineffective and required spiritual sense targeting for meaningful impact. They phased through fixed defensive formations and attacked from angles that assumed solidity on the part of the targets. The Outer Ring disciples' response, forming lines, which were a reasonable strategy against threats that respected lines, was immediately irrelevant, and the defense collapsed into individual engagements before the senior disciples could coordinate. Wei Liang was awake. He had been running the compressed advancement schedule for 12 days at that point, and sleep had become something he negotiated rather than something he simply did. He heard the breach alarm and was already dressed before it finished sounding. Chen Dao was at the south gate perimeter, engaged with 2 shadow beasts simultaneously, using spirit condensation techniques at full extension. Wei Liang assessed him in a fast second. He was doing well, but he was also in the late part of a sustained effort, and the beast's phasing capability meant each individual engagement required more spiritual sense expenditure than a physical fight would. 2 beasts were currently within his management capacity. 3 would not be. Wei Liang stepped into the engagement zone. He used this lifetime's techniques for the first 12 exchanges, keeping the carryover suppressed and the expression at soul opening level. It was sufficient for the standard shadow beasts. He cleared 4 of them in the first 3 minutes, working with Chen Dao in a complementary pattern that they had not practiced explicitly, but that emerged naturally from months of training sessions where they had developed an instinctive model of each other's range and timing. Then the alpha-grade beast came from the east side of the courtyard. Alpha shadow beasts were larger, denser in the Qi plane dimension, partially capable of manifesting physical mass when targeting. The 3 outer ring disciples in its path, a group that had gotten separated from the main defensive line in the chaos, were at Qi Awakening and Foundation Establishment equivalent. They had approximately 2 seconds before the Alpha reached them, and no technique in their current arsenal would do anything meaningful to an entity that could phase through their defensive Qi. He made the decision in the first second and was already moving in the second. The technique he used was from the mortal dust realm, a redirecting palm form that caught the opponent's own momentum and turned it, which worked against shadow beasts because their Qi plane density could be seized and redirected if you caught it at the right moment in their phasing cycle. It was demonstrably better than anything in the Iron Sky realm's combat curriculum for this specific application, and it was faster, and the Alpha Shadow Beast dispersed in 4 exchanges that left a small radius of quiet around Wei Liang in the immediate aftermath. He suppressed the carryover before the dust settled, but the suppression was visible as a suppression to anyone watching for it, which was the tell he had been trying to avoid. In the observation tower at the north end of the courtyard, Silas Dren was holding a recording crystal. The incursion lasted another hour. When it was done and the wounded were tallied and Chen Dao had caught his breath and shaken Wei Liang's hand with the grip of someone who had just fought alongside a person and found them reliable in the ways that mattered, Wei Liang processed what the next 48 hours would look like based on what Dren had in that recording crystal. The answer was straightforward. The timeline had just accelerated, showing the carryover technique, even briefly, even in a justified context, had given Dren what he needed to file an accelerated evaluation request. The external review was no longer 6 weeks away, and in the aftermath of the fight, somewhere between the exertion and the sustained use of spiritual sense targeting against multiple opponents, his cultivation had moved. Not a gentle advance, a breakthrough, rapid and clean, the kind produced by sustained high-intensity spiritual expression. He reached spirit condensation in the field of a beast incursion, 3 weeks ahead of the most optimistic version of the compressed schedule. He told Chen Dao only after they had cleared the field, in a low voice, walking back toward the dormitories. Good, Chen Dao said, without breaking stride. 3 weeks is good. He paused 1 beat. How long before they know? The recording crystal Dren was holding will be reviewed by morning. Then we have tonight and tomorrow to prepare, and after that we're on their schedule. He glanced at Wei Liang sideways. You know I made spirit condensation last week. Wei Liang stopped walking. I was going to tell you when we were both there, Chen Dao said, with the slight defensiveness of someone who has been keeping a reasonable secret and knows that reasonable secrets are still secrets. I didn't want you pushing harder to catch up. You had your own pace. You told me 3 days. I said 3 days was when I thought I'd reach it. I was slightly ahead of my own estimate. He was unapologetic about this in the way that self-possessed people were unapologetic about being better than they predicted. We're both at spirit condensation. Void stepping is the same distance from both of us. He resumed walking. Tonight. Formation room. Let's get there before the recording crystal reaches whoever it's being sent to. Chapter 14. Hao Zhan was in the healing hall with a dissolution injury and 4 days of clarity left, and he asked for Wei Liang by name. The request came through the medicine sister on duty, who delivered it with the expression of someone who found the request unusual and was passing it on without edits. Wei Liang went, because it was the kind of request that required going, and because refusing the requests of people who were dying had never seemed, in his experience, like a viable philosophy. Hao Zhan was 3rd year inner ring, currently lying in the recovery ward with a spiritual dissolution injury that the medicine sisters had explained to interested parties in the corridor outside the room. Shadow Beast toxin had attacked the soul layer binding, the connective tissue between the cultivated identity and the physical body, and the available pharmacology could slow but not reverse the process. 4 days, perhaps 5, of lucid operation. After that, a different kind of deterioration. Wei Liang had spoken to him perhaps twice, both briefly, both in passing. Hao Zhan was sitting up in his bed with the specific quality of someone who had decided that the remaining time was too short for anything other than directness, which Wei Liang respected as a philosophy he himself had adopted some time ago for different reasons. Sit, Hao Zhan said. Wei Liang sat. The redirecting form you used on the Alpha last night, Hao Zhan said, without preamble. I've been studying the Iron Sky Realm's combat curriculum for 3 years. That form is not in it. It was improvised under pressure. I know what improvised technique looks like under pressure. That form was specific and practiced, and you didn't invent it last night. He held Wei Liang's gaze steadily. I'm not accusing you of a violation. I want you to know that I recognized it as a discrete technique with its own lineage, and that someone trained you in it, and that the training predates your time in this sect. Wei Liang waited. I have a letter, Hao Zhan said. 8 months old. A man on the road between provinces. He was in a late dissolution state, further along than I am, barely coherent. He pressed it into my hands and said to deliver it to whoever came from somewhere unexpected and advanced like water, finding its level. He reached under his pillow and produced an envelope, sealed with a formation that was not his. I thought he was beyond sense. I kept the letter because I don't throw away dying men's requests. Now you're sitting here, and I think he meant you. Wei Liang took the letter. It opened at his touch, keyed to his soul resonance, which meant it had been prepared with knowledge of that resonance before he arrived in this realm. A single line inside. The gray man knows your next death already. Leave nothing behind that he can use against you. He sat very still and read it twice. Does it make sense to you? Hao Zhan asked. Yes, Wei Liang said. It made a specific and frightening variety of sense. The gray figure's harvester function involved soul fragment assessment. An assessment of a soul that carried 2 lives' worth of accumulated power could produce information that was operationally useful, not just for the harvest itself, but for the scheduling of it. The gray figure had already conducted 3 incomplete assessments of him in this realm. It did not yet have a complete read, but it would, if the assessments continued, and a complete read would tell it exactly what conditions would produce the maximum yield from his death. The man who gave it to me was afraid, Hao Zhan said. He had been afraid for a long time. I don't know what he had seen or where he had come from. He just needed the letter delivered, and I was the only person there. You carried it 8 months. It seemed important. He closed his eyes. I'll sleep now. Come back tomorrow if you like. I enjoy company. Wei Liang came back the next day, and they talked about Hao Zhan's family and his ambitions and the cultivation school he had been planning in his home province. On the 4th day, the dissolution had progressed past the lucid range, and Hao Zhan was elsewhere, and on the 5th day he was gone. When Wei Liang came to pay respects, there was no record that Hao Zhan had occupied the bed at all. The medicine records showed that bunk in the recovery ward as empty for the current healing cycle. The sect's administrative archive, when Lan Xiu checked it through her clerk connection, showed no enrollment record for a disciple of that name in the past 5 years. The dissolution injury had been recorded. The body had been processed. And someone above Dren's clearance level had removed the evidence of the person who had carried an 8-month-old letter to Wei Liang, as if the act of carrying it had retroactively made Hao Zhan's existence inconvenient. Chapter 15. The letter had said, leave nothing behind that the gray man can use against you. Wei Liang spent 3 careful days applying this, which was more complex than it sounded because the instruction was not remove yourself from everything. That was isolation, which weakened rather than protected. The instruction was more specific. Do not give the gray figure leverage. Leverage meant people, connections, materials that could be threatened or seized to compel his behavior. He could not undo the bonds already formed, and he would not have, even if he could, because Chun Dao and Lan Xiu were not vulnerabilities to be managed but assets, and, more than that, people. He was not willing to perform the calculation that treated them as variables in a risk equation rather than as ends in themselves. That was a line he had decided in the first realm and intended to maintain across all subsequent ones. What he did instead, he built concealment for the things that could be seized without requiring anyone's consent. He took the technique crystal he had been building since his second week, the most complete record he had assembled of the system's messages, the gray registry structure, the connected data points, and working hypotheses, and he hid it in the sub-basement behind the same broken cabinet where Chun Dao had found the old books. He built a concealment formation around it keyed to his soul resonance, which meant it would open for him and not for anyone else. The logic was simple and served two purposes. If he died and returned somewhere higher with his memories intact, he would not need the crystal, because he would have the memories. If he died and the system failed, or if something disrupted the memory transfer, the crystal would be there for whoever the next version of him was to find. He was testing, in a small way, whether the future could be given preparation. The delivery of Hao Zhen's notional effects to his family required a trip to the outer city. He went on the afternoon of the third day, carrying the technique token the dying man had asked him to deliver, walking the 3 streets outside the sect walls to a textile merchant's house that showed the specific quality of grief that had already been delivered and was now being processed. The mother opened the door. She looked at him with the particular expression of someone who had been told to expect a visitor without knowing when and had been waiting. He said someone unusual would come, she said. Unusual in a specific way he described, which I think you are. She let him in. He told them what he could about Hao Zhen's final days, the clarity, the conversations, the peaceful aspect of a person who had made their peace. He accepted tea. At the end, she produced the token her son had left instructions for. He left this for the messenger, she said. He said you would know what it was. Wei Liang turned it over. Metal, worn smooth, an inset spirit formation that he had not seen before in this life. But somewhere in the carryover, in the deep structures he had been integrating, a resonance. Not a match. A family resemblance. The formation pattern shared a structural principle with something he had encountered in meditation, in the deep carryover layers, in a moment of echo-strike depth that had brushed something ancient and not fully his. He pocketed it with a thanks that was genuine and left the family to their grief. On the step outside the front door, the gray-robed figure was standing at the street's edge, not at the sect boundary, not on a balcony or in a crowd, standing 12 meters away on a public street in the flat afternoon light, with no cover and no plausible incidental justification for its presence, in the posture of something that had come to be seen. Wei Liang stopped. He pulled the pattern analysis function to full intensity and got back what he always got. Classification unknown. Pattern match, none. Threat level, cannot calculate. He held the figure's gaze, or where its gaze would be if a gaze were the right name for what it directed at him, and said, "What do you want?" The figure regarded him. Old face, worn smooth in the manner of something worn smooth by time rather than weather. It raised one hand, not aggressive, not welcoming, deliberate, as if making a notation. Then it turned and walked into the foot traffic of the outer city. The crowd parted for it the way people parted for things they were unconsciously unwilling to touch, and closed behind it, and the figure was gone. His system updated immediately. Harvester proximity, 12 meters at peak encounter. Soul fragment assessment status, in progress. Assessment halted. Subject retreated before completion. Note, partial assessment data retained. Estimated completion upon next encounter of similar proximity. He read the word harvester for the 3rd time in his experience of this lifetime and felt it settled differently than it had the first 2 times. Not as new information, but as a confirmed pattern. The gray figure was here to harvest. It was doing its assessments carefully, over multiple encounters, building a complete picture of his soul fragment before the harvest. It had not completed the assessment yet. When the assessment was complete, the harvest would be scheduled. And the harvest, he suspected, did not require his death to be accidental. Chapter 16, he told Chun Dao all of it that night, standing at the window of the formation room with the sound of the night training session from the east courtyard below them. Not in edited form. All of it. The system's classification of the gray figure as harvester. The soul fragment assessment notification from the street encounter. The letter from the dying man who had known to expect him. The technique token with the resonant spirit formation. The internal model he had been building about what the carryover represented in terms of value to whatever entity was running this process. Chun Dao listened to the complete account with the same focused stillness he brought to anything important, and when Wei Liang finished, he said, "The system calls it a harvester." "Yes. What does it harvest specifically?" "I think soul fragments. The accumulated power of multiple lifetimes compressed into a single soul that is carried forward from death to death. The carryover from my previous life is what makes me a target, not just unusual advancement speed." Chen Dao thought about this. He was sitting on the formation room's only stool with his forearms on his knees. Turning the information over in the methodical way he approached complex problems, not quickly, but with a specific thoroughness that Wei Liang had come to trust as reliable. "The harvested fragments," he said. "What are they used for?" "I don't know yet. The entity above Dren and Voss, the one the system can't classify. It uses the gray registry to identify the right type of cultivator. It uses Voss to confirm the carryover signature. It uses the harvester to assess and eventually harvest the fragment." He laid the chain out. "And then what happens to the cultivators who were processed in the tracking ledger?" "Gone. No records after the processing date. So processing is the harvest. The transfer is what happens to the ones who advanced past the processing threshold before they could be harvested locally." He looked at Wei Liang. "We need void stepping because above void stepping, the harvest process changes. We don't know how it changes, whether it becomes harder or more valuable to delay, or requires different operators, but the data says something different happens. That's the working hypothesis. Then the formation room is going to be our primary residence for the next 3 weeks." He stood, cracking his neck with the pragmatic physicality of someone clearing for work. Also, he produced the system interface inquiry Wei Liang hadn't known he'd been working on. "I found a reference in the advanced cultivation text to something called Echo Strike. Not under that name. It was in an archaic text from before the realm's current cultivation era, and it was described differently. But the description matches what you did with the Alpha Shadow Beast. The spectral overlay, the technique manifesting as a semi-physical echo of a previous learning." Wei Liang looked at him. "You found that independently. I was looking for what you were doing when you fought the Alpha. I wanted to understand it so I could watch for it and not accidentally signal awareness of it when other people were present." He sat back down and opened the text to the relevant page. The text says the echo technique is specific to souls with layered incarnation experience. It says it is, and this is a direct translation, visible to those with eyes trained to read the soul's depth rather than its surface expression. He met Wei Liang's eyes. "The gray figure stopped outside the family's house immediately after you used a carryover technique in the incursion. The timing was not coincidental." "No," Wei Liang said. "Which means every time you use Echo Strike, you confirm your nature to the harvester and contribute to its assessment completion." He paused, turning the book over in his hands. "Unless using it actively interferes with the assessment. Disrupts the read." Wei Liang checked his system interface. He found, newly available, a function note he had not seen before that evening. Echo Strike. Active. Note. Full depth deployment may interfere with external soul assessment processes. Mechanism. Overexpression of soul layer depth creates red disruption for assessment tools calibrated to standard incarnation patterns. It can disrupt the assessment, he said. Then the question is whether the disruption is worth the exposure. Chen Dao looked at him steadily. "I think that's a question you already know the answer to." It was. Wei Liang thought about the completed assessment, the harvest scheduled, the processing he had seen in the ledger's outcome column. The disruption was worth every form of exposure it created, because the alternative, a completed assessment, a confirmed schedule, a harvest at a time not of his choosing, was the outcome he was working to prevent. "Teach me the full text of what you found," he said, "and we'll build the disruption deployment into the advancement plan." They worked until the 4th bell, and when Wei Liang finally slept for 2 hours before morning, he dreamed of the white space and the screen and the number he could not read, and in the dream the number was still locked, but it had changed shape. Less angular, more deliberate, as if whoever had written the restriction had recently revisited it and confirmed that the restriction was still necessary and intentional. Chapter 17. They had 3 weeks before the external review when Wei Liang reached void stepping. He reached it in the formation room. In the early morning of the 14th day of the compressed schedule, during a session that had started 2 hours before midnight and had been running with the specific sustained intensity of 2 people who understood why they were doing this and intended to finish. The breakthrough was not dramatic. There was no visible flash, no spiritual pressure event, no sound that required explanation. There was simply a threshold that had been approaching for days, and then it was behind him instead of ahead. He opened his eyes in the gray pre-dawn light and sat with it. From the other side of the formation room, Chen Dao opened his own eyes at almost the same moment. He looked at Wei Liang. "You're there," he said. 3 weeks ahead. Good. He had been at peak spirit condensation for 4 days. I'm close. 2 days, maybe 3. Then we're both there before the external review. Which means when Voss comes back, because she's coming back, the recording crystal and the tracking ledger update both point to her returning. She'll be doing a void stepping assessment instead of a spirit condensation one, and whatever her briefing said about the processing threshold for void stepping subjects. He stopped. That's the transferred category, not the processed category. Yes. So being at void stepping changes her instructions. Her instructions haven't accounted for a subject who reaches void stepping before the scheduled assessment. The track precedence shows 6 months minimum between intake and void stepping. We're at 2 months. Wei Liang stood and stretched his arms, feeling the new arrangement of his cultivation in this body, fully integrated now, void stepping sitting naturally alongside the spirit condensation base and the carryover foundation. When she reads us at void stepping, she has to report up to the external principle for revised instructions. That creates a gap between the revised instruction and the action, a gap we can use. If we're fast. Chen Dao nodded. He was quiet for a moment in the way of someone who was done with the tactical analysis and had moved to something else. Wei Liang, I want to say something. Say it. I've known what you are, or what part of what you are I can understand, for several weeks now. I've known you had something in you that didn't come from this lifetime's 12 years of regular living. He met Wei Liang's eyes with the directness he always used for things he meant exactly. I want you to know that whatever it is, wherever it came from, it's you. You're not carrying something foreign. You're carrying more of yourself than other people get to carry. I think that's remarkable. And I'm glad to know it. Wei Liang looked at him for a moment. Then he said, "Thank you." He meant it in the way he rarely meant the phrase, not as courtesy, but as genuine acknowledgement of something given without an exchange rate. Also, Chen Dao added, with the seamless pragmatic pivot that was his particular gift, I found a path out of the sect grounds that doesn't pass any of the monitoring formations. If the external review is accelerated and we need an exit, it's available. Map it for me. Already did. It's in the second technique crystal behind the broken cabinet in the sub-basement. And the scar on Wei Liang's wrist, the right palm, the inner face, the death mark from the first realm, had freshened again that night. The edges were slightly raised. Not painful. Not recent in the sense that a new wound was recent. But renewed, as if something had visited it and confirmed its relevance. The gray figure had completed something on the outer city street. The partial assessment was retained. The next encounter at similar proximity would complete it. He needed to not be at similar proximity before he was ready. Chapter 18 Elder Voss arrived 13 days before the external review deadline. She did not announce the acceleration. She came through proper channels with the correct paperwork, listed on the institutional schedule as a continuation of her regional assessment tour, and requested appointments with the top 6 performers from her initial round. Wei Liang's name first, by cultivation advancement metric, which was both true and not the reason he was first. Wei Liang received his appointment notification through the standard channel and spent the evening before the meeting in careful preparation. He reviewed his suppression architecture, reinforced the layers between his void stepping level and the spirit condensation he intended to show, and ran a series of full-depth integration passes to ensure that the seam between visible and suppressed was clean rather than abrupt. A clean seam read as natural limitation. An abrupt seam read as deliberate concealment. He arrived at the 4th floor assessment room with the composed, cooperative aspect of a talented junior pleased to be singled out for a senior evaluation. Supervisor Lin was at the side table again. The room's atmosphere was the same. Heavy furniture, stone walls, containment formations in the ceiling. Voss was at the desk, but she was not performing the same relaxed professional evaluation of the first visit. She was doing something more directed, even in the opening seconds, in the way she tracked him across the room and the way she arranged the desk surface, which told him that she had received an updated briefing since their last meeting and had come with specific objectives. Wei Liang, I've been looking forward to this follow-up. As have I, he said. I feel I've made real progress since we last met. Clearly. She gestured him to the chair. I'd like to do a technique demonstration today, followed by a direct assessment. More comprehensive than last time. The technique demonstration. He performed 2 cultivation forms at the spirit condensation level he was willing to show, expressing enough genuine facility to make the performance convincing without triggering the recognition he was managing for. She watched the Qi expression in the air around his body, which was the read most relevant to her assessment. Then she stepped forward and took his wrist. She was faster this time than she had been in the first assessment. The exploratory phase was compressed, as if she already had a map and was navigating rather than exploring. Her Qi sense went in at an angle he had not prepared for, arriving at the boundary between his visible cultivation and the suppressed void stepping from below rather than from above, which was a different approach and a more efficient one. She found the void stepping in 3 seconds. He felt the precise moment of contact, the way her reading shifted from searching to confirming, and the way her grip on his wrist changed quality. Not the exploratory grip of the first visit. The confirming grip of someone who has found what they came to find and is now determining how much more there was. She pushed harder. He let her find the void stepping and held everything below it sealed. Her expression did not flicker this time. It held professional composure throughout, which told him that she had been told to expect void stepping and had been instructed to maintain composure when she found it. She was not surprised. She was confirming a briefing. She withdrew her hand. "You've advanced substantially," she said. "This level of progression is exceptional. Beyond exceptional. I've had good instruction." Of course. She made a notation on a document that he suspected was going directly to the external principal with the next fast courier the sect's administration didn't know about. "I'll be in contact with your sect's supervisors about additional resources and opportunities for a cultivator of your development level." She stood, indicating the meeting's end. "Congratulations, Wei Liang. You've earned extraordinary attention." He thanked her and left. In the corridor, walking down through the tower's lower floors, he processed what he had just confirmed. She had found the void stepping, and she had not been surprised. She had been briefed that he would be at void stepping, which meant the external principal had anticipated his advancement pace more accurately than he had expected. The external principal knew the carryover pattern well enough to model the subject's advancement, which meant the principal had seen this before and had modeled previous subjects, and had built the model on their performance data. His carryover was not unusual in the context of whatever the external principal had been running. It was typical. He was, in the principal's ledger, a representative of a pattern that the principal could predict and schedule. The only unpredictable variable was what he would do with the prediction, and the gap between "they know your void stepping level" and "they act on that knowledge" was the gap where everything that needed to happen before the external review would have to happen, and the death mark on his wrist had rearranged its edge pattern in a way he could not read, but which felt, with the instinct he had been cultivating across 2 lifetimes, like a deadline being set by someone who was not him. Chapter 19. The mission assignment came through official channels, with the sect master's seal and Supervisor Dren's approval signature, as if everything about it were routine. Wei Liang and Chun Dao, jointly assigned to an outer mission. Investigate and clear a shadow beast nest in the ruins of an abandoned settlement 20 kilometers east. 2-day operation, standard resource allocation. Chun Dao read the mission document twice and then held it out to Wei Liang without saying anything, because the document said everything through its components. The specific location, the shadow beast specification that required void-stepping tier techniques to handle effectively, the 2-day window that isolated them from the sect for exactly the right duration, and Dren's signature where an ordinary outer mission supervisors would go. "The most obvious thing I've ever been handed," Chun Dao said eventually. "Yes. Do we go?" Wei Liang thought about this with the care it warranted. Refusing had specific costs. It provided Dren with evidence that they understood the trap, which would accelerate the timeline and possibly cause the review to be conducted on sect grounds where the outcome would be harder to influence. Accepting and entering unprepared would be worse. But accepting while maximally prepared, knowing it was a trap, having full carryover integration active, having an exit strategy, was different from both. "We go," he said, "and we go ready." They spent the evening in the formation room. Wei Liang did the thing he had been holding in reserve, full integration of the carryover into this body's architecture. Not layered separately under a suppression structure. Resident, threaded through every meridian in this body at the carryover's own depth, as native as the 3-month-old techniques he had drilled and re-drilled until they sat correctly. The integration was uncomfortable in the way of structural work, for hours of focused attention and the persistent headache of bone-deep meridian reorganization. By morning, void stepping and the carryover were in the same structure, sharing pathways, accessible without the switching delay that had been creating gaps in his combat expression. Chun Dao had been at void stepping for 2 days. He was not as deeply integrated as Wei Liang, but he was functional at full depth, and they had worked out a complementary pattern over months of joint training that did not require rehearsal to deploy. The road east was 20 kilometers of cultivation road through mixed terrain. They walked in the morning light and spoke little. Not tense silence, but the focused quiet of people preparing for something they had agreed to do and were now in the process of doing. The countryside outside the sect's range had the particular quality of places that remained themselves because no institution had yet decided to make them something else. The ruins were in late afternoon. Old settlement, pre-current era construction, stone walls still standing but roofless and moss-covered. Shadow beast presence visible in the ground sign and the absence of ambient small life sound. Wei Liang entered the outer boundary and felt the formations immediately. 7 of them, embedded in the ground, distributed across every viable exit path from the ruin's center. Each one's Qi signature was specifically tuned, triggered by Void's stepping Qi expression, which meant they would not activate for any ordinary cultivator, which meant they had been built for him. The precision was not comforting. He cataloged all 7 in 30 seconds without making the cataloging visible. Formations, he murmured. Chen Dao, beside him, scanned the ground with the careful attention of someone who had been told to look for this. I see 6. There are 7. The one anchored to the southeast stonework is underground. Can we go in? The beasts are real, and they're here regardless of the rest of this. Then we work on the formations. He moved toward the interior. Start mapping exit paths. I'll tell you which formations are on which paths as we clear them. The shadow beast nest was genuine, a full infestation that had been resident long enough to have established territory boundaries and a hierarchy. They worked through it efficiently, with the joint combat pattern that had been developing for months. Wei Liang ahead, reading the phasing cycles, Chen Dao flanking and covering the angles that Void stepping forward pressure opened. It took 40 minutes. By the time the last shadow beast was dispersed, the light had gone to the low purple of early evening. Wei Liang examined the formations. 6 could be unraveled from outside their anchoring radius with direct Qi pressure applied to the nodes. Slow work, but possible. The 7th, underground, was anchored to the foundational stonework in a way that meant dismantling it required dismantling the stone. He began the unraveling process on the first formation. He was midway through the second when the presence arrived on the road behind them. A single cultivator, Void stepping or above, making no attempt at stealth. Chen Dao said quietly, "Someone's coming. Start on the third formation, the one I showed you before we entered." He was already accelerating his work on the second, pushing the unraveling to the edge of sustainable pace. He dismantled the second formation. Chen Dao found the anchor points of the third and began the careful Qi pressure work Wei Liang had taught him in the formation room 3 weeks ago as a theoretical exercise and was now using for the actual version of that exercise. Elder Voss walked out of the evening dark at the ruin's eastern entrance. She was not wearing the professional evaluator's expression. She was not performing any version of the visiting elder role. Her face had the quality of a person who has been sent to complete a task and has arrived at the moment of completion, and who finds the task either distasteful or simply business, and is not sure which. "You were supposed to die 3 months ago," she said. She said it without heat or urgency. Factual. The primary evaluation confirmed the carryover signature. The schedule allowed for processing at that tier. It was approved, and I came prepared to execute it. She looked at him with something that was not quite respect and was more than professional acknowledgement. "You've been very inconvenient. Finish the third," Wei Liang said, to Chen Dao, with exactly the volume and direction required to reach him without being tracked as a directed instruction. Then he stepped forward to meet Elder Voss, with everything he had available in this lifetime and the one before it. Chapter 20. The math was never in his favor. Elder Voss was a spirit sovereign, 2 full cultivation tiers above Void stepping. The pattern analysis overlay confirmed it when the combat began and concealment became irrelevant. 2 full tiers was not a gap that carryover bridged. It was the kind of gap that changed what the fight was for, not victory. Time. He needed Chen Dao to clear 3 formations. He had enough for 8 minutes, maybe 10, if he used everything without reservation, and she was not fighting at full depth, which she might not be, because full depth from a spirit sovereign against a void stepping subject would end in 30 seconds, and something in her approach was measured rather than maximal. She was containing, not eliminating. She had been sent to process him, and processing had a specific set of conditions that quick elimination might not satisfy. He used the carryover without suppression for the first time in a public context, and the difference was immediate. The 5 shadow effect did not manifest. That was a future life phenomenon, too many lifetimes removed. But there was a ghosting, a brief spectral echo of the first life self visible in his movement, and Voss pulled back for half a step at the sight of it. She had been briefed on carryover subjects, but the visual manifestation of echo strike at full depth was not something briefings fully captured. He used the half step to dismantle the 5th formation, which was within reach from where the fight had pushed him. Behind him, Chen Dao's 4th formation shattered with a sound like crystal, clean, done. He heard it without looking. 2 remaining. The 6th, which Chun Dao was moving to, and the 7th, which was underground and anchored to stone and could not be dismantled. Voss pressed him back toward the 7th. She was not using Spirit Sovereign full power, but she was using enough to control the space, and she was doing it with the particular economy of someone who had done this before and knew how much force was sufficient. He matched her for 3 more exchanges, using every angle the carryover's first life experience provided, burning technique reserves he had been building for weeks. The 6th formation shattered. Chen Dao's voice, very controlled. Done. 6 of 7. 1 remaining, and the remaining 1 was in the stone. He made the calculation in a second. 6 of 7 formations dismantled meant 5 clean exit paths. Chen Dao had 5 clean exit paths, and Voss's attention was on Wei Liang. He had done what he came to do. He had kept Chen Dao in the fight, and kept himself alive long enough to change the shape of whatever came next. Run, he said. Not loudly. Voss was in front of him, and the instruction was behind him, and he was still moving, still engaging, still burning the last of what he had. The 7th formation triggered. He triggered it himself, the force detonation option he had identified when he first cataloged it. A self-initiated blast pattern that went up rather than in, which fragmented the formation itself instead of allowing the Qi surge to run through its design channel, which meant the destruction was less precise but more immediate and took the formation permanently offline rather than activating it. The detonation caught everything he had left. In the white between heartbeats, the state he had been in once before, in a field with Shun Mei's hands on his chest, he turned his gaze upward. The gray-robed figure was above the ruins, in the smoke and stone dust, at altitude rather than at ground level. Not beside Voss. Above the scene entirely, doing its work with the patience of something that had performed this function many times. A thread of pale light pulled free from his body and rose toward the harvester's waiting hands. The system activated. Eternal climb system. Death 2 registered. Soul integrity, intact. Carryover rate, 30% of peak, 2 life stack. Ascending to Shattered Heaven Realm. And below the standard text, formatted differently, harder edged, an amendment added to the original. Soul fragment harvested by external agent. 8% of total accumulated. Cage proximity, 14%. Note, carried intelligence intact. Concealment crystals registered in departure realm. Planted mark status, not applicable. Insufficient contact time with harvester for mark placement. And below that, in the same amendment format, the line he had been waiting for since the first message, deaths registered. 2. Deaths required for full harvest charge. Value restricted. Access level, sovereign. Previous status, unknown. Current status, calculated. The number was still locked, but it had moved from unknown to calculated, which meant whoever set the restriction was now working from data rather than theory. Someone had looked at his 2 deaths, at the accumulated carryover, at the 14% cage proximity, and had done arithmetic. The answer was in a locked field he could not access. But arithmetic had been done, which meant the endpoint was no longer an abstraction. He had a number. He just couldn't read it. The white completed its work, and Wei Liang went with it, carrying 2 lifetimes of memory and a 14% cage he had not agreed to build, and the knowledge that somewhere above the whiteness, a gray-robed figure was adding his second fragment to a collection that was 14% of the way to whatever it was meant to be, and the specific cold clarity that the word calculated had given him, which was this. He had not yet been told how many times he would die, but someone had just decided, and the decision had been made based on who he was becoming. And the who he was becoming was exactly what they had planned for. The question was whether what they had planned for and what he intended were going to diverge before the count reached its answer. And the question was going to have an answer, whether he chose it or not. End of Step 1. Chapters 1 to 20. Chapter 21. The first thing Wei Liang noticed was the sky. It was wrong. Not dangerous wrong. Not threatening wrong. Just architecturally wrong in a way that took him 4 breaths to parse. The sky of the Iron Sky realm had been a single sky, vast and arched and coherent. This sky was multiple, fractured into panels, each at a slightly different altitude, each carrying its own cloud layer, as if the heavens themselves had been struck by something enormous and had never fully healed. Light came down at inconsistent angles. There was no single horizon. When he turned in a slow circle, he could see that the ground, such as it was, ended at every compass point in a sharp edge, beyond which there was void. He was on one of the floating fragments. His body was 14 years old. Both of these facts registered with the practiced efficiency of someone who had done this before. He checked his wrist before he sat up. 2 scars. The first a white line from the alpha beast's jaw, earned at 19 in a village that no longer existed for him. The second, a burn pattern from the seventh formation's detonation, fresh and red at the edges, new enough that he could still feel the phantom pain of the ending. He touched the second scar with 2 fingers and noted the sensation with the same deliberate documentation he had learned to apply to everything he experienced between death and orientation. The Eternal Climb System's interface materialized above his right hand, faint, translucent, running a standard post-transit status check. Eternal Climb System, transit complete. Current realm, Shattered Heaven Realm, Realm 3. Cultivation carryover, 30% of 2 life peak. Available base, domain seeding equivalent. Cage proximity, 14%. Soul fragment deficit, 8%. Harvested by external agent, transit 2. He dismissed it and sat up. He was in what appeared to be a storage building, low ceiling, dry wood, smelling of the same generic stored thing smell that storage buildings across multiple realms shared. Outside, through a gap in the wall boards, he could see a cluster of other structures, and, past them, the fragment's edge, and past that, the void. Not a terrifying void. It was a dusty, gray, almost comfortable-looking void, the color of old wool, with small objects drifting through it at varying speeds. Detritus of some ancient catastrophe. The whole world had the quality of aftermath. He took stock of the current body. Male, 14, underfed but not starving, decent muscle tone for someone who worked physically. Calluses on both hands. Not a cultivator family. No Qi signature in the bone structure, suggesting ancestral cultivation inheritance. He had arrived in a blank slate situation. No sect affiliation, no family expectations he needed to navigate immediately, no patron who would ask questions. Good. He found clothes that fit adequately, found water in a ceramic pot by the door, and drank half of it before stepping outside. The scavenger crew was 3 people. An old woman who introduced herself as Aunt Bao and immediately handed him a rope to coil. A teenage boy named Fun who was missing his left ring finger and seemed proud of this, and an enormous turtle beastman who was sitting on the fragment's edge eating something out of a clay pot and watching Wei Liang with eyes the color of deep river water. The turtle beastman was old. Old in the way that some cultivators got old. Not aged but layered, like sediment, like a creature who had been living through things for so long that the things had started to show up in his posture. He had a tortoiseshell pattern on his forearms and the sides of his neck, and his hands were larger than Wei Liang's face, and he did not stop watching. New one's awake, Aunt Bao said to no one in particular. Yes, said the turtle beastman, in a voice like a millstone grinding slowly. He's been awake for a while. He was taking stock. Hook. The turtle beastman set down his clay pot and looked at Wei Liang with the patient attention of someone who had been waiting and had just confirmed that the wait was over, and said, "You walk like a man who has already died twice. Welcome to the 3rd try." Chapter 22. Wei Liang was very still for the space of 3 complete breaths. The turtle beastman watched him be still. He seemed comfortable with silence, more than comfortable, as if silence were a natural condition of his that conversation interrupted rather than the other way around. "How did you know?" Wei Liang said. The turtle beastman picked up his clay pot again and considered the question with the unhurried thoroughness that seemed to characterize everything he did. Around them, Aunt Bao and Fun continued their work with the deliberate uncuriosity of people who had learned not to ask questions about Master Kuang's occasional strange pronouncements. "There is a way that the body moves, Master Kuang." The name surfaced in Wei Liang's awareness without anyone having spoken it, which was its own kind of information, when it is carrying more than one lifetime of weight. You do not move like a 14-year-old. You do not move like a first-life cultivator. You move like someone who has already had a beginning and knows that this is not theirs. He turned his clay pot in both hands. I have seen this movement before. Not often, but enough times to recognize it. How many times? 3, Kuang said. Counting you. You knew the others? I knew one. Met another in passing, briefly, on a fragment that fell into the void before I could follow up properly. He looked across the gray expanse beyond the edge. The one I knew did not make it very far. He died his 4th death in this realm, which was not his plan. He told me things before he died. Things about the system, about the harvesting, and I have been here since, waiting for the next one to arrive. He glanced at Wei Liang. That was 230 years ago. Wei Liang processed this. You've been waiting in this realm for 230 years, he said. I am not a patient man by nature, Kuang said. I became one by necessity. He set the clay pot down and stood, which took a moment given his size, and held out a hand. I am Master Kuang. I know things that will be useful to you. I would like to share them before whoever is engineering your deaths engineers the next one. It would be a waste if we spent the whole time introducing ourselves. Wei Liang took the hand. It was like shaking hands with a mountain. Wei Liang, he said. I know, Quang said. You told me. 230 years ago. Or you will have told me, depending on how you count. What did I tell you? Quang smiled, which was an expression that rearranged his face in interesting ways. You told me to find you in the third realm, that you would need a teacher by then. You were dying at the time and clearly had other things on your mind, so I did not take detailed notes. But the instruction was clear. Wei Liang looked at the gray void and the fractured sky and the cluster of salvage piled against the storage building, and thought about a version of himself who had died here 230 years ago and had somehow known that another version would arrive and would need what Quang had. I don't remember saying that, he said. You wouldn't, Quang said. The system suppresses early cycle memories, I believe. The man I met had been through more cycles than you. He'd figured that much out. Suppression prevents contamination of the harvest pattern, or so he theorized. The cleaner the soul's experience, the better the yield. He was trying to break the pattern, Wei Liang said. He was trying to understand it. Breaking was the ambition. Understanding was the prerequisite. Quang looked at him steadily. He got to understanding. He ran out of time before breaking. I am hoping your situation improves on his. Hook, Quang said. He asked me to give you something, when you came, and produced from inside his shell pattern coat a small iron token, flat, round, worn smooth by handling, with a symbol on it that matched nothing in this realm's known scripts and everything in the system interface Wei Liang had been staring at since his first death. Chapter 23. The token was warm. Not room temperature warm, not body heat warm. Warm in the specific way that well-maintained cultivation artifacts maintained warmth, drawing slowly from ambient qi and releasing it as steady, regulated heat. Someone had been feeding this token qi for a very long time. The warmth meant it had been in Quang's pocket, or somewhere equally well-maintained, for at least some part of those 230 years. Wei Liang turned it over. The symbol was complex, more complex than it had looked at first, because the first look had registered the gross shape, and the second look was finding nested detail, secondary patterns inside the primary one. He had no referent for what it meant in this realm's script tradition. But the system recognized it. When he looked at it through the interface's passive scan, the scan returned a single line. Administrative marker, Generation 4. Authority level, Climber. The man who gave you this, Wei Liang said. What generation was he? He did not say, Quang said. He said the token had been passed down through multiple carriers, that each climber added a layer, and that whoever received it after him should add their own impression to it before passing it on. He paused. He said you would understand what that meant. Wei Liang studied the nested patterns. Each one slightly different in technique and pressure from the last. Each one the signature of a different person's cultivation, layered over the previous, building up the way sediment builds up. He could feel, very faintly, the resonance of each individual layer, different power levels, different technique traditions, different soul qualities. All of them carrying the same essential frequency. The carryover frequency, the specific signature of a soul that had been through death and transit and was operating from accumulated depth rather than single life foundation. He was not alone in this. He had never been alone in this, except that all the others had died before getting far enough to tell him. What happened to the others, he asked. The ones before the man you met. I don't know, Quang said. The man I met knew of two before himself. He said the records of the earliest cycles were lost, or suppressed, which is different from lost. He settled back against the fragment's edge, the void at his back, with the ease of someone for whom the presence of infinite depth was unremarkable. What I know is this. Everyone who has carried the system has died in the cage realm. The system brings them there. They do not come back. That's the point, Wei Liang said. The cage is a furnace. Quang's expression shifted slightly. You know more than I expected. I've been paying attention. What do you know about the entity? Wei Liang told him the shape of it, the harvesting, the soul fragments, the cage proximity counter, Elder Voss's involvement in his second death. He kept his account technically precise, data rather than narrative, the habit of someone who had learned to treat their own experience as intelligence. Quang listened with the quality of someone filing rather than reacting, adding to a long-maintained internal record. When Wei Liang finished, Quang was quiet for a moment. The previous climber believed the entity was not singular, he said. He believed it was, his word, systematic. Not a person with a plan, but a system that had developed goal-seeking behavior over many cycles, the way a technique develops complexity when it is practiced by enough people for long enough. Or someone built it, Wei Liang said. Someone conscious, with a conscious plan. Both things can be true, Quang said. The plan can be conscious in origin and systematic in execution. Someone might have designed the cage. The cage might now run itself. Hook, The system pinged with an update Wei Liang had not requested. Soul echo detected. Master Kuang. Generation 0. Status. Unregistered. Notation. Potential interference. Monitoring initiated. Chapter 24. The training Kuang provided was nothing like what Wei Liang had received in either previous life. His first life training had been the informal, practical education of a village defender. Technique learned through necessity, applied without theory, refined by the specific pressures of keeping people alive. His second life training had been a mid-tier sect's curriculum, systematic, scaffold, designed for single-life cultivators advancing at normal pace. Kuang taught the way, Wei Liang imagined. Very old rivers taught the land they ran through. Patiently, specifically, and with the kind of knowledge that came from observing what worked over centuries rather than theorizing about what should work. He knew Shattered Heaven Realm's cultivation system with the depth of someone who had spent 200 years navigating its edges and failures, as well as its successes. More practically, he knew how to integrate carryover power into this realm's technique structure without the suppression leaking that had made Wei Liang's previous life power shows more visible than intended. Your problem, Kuang said, on the third day of training, is that your carryover behaves like an older language when you speak it. Fluent but accented. Practitioners with acute sensitivity can hear the difference. I've been trying to speak it quietly, Wei Liang said. Quieter is not the same as accent-free. You need to translate the carryover's expression into Shattered Heaven syntax rather than merely suppressing it. He demonstrated, running a technique that Wei Liang's second life spirit site read as purely domain seeding, clean, local, indistinguishable from a Shattered Heaven practitioner. But his system's deeper analysis found the layered signatures underneath. Kuang was running something far more complex, perfectly filtered. Like this. You can do that because you've been in this realm for 200 years. Yes, Kuang agreed. But you are not starting from nothing. You are starting from 2 lifetimes, which is better than nothing. The translation is not easy. It is not even fast. But it is learnable, and you need to learn it before the Watchers notice you. Are there Watchers already? There are always Watchers, Kuang said. This realm has factions with an interest in exceptional cultivators, the same as your previous one. Different shapes, same function. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. You advanced to domain seeding in your first week. That has been noticed. The question is whether the noticing has reached the wrong people yet. Wei Liang practiced the syntax translation for 6 hours that day and most of the next. The technique required holding 2 cultivation frames simultaneously, the carryover frame and the local frame, and running the carryover's output through the local frame as a kind of translation layer. It was not an elegant solution. It was the only available one. By the end of the 6th day, he could hold it for 4 hours without the accent showing. By the end of the 2nd week, he had advanced to Domain Lord, doing it in the filtered, localized style that Kuang's technique required, advancing without the spectacular Qi surge that single-life cultivators produced because his carryover was providing most of the raw material and the translation layer was managing the presentation. A sect watcher filed a report 3 days after the Domain Lord breakthrough. Wei Liang did not read the report. He did not have access to sect communication channels, but the system's passive monitoring logged an uptick in surveillance. A second watcher added to the fragment, a new monitoring formation installed near Kuang's scavenger crew's primary operating area. They've noticed, Wei Liang said. As expected, Kuang said. What you need now is a specific contact. Someone with knowledge the gray-robed ones don't want in general circulation. He paused. There is a blind seer living in the ruins above the main continent. She has been there for 30 years. She is the only person in this realm who has seen the entity directly, not its agents, but the entity itself, briefly, through the mechanism of a seer's trance. I sent her your name 6 months ago. You sent her my name 6 months ago, Wei Liang said. Before I arrived. The system always delivers to the same fragment, Kuang said, without apology. I've been forwarding messages. Hook, a gray-robed figure was visible at the fragment's edge at dusk, standing at the void drop with its back to the scavenger crew's camp, remaining there for 20 minutes before stepping off the edge and dropping into the void without any visible cultivation technique, as if the void were simply somewhere it went. Chapter 25. 3 days before Wei Liang planned to make the journey to the main continent's ruins, the Gray Meridian came. They arrived without announcement, which was how the Gray Meridian did everything. Kuang explained afterward, because the Gray Meridian had been the dominant faction on the Shattered Heaven Realm's lowest fragments for 90 years, and dominant factions that had been dominant for 90 years tended to develop the specific arrogance that presented as normalcy. They came because they came. They required because they required. The requirement was, in this case, territory, 3 of the fragments the scavenger crew operated on were adjacent to Gray Meridian expansion space, and the Gray Meridian had decided, through a process that involved no consultation with anyone other than the Gray Meridian, that adjacent was the same as theirs. The lead enforcer was a man with domain lord cultivation who had the look of someone who had spent a long time being the strongest person in any room he walked into and had stopped remembering what rooms that didn't include felt like. He wanted the 3 fragments cleared in 7 days. He said it the way you said things when you expected the saying to be sufficient. Kwong listened to the full demand in the kind of silence that could have meant many things and probably meant most of them. "We'll need time to remove our operations," Kwong said when the enforcer finished. "You have 7 days," the enforcer repeated. "I understand the timeline," Kwong said, with the patience of 200 years of patience behind it. "I am telling you we will need that time. What I am not telling you is that we agree the territory claim is valid." The enforcer looked at Kwong the way people looked at very old things that were speaking inconveniently. "The claim has been registered with the Realm Assembly." "I'm sure it has," Kwong said. "Registration and validity are different categories. We will take our 7 days." After the enforcers left, Wei Liang said, "You're going to fight them." "We are going to comply with the timeline," Kwong said, "while pursuing our own agenda. The fragments they want are not the most valuable ones in our range. The fragments they want put them adjacent to the ruins where Yuna is located, which is what they actually want. They want the ruins, and the fragments are the justified path there." He looked across the void to the upper fragment chain where, distantly, Wei Liang could see the dark mass of ancient ruins suspended at high altitude. The Gray Meridian is not the problem. It is the symptom of the problem. Their interest in the ruins is related to the Watchers, Wei Liang said. "I believe so," Kwong said. "The gray-robed figure has been in this realm for 6 months, longer than typical. It is here for something specific. Yuna has seen it from her perch in the ruins and told me, through the fragment relay network, that it has been visiting the ruins' outer boundaries every second day, attempting to enter." He paused. "It cannot enter. Yuna has placed formations that specifically exclude non-embodied presences, beings whose soul signature is composite rather than single, which is what a harvester is. She knows what it is. She has been a seer for 50 years in a realm where souls are visible to those with the right kind of sight," Kwong said. "She has seen enough variations of the harvesting pattern to recognize it when it approaches her home." He looked at Wei Liang with the river water eyes. "She has been expecting you specifically for 3 years. She told me, when I sent her your name, that she already knew it. She had seen it in a vision 6 months before I wrote." Hook, Elder Voss, reincarnated, different body, same soul carrying the same assigned function, had already been in Shattered Heaven Realm for 2 years, filing routine assessments from her position as an evaluation officer for the realm's dominant upper continent sect. And her most recent report included a line about an unusual domain lord rate advancement on the lower fragments that she had marked for engineering assessment, without yet knowing the name attached to the cultivation. Profile. Chapter 26. Oracle Yuna was blind in the way that some seers were blind, not from injury or degeneration, but from seeing too much for too long, until the ordinary visual world had simply become too dim a layer to compete with what her spirit sight showed her. She navigated the ruins by touch and by the Qi map she maintained of her immediate surroundings, which was arguably more precise than vision and certainly more useful when you lived in a structure that had been partially disassembled by history. She was small, perhaps 60 years old, wrapped in the kind of practical layers that living at altitude in a windy ruin required. She had a long braid going gray at the temples, and hands that moved constantly, not nervously, but with the habitual restlessness of someone whose real focus was elsewhere and whose hands had learned to occupy themselves in the foreground. Wei Liang had made the journey to the ruins in 4 days, traveling the fragment bridges alone at Kwong's direction. The old tortoise too large and too recognizable to make the trip without attracting attention that neither of them wanted. He had managed the Gray Meridian patrols through careful route selection and 2 applications of the accent filter technique, presenting as a standard domain seeding practitioner when the patrol's monitoring formations swept him. Yuna had opened her door before he knocked. "Wei Liang," she said, "from the system realm. You're later than I expected." "I was in a different life when you expected me," he said. She considered this. "Fair," she said, and stood aside to let him in. The ruin's interior was not ruined. It was arranged, the ancient stone and broken architecture made into something functional by long occupation and careful adaptation. She had formations on every wall, books stacked in the practical way of someone who used them daily, a low table with cultivation mapping tools spread across it. The formations carried her identification work. She had been cataloging soul signatures in this realm for 30 years, mapping the harvesting pattern through the systematic record of who arrived with carryover and what happened to them afterward. How many climbers have come through this realm? Wei Liang asked. That I know of. 4, including you. She took his hand without asking and held it, her blind eyes closed, her attention elsewhere. 3 before you. 2 of them I found only in records, earlier cycles, fragmented data. One I met in person. He was the one who warned Master Kuang. She was quiet for a long moment. You carry 2 lifetimes of weight and something else. Something planted. Someone marked you. I marked myself, Wei Liang said. Before the last death. A concealment crystal. I wanted to pass intelligence forward. The system doesn't flag self-marking? She sounded thoughtful rather than surprised. It doesn't seem to. It logged the crystal's existence in the departure notification, but it didn't flag it as interference. Because it's not interference, she said. It's internal, one instance of you communicating with another instance of you through a mechanism the system's own transit architecture allows. The system is sensitive to external modification. It's apparently indifferent to internal continuity. She released his hand and sat back. That's worth knowing. You wanted to see me for a specific reason, Wei Liang said. I have seen the entity, she said. Once. Directly. 3 years ago, in a trance so deep I almost did not come back from it. It was vast. Not physically vast. Intentionally vast. It has cultivated its own scope across the cycles until it occupies something like a permanent presence in the between-realm space. She was quiet for a moment. It has a structure. Not a simple structure. It is built up, layered, like an old building with many additions. At its core, there is something that was once a person. What kind of person? Desperate, she said. Enormously, anciently desperate. At its periphery, the sovereign will that operates the system. Between the core and the periphery, something that wanted to be done a long time ago and was not allowed to be done. She opened her unseeing eyes and looked in his direction. What it wants from you is not your destruction. It wants your completion. The soul it has been building through your cycles is meant to be a key. When it is fully charged, it will be used to break something. Something above the cage realm that has been in the entity's way for a very long time. Hook, someone in a realm you haven't reached yet, she said, has already written the chapter where you die. I saw it, in the trance. The chapter has your face in it, and the cage realm's walls, and the specific expression of someone arriving at a destination they have been aimed at their entire existence. And then the chapter ends. She paused. What comes after that page was blank when I saw it. I have been trying, for 3 years, to decide whether blank means unwritten or whether it means something else entirely. Chapter 27. Wei Liang spent 4 days in the ruins. Yuna shared everything she had. Her 30 years of soul signature cataloging, her record of the gray-robed figure's movements, her analysis of the harvesting mechanism's visible structure, her mapping of the between-realm space she had partially glimpsed during the deep trance. She shared it with the efficient generosity of someone who had been holding data for a long time and had been waiting for the right person to give it to. He absorbed it and asked questions and asked follow-up questions and took everything she offered and folded it into the architecture of what he knew. The intelligence accumulation was working. Each life gave him more data. Each realm added another layer. And the picture was developing complexity it had not had in the first life when he had known nothing, or the second life when he had known only that something was wrong. On the second day, Yuna explained the furnace. The entity is not consuming the soul fragments it harvests, she said. It is refining them. Each death you experience, the fragment that is taken is processed, purified, in a specific sense, of the noise and uncertainty of incomplete development. The carried-over portion that stays with you is the refined version, stronger, cleaner, more precise. The fragment that's taken is the raw material input. You are being processed. Like cultivation medicine, Wei Liang said. Take the raw herb, extract the active element, discard the remainder. The remainder is not discarded, Yuna said. It is stored. The cage is the storage container. When you arrive there, when you are fully charged, when the system judges the refinement complete, all the stored fragments plus the live soul add up to something specific. Not a sum. A threshold crossing. What threshold? The entity dissolved the boundary between the 7th realm and what lies above it, she said. Once, long ago, before any of the cycles we can trace. The dissolution cracked the entity, damaged it in a way it has never fully recovered from. The full charge of a completed laminated soul's accumulated death power is, it believes, enough to redissolve the boundary without sustaining the damage. The damage happens to the vessel, not the user. That's the plan. Her hands moved along the mapping table. The cage is not a container. It is a focusing lens. You arrive, the lens activates, and the boundary above dissolves. and I'm destroyed in the process. The theory suggests so, she said, though the entity's theory is centuries old and may have gaps. On the third day, Wei Liang asked about the cage's structure. It has a wall, Yuna said. One wall was already partially built when I saw it, the soul fragments compressed and layered. But walls have doors, Wei Liang said. She went still. I didn't see a door. The previous climber thought there might be one. The token he left behind. The inscription suggests an administrative override function. If someone with administrative authority over the system issued a directive, the system's administrator, Yuna said slowly. Who is that? I don't know. The entity operates the system, but whether it built it originally, he stopped. Let the thought finish developing. If the entity didn't build the system, if the system predates the entity, then the entity is using a tool it didn't create, Yuna said. And tools can be taken back, Wei Liang said, by whoever made them. Hook. That night, the system generated an update that appeared in his interface without any triggering action on his part. External modification detected. Your projected death window has been altered by an external agent. Estimated compression. 30 days removed from margin. New estimated window. Narrower. Reason for modification, not available. Source. Classified above climber access level. Chapter 28. The records room in Yuna's ruins was the oldest thing Wei Liang had encountered in this or either previous life. The records themselves were not on paper or on crystal. They were inscribed on thin plates of a stone-like material that Yuna identified as realm remnant, pieces of other realms that had fallen into shattered heaven realms void and been collected by the ruins' original occupants, who had been scholars of a kind that no longer existed. The inscriptions were in a script Yuna had spent 20 years learning to read, and the content was primarily cataloging, lists of phenomenon, lists of observations, lists of names. He found the list of laminated souls on a plate that Yuna had already flagged. For entries, plus a partial fifth. The first entry was fragmentary, name worn away, only the description remaining. One who ascended through dissolution, carrying prior life power, arriving in our realm with the bearing of someone who had already grown old in another world. This entry was ancient, the oldest on the plate, the stone more worn at the edges. Wei Liang touched it and felt nothing except old rock, but the system's passive scan offered its own annotation. Generation 1 or 2, data insufficient. The second and third entries were more complete. Names he did not recognize, cultivation levels documented in the local notation that he had to cross-reference against his current knowledge, death circumstances that were recorded with clinical precision. Both had died in what the records called the upper approach, a description that matched no geographical feature Wei Liang knew, but matched perfectly the description of the cage realm's threshold zone. Both had died there. Neither had been heard from again. The fourth entry was the man who had given Kuang the token. His name was recorded in full, Lian Dao, who had reached this realm in his. The record's notation was ambiguous. Fourth or fifth cycle, who had consulted with the ruined scholars, who had survived longer than any previous laminated soul by 3 additional lifetimes, who had died in this realm's 4th year of his residence, leaving behind the token and specific instructions for his eventual successor. The fifth entry was partial. The name was burned away, deliberately burned, not faded. Only the family name remained, Wei. Wei Liang stared at it for a long time. This was burned deliberately, he said. Yes, Yuna said. I noticed that when I first cataloged it. Someone with access to this room, after the original record was made, chose to remove that entry's personal information but left the family name. She paused. I think the person who did it wanted the name found, but not the identity. A warning, Wei Liang said. Find someone named Wei. That's the message. Or a lineage marker, Yuna said. Or both. The two possibilities are not mutually exclusive. She ran her fingers along the plate's edge without touching the inscription. What I can tell you is that the writing date for that entry, based on the stone's resonance patterns, predates the other 4 entries by several centuries. This was the oldest one. Someone added the burn later. Hook. Wei Liang turned to the full entry for Lian Dao, the climber 4 generations before him, and found, in the margin of the record in a different hand, a single sentence in fresh ink that could not have been more than 10 years old. If you're reading this, you finally made it far enough to remember. Find the mark on the warden's robe. It's the only thread. Chapter 29. Wei Liang made a crystal. The process was the same as in the second life. The soul resonance encoding, the hiding protocol, the specific intention that what he was recording would be readable only by someone carrying his soul's accumulated resonance signature. He made 2 this time. One buried in the fragment where the scavenger crew was based, one hidden in the ruins with Yuna's cooperation. in a specific fold of the formation array where it would be protected for as long as the formation held. He encoded everything. The furnace theory as Yuna had explained it, the cage's structural description, the list of laminated souls, and the burning of the Wei name, the information about Lian Dao's token, the gray-robed warden and its function as harvester, the specific soul fragment percentage being taken at each death, and the 14% cage proximity figure. His own analysis of the administrative override possibility, Wei Dao's possible identity. He encoded it in a structure designed for a version of himself who would have less information, not more, writing to a past self rather than a future one, which required the specific backwards engineering of explanation. What do I know now that would have been useful then? And how do I explain it without assuming knowledge the earlier self wouldn't have? He also encoded a message for Quang. The gray-robed one is Wei Dao, our ancestor. He is not a free agent. He is trapped as the system's maintenance function. He is not willing. If you encounter him, do not fight him. He cannot fight back, and his inability to fight back is its own kind of evidence. He had not confirmed this yet. The theory was based on the burned entry in Lian Dao's margin note, and the patterns Wei Dao's writings on laminated souls had implied. But theory was the best he had until better data arrived, and better data required surviving longer than Lian Dao had. He was encoding the second crystal's index layer when the system generated its update about the modified death window. He finished encoding anyway. The update was information. Information was always better held than lost. When he gave Yuna the crystal for safekeeping, she took it with the practiced care of someone who had been managing fragile objects for 30 years. Will the gray-robed one be able to sense this? Wei Liang asked. The formations exclude composite soul signatures, she said. It cannot enter to look. She hesitated. But its agents can. The gray meridian's presence on the lower fragments. I do not believe that is unrelated to this situation. If someone has been altering your death window from outside, someone wants me dead on a different schedule than the entity planned, Wei Liang said. Which means either someone is competing with the entity, or someone within the entity's structure is operating with their own agenda. Or the entity itself has developed internal inconsistency, Yuna said. Is that possible for something like what it is? Anything built from accumulated layers over centuries, she said carefully, can develop inconsistencies between layers. I don't know if an entity at that level experiences internal conflict the way a person does, but I know that inconsistency in accumulated structures is the rule, not the exception. Hook. As if in direct response to the conversation, the system pinged. Planted mark status check. Previous lifetime mark attempt. Status. Not applicable. Insufficient contact time. Note. However, entity internal behavioral log shows 3 inconsistencies in warden direction commands over last 90 days. Pattern suggests warden executing instructions with intentional inefficiency. Monitoring continues. Chapter 30 The Gray Meridian served its notice on day 5. The scavenger crew had 2 days remaining on their 7-day window, and the Meridian was posting enforcers at all 3 fragment access bridges to ensure orderly vacation of the territory. Quang received this information with 200 years of equanimity and said, Good. That tells us when. When what? Wei Liang asked. When they intend to move on the ruins, Quang said. They are posting on the bridges to prevent us returning. They will move on the ruins on day 8. Whoever is directing them wants us clear of the area before the move. Wei Liang had returned to the scavenger crew's base 2 days earlier, carrying the encoded crystal's index in memory and the specific urgency of a death window that had been compressed by 30 days by an agent he couldn't yet identify. He had reported Yuna's analysis to Quang in full. Quang had absorbed it with the river current patience of a very old creature who had been integrating new information into long-held theories for 2 centuries, and said very little except the furnace theory. The previous climber believed something similar. He could not prove it. Neither can I, Wei Liang said. But a theory that fits the evidence is better than no theory. Yes, Quang said, which is why the gray-robed one has been visiting the ruins boundary. It is looking for evidence too. It wants to know how much Yuna has told you, which means it does not want you to know certain things, which means there are certain things worth knowing. We already know most of them, Wei Liang said. The entity doesn't know that, Quang said, which is its primary disadvantage. It is operating on the assumption that each climber arrives in each realm knowing only what the system reveals, which is controlled information. The crystals change this. The ruins change this. Yuna changes this. They'll move against Yuna. Yes, Quang said simply, which is why we need to be there when they do. The plan was uncomplicated by necessity. The fragments the Gray Meridian was claiming were not worth defending, and Quang's crew would vacate them on schedule. But they would not go far. They would establish a new position on a fragment close enough to the ruins to respond when the Meridian's move came. Yuna had been warned. She had her formations. She did not want to leave. Wei Liang spent the evening before the move helping Aunt Bao and Fan pack the crew's equipment, the practical work of people who had relocated many times before and had developed efficient protocols for it. Fan, who asked fewer questions than most people his age, asked one. Are we going to fight them? Not unless they make it necessary, Wei Liang said. Is that a yes? It's a maybe that's leaning, Wei Liang said. Fan considered this for a moment, then resumed packing with the philosophical pragmatism of someone for whom leaning maybes were an acceptable operational environment. He had the quality, Wei Liang had noticed over the past weeks, of someone who had already decided that his personal safety was a secondary consideration to being present for interesting situations. He was not brave in the dramatic sense. He was simply curious enough that the risk calculation worked out differently for him than it did for most people. She said, Kwong reported, with a quality in his voice that suggested he had argued and lost. I have been here 30 years. If they want to remove me, they are welcome to try. They will find the ruins more difficult to enter than they expect. Hook. That night, Kwong refused to leave despite the Gray Meridian's notice, setting up the crew's new camp on the adjacent fragment with the deliberate permanence of someone who had decided that this particular ground, for this particular reason, was worth holding, and said, I didn't find you across 3 lifetimes and 2 centuries to run when it gets interesting. Chapter 31 The Gray Meridian arrived at the ruins on the morning of Day 8 with 40 enforcers and a formation-breaking array. Wei Liang had been in position since the previous midnight. The approach was coordinated, 15 enforcers taking the direct bridge path, 25 working around the ruins' eastern edge through a fragment chain that the Meridian apparently assumed was unmonitored. Kwong, who had been in this realm long enough to map every fragment chain in the lower and middle regions, had known about the eastern approach. He had also known that Yuna's outer formations would hold the direct attackers indefinitely, but would not cover the eastern edge. She had not bothered defending it, because no one had come that way in 30 years. Wei Liang covered the eastern edge. He hit the flanking group's point elements at the second bridge junction, choosing the engagement carefully, enough force to stop the flanking and redirect the formation-breaking array away from its target. Not enough force to suggest he was anything more than a capable domain lord making a defensible choice. He used carryover technique filtered through local syntax, which made the combat output look slightly unusual. Kwong's accent issue, still present despite months of practice, but unusual was better than impossible. The flanking group's lead practitioner was spirit condensation, below Wei Liang's carryover but above his filtered output, which meant the engagement required Wei Liang to be careful about which techniques he showed. He showed shattered heaven domain techniques, local and clean, with one echo strike used at a level that would register as a higher form domain lord ability rather than a previous life carryover. The lead practitioner pulled back after 3 exchanges, not defeated but recalculating. Wei Liang did not press. At the direct approach, Yuna's formations were doing exactly what they were supposed to do, presenting the Gray Meridian's 30 formation-breaking array with a structure that absorbed each break attempt and redistributed the energy into reinforcing the adjacent layer. Kwong had described it as a wall that gets thicker when you hit it, which was technically accurate and practically demoralizing. The battle lasted 4 hours. The Meridian withdrew with their formation array intact and their dignity somewhat reduced. Afterward, Yuna said, they will try again. With more. Yes, Kwong said, but they need to report back first. The reporting takes time, and time is what we need. Wei Liang looked at where the battle had pushed him, toward the ruins' outer edge, close to the void drop on the northern side, and processed the fragment of information the fight had given him. Through the stress of rapid combat, for approximately 2 seconds during his third exchange with the lead practitioner, the techniques he had used had been less filtered. Not unfiltered, not full carryover, but less filtered. And through that less filtered window, he had seen, in the Qi space between the floating fragments, a gap. Not a gap in the stone, a gap in the spatial structure. A rift, small and unstable, the kind that formed when combat energies exceeded the local Qi density thresholds and briefly exceeded the structural integrity of the between-fragment space. And through the rift, for approximately 1 second, he had seen the gray-robed warden. Not at ground level, not on any fragment. In the between-realm space, the void that was not quite the shattered heaven void, but something else, a layer deeper, standing with its back to him, facing something Wei Liang could not see, hands raised in a gesture that looked, from behind, like the specific posture of someone performing maintenance work, technical, precise, unhurried. The warden had not seen him. The rift had closed. Hook. Wei Liang closed his eyes and replayed the image. The the gray robe, the hands raised, and below the hem of the robe, just visible at the rift's edge before it sealed, the faint gold shimmer of something on the robe's lower border. A symbol, stitched or drawn in a material that the between-realm space's light had caught for 1 second before it was gone. Chapter 32, he told Kwong about the rift sighting that evening. The old tortoise was quiet for a long time after. You saw through it, Kwong said finally. Into the between-realm. Just for a second. The rift closed. And you saw the robe's marking. The bottom border. I could not identify the symbol from that angle and that distance. Wei Liang was systematically methodical about what he had and had not seen, the habit of intelligence work applied to his own memories. But there was a marking. Something on the robe itself that was distinct from the robe's material, stitched or inlaid, with different optical properties. Reactive to the between-realm light in a way the robe itself was not. A soul mark anchor, Kwong said. Not the mark itself, the anchor that makes placement possible. He looked at Wei Liang. The previous climber, Lian Dao, described a similar observation in his final recorded conversation with me. He said the warden's robe had a structural feature that suggested it was specifically designed to interact with soul resonance techniques. He theorized it was a vulnerability. A design vulnerability, Wei Liang said. Or a design that incidentally created one. The distinction matters if you're trying to exploit it, Kwong said. An intentional vulnerability implies a mechanism, something that activates when contacted correctly. An incidental one is just a weak point. Either way, Wei Liang said, if I can get close enough to place a mark on it, you would have the warden's location trackable for however long a soul mark lasts at that level, Kwong said, which, at Lian Dao's estimate, was approximately 3 to 5 lifetimes, depending on mark quality. He settled back. This is what Lian Dao was trying to do when he died here. He got close enough to identify the vulnerability. He did not get close enough to use it before his death came. Wei Liang noted the parallel without dwelling on it. Lian Dao had died here. Death 4 in his cycle. Wei Liang was 3 deaths in. The death window had been compressed by 30 days. The pressure was increasing. The final breath seal, he said. Tell me about it. Kwong told him. A technique developed in the Shattered Heaven realm. One of the few techniques specific to this realm that had developed in response to the Void's specific properties. The Void's Qi null zones made normal death preservation techniques fail, but the final breath seal worked differently. It anchored the soul's last 30 seconds to a living person's cultivation field rather than to the dying body's remaining qi. The anchor held the soul momentarily, keeping it coherent long enough for any final action or observation. The requirement, Kwong said, is that the anchor must be someone who has a genuine emotional bond with the dying person. The technique tests for authenticity. A convenient anchor or a contracted one does not hold. You're saying it requires someone who actually cares, Wei Liang said. I'm saying the technique's architecture is built around real bonds, Kwong said, without apparent self-consciousness, which is inconvenient for people who prefer to keep their relationships operational rather than genuine. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. I would serve as your anchor. If it comes to that. Hook. Wei Liang did not say anything immediately, and Kwong did not expect him to. 200 years had taught the old tortoise that some offers required sitting with before they could be properly received. But what Wei Liang felt was not the gratitude he expected to feel, or the practical calculation, but something closer to grief. The grief of a person who had been dying alone at the end of 2 previous lives, and was now, unexpectedly, being offered the alternative. Chapter 33, they found Pale Zhu through her pattern. Yuna had described the agent in terms of behavior rather than appearance. Someone who moved like water, who had been present near every unusual cultivator in this realm for the past decade. Always behind the scenes. Always providing the administrative services that exceptional practitioners needed. Introductions, resource access, information brokerage. Always at the same position relative to rising power. Just close enough to be useful. Just far enough to avoid direct implication. Wei Liang had spent 3 weeks cataloging the Gray Meridian's administrative structure after the failed ruins attack, looking for the mechanism through which external direction reached local enforcement. The Gray Meridian was territorial rather than ideological. They had no particular interest in the ruins beyond their adjacency value, and no particular interest in unusual cultivators beyond their resource value. Someone had pointed them at the ruins. Someone with access to the Meridian's leadership had created the motivation. That someone was Pale Zhu, sect administrator, 32 years resident in Shattered Heaven realm, holder of the most comprehensive network of practitioner contacts in the lower and middle fragment regions. He found her at a commerce fragment 3 days' travel from the scavenger crew's new base. She was exactly what Yuna had described, efficient, pleasant-faced, the kind of person who facilitated things without appearing to own them. Her administrative office occupied a mid-tier position in the fragment's commercial district. Not the most prominent location, not the least, the specific positioning of someone who had chosen their visibility level with care. She had 17 years of documented activity on the fragment network and a reputation for reliable introductions that had never been traced back to any specific failure. A very clean record for someone operating in a realm where failures were normal. He approached as a domain lord seeking resource contacts. She welcomed him with the professional warmth of someone who had long since stopped distinguishing between professional warmth and the real kind. She made several helpful suggestions. She showed no recognition of his name. She showed something else instead, when he left her apparent escape route, a deliberate gap in his knowledge of her that she could walk through without obvious flight. She took it. He tracked her, through carryover sensitivity rather than pursuit, to a private chamber in the commerce fragment's middle tier, where she spoke into a mirror. The mirror showed another face. It showed a person Wei Liang did not recognize, older than Pale Zhu, wearing formal robes of a style he could not immediately place, and over the formal robes, a light that was not light. A crown, or a suggestion of a crown, made of something that was more resonance than material. The face was calm with the particular calm of something that had been calm for a very long time, because impatience had stopped being relevant to its timescale. The conversation was brief and muffled by distance. He caught fragments. Domain Lord, confirmed carryover. And, window compressed, risk of deviation. And, from the crowned face, a single clear phrase that carried through the muffled distance with the clarity of something said at a register that bypassed normal hearing. Ensure the schedule. Hook. The face in the mirror was not the gray-robed warden. It was different in bearing, different in quality, older in the specific way that something old and vast and patient was old. And when it noticed Wei Liang at the chamber's edge and met his eyes through the mirror's surface with something that felt like recognition rather than surprise, he understood, with the cold certainty of intelligence correctly assembled, that he had just made direct visual contact with the entity for the first time. Chapter 30, for he did not run. Running would have confirmed that the recognition was significant, that it had rattled him, that it had changed something. He turned from the chamber's edge at the same pace he had been walking before, retraced his path through the commerce fragment's middle tier, and did not increase his speed until he was 3 passages removed from the chamber, and the mirror could no longer carry the entity's gaze. Then he moved quickly. He returned to Quang at the scavenger crew's new base and reported everything. Pale Zhu, the mirror, the crowned figure, the phrase ensure the schedule, the direct visual contact. Quang listened with the focused attention of someone who had been waiting for this exact configuration of information for a long time. It has been here, Quang said. Directly, not through agents. I suspected it had been present at some level, but a direct appearance. It is not maintaining the pretense of being absent, Wei Liang said. The agents, the watchers, the altered death window. Those are the tools of something that wants to maintain distance. Direct visual contact means it has decided the distance is no longer necessary. It knows you know, Quang said. It knew I knew before I did anything obvious, Wei Liang said. You've seen it. The ruins have intelligence I've been reading. The crystals I've made, he paused. The system told me my previous crystals were registered in departure. It knows I'm building a record. It has probably known for at least one lifetime. Quang moved to the camp's edge and looked at the void for a moment. The gray wool of the beneath the fragment's space. The familiar vista of 230 years. Then he turned back. Then why has it not simply moved your death window earlier? Why allow the preparation? Wei Liang worked through the calculation. Because the preparation makes me stronger, he said. The theory says a fuller charge at the cage makes the lens more effective. If I arrive at the cage knowing more, with more allies, with more accumulated carryover complexity, I am a better harvest. He felt the shape of it settle. It is not trying to stop me from knowing. It is trying to ensure the knowledge doesn't translate into actual resistance. Knowing the trap exists and being able to escape it are different problems. Pale Zhu, Quang said. She will file a full report now. The meridian will receive new directions. Yes, Wei Liang said. Which means the death window is about to compress again. They don't need the timeline they had. They can arrange the conditions faster than originally planned now that the agent has confirmed my profile. He looked at Quang. Yuna needs to know. And we need to start working on the final breath seal. Yuna, reached through the fragment relay, responded with characteristic precision. I know about Pale Zhu. She passed through these ruins twice in her first year in this realm, and I read her then. I have been keeping a record on her for 9 years. A pause. I will begin the anchor preparations with my apprentice. The seal requires 3 days of joint cultivation work before it can be bonded. Hook. Yuna added, Speaking with the careful flatness of someone reporting accurate information she had been unwilling to report until it was necessary. I should also tell you that the entity's agent, Pale Zhu, did not go to a mirror chamber alone. She went there with another figure I did not identify, and the second figure left in a direction that did not correspond to any fragment exit I have mapped. I think there is a second agent in this realm I have not yet been able to identify. Chapter 35. The second agent was never found. Wei Liang spent 11 days looking before he accepted that the search was a distraction. He had the final breath seal to complete. He had the mark placement attempt to prepare for. He had the increasingly narrow death window to manage. The second agent was a variable he could not currently resolve, and unresolvable variables required either patience or risk acceptance, depending on their timeline interaction with everything else. He chose risk acceptance. Assume the second agent existed, assume it would eventually participate in whatever mechanism ended this lifetime, and prepare for that participation without knowing its specific form. Yuna's apprentice was a girl named Ren, 17, cultivation at domain seeding. With the particular precise attentiveness of someone who had spent years learning from a blind teacher and had developed her own powers of observation to compensate for what Yuna's sight could not provide. She had known, from her first day in the ruins, that Yuna was preparing for something that involved significant risk. She had not been told Wei Liang's full situation. She had apparently decided she did not need to be told to understand what she was helping with. The final breath seal's joint cultivation work was 3 days of very specific synchronization. Wei Liang's soul signature taught to Yuna's formation structures, Ren building the interface layer that would allow the anchor to function across the distance between fragments, the seal's core thread woven between Wei Liang's cultivation field and Kuang's, and held there. The process required honesty from both anchor parties. The technique tested authenticity, as Kuang had said, and testing authenticity required actual authenticity to test. On the first day, the technique's authenticity check returned an error twice before it stabilized. Kuang had not acknowledged this directly. He had simply adjusted his cultivation alignment and tried again, with the patience of someone who had been practicing cultivation in one form or another for 3 centuries. Wei Liang had watched the adjustment and understood. The technique was not testing whether the anchor cared. It was testing whether the anchor was present while caring. 2 centuries of solitary living had made Kuang very good at caring from a distance. The seal required something closer. On the second day of the joint work, Kuang said something that was not part of the technique's procedure. "I am sorry," he said, in the middle of a cultivation sequence, "that I was not here for the previous one. The man I knew. I did not know him long enough." Wei Liang processed this in silence for a moment. The cultivation sequence required focus. He maintained the focus. "You could not have known him sooner," he said, when the sequence allowed speech. "He arrived when he arrived. I mean that when he died with the final breath seal's anchor function, but no anchor," Kuang said. "He died without anyone who could hold the thread." A pause. "I was 3 fragments away. I did not reach him in time." The admission had the quality of something carried for a very long time that had not yet been properly set down. Hook. Ren, who had been monitoring the synchronization formation stability with the quiet competence that appeared to be her primary mode of operating, said without looking up from her work, "The seal is holding better than expected. The authenticity check is returning clean on both anchor nodes." She paused. "I think that means the bond is real." She said it as a technical observation, which was also, Wei Liang understood, the only way she knew how to say it. Chapter 36. The remaining time was not long. Yuna calculated it with the precision of someone who had been tracking death window mechanics for 30 years. Given the accelerated schedule, given the entity's direct involvement, given the Gray Meridian's remaining organizational capacity and the unnamed second agent's unknown capabilities, she estimated between 12 and 22 days before the mechanism triggering Wei Liang's death would be deployed. He used the time. He spent 4 days completing Ren's training in the techniques that Yuna could not teach. The carryover techniques filtered through local syntax, the soul resonance encoding for intelligence crystals, the specific mode of awareness that allowed him to track the gray-robed wardens between realm presence through the ambient Qi. Ren absorbed everything with the characteristic attentiveness that made her both an excellent student and, Wei Liang suspected, an excellent person. She did not perform capability, she simply developed it. On the 3rd day, she stopped him mid-explanation and said, "You're teaching me things you think will be useful for the next version of you to find." She was not asking. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "I'll keep them safe," she said. "Until then." She paused. "Will the next version of you remember me? The way you remember others?" "The scar memory faculty builds resonance from genuine bonds," he said. "If the bond is real, it registers." She considered this for a moment. Then she resumed the technique practice without pursuing the question further, which was its own kind of answer, Wei Liang thought. She was deciding whether the bond was real on her own terms, not on the promise of future recognition. He hid a third crystal in the ruin's inner formation layer, the deepest point, accessible only through the formation's maintenance pathway. He encoded it with everything Ren had learned, everything Yuna had recorded, everything Kuang had preserved for 2 centuries. The accumulation was substantial. The encoding process took 2 hours. He did it carefully, with the deliberateness that the time remaining required. Not rushed, not careless, but with the specific attention of someone making something meant to outlast them. Each piece of intelligence was cross-indexed against the others, the connections mapped explicitly rather than implied, because the version of him that found this crystal would be coming from a different context and might not see the connections that felt obvious from inside this life's accumulated knowledge. He thought, while he worked, about what Ren had said, that she was learning techniques she thought would be useful for the next version of him to find. She had been right. But more than the techniques, she had understood the situation correctly without being told it directly. That quality, the ability to read what was actually happening from partial information and respond to the real situation rather than the stated one, was rare. He had known it in Kuang, who had read him correctly in the first 5 minutes. He had known it in Yuna, who had seen him arriving in a vision 3 years before he came. He found it, unexpectedly, in a 17-year-old who had grown up learning to observe what her teacher's spirit sight missed. He encoded one additional item, a message to himself. Not intelligence, not analysis. Personal. When you read this, when you arrive in whatever realm comes after this one and find the crystal and read this, you will have lost Kuang again. It happens. He dies here, where you die first, and the waiting begins again. Either way, the pattern is the same. You find him, you lose him, you carry him forward. I am telling you now, before the losing, that the finding is worth the losing. Every time. Don't let the carrying make you stop finding. He paused before sealing it. Added one more line. There will also be someone like Ren. There always is, in one form or another. Someone who sees clearly and decides to help without being asked. Find them. They will need less from you than you think, and they will give more than you expect. The exchange is always worth it. He sealed the crystal and left it in the formation layer. Hook, Yuna's apprentice, Ran, watched him leave the ruin's inner chamber with the intelligence crystal in the wall behind him, and then very deliberately turned to the cultivation record she was maintaining of Wei Liang's soul signature, and added a note at the bottom in her own handwriting. Tell the next one. The bond was real before he asked. Chapter 37. The realm fracture began on day 14. Pale Zhu was not present at the fracture's initiation. The gray-robed warden was not present at the fracture's initiation. What was present was a series of cultivation detonations at 3 of the fragment chain's primary bridge anchors, triggered simultaneously with the precision of pre-placed explosive formations, the kind that required months of preparation and specific access to the bridge anchor infrastructure. The second agent. Wei Liang understood it immediately. The second agent had been placing these formations for the past year, possibly longer, with the administrative access that Pale Zhu's network had provided. The fracture was not improvised. It was the contingency plan, the mechanism already in place for when the primary schedule got disrupted, the failsafe that required no direct action from Pale Zhu or the warden in the critical window, because the critical window had already been pre-built. The bridge anchor detonations sent fracture lines through the fragment chain's structural integrity. Fragments that had been stable for decades began to drift. The void bridges, cultivated connections that maintained the navigable routes between fragments, began to fail as their anchor points lost coherence. Hundreds of people lived on the affected fragments. Wei Liang moved without deciding to move. The decision had been made in the first lifetime in a field with a beast tide, and it had not changed since. He ran the secondary bridge routes, reinforcing each failing anchor with domain lord power and carryover depth, buying stability in 15-minute intervals that were all the hold his current power level could provide. The work was physically exhausting in a way that combat was not. Combat spent power in concentrated bursts. This was constant, sustained, the cultivation equivalent of holding a weight at arm's length for hours. Not the kind of exertion that came from moving, but the kind that came from not letting something fall. He moved from anchor to anchor without pause, assessing each one, pouring in the exact amount of reinforcement it needed to hold, not more, because overbuilding one anchor left less for the next 6, and then moving on before he could rest. He could feel, at the edges of his concentration, the fragments that were already drifting. The void bridges that connected them were failing in sequence, each failure accelerating the next. The detonation had been placed with a specific understanding of the system's failure cascades. Once the primary anchors went, the secondary failures would propagate automatically, without further intervention from the second agent. The mechanism was already running. He was just trying to slow it. He could reach 2/3 of the failing bridges. The other third were on the fracture's far side, accessible only through routes that the initial detonation had already severed. He held what he could hold. The bridges on the far side went down in sequence, one after another, with a sound he could feel through the Qi field rather than hear, the specific resonance of structural connections parting under load. The final breath seal's thread was warm at the back of his cultivation field, Quang, at the scavenger crew's new base on the adjacent fragment, running the anchor function in real time. The warmth was steady. It had not faltered. On the 7th bridge anchor, with his hands in the structural Qi lattice trying to hold the connection, he became aware that the gray-robed warden was above him. Not on any fragment. In the space between, the between-realm layer that the rift had briefly shown him, but closer to the physical realm than the rift had allowed. Visible, if you had the right kind of sight. Standing with the specific stillness of something that had been waiting for exactly this configuration. He had perhaps 45 seconds before the bridge anchor failed regardless of his intervention. The bridge was a mid-tier connection, important enough that its failure would strand 3 fragments, not critical enough that its loss would trigger the cascade's next tier. He could let it go. He could also not let it go. He had stopped, some lifetimes ago, being able to make that calculation quickly. The people on those fragments were not abstractions. Hook. He drove a soul mark deep into the void space toward the gray robe's hem as it passed in the between-realm layer. Aiming for the border marking he had seen in the rift, the gold-threaded symbol that Lien Dao had theorized was a vulnerability, and felt, with a burst of clarity that lasted half a second, the mark catch and hold in a way that ordinary surface contact never would have. The thread anchoring in the robe's structural layer rather than its surface, and then the bridge anchor. Failed, and the fracture completed, and the void opened below him, and he went with it. Chapter 38, he was falling through the void. Not a physical fall. The void between fragments had no gravity in the conventional sense. He was drifting, which was worse in some ways, because drifting in the shattered heaven void meant drifting at the speed of whatever momentum had launched him, and the momentum of a failed bridge anchor's collapse was considerable. He had 30 seconds before his body lost coherence in the void's Qi null zone. He spent them methodically. First, the mark. He checked the thread he had driven into the warden's robe border. It was holding, not strongly, not at the depth he had intended before the timing was forced, but it had caught in the structural layer rather than skipping off the surface. The thread was live. The thread was trackable. He did not know what tracking range it would have from the next lifetime starting position, but the thread existed, which was better than the alternative. Second, the final breath seal. He felt the anchor thread to Quang. Still warm, still present, still held. The seal was functioning. He had approximately 30 seconds of clear awareness remaining, counting the seal's contribution. The warmth of it was not metaphorical. It was tactile, registered by the soul resonance, sensed the same way skin registered temperature. Not hot, but the specific quality of something living at a distance, maintaining itself against the void's neutralizing pressure. Quang was 3 fragments away. Quang was also, through the seal's architecture, immediately present. The technique did not resolve the distance. It simply made presence possible despite it. Third, inventory. 2 crystals in the ruins. 1 message to his next self. The mark on the warden's robe, uncertain range. Quang alive and present. Ren alive and trained. Yuna alive and watching. Quang's anchor holding. The furnace theory documented. The administrative override possibility recorded. The entity's direct contact confirmed. Fourth, one thing he had not yet done. He reached through the seal's thread, through the bond, using the seal's architecture to push sensation rather than receive it, and let Quang feel what he was feeling, which was not fear and was not grief, but was something closer to completion. The specific quality of a person who has done what they came to do and is now stepping back from the work. It was not a message. The seal did not carry language in that direction, but it carried what it carried. Quang's response came back immediately. Not words, not images, just the old tortoise's steady presence. 200 years of steady presence, pressing back through the thread with the same consistency it had always had. It was not a gesture of comfort, exactly. It was something older than comfort. The quality of a person who has decided that their presence is what they are offering and who offers it without reservation or performance. Wei Liang had felt it on the first day, in the way Quang had waited for him to take stock before speaking. He felt it now, in the void, through the mechanism of a technique designed for exactly this, to let someone know, in the last 30 seconds, that they were not alone. Second time I've watched you die, said the gray-robed voice, from somewhere above him in the between-realm layer. Not in this void, not quite, but close enough that the words crossed the boundary. The voice was like a closing door, quiet and permanent. The cage grows taller. You're doing well. Wei Liang could not see the warden clearly from his current position. He could see the robe's hem at the between-realm layer's boundary, and in the hem, faint but present, the glow of his planted mark. Third time, Wei Liang said, into the void, to the voice. And the mark is in your robe now. A silence that might have been surprise. Hook. The system activated before the void's Qi null zone completed its work. Death, 3 registered. Ascending. Soul fragment harvested. 9% retained by external agent. Cage proximity, 27%. And below, in text that was not the system's standard format, hand added, unauthorized, the same quality as Lian Dao's margin note. 1 line. Planted mark confirmed. Warden location trackable. Estimated duration. 325 lifetimes. Contingent on mark integrity. Chapter 39. The transit was different the third time. The first transit had been overwhelming. The system's interface appearing for the first time, the shock of having died and woken, the disorientation of a new body and new world layered over the first life's memories. The second transit had been more controlled. He had known what to expect, had been watching for the warden's harvest, had managed the final seconds deliberately. The third was different in a specific way he had not anticipated. It was sad. Not devastatingly sad. Not the acute grief of loss, but the quieter sadness of departure, of a version of things ending that would not exist again in quite this form. Kwong had been there, in this lifetime. Ren had been there. Yuna. The scavenger cruise base with its practical smell of stored salvage and old rope. The gray void of shattered heaven realm, which he had come to find oddly comfortable in the way that difficult places became comfortable when you had lived in them long enough. He carried the carryover. He carried the memories. He would not carry this particular configuration. These 3 people, this realm, this specific pattern of morning light filtered through fractured sky. The transit gave him, in its white space interlude, enough time to hold the thought and then let it pass. What he arrived at, on the other side of the sadness, was the same thing he always arrived at, the calculation. What did he know now that he had not known before? What carried forward? What was the next step? 3 deaths. 27% cage proximity. A mark on the warden's robe. The furnace theory documented in 3 crystals. The administrative override possibility. The entity's direct visual contact, its face behind a mirror wearing a crown of resonance light. Lian Dao's margin note. Find the mark on the warden's robe. It's the only thread. He had found it. He had placed his own. The cage proximity curve. 8% after 1 death, 9% after 2, 9% after 3. The rate of increase was decelerating. Something about the self-initiated death in the previous lifetime. No, this had not been self-initiated. This had been managed, but not chosen. The deceleration was from something else. He worked through the possibilities. The entity wanted a full charge. The more complete the soul's development, the better the harvest. If the entity had compressed the death window, and he had died before the window it originally planned, then the soul was less developed than the entity intended. The fragment taken at this death would be slightly less refined. The stored charge in the cage would be building toward the threshold more slowly than intended. This was not accidental. The entity had compressed his window on purpose, through Pale Zhu and through whatever mechanism had placed the realm fracture's pre-built detonations. But if compression meant slower charging, why compress? The only answer that made sense. The entity was not optimizing for total charge. It was optimizing for something else. Control, schedule, predictability. The original window had been disrupted by his preparation, by Kwong and Yuna and the crystals and the final breath seal. The entity had compressed the window not to harvest sooner, but to prevent further preparation from reaching an unmanageable level. This meant the preparation was working. This meant the entity was afraid of something. He filed it and let the transit complete. Hook, Eternal Climb System, Death, 3 registered. Ascending to Tide of Stars Realm. Carryover, 30% of 3 life peak. Cage proximity, 27%. Below the standard text, Wei Dao's unauthorized edition. Warden behavioral anomaly. Mark placement acknowledged. Warden has filed an internal notation with the system that reads, Descendant shows competence. Hoping for improvement on previous rate. Chapter 40, he opened his eyes on a sky that was made of stars. Not night sky, day sky, a sky the color of deep water, and through it, visible even in daylight, a scatter of star points that did not move and did not dim. The fixed stars of Tide of Stars realm, which orbited closer to this world's surface than any astronomical convention should have allowed, and which bathed everything below them in a faint secondary light that turned the world's shadows a deep violet. He was 15. The body was long and underfed, recently arrived at, the physical tell of someone who had grown too fast for their nutrition. He was in a field. There was a farmhouse at the field's edge. 3 scars on his wrist. He checked them before sitting up, the habit too deep now to be considered deliberate. 3 white lines, spaced slightly apart. The accumulated record of 3 accumulated endings. The carryover from 3 lives was massive, the largest he had accumulated. He could feel it pressing against the current body's limits, star-weaving equivalent, which was this realm's mid-tier, which meant he was 15 years old with a grown cultivator's power base compressed into a farm boy's physiology and a week's worth of new life disorientation. He checked the mark. The thread to the warden's robe was present, faint, attenuated by transit, but alive. He tested it carefully, not wanting to activate it fully, just confirming that it had survived the realm crossing. It had. The thread was live across the transit boundary. Lian Dao had theorized this was possible. He had not had time to confirm it. He sat up in the field and oriented. Farming community, mid-latitude, smelling of water and grain, and the specific soil quality of a world where the starlight altered photosynthesis. To the east, through the morning haze, he could see the star fragment island chains that characterized this realm's geography, floating islands at varying altitudes, connected by natural Qi bridges and the transit lines that the local cultivation network maintained. A sound reached him from the farmhouse, someone inside, humming. A tune he knew. A tune from the first realm, from before the first death, from a girl in a village under a different sky who had died for him and lived for him, and whose soul had followed some thread he could not map across every lifetime since. He stood very still and listened. He had not heard that tune in 2 lifetimes. The specific melodic pattern of it, the village song that Shun Mei had learned from her grandmother, the one she had hummed in the evenings when the day's work was done, was not a common tune. It was local, specific, irreproducible by someone who had not heard it in its original context. The door of the farmhouse opened. An old woman stepped out with a water vessel, moving slowly, with the careful deliberateness of someone managing old joints. She was 70 at least. She looked at the field, noticed him standing in it, and showed no particular alarm, just the mild assessment of someone who had been living alone long enough to categorize strangers efficiently. She went back to her task, still humming. Hook. The system, unprompted, generated a single line beneath the standard transit summary. Scar memory, resonance detected, category, legacy bond, source, proximity 0.04 kilometers. Note. Source is not the indexed soul. Note. Source is someone the indexed soul loved. Note. The indexed soul's last known action in Realm 1 was to teach this tune to her daughter, and the warden, without authorization, appended. Cage proximity, 27%. Mark is live. Warden location, this realm. Come find me when you're ready, descendant. Chapter 41. Grandmother Hum died on the 3rd morning. Wei Liang had known it was coming. She had the quality of someone completing a task rather than living a life, the specific, unhurried quality of a person with one thing left to do. For 3 days she had tended him with the practical efficiency of long experience. Broth in the mornings, clean water in the afternoons, a hand on his forehead every evening to check the fever that his body was generating as it processed the carryover's compression into 15-year-old bones. On the 3rd morning the broth was already made and still warm. She was in the field behind the farmhouse, sitting against the stone boundary marker with her hands folded in her lap and her face turned toward the star-scattered sky, and she had gone sometime in the night without apparent distress. Her face held the expression of someone who had been listening to something pleasant when they fell asleep. He sat with her for a while before doing anything else. The tune she had been humming, Shin Mei's tune, the village song from before the first death, had no business being in Tide of Stars' realm, in the mouth of a woman who had never been to the realm where it originated. He had processed this fact 3 times already and arrived at 3 different explanations, none of which fully satisfied. Coincidence, which required the tune to be common across realms, resonance transmission, which required a mechanism he couldn't identify, or something deliberate, which required a purpose he couldn't ascribe. He had decided, for the time being, to hold it as data, something that had happened, something he did not yet understand. He buried her carefully. In the field she appeared to have tended for a long time. The soil was worked deeply, the kind of cultivation that took decades. He did not know her name. He had called her grandmother Hum in his own thoughts because that was what she had been to him in the 3 days he'd known her. A grandmother-shaped presence who hummed and tended and asked nothing. He marked the grave with the boundary marker stone. He said Shun Mei's name over it. because the tune deserved acknowledgement even if he didn't know who had taught it to this woman. He stood there for longer than was strictly necessary. The star-scattered sky above him was doing what it always did in Tide of Stars realm, holding its light steady, the fixed stars unmoving, their violet secondary glow turning the morning into something between day and dusk. It was a beautiful sky in the way that alien things were sometimes beautiful, because it was wrong enough to notice, because the wrongness made you look. He had arrived in 3 realms now, each different in its fundamental wrongness, each requiring a recalibration of what normal meant. Mortal dust had been the most like what he expected a world to be. Iron sky had been too vast, too arched, a sky that implied enormity. Shattered heaven had been aftermath, a world of edges and absence. This world was a world of patterns. The fixed stars, the floating islands, the star ocean below that presumably patterned something too, though he hadn't seen it yet. He thought about Quan. The old tortoise was in shattered heaven realm, possibly still alive, carrying the final breath seal's severed thread like a loose end, continuing to be what he was, which was extremely difficult to kill and extremely patient. He thought about Ren, who had added a note to his cultivation record in her own handwriting. He thought about Yuna, who had seen the blank page after his death and spent 3 years deciding what it meant. He carried all of them. That was the architecture of the carryover as he understood it now. Not just power, not just technique, but the accumulated weight of genuine bonds compressing into the soul's forward-moving substance. They were with him in a way that was not metaphor. Then he turned to dig. The soil near the marker, disturbed, he realized now, recently and not by him, came loose easily. 2 feet down, wrapped in waxed cloth that had preserved it well, was a technique crystal. His own. The resonance signature was unmistakable. Not this life's resonance, not last life's, but something deeper, something with more layers than 3. A carryover from a cycle he could not currently access. He held it in both hands and felt the depth of it. It was old in a way that the crystals he had made were not old, not degraded, but seasoned. The way cultivated artifacts got seasoned when they had been holding their encoding for long enough that the encoding had become structural rather than surface. Hook. He had been to this realm before. Not in the 3 lifetimes he could remember. In a cycle before those. A cycle the system had suppressed. A cycle whose existence had been hidden from him until this moment when the crystal in his hands told him plainly. You have died more times than you know. You have been here before, and you left this behind because you knew you would come back. The implication arrived slowly, the way large things arrived. Not all at once, but in stages, each stage requiring the previous one to settle first. If there were suppressed cycles, then the preparation he had done, the crystals, the intelligence building, the mark on the warden's robe, was not original. It had been done before, by earlier versions of him, and those versions had died anyway. Whatever he was building was either insufficient, or the earlier cycles had not built it far enough, or there was a variable he was still missing. He turned the crystal over in his hands and thought about the versions of himself who had died in this realm. At least one of them had reached the cage and refused to enter, which the entity had responded to by compressing the death window to 5 days. Which meant refusal was possible. Which meant the cage was not inevitable. Which meant all the previous failures had not been failures of possibility, but failures of preparation. And the question was what preparation looked like when it was finally sufficient. Chapter 42, he sat in the farmhouse with the crystal and read what it held. The encoding was fragmented, not corrupted exactly, but compressed past the point of full coherence, the way information got when it was stored under significant pressure for a very long time. What he could read was partial. What he could infer from the partials was more. He had been here at least once before, possibly twice. The crystal's layering suggested 2 separate encoding sessions, separated by what felt like years, as if someone had returned to add to it rather than encoding everything at once. The first layer was older and harder to read. The second was cleaner and more recent, in the relative sense of a crystal that was already ancient. What he could extract from the first layer, numbers. Not a message, just numbers. Deaths, 6. Cage proximity, unreadable, corrupted. Realm count, 7 reached, which matched the system's progression he knew. This crystal had been made by a version of him that had reached all 7 realms and come back to leave a record. Or had it? No. The encoding stopped before the final realm. This version had made it to Tide of Stars, and then, the first layer ended there. Incomplete. This version of him had been building the crystal in Tide of Stars realm, adding to it, and had then died before finishing. He held that for a moment. A previous version of him had tried to leave a record and run out of time. Had known they were running out of time and encoded anyway, in the hope that whatever they managed to preserve would reach whoever came after. He had done the same thing himself, in Shattered Heaven. The message to his next self that he had sealed in the ruins formation layer. The message about Quang, about the finding being worth the losing. Whether that message would survive long enough to be found was a question he could not answer from here. The second layer was different in tone. Shorter, more urgent. It had the quality of someone working quickly, knowing they were almost out of time. If you're reading this, you finally made it far enough to remember. The system suppresses early cycles. I don't know how many you've had before the 3 you currently remember, but there were more. I found evidence of 6 total before mine. You are not the beginning of this pattern. You are a late iteration of something very old. Wei Liang read this 3 times. The cycle I experienced, the one that produced this crystal. I reached the cage realm. I saw it. I did not enter. I chose not to enter, which the system flagged as an anomaly, in which the entity responded to by compressing my death window in this realm to 5 days. I died before I could encode more than this. What I want you to know, the cage can be refused. The entity does not expect refusal because it has never encountered it. This is the door, not an override mechanism, not an administrative function. The door is simply saying no. He set the crystal down. The light through the farmhouse window was late afternoon by now, the violet tinge of the fixed star's secondary glow competing with the sun's descent. Outside, birds he didn't know the names of were making sounds he didn't recognize in trees he had never seen before, and none of that mattered against the weight of what he was holding. The cage could be refused. A previous version of him had done it, had paid for it immediately, had been killed within 5 days, but had done it, and had made it to the cage first, and had seen it, and had chosen. The second layer ended there. Not because it was finished, because time had run out. Hook. The crystal's final fragment showed a face for half a second before the encoding degraded past readability. Not a face Wei Liang recognized, older than him by decades, wearing an expression of absolute calm that was either peace or exhaustion. And below the face, barely readable, one line. Find the mark on the warden's robe. I never managed it. You can. Chapter 43. He joined the Island Ascendancy sect on the 8th day after arriving in Tide of Stars realm. The sect occupied a middle-tier island in the region's eastern chain, not the largest or the most powerful, but stable, with genuine cultivation resources and the kind of institutional depth that came from 300 years of consistent practice rather than recent conquest. Wei Liang had chosen it after 4 days of observation. He needed a base with access to the realm's historical archives, proximity to the Star Ocean's deeper currents where the warden's mark signal was faintly readable, and enough structured cultivation to push his carryover into this realm's syntax without the accent leaking he had managed in Shattered Heaven. The Island Ascendancy's registration elder was a man with the unhurried assessment manner of someone who had evaluated hundreds of applicants and had long since stopped expecting to be surprised. He did not appear to expect Wei Liang. Star weaving equivalent, he said, reviewing the standard intake assessment. At 15, he set down the assessment stones and looked at Wei Liang directly. The stones read star weaving. I am reading something older. He paused. You are welcome to explain, or not. The sect's intake criteria are based on cultivation level and sect contribution. Your cultivation level qualifies you for the inner ring. Whether you explain yourself further is your choice. I appreciate the clear terms, Wei Liang said. He was assigned a cultivation instructor, given resources at the inner ring's standard allotment, and placed in a cohort of 20 practitioners ranging from 14 to 19. He was the oldest. He was also, by a significant margin, the most powerful, which he managed carefully, advancing at a rate that looked accelerated but not impossible, maintaining the carryover's output through the translation layer Quang had taught him. The translation layer required active attention, which was a tax he had not fully accounted for when he was learning it in Shattered Heaven. In combat or high-intensity cultivation sessions, holding the filter while also managing technique output was the cognitive equivalent of writing 2 documents simultaneously with different hands. Quang had made it look effortless because Quang had been doing it for 200 years. Wei Liang had been doing it for months, and it still required focus. He spent the first week in the sect learning the Island Ascendancy's technique vocabulary, the Qi architecture specific to this realm's star fragment geography, the way cultivation here drew on the fixed star's constant radiation rather than the ambient Qi flow of more conventional realms. It was different enough from Shattered Heaven's void-adapted cultivation that the translation required recalibration, and the recalibration required time. He gave it the time. The death window, according to the warden's mark, was still distant. The mark's signal in this realm was stable, present, but not pressing. The cohort was competent. Most of them were forgettable in the specific way of people who had not yet met the things that would make them interesting. One of them was not. Lin Yu was 10 years old, which made her 6 years below the standard intake age, and which the registration elder had apparently decided was irrelevant given her cultivation level. Early star weaving, achieved through natural talent and the specific intensity of a child who had decided that cultivation was the most important thing in her world and had been pursuing it with total focus since she was old enough to sit still through a meditation session. She was small, precise in her movements, and very quiet in a way that was not shyness but attention. She appeared to be listening to everything simultaneously and processing it at a pace that most people's visible behavior didn't reflect. In their first cohort training session, she watched Wei Liang run through the assigned form twice and then said, with the same directness as a cultivation elder, "Your technique is being run through a second framework before it exits. The output is clean, but the pathway is doubled." "What? Habit," Wei Liang said. She considered this for a moment. "That's not what it looks like," she said, and resumed her own form. Hook. On the third day of training, Lin Yu stopped mid-form, turned to look at him with the focused attention of someone reporting a technical observation, and said, "Master Wei, why does your shadow sometimes look like 5 people standing together?" Chapter 40. For he had not known the effect was visible to ordinary sight. He had known it was visible to spirit sight. Seers had observed the layering effect before, in Shattered Heaven realm and in accounts from previous climbers. But Lin Yu's cultivation was not at the level that should have produced spirit sight development. She was a child with natural talent and accelerated progress. She should not have been seeing soul layers. "You can see that?" he said. "When the light comes from the right angle," she said. "Not always. Just sometimes. It looks like echoes, like several people standing in the same place, but slightly out of alignment." She tilted her head. "Is it something wrong with you?" "No," he said, after a moment. "It is something unusual about me." She nodded, accepting this as a sufficient answer, and resumed training. He spent the next 4 days in the sect's archive, looking for descriptions of the effect. He found them on the third day, a text on soul composition theory, old enough that the binding had been replaced twice. The relevant passage was in the middle of a long chapter on cultivation anomalies, easy to miss unless you were looking for it specifically. The laminated soul, a cultivator who has walked many roads and carries the accumulated weight of those roads in their present self. The soul layers become visible to cultivators of extraordinary perception, appearing as multiple overlapping presences in a single body. Ancient texts report this phenomenon in only 6 confirmed individuals across all recorded history. All 6 were traveling through a sequence of realms under the direction of a binding system. None are known to have survived the final realm in their sequences. He read it twice. Then he read the citation at the bottom, which was standard for archive texts, author and date and source. The author was listed as Wei Dao. The writing predated this realm's current dynasty by approximately 800 years. He set the text down and remained still for a moment, processing. The warden, the gray-robed figure who had been present at his deaths, who had spoken to him in the void between lifetimes, who had filed unauthorized notes in the system with something that felt increasingly like personal investment in his success, had written this text 800 years ago, in Tide of Stars realm, about the phenomenon that Lin Yu had just described to him. The warden had been in this realm 800 years ago and had written about laminated souls, about him, specifically, about the thing Wei Liang was, and had left the text in an archive where it would be preserved until he arrived to find it. This was not the behavior of an entity maintaining a harvest system with cold indifference. This was the behavior of someone who had been trying for 800 years to communicate through whatever limited channels the system's constraints allowed. The crystal from the previous cycle had said, "Find the mark on the warden's robe." I never managed it. The text said, "Find the mark." The margin note in Shattered Heaven's ruins had said the same. The warden's unauthorized system editions had said it in different phrasing. Every message pointed to the same thing, and he had placed the mark in the previous lifetime, and the mark was still live. The question was no longer whether to follow the thread. The question was what he would find at the end of it. Hook. He found, on the back of the last page, a single handwritten edition in different ink. Newer, though still centuries old. If you are reading this and you are the soul I have been tending, there is a mark I have left on the robe I wear in the between-realm space. It is designed to be found. I have been trying to tell you for a long time, but the system does not allow direct communication. This is the best I can manage. Find the mark. Chapter 45. He brought the text to Lin Yu. She was not the obvious choice. She was 10 years old with 3 weeks of cultivation training in his direct observation and an unknown quantity of background before that. But she had identified the soul layer effect with no framework for what she was seeing, and she had described it accurately, and she had not been alarmed by it. In his experience, The combination of accurate perception and equanimity in the face of unusual things was rarer than either quality alone. I'm going to tell you something that is very strange, he said. Good, she said. The non-strange things don't require telling. He showed her the text. He explained what laminated soul meant in his specific case, keeping the mechanics simple and the emotional reality present. Multiple lives, accumulated power, a system moving him through realms toward a destination he was working to understand and resist. He did not tell her everything. He told her enough to explain the shadow she had seen. Lin Yu listened with the focused patience of a person who was filing information carefully as it arrived. She asked 3 questions, not clarifying questions, but the kind that probed for implications. When he finished, she was quiet for 30 seconds. The person who wrote this text, she said, is the person you called the warden. The gray-robed one. Yes. Who has been present at your deaths? Yes. And who wrote a message on the back page telling you to find a mark on his robe? She looked at the text again. 800 years ago. That would be accurate. Then he has been trying to help you for 800 years, she said. And the best he could do was write a note in a book and hope you found it. A pause. That's a very long time to be limited to notes in books. He found that he had no good response to this. The secondary archive had a collection of texts attributed to Wei Dao. Most were technical, cultivation theory, realm mechanics, Qi system documentation. One was different. A list of names, 6 entries, described as laminated souls observed across 5 centuries of system maintenance. The entries were dry and clinical: arrival realm, death realm, cultivation peak reached, cage proximity at final death. The system clearly designed to extract maximum yield from each soul. The 6th entry was partially burned. Not faded, not damaged by time. Burned deliberately, with careful intent, so that the personal information was destroyed but the surname remained. Wei. Someone removed a name, Lin Yu said. While leaving the name that would be useful, he said. A family name is enough to suggest a lineage. It's not enough to identify the specific person. He looked at the page. I think this entry is Wei Dao himself. The founder. The first laminated soul. Someone, possibly the same person who burned it, possibly Wei Dao himself, wanted whoever came after to know there was a way before them, without being able to immediately identify who it was. Why? I don't know yet, he said. But the system's marks on the warden's robe, the text in this archive, the burned entry, these are all messages that required planning, required someone to leave things in places where they would be found. The warden has been building a trail for a very long time. Hook. The system, reading the soul resonance of his sustained focus on the burned entry, generated an unprompted note. Ancestral resonance detected. Surname match. Lineage probability. High source. Wei Dao. Generation 0. Note from warden. You found it. Good. Now find me. Chapter 46 Wei Dao. He had encountered the name twice in the archive now, as the author of the laminated soul text, and as the burned entry in the list of 6. The system had confirmed an ancestral resonance. The warden's own message. You found it. Good. Now find me. Suggested awareness of both entries. He spent 2 days working through the archive's genealogical records before accepting that the direct approach would not work. Wei Dao's historical records predated the current record-keeping systems by centuries. What he could find were second-hand references, citations in later texts, mentions in cultivation histories, the specific academic trail of a source that later scholars had used without being able to verify firsthand. Lin Yu helped, which doubled the rate of search, and also provided a sounding board he had not realized he was using until she began pushing back on his interpretations. She had the habit of questioning the framing of a question before accepting it, of asking whether the thing being looked for was actually what he needed, or whether it was the nearest available substitute for something else. It was an annoying quality in the sense that it interrupted forward momentum. It was also, he found, a useful one. You're looking for when he stopped being a person and became the maintenance function, she said, on the second morning. But the texts you're checking are personal records and genealogies. Those track people. The moment someone stops being a person, they stop appearing in personal records. They start appearing in institutional ones, if they appear at all. Where do institutional records for between-realm positions get archived? He asked. If such a position was acknowledged by the realm authorities at the time. Here, in the administrative section. If it wasn't acknowledged, it wouldn't have records at all. She pulled a different section of the archive toward her. But the between-realm administrative records from 800 years ago have a category called positions vacated by transition, which is the language they used for cultivators who were absorbed into function roles. It's not a large section. He moved to that section with her. What the second-hand references agreed on. Wei Dao had been a cultivator of unusual breadth, someone who had traveled extensively between realms through means other than normal transit, between realm walking, some texts called it, which matched the gray-robed warden's behavior at the void drop exactly. He had written prolifically on soul theory and realm mechanics. He had then stopped writing entirely, approximately 840 years ago. The cessation of writing was noted in one history as retirement from scholarship, which was the polite way records described people who vanished without explanation. 840 years ago, someone had stopped writing under the name Wei Dao. 840 years ago, the warden had begun appearing in climbers' accounts. The timeline was not definitive. It was consistent. Lin Yu, who had been helping him search with the quiet efficiency that appeared to be her primary mode of doing everything, set down the text she was examining and said, "The man who wrote all these texts stopped existing around the same time the gray-robed figures started being mentioned in older records." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "So the entity trapped him." She considered this. That's why the messages have to be hidden in archived texts and margin notes and crystals buried in graves. He cannot speak directly, as far as I can tell. Then the reason he keeps writing "find me" instead of "here I am" is because he doesn't know exactly where he is, she said. Or rather, he knows where he operates, but he can't tell you where to look because the system controls what information he can transmit. Wei Liang looked at her. She was 10 years old. She was also, he thought, one of the sharper minds he had encountered in 4 lifetimes. Hook. Lin Yu closed the text she had been reading and said, "The mark you planted on his robe. Does it work in both directions? Can he use it to find you, or only you to find him?" Wei Liang realized he had not considered this. He checked the mark's thread, and the mark pulsed back immediately. One slow, deliberate pulse that had not come from him. Chapter 47. The twin architects were introduced to him through their reputation before he saw them in person. In the island ascendancy, reputation traveled through 3 channels: official sect communication, the informal network of practitioners who moved between islands, and the Qi residue patterns in the cultivation environment itself, which experienced practitioners could read like a record of significant events. Wei Liang had been developing the 3rd channel, Kuang's legacy, the environmental awareness training that Shattered Heaven's void navigating required, and it was the 3rd channel that first brought the architects to his attention. The island ascendancy's cultivation instructor noticed his environmental reading improving faster than he should have been capable of at his apparent level and mentioned it with professional curiosity. "Most practitioners take 2 years to develop reliable environmental sensitivity," she said. "You've developed it in 3 weeks. What is your method?" "I am translating technique from a previous teacher," he said, which was accurate. She accepted this with the practical flexibility of someone who had taught unusual students before. Whatever method, the result is valid. If you're reading the currents as well as it appears, you may want to be aware that the Eastern Qi flows have been showing irregular patterns for several months. The Equilibrium Council has logged it as minor drift. My own read suggests it is not drift. What does your read suggest? She was quiet for a moment. That someone is adjusting the drift rather than monitoring it. She returned to the form she was correcting. I mention it because your environmental sensitivity will almost certainly register it too, once it develops further, and it's worth knowing what the official explanation is and what the unofficial questions are. That conversation had sent him looking for the adjustment source. Something had been adjusting the Star Ocean's Qi currents. Not dramatically, not in ways that triggered the realm's standard monitoring formations. Subtly, a current here redirected slightly, a resonance pattern there adjusted by a degree or 2 from its natural orientation. The adjustments were too precise to be natural drift and too distributed to suggest a single intervention point. Whatever was doing this had access to the realm's Qi infrastructure at a systemic level and was using that access with patient precision. He tracked the adjustment patterns for 9 days before they pointed to a single origin, the private island in the archipelago's high-tier eastern zone, surrounded by the most concentrated star fragment density in the region. The island was listed in the sect's navigation records as restricted architects preserve. The twin architects, Shun Ko and Shun Ba, were publicly prominent, co-administrators of the Realm Equilibrium Council, the body nominally responsible for maintaining the island-ocean balance. They appeared at formal occasions wearing identical gray-blue robes, speaking in a verbal relay that sounded rehearsed until you realized they were actually finishing each other's sentences, which was different and suggested something that ran deeper than coordination. They were also, Wei Liang assessed from his first direct sighting of them at a Realm Council gathering, excellent at appearing to be exactly what they presented themselves as, administrators. Technical, capable, focused on the practical work of maintenance. The kind of people whose presence reassured rather than alarmed. The kind of people no one looked at twice. He looked at them twice. He noticed Shinkeo's hands never fully relaxed, not even during casual conversation. Shinba's eyes moved slightly too slowly when processing what someone said to her, in the specific way of someone who was receiving information through two channels simultaneously and resolving the input lag. They were coordinated at a level that was not simply twin intuition. Hook. He checked the warden's mark as they passed him at the gathering's edge, testing the thread's direction, and the signal, faint but clear, pointed directly at the architect's private island. Chapter 48. He reached the island on the 10th night after identifying it. Access was not difficult at his current power level. The island's perimeter formations were designed to exclude unauthorized entry from below star weaving, which left them theoretically impassable for most practitioners and thoroughly passable for someone with 3 lifetimes of carryover depth who had spent considerable time learning how to read formation architecture. He entered from the ocean side, through the star ocean's surface where the formation's coverage had a gap, and moved up through the island's lower terraces without triggering the monitoring sequences. The island held a residence in its upper section, tasteful, functional, the dwellings of people who had lived comfortably for a long time without much attachment to comfort as a value in itself, and a working chamber below it. The chamber was built into the island's bedrock, accessed through a staircase that descended below sea level, lit by formations rather than natural light. The walls of the chamber were covered in Qi-inscribed maps. Not geographical maps, structural ones. Every realm he had passed through, rendered in Qi notation, with features labeled in a script he recognized as ancient realm mechanics notation from the Shattered Heaven archive texts. Yuno would have identified the notation immediately. He worked through it more slowly, cross-referencing against his accumulated knowledge. Every realm had a cluster of mark points, death nodes, each labeled with a date, a power level, a cause of death classification in the notation's controlled vocabulary, formation catastrophe, combat incident, realm fracture, acute toxin exposure, targeted elimination. His name was at each death node in each realm, written in a different script from the nodes themselves, added later, as if the nodes had existed before he did and been assigned to him after. Some of the names were crossed out. Those were the nodes he had survived. He cataloged methodically. Mortal Dust Realm, 1 node, dated approximately when his first death had occurred, and the cause notation read, targeted elimination. Elder Voss's name written below it in small script. Iron Sky Realm, 1 node, Shattered Heaven, 1 node, labeled Realm Fracture. Tide of Stars Realm, for nodes arranged in a sequence. The nearest was labeled with a date 47 days from the current date. He looked at the date. He looked at the map's next entry. He stood in the chamber for a moment, making a deliberate decision. Remember everything. Not just the node positions and dates, but the map's full texture. The Qi notation's thickness at certain points, suggesting nodes that had been reinforced over time. The erased marks that suggested nodes that had been planned and then abandoned. The specific handwriting variations that might identify multiple authors. He ran his cultivation sense across the entire wall's surface, encoding the full picture into his spirit memory with the technique Yuna had taught him for intelligence crystal compression. It took 6 minutes. He could feel the architect's island monitoring formations conducting their regular sweeps above. None of the sweeps penetrated this chamber. It had its own formation coverage that appeared to be more thorough than the perimeter. This was not a space they expected visitors. He finished encoding and began moving back toward the ocean access point. The map's image sat in his spirit memory with the clean definition of a well-made intelligence crystal. Every notation readable, every date precise, every 8th realm annotation preserved. He would encode it into an actual crystal before the night was out. The 8th realm's notation sat at the edge of the map like an afterthought or a warning. Whichever it was, it had been written in different ink from the rest of the map. Not old ink, not architect's ink, but something that had been added to an existing map by someone who knew what the map meant and wanted to flag the one entry that the map's designers apparently had not considered important enough to label. Hook. There was an 8th realm marked on the map, above the cage realm, in a position that no known cultivation system acknowledged, labeled only with a symbol he didn't recognize and a notation in a handwriting he did not know. If he reaches this, abandon the harvest. It cannot be allowed. Chapter 49. He carried the map's contents in memory for 16 hours before he approached Baofun. The historian occupied an independent research position on the Ascendancy's Middle Island, not officially sect-affiliated, which the sect tolerated because Baofun's expertise in between-realm lore had occasionally been useful for navigational questions, and because Baofun was the kind of person who was too embedded in a place to realistically remove. He had been on the island for 37 years, long enough that the island had developed the habit of him. He was also, According to the sect library's recommendation records, the only person within 3 islands travel distance who had studied the tide of stars realm's structural Qi history in the depth that Wei Liang needed. He found Bao Fun in a workroom that had the organized chaos of someone who knew exactly where everything was but had never explained the system to anyone else. The historian was a thin man of about 60, with the slightly unfocused expression of someone who spent most of their time looking at things that weren't physically present, and who looked up at Wei Liang's entrance with the mild assessment of a person who was categorizing the interruption before deciding whether it warranted full attention. Wei Liang described what he had seen on the Architect's Island, not the full context, not his own history or the system or anything that would require more explanation than the immediate question justified. Just the structural features of what he had observed, the map layout, the notation system, the nature of the points marked. Balfin's unfocused expression sharpened. He asked 4 precise questions about the map scale, the notation style, the labeling system, whether the marked points had been cross-referenced to geographical features or only to Qi density levels. The questions had the quality of someone who had been waiting to apply a specific expertise for a long time. Then he stood up and went to a shelf and retrieved a text. The text was old enough that its binding had been replaced twice, and the paper inside was the kind that had been treated against degradation. The decision of someone who expected it to be consulted rather than preserved. Death Node maps, he said, sitting back down and opening the text. I've heard of them. I've never seen one. The theory, documented in the between-realm records of the previous administrative era, is that certain catastrophic events can be pre-engineered, built years in advance, structured to activate at specific Qi density thresholds rather than being triggered manually, like a mechanism that waits for the right weight to fall on it before releasing. He found the passage he was looking for. The person or persons who built the nodes you describe are not watching for an opportunity. They do not need to. The opportunity has already been built. These dates aren't predictions, he said. These are scheduled detonations. Someone pre-built the catastrophes that will kill you. They're just waiting on a timer. The nearest is 47 days, Wei Liang said. Baofan looked at his text. Then he looked at Wei Liang with the expression of someone who had just realized that the situation was more urgent than the question implied. Baofan looked at his text. Look back up. The unfocused expression had gone entirely. Hook. The nearest date on the map is 47 days, Baofan said carefully. But there's a way to read the secondary notation in that notation system. I've only seen it described, never applied. He turned the text around. The secondary date for that node isn't 47 days. Someone moved the schedule. He showed Wei Liang the calculation. The adjusted timer read 3 days. Chapter 53 days. He left Baofun's workroom with the adjusted timeline running in parallel to every other calculation he was managing. 3 days. The architects had moved the schedule, not in response to anything he had visibly done, which meant either they had standing orders to accelerate on reaching a certain threshold, or they had detected his presence on the island the previous night and moved immediately. He considered both possibilities while walking back through the island's commercial district at his normal pace. The threshold theory meant the schedule change was predetermined, built into the Death Node mechanism as a contingency. If candidate approaches X power level or Y geographical position, compress the timer. The detection theory meant he had been seen on the island and the response had been immediate, which suggested active monitoring he had not accounted for. Either way, the timer read 3 days. The response was the same regardless of why the timer read 3 days. If they had detected him, they would expect him to know about the compressed timeline, which meant they would be watching for a visible response, flight, confrontation, defensive fortification. He gave them none of these. He went back to the Ascendancy sect's morning cultivation session with the specific unhurriedness of someone with no particular urgency, ran his techniques in the translation layer, observed the other practitioners in his cohort, and spoke to no one about what he knew. He notified one person, Lin Yu, through a technique message that used the soul resonance encoding he had taught her as a communication protocol. The message was brief. 3 days, I'm addressing it. Stay near the sect's central formation in case you need to shelter. She responded with a single pulse back, understood. Then he went to the main inhabited island's outer district and found the first Qi node. The Death Node mechanism required physical infrastructure, Qi nodes buried in the island's bedrock, configured to overload simultaneously when triggered, producing a Qi cascade that would register as a natural catastrophe. The map had given him the general distribution. His cultivation sense, extended carefully through the island's structural layers, found the specific locations. The first node was in the bedrock below the island's eastern market district, a formation array set in compressed stone, drawing slowly from the ambient Qi flow, building charge on a timer. He began dismantling it using the carryover's depth rather than his current body's cultivation level. The technique that made him look like a star-weaving practitioner but functioned at something considerably above it. The work required patience and precision. Death nodes of this type were built to resist dismantling, not through active defense, but through structural stubbornness, the way certain formations were designed to hold their configuration under pressure rather than collapse when disturbed. He had to dismantle it by degrees, working from the outermost layer inward, neutralizing each charge layer before it could cascade into the next. He had been in the ground for 20 minutes when he registered the anomaly. The node's exterior had been worked on recently. The formation array's surface showed fresh Qi imprints. Not his, not the architect's, but a third signature he could not immediately identify. Someone had been here before him, had begun dismantling the same node, gotten partway through, and stopped. The partial work was competent, not the technique of a novice, and had been abandoned at approximately the third layer inward, leaving 2 more layers intact. Why stop partway through? Either time pressure, or awareness of the timer's acceleration, or something had interrupted the work. He read the imprints more carefully. The technique's signature was familiar in a way that took him several seconds to place, and when he placed it, he stood very still over the half-dismantled Qi node and considered what it meant. Someone with access to this island's underground and the capability to begin dismantling the architect's pre-built death nodes had been here in the last 12 hours. And their technique pattern was not something he recognized from this lifetime's contacts. It was something older. The boot print in the cleared soil beside the formation array was a size he knew. Hook. The boot print belonged to someone who had been in this part of the island in the last 12 hours. Someone with Chen Dao's gait, Chen Dao's foot size, and the specific pattern of weight distribution that he had memorized across one lifetime of watching Chen Dao fight. Chapter 51. He found Chen Dao in the second Qi node's access tunnel, sitting with his back against the bedrock wall and his hands in his lap, waiting. Not waiting for Wei Liang specifically. There was no indication he had known who was coming. Just waiting, with the patience of someone who had decided that this location was where the next relevant event would occur and had settled in accordingly. He had a partially eaten piece of flatbread in one hand and a cultivation sense extended in the other, reading the node's structural layers with the specific competence of someone who had been working this problem from his own direction. He was 17. He was taller than he had been in the last lifetime, with the lanky additional height of someone who had grown more recently than their coordination had fully accommodated. But he was also unmistakably himself. The same jaw, the same way of sitting as if the ground was a temporary agreement between himself and the world, the same quality of contained readiness that had characterized him from the first time Wei Liang had met him at 12 years old in a sect courtyard in Iron Sky Realm. The scar memory faculty activated without any deliberate intention on Wei Liang's part. The soul resonance system the carryover had been building across 3 lifetimes, designed to register genuine bonds on the level where they existed rather than the surface where they appeared. The activation was distinct, not a flash of recognition but a settling, like a mechanism finding its intended resting position. Huang had been like this. Yuna had been different, a resonance of debt and gratitude rather than bond. This was like Huang, the immediate, uncomplicated sense of recognizing something that had never stopped being known. He looked up as Wei Liang came through the access tunnel's mouth. "You're the unusual cultivator everyone's been talking about," he said, without alarm. "I've been trying to decide whether to find you. The scar memory thing doesn't explain itself very well. It mostly just gives me a strong feeling that I should do whatever you're doing." Wei Liang stood very still in the access tunnel, feeling the thread of recognition that ran from 3 lifetimes back. The carryover's emotional layer activating the way it did for genuine bonds. The scar memory faculty the system had described lighting up with a warmth that was not comfortable exactly, but was profound. He processed it in a second and a half. "How did you find the nodes?" he asked. "Same way you did, probably," Chen Dao said. "Something felt wrong with the Qi currents 3 months ago. I started following the wrongness. The wrongness led here. I found 4 nodes before the timer changed this morning." He set down the flatbread. "I got the first 2. The third one I did about half. I thought I heard something above and got careful. Turns out it was nothing." He paused. "Or maybe not nothing, since you're here." "Not nothing," Wei Liang said. "I found your work on the first node." Chen Dao looked at him for a moment. "You're the one with the multiple shadow thing," he said, and it wasn't a question. "I've been seeing it when you're at the sect training sessions. Not sure what it means, but I'm operating on the assumption that it's connected to why I keep feeling like we've met before." "We have," Wei Liang said. "Multiple times." "Thought so." He stood. "Are we going to talk about that now or finish the nodes first?" "Nodes first," Wei Liang said. Hook. They worked through the remaining nodes in silence for 40 minutes. Two people falling into the coordination of people who had fought alongside each other before. And when the last node went dark, Chen Dao looked at Wei Liang and said, I kept dreaming about dying in a void between floating rocks. I kept dreaming about you telling me it wasn't your fault. Was it? Chapter 52 Wei Liang told him everything. He had told Chen Dao in a previous lifetime, the Iron Sky Realm lifetime, after the sect archive investigation, sitting in the corridor outside the hidden chamber with his name already on the watch list. That conversation had lasted 2 hours and produced, on Chen Dao's part, first disbelief, then anger at the entity's existence, then the specific determination that Chen Dao brought to every problem he decided was his to solve. He had said, then let's beat them, and meant it with his entire self. The current Chen Dao's reaction was quieter, which might have been the difference in age, 17 rather than whatever he had been in that life. Or it might have been that something about the scar memory resonance made the impossible easier to absorb. He listened for a long time without interrupting. The flatbread in his hand went uneaten. He asked no questions during the account itself, just listening, with the particular quality of a person filing everything for later rather than processing in real time. When Wei Liang finished, he was quiet for several seconds. The entity has been doing this for how long, he said. Longer than any record I've found can document. And the warden, Wei Dao, is our ancestor. Probable. The evidence suggests it without confirming it directly. And you've placed a mark on his robe that he can use to communicate back through. Chen Dao worked through this carefully. And there's an 8th realm above the cage realm that the entity does not want you to reach. Yes. Then that's where you need to go, Chen Dao said. The 8th realm. I know. And whatever is in the 8th realm is something the entity is afraid of. He looked at Wei Liang with the directness that had been consistent across every lifetime. Not the recklessness of someone who didn't understand the danger, but the clarity of someone who had processed the danger and decided it was irrelevant to the correct direction. The entity has been running this for centuries. It's not afraid of most things. What could be in the 8th realm that makes it say abandon the harvest? Wei Liang had been thinking about this since he'd read the notation on the architect's map. He had not found a fully satisfying answer, which was different from having no answer at all. Something that existed before the entity, he said. Something the cage realm was originally protecting against, or protecting on behalf of. He paused. Or someone. The entity is using a system it didn't build. Systems have owners. The system's original owner, Chen Dao said, who the entity has been working around, or working against, or working in service of, without the owner's consent. He looked at the deactivated nodes around them, the dead Qi formation in the bedrock, harmless now, its potential catastrophe neutralized. I don't have enough information yet. What I know is that reaching the 8th realm changes the entity's calculations so significantly that it would rather abandon the entire harvest, sacrifice everything it has built across centuries, than allow it. Then let's make sure you reach it, Chen Dao said. The quality of the statement was what it had always been, complete, immediate, not contingent on having worked out all the implications first. He had always done this, decided the direction, and then figured out how to walk it. Wei Liang had always needed to work out the full picture before committing. They had been, in every lifetime where they had found each other, better together than either was alone. Hook. The twin architects appeared at the entrance to the node access tunnel as they were leaving, Shinko in front, Shinba behind, both in the gray-blue robes, both with the specific stillness of people who had just watched something they planned happen differently than they planned. Interesting, Shinko said. The scheduled death is cancelled. Shinba added. We'll have to build another one. Chapter 53 The architects did not attack immediately. This was their first tactical mistake, Wei Liang noted. They paused to assess, which gave him time to read them. The two of them stood at the tunnel entrance in the coordinated stillness of people who processed thread information together before responding individually, which was the coordination's strength and also, in this moment, its liability. Shinko favored her left side, the dominant cultivation hand in Tide of Stars technique tradition, and also the side she had unconsciously turned toward him during the Realm Council gathering, which he now understood was a threat assessment posture rather than coincidence. Shinba's Qi signature was slightly heavier on the right, suggesting she ran a secondary cultivation stream that her partner did not maintain, a different approach, meant to complement rather than duplicate. They were coordinated at the level of extended joint cultivation, which meant their techniques would reinforce each other's, and the coordination would be their primary strength. It also meant, potentially, that disrupting the coordination would disrupt both of them. If he could force Shinba to commit her secondary stream at a moment when Shinko was expecting her primary attention, the relay between them would stutter. Go right, he told Qindao quietly. Not at Shinko, past her, toward the tunnel wall. Make her turn. We need to clear the access tunnel first, he said quietly to Chen Dao. Get behind them if you can. On it, Chen Dao said, already moving, not toward the architects but laterally, using the tunnel's geometry. Shin Ko's first technique was a realm architecture draw. She pulled from the island's fundamental Qi structure rather than her personal cultivation reserve, which explained how the realm's Qi currents had been adjusted without detectable cultivation output. The attack hit the tunnel wall and propagated through the stone itself, the island attempting to expel them through its own structural reflex. The attack was elegant. A practitioner using the realm itself as a weapon required no individual Qi expenditure and left no cultivation signature that standard monitoring could track. It was also, Wei Liang assessed in the half-second he had before impact, difficult to counter without matching the realm architecture frequency. He absorbed it through the carryover's depth, 3 lifetimes of technique running in parallel layers. The echo strikes resonance memory, giving him the counter-frequency from the Shattered Heaven training before he had consciously calculated it. The absorption converted the attack's energy into reinforcement of his own ground contact. He pressed forward. Shenba's secondary stream activated as he closed range, a different technique, not coordinated with her sister's, but designed to activate precisely when the primary attack was blocked. The trap's second jaw closing after the first had drawn the hand. He had seen this coordination pattern before, in a different form, in Shattered Heaven's Gray Meridian lead practitioner. The technique designed to activate on a counter rather than an approach, targeting the moment of confidence rather than the moment of vulnerability. He stepped past it using the first life's defensive instincts, which operated on a reflex loop that didn't require decision time. Chen Dao hit Shin Ba from her open side, using star-weaving techniques with the combat instincts of someone who had been fighting since before he knew how to cultivate. He was below the architect's cultivation tier by a significant margin. He was also faster, the speed advantage of someone who had not invested cultivation resources in the realm architecture draws overhead, and he came from the direction that Shun Ba's coordination with her sister had left unmonitored. Shun Ba's secondary stream, activated on a counter she was no longer making, discharged into the tunnel wall rather than into a target. The discharge weakened her position for approximately 4 seconds. The engagement lasted 11 minutes. The architects withdrew at the 6-minute mark, damaged but not broken, falling back to the island's edge in coordinated retreat that maintained their formation even under pressure. Organized withdrawal under fire was, Wei Liang noted, the skill of people who had rehearsed losing. Hook. In the middle of the 7th exchange, the warden's mark in Wei Liang's cultivation field pulsed once, strongly, unusually strong for a mark at this range, and the warden stepped out of a between-realm rift at the island's edge, not to fight, not to help, but to observe with his small writing instrument and his gray robe and his very specific quality of focused attention. Chapter 54. The architects retreated to their private island. Chen Dao watched them go with the fighting high still visible in his posture, the tension that took time to disperse after a real engagement. He was breathing faster than normal. There was a formation burn on his left forearm from Shun Ba's secondary technique, not deep but present, and he was examining it with the detached interest of someone who had already decided the injury was acceptable and was now mostly curious about the mechanism. We won, he said. Right. We survived and they retreated, Wei Liang said. That's not the same thing. They'll rebuild the death nodes. The next cluster is on a different island chain. When do we start on that? After I understand what just happened. Chen Dao looked up from the burn. What part of it? The part where the warden showed up to watch. Chen Dao looked at the island's edge. He had not seen the warden. He did not have the between-realm perception that Wei Liang had developed over 3 lifetimes. But he had noticed Wei Liang's attention shift at the 7-minute mark, during the engagement, toward a point in the air to the east that Chen Dao's spirit sense found unremarkable. He had taken it as a tactical signal and adjusted his position accordingly, which had turned out to be correct positioning regardless of the actual reason. Was he watching us or watching you? Chen Dao asked. Me, Wei Liang said. Specifically the technique. The full carryover. I stopped filtering about 4 minutes in. The engagement required it. I showed everything. Chen Dao considered this. And he came specifically to see that. I think he's been waiting for a lifetime when I would stop pretending to be what the single life expression would expect and just operate as what I actually am. He paused. The message said, find me. I think this was him confirming he could be found, that the mark is live, that he's present in this realm, and that he has been watching for the right moment to signal that he's ready for contact. So the battle was an audition. More like a confirmation, Wei Liang said. Wei Liang didn't answer immediately. He was watching the space where the warden had been standing, the specific patch of air at the island's edge where the between-realm rift had opened and closed, leaving a faint residual disturbance in the ambient qi that would persist for several hours. The warden had observed the battle with the focused patience of someone who was watching for something specific. He had not intervened. His body language, the precise stillness of it, the angle of his attention, was not the body language of someone watching something fail. It was the body language of someone watching something go right. And when the architects had retreated, he had closed his small writing instrument and inclined his head, barely perceptibly, in a gesture that Wei Liang was willing to interpret as acknowledgement. Not of the victory. The architect's retreating was not the entity's loss. It was a scheduled delay. Not of survival. His survival was expected and intended. Of method. Wei Liang had fought at full carryover depth, without the translation filter, for the first time in this lifetime. He had let the laminated soul operate visibly, had used the echo strike at 3 lifetime resonance depth, had drawn on Shattered Heaven's void-adapted techniques, and first-realm village defender instincts simultaneously, without managing any of them into the single-life presentation he usually maintained. The 5-shadow effect would have been unmistakable to anyone with spirit sight. The warden had spirit sight of a kind that made everyone else's look dim. The warden had watched him fight as himself, completely, without the mask of single-life presentation, and had been pleased. The warden was not angry that the death node was dismantled, he said. Why would he be? Qindao asked. I thought you said he was on our side. He may be, but his function is to maintain the system, the same system that builds the death nodes. He was supposed to watch me die there. Wei Liang tracked the fading residual disturbance at the island's edge, reading the between-realm layers' disturbed texture like a record of passage. He looked almost pleased that he didn't have to. Qindao considered this. That's either very reassuring or very complicated. Both, Wei Liang said. It's both. Hook. The system logged. Warden behavioral anomaly detected. Emotional signature inconsistent with assigned role. Cross-referencing prior notations. Note filed. Warden has logged 11 similar anomalies in current cycle. Pattern analysis suggests intentional divergence from assigned function. Elevated monitoring initiated. Chapter 55. He investigated the anomaly that evening. The system's log on the warden's behavioral pattern was the most complete information he had ever received about the warden's internal state. Not from the system itself, which he suspected would not share this information deliberately, but as a side effect of the monitoring alert, which had apparently triggered a data surfacing protocol that was designed for a different purpose and was now making relevant information visible as a byproduct. 11 anomalies, all logged in the current cycle, all characterized as emotional signature inconsistent with assigned role. The phrasing was clinical, the product of a monitoring system that had been designed to track deviation from baseline rather than to understand what the deviation meant. He worked through the implications with Lin Yu, who had materialized at the cultivation records room when she heard what had happened with the architects. Not surprised, not alarmed, just present with the characteristic readiness of someone who had been waiting for the situation to escalate and had prepared accordingly. She had brought food, which was practical and which Qindao, who had arrived separately after treating the burn on his forearm, appreciated. The system monitors the warden, she said, reviewing the reconstructed log, which suggests the entity doesn't fully trust its own maintenance function, Wei Liang said. Or the system was designed to monitor the warden by whoever built it before the entity acquired it. She was reading carefully, the way she read everything, with attention to what wasn't written as much as what was. 11 in this cycle. What were the previous cycle's anomaly counts? I don't have access to historical monitoring data across cycles. But the system surfaced this information when the count reached 11. She paused. Maybe 11 is the threshold that triggers the alert. An automatic data surface when the count crosses a specific value. He looked at her. A threshold built into the monitoring protocol by the system's original designer. If the system's original designer wanted to track whether the warden was deviating from his function, they might have set a trigger point, the number at which deviation becomes a pattern rather than noise. 11 anomalies per cycle would be a reasonable statistical threshold. She set down the reconstructed log. The original designer is tracking the warden through a mechanism that exists in the system's structure independently of the entity that currently operates the system. A mechanism the entity may not know about. Qindao, who had been listening while working through his second portion of food, said, the system's original owner is still watching. Through back doors. That would be consistent, Wei Liang said. Wei Liang checked the ancient text again that afternoon. The warden's own writings, the technical sections he had read less carefully in his first pass, because they were dense and apparently focused on cultivation mechanics. Buried in the middle of a dry passage about laminated soul composition theory, surrounded by notation that described the process of accumulated carryover storage, was a single line that stood out from the clinical context by being personal rather than technical. I pity them. I was the first. Hook. He concluded, working through the evidence with the precision of someone who had been building to this theory for 3 lifetimes. The warden was Wei Dao, his own ancestor, the founder and first subject of the eternal climb system, trapped as its maintenance function, unable to speak directly, leaving trails and archived texts and buried crystals and unauthorized system notations across 800 years, waiting for a version of his own line to finally climb far enough to find him. Chapter 56, he meditated through the mark on the 4th day after the architect's retreat. Not passive meditation, active contact attempt. He had used the mark as a tracking device since he had placed it in the void above Shattered Heaven realm, reading the warden's position through the thread's directional sense. He had never deliberately pushed through it, had tested the thread but not transmitted, had treated it as a receiver rather than a channel. Lin Yu had asked the question that changed this. The mark worked in both directions. The warden had confirmed it with his single pulse on the day Lin Yu asked. The conversation since had been minimal, one pulse back, confirming presence. He had not known how to extend it further. The soul mark's architecture was designed for tracking, not for extended communication. Huang had described it as a technique that registered contact rather than one that sustained conversation. But the mark he had placed was not a standard soul mark. He had driven it deep into the structural layer of the warden's robe in the moment before the void took him. Not the surface contact of a standard mark, but the kind of penetration that required emergency conditions and 3 lifetimes of carryover depth. A structural layer mark carried more channel capacity than a surface mark. It was designed to last 3 to 5 lifetimes precisely because it was embedded in something load-bearing rather than incidental. He sat in the Ascendancy sect's cultivation room in the pre-dawn hour, before any other practitioner arrived, and focused his attention through the mark with the precision of someone applying a delicate technique to an unstable material. Not force, the sustained steady pressure of someone being consistently present. The approach that the final breath seal had taught him was more effective than any amount of cultivation output. The mark warmed. Not the warmth of the seal. Different, less intimate. More like the warmth of sunlight on skin. Present and real, but mediated by distance. Present and real, but the distance was between realms, between layers, between whatever operational context the warden occupied and the specific island chain where Wei Liang was sitting. He sent a message. Not through language. The mark's architecture did not carry language at this distance. Through the technique's resonance encoding, the same mechanism that scar memory used to register genuine bonds. An impression, a sequence of intent shaped as carefully as an intelligence crystal. I know what you are. I know what you are carrying. I am coming up. Wait for me. The warmth held for several seconds after he sent it. Then, not a single pulse. A longer contact, maintained and steady. The mark's equivalent of a hand held rather than a hand raised. Present. Hearing. The warmth of something that had been waiting 800 years to receive exactly this message, and was now receiving it, and was holding the channel open long enough to be sure Wei Liang felt the response. When it released, the mark's ambient feel held something it had not held before, a quality he could only describe as recognized. Not just tracked, but known. He sat in the cultivation room for several minutes after, feeling the particular weight of a connection that had needed 800 years to become possible. Hook. A single notation appeared in the system interface, handwriting he recognized as Wei Dao's. Message received. I have been waiting for someone to ask. The answer to what waits above the cage, the system's original owner. The one who built what the entity is using. They are not destroyed. They are waiting for someone to reach them. I could not go back. You can. Bring as many of them as you can carry when you go. Chapter 57, he spent the next week with Lin Yu. Not training, or not primarily training. He had been teaching her since the first week at the Ascendancy. And the teaching had reached the point where the distinction between training and working together had blurred in the way that happened when a student's capability outpaced the normal instruction schedule and the instruction became collaboration instead. She had begun bringing problems to him rather than waiting for him to assign them. Archive material she had questions about, technique observations she wanted to verify, implications she had worked out and wanted to check against his knowledge. She was 13 now, had turned 13 during the week of the bridge crisis. Had mentioned it only when he asked about her foundation progress, as a relevant data point. He had given her a cultivation instrument from the Ascendancy's resource allocation that she had been using in a borrowed state for weeks, and she had accepted it with the same practical gratitude she applied to everything useful, and then returned to the technical discussion they had been in the middle of. He had also, and this was the thing that mattered more than the instrument, told Chun Dao that she was someone they needed to take seriously. Chun Dao had immediately agreed. which was not a guarantee of anything but was a useful baseline to have established. Linyu had not asked for either of these things. She had not needed to. He told her the warden's message. All of it. The confirmed content, the technique by which it had arrived, the quality of the exchange, the sense of recognized rather than tracked. He told her about the system's original owner and the eighth realm and the entity's notation, abandon the harvest. She was quiet for a long time after. Not the quiet of someone processing, the quiet of someone who has received something significant and is deciding what to do with it. The system's original owner, she said, who built the cage and everything that comes before it. Yes. And the entity is using a system that belongs to someone else, who is still there, above the cage, waiting. She looked out the window at the star-scattered sky. If you reach them, if you arrive at the eighth realm, what do? What can they do that changes anything? I don't know, Wei Liang said. But the entity's reaction tells me something. The entity has been running this harvest for centuries without significant disruption. Every previous laminated soul who approached the cage entered it. None of them reached the system's owner. And when the entity considers the possibility of one reaching the owner, its response is abandon the harvest entirely. He paused. Whatever the owner can do, it is enough that the entity would rather sacrifice everything than allow it. Linyu turned from the window. She had the expression of someone who had made a decision and was now working through what the decision required. I need to get stronger faster, she said. Not to fight alongside you in this lifetime. I know I can't reach your level before whatever deadline you're working against. She said it with the practical acceptance of someone who had correctly assessed the math. But the next time you arrive in a realm, I might already be there. I've been thinking about this since you told me what you were, since the scar memory thing, the bond registration the system does. If the bond is genuine, it registers across lifetimes. If I can get strong enough to maintain cultivation development between deaths, that's not, he stopped. It was not impossible. It was not something he had considered. The scar memory faculty tracked bonds, not individuals. It found people by the quality of connection, not by the continuity of a single soul. But Linyu was not talking about being a laminated soul. She was talking about being someone who, through sheer speed of cultivation development in a single lifetime, might build enough foundation to carry something forward. Hook. I'm already working on it, she said, with the calm certainty of someone who had started before asking permission. I found a supplemental technique in the archive that accelerates foundation consolidation. It's inefficient for most practitioners, but I work differently than most practitioners. Give me 3 years. If I survive long enough to give you 3 years, I'll be somewhere you can find. Chapter 58. The architect's second move came 42 days after the first. Not death nodes this time. They had petition escalation authority. The operational structure of their Equilibrium Council role gave them the ability to request realm-level intervention when local resources proved insufficient. They used it. The petition went up through a channel Wei Liang could not monitor directly, but its effect was visible. The star ocean below the islands began to change. Not suddenly, gradually, over 4 days, in a way that would read as natural variation to anyone without environmental sensitivity. The ocean's surface, which was normally fluid and responsive to the fixed star's radiation, began to crystallize. First in patches at the deep ocean margins, then in expanding sections that crept toward the islands. The star ocean below hardening from luminous fluid to locked crystal, losing its capacity to sustain the Qi bridges that held the island chains in their relative positions. The Qi bridges were not anchored in the ocean directly. They drew from it, the way a fire drew from fuel, sustained by the ocean's ambient radiation rather than built into its structure. When the crystallization reached a bridge's drawing zone, the bridge began to fail not by structural damage but by starvation. Wei Liang had worked enough bridge failures in Shattered Heaven Realm to recognize the pattern at a distance. The islands were not directly threatened yet, but the Qi bridges were slowly failing, 1 per day at the crystallization's leading edge, then 2, then 3. The failing bridges caused islands to drift, and drifting islands caused resource competition and navigation chaos that would escalate to real conflict within weeks if the crystallization continued. Wei Liang and Chun Dao coordinated the counter-response across the island chain. It was the same essential work as Shattered Heaven's fracture response. Maintain the connections, by stability, except that some things could not be held and focus resources on the things that could, but at a larger scale and with a larger population at stake. The Tide of Stars realm's island chains held hundreds of thousands of people across thousands of islands. Even a partial cascade failure would displace tens of thousands. He did not find this thought comfortable. He set it aside and worked. On the 6th day, in the middle of the 7th bridge emergency, he looked down at the crystallizing star ocean and saw a face. Not reflected, projected, through the crystal's surface, using the hardened material as a medium. The face was the one from Pale Zhu's mirror in Shattered Heaven realm. The formal robes, the crown of resonance light, the ancient calm of something that had been patient long enough for impatience to have become irrelevant. The ascending throne. The entity, wearing its face directly. He held the bridge anchor for 3 seconds, looking back at it. The face was studying him with the focused assessment of a craftsman examining finished work, not hostile, not warm. Professional. The eye of something that had built things for centuries looking at what its latest project had become. It did not look at the bridge crisis, or the islands, or Chun Dao working at the northern edge, or Lin Yu coordinating the middle sections. It looked at Wei Liang. Specifically and only at Wei Liang, in the way that an entity that viewed him as a project rather than a person would look at him. With the invested attention of an architect examining a structure they had spent significant resources developing. He maintained the anchor and held the gaze for 3 full seconds, meeting it the way he had met the warden's first gaze in the void, and the entity's first gaze through Pale Zhu's mirror. Not with defiance. With acknowledgement. I see you. I know what you are. I am not afraid of you, and I am not doing what you planned. Then he put his attention back on the bridge anchor, which needed it. Hook. The face spoke through the crystal medium. Not sound but impression, the same mechanism as the soul mark, unavoidable at this contact range, and what it communicated was not threat or demand but evaluation. You are further along than the previous ones. Much further. The cage is ready for you when you reach it. I am patient. Chapter 59. The realm was saved, but Chun Dao paid for it. He had been running bridge anchors at the Star Ocean's northern edge for 6 hours, pushing past his cultivation limit in the way that people did when the alternative was watching populated islands fall into crystallizing ocean. Wei Liang had been monitoring his cultivation thread for the last 2 hours, tracking the depletion rate, planning to intercept before it reached critical. He miscalculated the timeline by 20 minutes. The anchor technique's final overextension produced a Qi backlash that knocked Chun Dao back from the bridge and left him unconscious on the island's outer terrace with a cultivation disruption that would take 3 days to stabilize. Not fatal, not a permanent wound, but the look of someone who had been running past their limits for too long, whose body had been cooperating through will rather than capacity, and had finally reached the point where will was not sufficient. Wei Liang sat beside him for the rest of that day and through the night. He had done this before, in Iron Sky realm, after a training accident. In the first realm, though Chun Dao had not been there, though the parallel applied to other situations. The sitting had never gotten easier. That was not a flaw of the sitting. That was the sitting working correctly. Lin Yu came in the evening with tea and practical information about the other bridge's status. She had been coordinating the middle sections while the two of them handled the extremes, had done so with efficiency that Wei Liang noted and set aside for examination. She set the tea down and looked at Chun Dao's sleeping face with the careful assessment of someone who had weighed the situation and was deciding how much of her conclusion to share. He'll be all right, she said. Yes, Wei Liang said. She didn't leave immediately. You're going to have to die again soon, aren't you? He looked at her. Not tonight, but soon. He didn't answer. The system's cage proximity meter had updated during the battle. He had not looked at it yet, had been deliberately not looking at it. The way you sometimes needed to finish what you were doing before you processed information that would change your priorities. He looked at it now. 41%. And below the proximity counter, a feature that had not existed before. Death forecast. Estimated time remaining in this realm, 60 days. The system's assessment of how long the current realm's conditions could be sustained before the entity's schedule required Wei Liang's death had reached a precision that suggested the entity had moved from opportunistic scheduling to active engineering of the remaining window. The ascending throne made direct contact today, he said, through the crystallized ocean. It told me the cage is ready. Lin Yu was quiet for a moment. Outside the window, the star-scattered sky was doing its constant thing, holding the fixed stars steady, the violet secondary light turning the evening into something between dusk and dark. And you told it? Nothing. I held the bridge anchor and looked back at it. That was enough of an answer. He watched Chun Dao's breathing, steady now. 60 days, the system says. Then 60 days, she said. We use them. Hook. On the 3rd day, Chun Dao woke and immediately asked how the bridges were holding. And when Wei Liang had finished answering, he said, You're going to die again at the end of this realm, aren't you? Not on their schedule, on yours. It was not a question, and his voice had the quality of someone who had known this was coming and had been preparing for it, which was different from being ready. Chapter 60. He spent his remaining time the way he had learned to spend remaining time. Deliberately, without waste, without performing the urgency that the deadline implied. The remaining death nodes were dismantled across 11 days. he and Chun Dao working the island chains systematically, Lin Yu providing intelligence on bridge and island geography that she had compiled from the archive records with the completeness of someone who had understood what she was building a week before anyone asked for it. 3 nodes remaining, 3 nodes neutralized. The architects watched from a distance and did not intervene. They were operating under a different instruction set now, one that apparently did not include direct engagement after the previous attempt's result. The soulmark communication with the warden had stabilized into a functional, if limited, exchange. Not conversation, the architecture did not allow it. But he could send impressions and receive confirmations, could orient questions and receive directional responses. Through this channel, he confirmed, the system's original owner existed above the cage realm. The owner was aware of his progress. The owner had been aware of each previous laminated soul and had watched each one enter the cage rather than reaching above it. The notation, if he reaches this, abandon the harvest, had been written by the owner, not the entity. It was the owner's warning to the entity's agents that if Wei Liang reached the 8th realm, the entity's access to the owner's system would be terminated. The entity had been operating a borrowed tool without permission for 8 centuries. The owner wanted it back. He encoded everything into 3 new crystals. 1 left with Lin Yu, 1 hidden in the Ascendancy sect's deepest archive in the formation layer fold that matched Yuna's technique. 1 placed in a location the warden's mark confirmed as accessible from the between-realm space. He wrote his own messages. He said things to Chun Dao and Lin Yu that needed to be said before the opportunity was gone, not dramatically but plainly, in the specific mode of a person who had learned that the things left unsaid became the things carried. He said them. On day 59, the architects returned with a sect army behind them. Not the Equilibrium Council's authority this time, but a conscription of 3 major upper-tier sects who had been convinced through processes Wei Liang could not have prevented that the stability problem required a decisive intervention against its source, which, as far as they understood, was an unusual domain lord-tier cultivator who had been interfering with the realm's administrative structure. He went out to meet them alone. The battle lasted 6 hours. He reached the absolute peak of constellation binding, the 3rd tier in this realm's cultivation ladder, the furthest advanced 3 lifetimes of carryover could produce in a single lifetime's accumulated development. He could feel the warden's mark steady in his cultivation field, and through it, a quality of attention that had been present across 200 dead transmissions of signal and 1 brief direct contact. Focused, patient, warm in the way that the final breath seal was warm. Present. He chose his moment with the deliberateness that he had been practicing since Kwong had said, "Die on your own schedule, if you must." He activated the seal's architecture with Chun Dao as anchor, the thread from 3 lifetimes of scar memory, the bond confirmed by 2 lives of being brothers, the warden's own laminated soul's confirmation that genuine bonds anchored correctly. The seal caught. He pushed the last of his soul's warmth through the thread, not the full inventory this time, not the 15-second calm of completion. Something more specific. The knowledge that the preparation was working, that the entity was afraid, that the cage could be refused, that the system's owner was waiting, that it was worth continuing. Hook, death for registered. Ascending. Below the standard text, in the system's own font, self-initiated death detected. Cage proximity growth reduced by 40%. And below that, Wei Dao's unauthorized addition, with something in the quality of the handwriting that Wei Liang would have called emotion if he had been reading a person's face instead of a system notation. Well done, descendant. Cage proximity, 49%. Come find me. I have been waiting to be found for 800 years. Chapter 61. The world vein realm had light in its bones. Not metaphorical light. Visible, moving light. The Qi veins that gave the realm its name flowing through the landscape like luminous rivers of amber and gold, threading through rock and soil and water and sky with the patient continuity of a circulatory system operating at geological scale. He could see them before he sat up. The nearest vein ran along the valley floor below the farmhouse window, 3 meters wide and glowing softly, the pulse of it visible as a slow rhythm that matched nothing biological but which, once noticed, felt as natural as breathing. He checked his wrist. For scars. 1 additional white line, spaced slightly from the 3rd, the accumulated record reaching the point where his left wrist had become a document. The body was 16. The carryover pressed against it with a force that had become familiar across multiple lifetimes of adjustment. The compression of something that wanted more room than the current form provided. The first few days always slightly uncomfortable until the body's Qi architecture finished recalibrating. He had learned to not push anything for the first 48 hours. Let the foundation settle. Let the translation layer recalibrate. Then begin. He sat up. The room he was in had the quality of having been occupied recently, and not by him. A low table with a water vessel on it, still cold but not dusty. A window with a view of the Vein River in the valley. A cultivation mat on the floor that had been used enough to show the imprint of regular sitting. A small arrangement of tools on a shelf that would have read as a practitioner's workspace in any realm. And a chair near the window, facing the bed, occupied. The gray robe was unmistakable even before he fully processed the figure wearing it. The same robe he had marked in the void above shattered heaven. The same between-realm quality to it. The material that existed in 2 layers simultaneously. The warden was sitting very still, hands folded in his lap, watching Wei Liang with the patient expression of someone who had arranged this meeting carefully and was prepared to wait as long as it took for the other party to orient. The door behind him was open. There was no threat in the room. There was only an old man. Old in the way that Wei Dao was old, which was not the frailty of age but the density of accumulated time. 800 years of presence that sat in the room like a weight you could feel without quite identifying its source, sitting in a chair in the gray morning light, waiting to be recognized. The Vein River in the valley pulsed its slow amber rhythm. Outside, birds were beginning to move. The world had the quality of early morning everywhere. Wei Liang looked at him for 3 complete breaths. Then, "You're here." "I am," Wei Dao said. His voice had the quality Wei Liang had noted in the void during the 3rd death, like a closing door, but the door was also open. "I have been managing the access permissions for this realm for long enough that I have significant slack in my maintenance obligations. World Vein Realm is one of the places I can be present without triggering an intervention." He paused. "The entity believes I am conducting a routine vein stability assessment in the northern range. I have approximately 4 hours before it expects my report." "4 hours," Wei Liang said. "Is enough for what needs to be said," Wei Dao said. "Sit down. You have questions?" "Many," Wei Liang said. He settled onto the cultivation mat, the one that had been used for regular sitting. The one he suspected Wei Dao had been using in this room for however long it had taken to arrange this meeting's conditions. "I'll start with the one you probably didn't expect." "Hook." "The first one," Wei Liang said, settling onto the cultivation mat and looking at his ancestor across 800 years of accumulated waiting, "is whether you are all right. Not as a maintenance function. As a person." Chapter 62. Wei Dao was quiet for a moment. The question had landed differently than he expected. Wei Liang could see it in the way the figure adjusted his position in the chair, a small movement that was more telling than anything deliberate would have been. 800 years of being asked to report, to assess, to harvest, to maintain. The entity's binding meant that every communication he had managed, the archived texts, the margin notes, the buried crystals, the unauthorized system additions, had been built around operational necessity. The operational frame was so thick that when something stepped outside it, he appeared to need a moment to locate himself in the space that opened. "I am functional," Wei Dao said finally. "That's not what I asked." Wei Dao looked at his hands. The hands were ageless in the way that between-realm beings got ageless. Not preserved, but suspended, the entities binding holding him at the moment of transition without allowing development in either direction. The agelessness was not peaceful. It was the kind that came from being kept rather than maintained, from having someone else decide your continuity. "I am not unwell. I exist in a state that is less comfortable than it should be and more endurable than it sometimes feels. Across the centuries, it has varied." He looked up. "You are the first descendant who has thought to ask. The others couldn't have reached you," Wei Liang said. "No. And the truth is, if they had reached me earlier in the process, I could not have done what I have done in this conversation. The access requires proximity. The mark, the direct contact, your own cultivation reaching the level where the between-realm boundary is thin enough for a presence like mine to be felt rather than passed through." He sat back slightly. "But in your case, the asking tells me something about the arriving. You have been building preparation across 4 lifetimes. You have figured out most of what I spent 800 years trying to communicate. And you arrive here, first day, first hour, and you ask how I am." A pause that held something that had not been in his voice before. "The entity views you as its finest harvest. I view you as the soul I have been waiting to meet for a very long time." Wei Liang processed this. "What do you need me to know in 4 hours?" "The cage," Wei Dao said. "Its structure. The ascending throne's weakness. The method by which it can be turned rather than used as intended." He settled in the chair with the deliberateness of someone organizing a very long account. "You have been managing your deaths better than any previous climber. The previous best managed 3 deaths before the entity's intervention became overwhelming. You have 4 deaths and a mark in the entity's own presence. The mark you've been pointing me toward since you wrote 'Find the mark on the warden's robe' in a text 800 years ago. I wrote several such pointers across several centuries, Wei Dao said. In archived texts, in the margins of records, in the buried crystal your previous suppressed cycle left in the grave. I was not certain any of them would be found. Each time a new laminated soul arrived, I tried to arrange for at least one pointer to be discoverable. He was quiet for a moment. Lian Dao found the margin note. He understood it. He did not survive long enough to act on it. You found everything. Hook. The cage will be fully formed when you die in this realm, Wei Dao said. If you reach the next realm alive, if you manage your death in Realm 6 on your own terms, you will be the first laminated soul who ever arrived in the cage realm with full awareness, full power, and the preparation necessary to refuse the harvest. The entity has never encountered this possibility. Chapter 63. Tell me about the ascending throne, Wei Liang said. Wei Dao was quiet for a moment, with the quality of someone choosing how to begin a very long story. The entity was once a person, he said. This you have heard from Yuna. What she saw, the desperate core beneath the sovereign will, is accurate. I know this because I met him. Not the entity as it currently exists, but the person he was before. He was a cultivator of extraordinary ambition, in an era before the cultivation world had the architecture it currently has. He reached what he believed was the final ceiling of cultivation, the boundary between the seventh realm and whatever lies above it, and he broke through. The realm ceiling dissolution, Wei Liang said. Yes. What he did not know was that breaking through required him to become the boundary. He dissolved the ceiling and became the thing that held the space open. He gained access to what lies above. He lost the ability to leave what lies above. Wei Dao looked at his hands again. He has been at the boundary ever since. 8 centuries and counting. What began as ambition became obsession. What began as presence became the thing that currently calls itself the ascending throne. Wei Liang worked through the implications. He wants to do it again. The dissolution. The first dissolution cost him himself. He believes that if he could do it again, with a vessel refined through multiple death cycles, containing the accumulated power of those deaths, the dissolution would complete rather than becoming a boundary condition. He would go through, instead of being trapped at the threshold. Wei Dao met Wei Liang's eyes. The cage is not meant to hold you. It is meant to crack you open. When a fully charged laminated soul reaches the cage and the entity releases the charge, the explosion of accumulated power is enough to dissolve the ceiling. And I'm destroyed in the process. Every fragment of you and everyone you carried forward, Wei Dao said simply. The scar memory bonds, the soul resonance, the carryover connections, all of it, in the same moment. The soul mark you placed in the entity's presence, the threads to Kuang and Ren and Linyu and Chen Dao, all of it would release at once. The bond network you have been building across 4 lifetimes would become part of the dissolution charge. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. He had known this, in outline, since Yuna's furnace theory. He had processed the information with the clinical efficiency he applied to intelligence, filed it, understood its implications, continued working. Hearing it from Wei Dao, from the person who had maintained the system that built toward it for 800 years, who had performed the harvest at each of Wei Liang's previous deaths, who knew exactly what happened at the moment the fragment was taken because he was the one taking it. That was different from filing it. The previous climbers, he said. They all entered the cage. All of them, Wei Dao said. Some willingly, once they understood. Some were taken before they reached full understanding. None of them refused. The refusal requires arriving at the cage realm with the preparation and power to make refusal viable, which requires managing your deaths across the preceding realms on your own terms rather than the entities. Which requires, for lifetimes of understanding how the system works, Wei Liang said. At minimum, Wei Dao said. You are the first to reach this point. Is there a way to turn it? He asked. Hook. Wei Dao was quiet for longer than he had been quiet about anything else. Then, there might be. But you would need to arrive in the cage realm with more power than the entity expects, enough that when the cage activates, the direction of the release can be reversed. Not outward, cracking through the ceiling from below. Inward, collapsing the cage structure itself. He paused. And you would need the right kind of anchor. Not a person. The system's original owner. Chapter 64. The 4 hours passed quickly. Wei Dao talked, and Wei Liang listened. And the morning light through the farmhouse window moved from gray to amber, the vein river in the valley below pulsing its slow rhythm through the entire conversation. What he learned, the system's original owner was not destroyed. The entity had not built the eternal climb system, had found it, had recognized its architecture's potential, had inserted its own goal into a framework designed for something else. The framework's original purpose was a cultivation sequence designed to allow a soul to carry forward learning across multiple lives voluntarily, an ascension method, not a harvest. The entity had modified the harvest mechanism and the cage, but the underlying system still contained the owner's original architecture. The owner was above the cage realm, had been there since the entity had sealed the access pathway after occupying the system, was aware of each laminated soul's progress, and had watched each one enter the cage rather than reach the realm above it. The notation, "If he reaches this, abandon the harvest," was the owner's warning to the entity's agents, written on the architect's map by someone with access to the entity's operational planning and the knowledge that if a laminated soul reached the owner, the entity's access to the system would be terminated. What he learned about the turn: the cage could be reversed if the laminated soul arrived with sufficient power and the right anchor. The anchor was not a person. The carryover bonds were necessary, but not sufficient. The anchor was the owner's original architecture, still present in the system structure, still operational beneath the entity's modifications. If Wei Liang arrived in the cage realm and the owner could reach him through the system's original channels, the ones the entity did not know existed, the direction of the release could be changed. "The soul mark I placed in the entity's presence," Wei Liang said. "Does the entity know about it?" "Not yet," Wei Dao said. "It is subtle. You placed it well. When it fully develops, the entity will know, and the timeline will compress." He stood. The 4 hours had reached their end, and he had the quality of someone who had managed this meeting's duration carefully against an external constraint. Do not die in Realm 6 if you can avoid it. You need the power you will accumulate there. Arriving in the cage realm with one additional lifetime's development may make the difference. They stood facing each other in the farmhouse room with the Vein River glowing below the window, and 800 years between them. Wei Dao had the quality of someone who had just accomplished something they had been building toward for a very long time. Not triumphant, not relieved, but present in a way that was different from the functional presence the binding allowed. For 4 hours, Wei Liang had been talking with a person rather than a maintenance function, and the difference was visible in everything from the way Wei Dao sat in the chair to the way he had smiled once, briefly, when Wei Liang had correctly anticipated the next part of the cage mechanism structure. "The crystal your previous cycle buried in the grave," Wei Dao said, gathering himself. "What it said about the cage being refusable, that was my text, transmitted through the soul resonance encoding after your previous cycle's death. I could reach the crystal because the soul resonance was your own, carrying the same signature I have been tracking since the first cycle. I have been able to add to your crystals when they contain sufficient resonance depth. Not alter them, add. Small notations. The way I added the margin note in Shattered Heaven's archive. You've been writing to me for how many cycles?" "As many as I have known about," Wei Dao said. "The suppressed cycles, those I could not reach. The system's suppression protocol removed my access to the early cycle's intelligence as a safety measure. What I know of those cycles is fragmentary." He paused. "I am sorry for what was suppressed. There are people from those cycles I cannot account for, bonds that were registered and then lost in the suppression. I know this is a loss I cannot fully describe to you because you do not remember it." "I know," Wei Liang said. "I feel the edges of it sometimes." "Hook," Wei Liang said. "When this is finished, when the cage is reversed and the system returns to its original owner, what happens to you?" Wei Dao smiled for the first time in the conversation, a small expression with the quality of something that had not been used in a very long time. "I stop being a maintenance function," he said. "Whatever that means, after 800 years of being nothing else. I am genuinely curious to find out." Chapter 65 Training with Wei Dao was nothing like training with any teacher he had previously had. Huang had taught integration, how to speak the current realm's cultivation language with his carryover as the underlying depth. Yuna had taught observation, how to read the Qi space and the patterns of souls moving through it. The Ascendancy sect's instructors had taught local technique vocabulary, the specific Qi architecture of tide of stars star fragment geography. Even his first life cultivation had been the informal, practical education of survival. Wei Dao taught synthesis. "You are running your carryover as a stack," he said, on the second day of formal training. They were sitting beside the valley's Vein River, the amber light reflecting off the water's surface with a specific quality Wei Liang had been studying for observation reference. Each life's power is layered over the previous, with the most recent on top. This is the default architecture of the carryover. The system builds it this way because it is the simplest structure. And the simplest structure is not the most effective one, Wei Liang said. Correct. The stack is efficient for retrieval, but inefficient for integration. When you run the Echo Strike at 3 lifetime depth, you are drawing sequentially from each layer. First life technique, then second life technique, then third life technique, in a rapid sequence that feels simultaneous but is not. The gaps between layers are where the accent comes from. The gaps are also where power is lost. Kuang's translation layer was about reducing the accent, Wei Liang said. Kuang's technique is excellent for concealment, Wei Dao said. It is not optimized for power. What I am describing is different, not concealment but integration. Each lifetime's power treated not as a separate layer to draw from in sequence, but as a distinct thread in a woven structure. When you pull a thread in woven cloth, it draws tension from every other thread simultaneously. The output is not one lifetime at a time. It is all lifetimes simultaneously. He demonstrated. The technique he ran was small, a basic cultivation test form, but the output registered as something Wei Liang could not immediately classify because it did not match any single realm's cultivation framework. It matched all of them at once. Layered ascension, Wei Liang said. It is what I would have called it, Wei Dao said, if I had been able to develop it during my own cycle. I was trapped before I reached the understanding. I had the theory, I understood what the technique would require, but I needed depth I had not yet accumulated. You have 4 lifetimes of foundation to build from. He worked on it for 6 days. The technique's learning curve was not the sharp wall of a difficult but comprehensible technique. It was the gradual, disorienting process of unlearning a framework that had been functionally correct and replacing it with one that required holding more things simultaneously. Running the carryover as a stack had been natural. Running it as a weave required maintaining awareness of all 4 layers simultaneously rather than pulling from them sequentially, which was the cognitive equivalent of playing a complex musical piece with both hands and both feet instead of just one hand. He made progress. By the 4th day, he could hold the weave for 30 seconds. By the 6th, for several minutes. The technique required sustained concentration in a way that normal cultivation did not. It could not be run on automatic, could not be maintained through the peripheral awareness he had developed for the translation layer. It demanded full presence. Wei Dao observed his practice with the focused assessment of someone who had been waiting to see this technique develop for 800 years and was watching it become real. He offered corrections without explanation, more even tension across the 3rd thread, or the 2nd layer is pulling ahead of the 4th, with the authority of someone who understood the technique's structure better than any practitioner currently alive. On the 6th day, the system flickered. Hook. On the 6th day, when he first ran layered ascension successfully, the system's interface flickered, one brief moment of instability, a fraction of a second, and showed a different name. Harvesting Matrix, before returning to Eternal Climb System, and the flicker told him something about what the system was, beneath the entity's modifications, something that could be destabilized if pressed correctly. Chapter 66. The thread cutters arrived 18 days after his reborn. He had known they were coming. The entity had noticed the layered ascension trial, had registered the system flicker as an anomaly, had sent the new agent type before he had fully stabilized the technique's sustained use. The thread cutters were 6 practitioners, their cultivations ranging from Veinmaster to something above it that the local terminology didn't have a precise label for. They moved together in a formation that Wei Dao, through the soul mark channel, identified as a cascade severing pattern. 6 practitioners positioned to attack a single cultivation field from 6 simultaneous vectors, each attacking at a different depth layer, the aggregate severing not any one thread, but the connections between threads. Against a single lifetime cultivator, this was decisive. Against a laminated soul with a weave architecture, it was theoretically even more decisive. The weave's interdependency was exactly what a cascade severing was designed to exploit. He understood this 3 hours before they arrived, and spent those 3 hours modifying the layered ascension surface texture, making the weave architecture less visible from the outside, while maintaining its functional integrity. Kuang's concealment training, applied at a different scale. Not hiding his power, but hiding how the power was structured. He also sent a message through the mark, 6 thread cutters, approaching from the Vein River's eastern branch. Wei Dao's response was immediate. Do not fight them alone. He had been alone in every death. He had been alone in most combat. He had fought with allies, had worked alongside people in Shattered Heaven's Fracture Response and Tide of Stars Bridge Crisis. But the fighting had always been adjacent rather than integrated. He and Chun Dao had covered different positions. He and Kuang had operated in sequence. He had always been the center of his own tactical situation. The instruction felt odd in the specific way that instructions felt odd when they named something you had not noticed was a pattern until someone else named it. He ran through the thread cutter formation's mechanics against his available options and found them wanting. The cascade severing pattern required 6 simultaneous angles to complete. He could block 3 of them with maximum carryover depth while maintaining enough output to prevent the formation from simply waiting him out. But 3 was not 6. The other 3 would complete their portion of the sever before he could rotate his defenses. He needed to block 2 vectors externally, which required a second practitioner, in this realm, someone who knew the thread cutter's specific technique architecture and was strong enough to hold 2 vectors simultaneously against Vein Master tier practitioners. The Soulmark's scar memory layer registered a resonance in the middle of this calculation that made him stand very still for 3 seconds. Familiar, layered, deeper than it should have been at the cultivation level, it was presenting. Someone approaching from the Vein River's western branch, from the direction he had not been watching because the threat was from the east. The resonance was not the same as Lin Yu's resonance in Tide of Stars realm. It was 5 years deeper. It had been built in the direction he had pointed her when he left, with the force of someone who had decided that pointing was not enough and the direction required reaching. He had told her the minimum to get to where she was. She had done more. Hook. Lin Yu walked through the door of the Valley farmhouse with a cultivation base Wei Liang registered as world speaker, 3 full tiers above where she had been when he'd last seen her, and said, "I told you I'd get here before you needed me. I was 12 hours late. Tell me about the 6 practitioners coming from the east." Chapter 67. He told her everything in 6 minutes, which was how long they had before the thread cutters reached the valley. She absorbed it with the same filing efficiency she had always had, not slowing to process, integrating as she received. While he was talking, she had moved to the window and extended her cultivation sense toward the eastern Vein River, splitting her attention between receiving the briefing and conducting live reconnaissance. He noted this and kept the briefing concise. She had always been best with dense information quickly delivered rather than scaffold instruction. At the end of 6 minutes, she had asked 3 precise questions about the thread cutter formation's specific trigger conditions, whether the entity had authorized lethal engagement or only cultivation severing, and what Wei Dao's current operational parameters were in this realm, had confirmed her understanding of the cascade severing pattern's mechanics against his answers, and was standing at the farmhouse door with a cultivation sense fully extended toward the eastern Vein River. "They're targeting the carryover architecture specifically," she said. "The cascade needs all 6 angles to fully sever the thread connections. If I prevent the western and northern vectors, the pattern can't complete. Those are the 2 that interact with the weave's cross-tension rather than its vertical layers. The other 4 only cut through a layered stack. Against a weave, the 4 remaining cuts are insufficient." "You've been studying this," Wei Liang said. "For 6 years," she said, with the patient clarity of someone who had expected this conversation for 6 years and was not going to be delayed by his surprise. "Since you told me what you were and what was coming for you, I found everything on thread cutting that the Ascendancy's archive had, then found more through 3 other sect libraries and 2 independent archives in Tide of Stars Realm's Outer Islands. I knew the thread cutters were a likely escalation after the architects failed. I built a countermodel." She was still watching the eastern approach. "Wei Dao is here in person? We've spoken at length. He's observing. Good. I have 3 questions for him when this is done. Are you ready?" "Yes," he said. "Then let's show the entity what it failed to account for when it designed a system for solo climbers and kept producing someone who refuses to stay that way." The engagement lasted 14 minutes, far shorter than the thread cutters had planned, Wei Liang assessed. The cascade severing pattern was designed for a single target and was encountering 2 practitioners who had studied the pattern more thoroughly than the practitioners running it. Lin Yu took the western and northern vectors with the systematic precision of someone who had blocked these specific angles in her head several hundred times before blocking them in practice. Wei Liang ran layered ascension at full carryover capacity, his weave architecture's interdependency now an advantage rather than a liability, because the cascade's severing attempts were being deflected at exactly the vectors that mattered before they could compound into a completed sever. The thread cutters retreated in good order. They were good practitioners, fighting something they had not been briefed to expect. They adapted as well as their preparation allowed, which was not well enough. They were alive when they left. Hook. Wei Dao, who had been observing from the between-realm layer, descended to the farmhouse doorway after the thread cutters retreated, looked at Lin Yu for a long moment, and said, "She loves you in a way the system didn't account for." The entity designed the laminated soul sequence for isolation. Each lifetime's bonds were expected to be severed by death and replaced with new ones. She is not a new bond. She is the same bond, arriving ahead of schedule. He paused. This is a significant problem for the entity's projection models. Chapter 68. Wei Dao and Lin Yu examined each other with a mutual assessment of 2 very different intelligences encountering an unexpectedly capable equal. Wei Dao had the advantage of 800 years of observing people, a sample size that should have made him difficult to surprise. Lin Yu had the advantage of having studied this specific situation in depth for 6 years and having no particular awe of 800 years, which meant she met his assessment without the deference that might have made her easier to categorize. She looked at him the way she had looked at Wei Liang in the first month of their training, with the focused interest of someone who was learning the shape of a variable they had anticipated but not yet encountered directly. "You're Wei Dao," she said. "The first laminated soul and the current maintenance function. You've been trying to communicate with Wei Liang across multiple lifetimes through indirect channels because the entity's binding prevents direct contact. In this realm you have enough operational slack to be here in person, which is unusual and time-limited." She looked at Wei Liang briefly. "I have 3 questions for him that will take less time than that. Can we do this efficiently?" "She has always been like this," Wei Liang said, not without warmth. Wei Dao, for the first time in Wei Liang's observation of him, looked slightly at a loss. "Yes," he said, after a moment. "Efficiently." They spent an hour with Wei Dao after the battle, Lin Yu asking about the cage mechanism's reversal requirements, the layered ascension's theoretical ceiling, and the system's original owner's current condition and capacity to intervene. Wei Dao answered with the thoroughness of someone who had been waiting for someone to ask these questions from a position of sufficient understanding to use the answers. Lin Yu took notes in the margin of a cultivation record she had been carrying, in the small handwriting that she used for things she intended to reference often. The combat partnership that the engagement had established was something Wei Liang filed for later examination. What it meant to fight alongside someone who knew his full truth, who had prepared for years to supplement his specific technique architecture, not generically, but with the specific preparation of someone who had studied his mechanics in depth and built her countermodel around them, who was fighting not in the reactive mode of someone adapting to circumstances, but with the prepared competence of someone who had planned for this engagement and was now executing the plan at fidelity. He had fought alongside Quang briefly, in coordinated positions. He had worked in parallel with Chun Dao. He had never fought with someone who understood the laminated soul's architecture well enough to fill the exact gaps in his defensive coverage without being told where the gaps were. The difference was not marginal. "The entity has been observing this," Wei Dao said, when they had finished the questions. "The thread cutters will report that Lin Yu arrived, and that the engagement's outcome was different from what was modeled. The entity will respond." "The last thread cutter," Lin Yu said the entity is coming personally. "The architects, the thread cutters, they called them experiments." Hook. Wei Dao confirmed this with the flat certainty of someone reporting verified information. The architects tested escalation through infrastructure manipulation. The thread cutters tested direct cultivation severing. The entity has been calibrating its approach to Wei Liang's specific architecture across each agent deployment. The next engagement will not be agents. It will be the entity's direct presence in this realm. He paused. "I am sorry I cannot stop it. The binding does not allow direct opposition. What I can do is help you prepare." Chapter 69 preparation took 17 days and used every resource Wei Dao could provide within his binding's constraints. The first priority, decoding the ascending throne's weakness. Wei Dao had known about it for centuries, but had not been able to share it through the partial channels available before this lifetime's direct access. The weakness was structural rather than tactical, not a vulnerable technique or an exposed power tier, but a crack in the entity's cosmic architecture that had existed since the original realm ceiling dissolution and had never healed. When the ascending throne had broken through the 7th realm's ceiling, the breakthrough had required fracturing a part of itself. A soul that needed to become the boundary partially became the boundary. The part that fractured was not destroyed but was held at the fracture point, integrated into the seal, but not operating as an independent will. 800 years of existing at the fracture point had made the entity's structure deeply asymmetric. Overwhelmingly strong at the center, significantly weaker at the fracture site, which corresponded in any given realm to the entity's northwestern extension, the direction from which it accessed the vein network and the direction from which it had approached in its first direct contact with Wei Liang in Tide of Stars realm. "This weakness will only manifest," Wei Dao said, "if the entity is forced to engage at full presence while the laminated soul is operating at full carryover depth simultaneously. The entity manages this by ensuring the laminated soul never reaches the required power level before death comes. If you are near your power ceiling when it makes direct contact, the fracture site will be accessible for approximately 20 seconds before the entity can compensate." 20 seconds was not a long window. It was a window. He trained Lin Yu in the echo strike during this period. 4 lifetimes of resonance memory, the technique that had been his sharpest tool across every engagement since the 2nd realm, distilled into a form she could run through her own cultivation architecture. She adapted it within 4 days, which required half the time he had expected and a quarter of the time any single lifetime cultivator should have needed. "She synthesizes faster than you did," Wei Dao said, observing the training with evident interest. She always has, Wei Liang said. I had to die 3 times to build what she built through planning. He also hid 4 intelligence crystals across 3 vein river locations. In the formation layer fold technique, encoded with everything Wei Dao had shared about the cage's reversal mechanism and the system owner's location and conditions. If this lifetime ended before he could complete the preparation, the next version would find them and would arrive in the cage realm with the full picture rather than half of it. Lin Yu found him encoding the 4th crystal at midnight and watched for several minutes before saying, "You're making contingency plans for your own death." "I always do," he said. "I know." She was quiet for a moment. "I'm in the crystals too, aren't I?" As context. "As essential information," he said. "You're the first person to arrive in a later realm ahead of me, in a lifetime where you knew what I was and chose to come anyway. That needs to be in the record." "Hook," Wei Dao said. "The weakness will only appear if you face the entity at full charge, and the entity will never allow that. It has been engineering your death in each realm before you can reach it." He looked at Lin Yu. "Unless you arrive with someone who has already calculated how to prevent the engineering." Chapter 70. The entity arrived on the 22nd day. Not in a body. The entity had left its last body behind at the ceiling it had become, and what remained was the presence, the accumulated sovereign will of 800 years of obsession, flowing into world vein realms Qi infrastructure like water filling a vessel. The process was visible to cultivation sense before it was visible to spirit sight. The vein river's amber light began to shift 3 hours before full arrival, deepening toward a color that had no natural referent. Older than amber, the specific quality of Qi that had been processed through a consciousness that was no longer precisely human. By mid-morning the shift was visible to ordinary sight. The vein river in the valley below the farmhouse ran the color of old gold, darker than it had been, pulsing at a different rhythm. The world had the quality of a held breath. Wei Dao was gone from the between-realm layer. The entity's presence in the realm had displaced him to the binding's limit, beyond the range where the access slack of world vein realm's maintenance role could maintain the loophole. Wei Liang felt this through the soul mark. The thread still present, faint and attenuated, but Wei Dao was no longer close enough to provide the presence that had made the last 3 weeks possible. He stood at the farmhouse window with Lin Yu beside him. Neither of them spoke. Then the veins spoke. The entity's voice carried through the cultivation network as impression rather than sound, not heard with ears, but felt in the cultivation field, the same medium Wei Liang had used for his own vein transmission, but running at a scale that made his seem local. Every practitioner in the realm would feel this. Every sect, every independent cultivator, every person with enough cultivation sensitivity to register the network would know that something vast had just started speaking through the world's own body. "Wei Liang," it said, "I have observed your progress with genuine admiration across 4 lifetimes and several suppressed cycles of your line. You are the finest laminated soul this system has produced." He met Lin Yu's eyes. She was already positioned for what came next. Cultivation sense extended, echo strike loaded at the 3 lifetime resonance depth he had transferred to her, watching the northwestern vein branch where the fracture site's access point would manifest if the entity engaged at full presence. They had planned for this moment for 17 days. The plan required the entity to extend fully, which required Wei Liang to refuse in a way that made extension necessary rather than optional. "I appreciate the assessment," he said, into the vein network, projecting through his own cultivation field. Not shouting, not aggressive, the calm projection of someone making a formal statement. "I don't intend to be finished with the admirable behavior yet." That, the entity said, with the conversational ease of something that had been patient long enough to find defiance interesting rather than alarming, "is precisely what makes you worth all this." A pause that carried the weight of 800 years of patient construction. "I am offering you a choice. Come to the cage willingly. I will ensure your final death is peaceful. The bonds you have built will be released cleanly rather than violently. Your ancestor will be freed from his binding when the harvest completes." Wei Liang watched the northwestern vein branch. Still amber. The fracture site's access required full extension, which required the entity to commit rather than offer. The offer was not commitment. He needed to decline in a way that made commitment necessary. "No," he said, simply, into the veins. "I don't think I will." "Hook, refuse," the entity said, with the same conversational evenness it had used throughout. "And I will corrupt every vein river in this realm until there is nothing left worth protecting. I will take what I need from the ruins. The choice between peaceful completion and catastrophic extraction is yours, and I want you to know that I will be equally satisfied with either outcome." Chapter 71. He refused publicly, through the veins, in a voice every cultivator in the realm could hear. He had thought carefully about this. The entity's threat, corrupt the veins until there is nothing worth protecting, was the threat of something willing to destroy a realm's infrastructure rather than leave empty-handed. Public refusal named the threat for what it was, placed the damages cause on record in the most literal way possible, and removed any ambiguity about whose choice had produced the corruption if corruption came. It also, and this mattered, made the refusal real in a way that private negotiation could not. Once everyone in World Vein Realm heard that a single practitioner had declined the Ascending Throne's offer, and the vein corruption followed, the pattern was visible to everyone. The corruption began within the hour. It started at the realm's outermost vein branches, the narrow fingers of luminous Qi that ran through the highland territories in the north, sparse enough that their failure would not be immediately catastrophic, but obvious enough to function as demonstration. The amber light in those branches went dark in sequence, from the tips inward, the way a tree died from the extremities first. Wei Liang moved immediately. Lin Yu moved simultaneously, from a different direction. They had planned the counter-response before the entity arrived, had mapped the vein network's priority nodes against likely corruption vectors, had assigned themselves overlapping zones with redundant coverage at the critical junctions. The counter-response was the same work he had done in every realm. Maintain the connections, reinforce the failing nodes, by stability in whatever intervals his current power level could provide. But the scale was larger here, and Wei Dao's absence meant he was without the operational intelligence the Warden's realm access had provided. He was working from the pre-engagement map rather than live information. 3 hours into the response, moving through the eastern vein plains where the corruption had reached the mid-tier branches, he came down a vein path toward a settlement on the western bank and saw someone standing at the water's edge. A girl of perhaps 18, holding a net that she had apparently set down to watch the vein river's darkening color with the calm assessment of someone who had been watching rivers her whole life and was categorizing an unusual pattern rather than being frightened by it. She had dark hair and a face with the stillness of someone who lived close to very slow things. The river, the seasons, the patient repetition of fishing work. She looked up at him as he came down the path, not with alarm, with the mild recognition of someone who had perhaps seen a cultivator before and was applying the relevant category. He stopped. The soul mark's scar memory layer activated, not with the intensity of the Chun Dao recognition or the immediate warmth of Quan. With something quieter and older, the resonance of a bond that had been the first one, the one that predated the system and the carryover and the accumulated weight of 4 lifetimes. The resonance of Shun Mei, not the same soul. He had understood this with the old woman in Tide of Stars realm, had processed the distinction between scar memory registering Shun Mei's presence and the woman in the farmhouse being Shun Mei. But the soul that carried Shun Mei's bonds, the soul that had loved him before any of this started, was here. Was this girl, standing at the vein river with a net in her hands and calm eyes. Hook. While fighting the vein corruption in the eastern vein plains, Wei Liang found Shun Mei's soul living as a simple fisher girl in a village on the bank. She had no system, no awareness of past lives, just herself, and she looked at him with eyes that carried no recognition but every warmth she had always had, and the scar memory faculty registered. Legacy bond. Depth. Foundational. Source. Realm 1. Chapter 72. Her name was Mei. She told him this when he stopped, the way someone told their name when a stranger stopped, and the social convention required filling the pause. Practical, unapologetic, with the directness of someone who had grown up in a settlement where pretense was too expensive to maintain. He told her his. She accepted it with a nod, returned her attention briefly to the darkening vein river, and said, "The vein's been doing that since this morning. Is it the cultivator thing? The one that was in the sky voice?" "Yes," he said. "Are you going to fix it?" "I'm working on it." She considered this for a moment. Then she set her net down on the bank and sat down beside it with the unhurried acceptance of someone who had decided this conversation was worth the interruption. "You're not from here," she said. It was not a question. "You look like someone who's been in a lot of places, and they're all still on you." He sat down beside her. He had perhaps 20 minutes before the corruption reached this branch, and his presence here would be needed for the reinforcement work. 20 minutes was enough. "What do you mean?" he asked. "People from here look like one thing," she said. "One life, one river, one history. You look like," she paused, considering, "like multiple rivers. Like water that's been through more than one kind of country." He watched the vein river's darkening surface. The corruption was visible at the upstream bend now, the amber dimming toward that older, deeper color that the entity's presence produced. "You look like you've been carrying something very heavy for a very long time," she said. "I have," he said. "Put it down for a while. It'll still be there when you pick it back up." She said it with the practicality of someone giving advice about river transport rather than existential weight, which made it more effective rather than less. He stayed for the 20 minutes. He should have gone immediately. The corruption was spreading, and every minute he spent in the fishing village was a minute another vein branch went dark. He stayed anyway, in the way he had learned to stay in the last seconds before a death, deliberately, without performing urgency, because the things that needed to be present in a moment were only present if you were also present. They talked about the vein river's normal patterns, about the village's fishing cycle, about the specific quality of the starlight here compared to other places. She had traveled as far as the next island chain and had opinions about what made different rivers feel like themselves. She asked nothing about him that he hadn't offered. He did not explain the system, or the carryover, or the entity, or the 4 deaths. She did not ask. She offered nothing about herself that wasn't simply and directly present, and he absorbed her presence with the specific quality of attention he gave to things that were finite, carefully, completely, without the part of his mind that was usually calculating next steps. When he stood to leave, she reached into the pocket of her fishing coat and produced a smooth river stone, rounded by water, pale gray, the kind that accumulated in the slower bends where the current dropped its burden. Hook! She pressed the river stone into his hand before he could speak, with the matter-of-fact generosity of someone giving away something they had extra of, and said, "For luck, if you need it." And the stone was identical. The smoothness, the specific weight, the pale gray that caught light at particular angles, to the one Shun Mei had pressed into his hand in the last moment of the first realm, and he stood very still with it, holding the stone and its accumulated weight, while she picked up her net and walked back toward the water. Chapter 73. The vein corruption spread faster than expected. He had modeled the rate against the entity's previous vein manipulation in Tide of Stars realm, the star ocean crystallization that had taken 4 days to reach the inhabited island chains. The comparison was incorrect. The star ocean crystallization had been a constrained operation, targeted at specific bridge anchor zones, working through a medium the entity accessed only through its agents. The vein rivers of World Vein Realm were different. They were the entity's native access medium, the infrastructure through which it had been maintaining its world vein presence for centuries, the channels through which it spoke. The entity was not working against the grain of this realm. It was using the grain. He recalculated. With the revised rate, the inhabited regions of World Vein Realm had approximately 8 days before the corruption reached critical density, the point where the vein network's self-healing capacity would be overwhelmed and the cascade failures would begin producing casualties rather than inconveniences. 8 days, not the weeks his original model had allowed. The corruption reached the eastern vein plane's mid-tier branches by the end of the first day. By the second day, it had spread to the primary trunks. By the third day, Wei Liang could see from the high ground above the valley that roughly a quarter of the visible vein network had shifted from amber to the entity's older color, and the quarter was growing. He and Linyu were doing everything they could. The problem was scale. They were 2 practitioners reinforcing nodes in a network that required hundreds. The island ascendancy's full cultivator roster working together could not have covered the network's vulnerable points simultaneously. What they were doing was triage, and triage against a sufficiently large disaster was eventually arithmetic. The rate of loss exceeded the rate of response, and the question became not how to stop the loss, but how to stop it from cascading. "There's a countermeasure," Wei Dao said, through the soul mark channel. The voice was attenuated. The entity's full presence in the realm was compressing the between-realm layer, limiting the channel's bandwidth. But it requires resources you don't have, or a different mechanism than direct reinforcement. "What mechanism?" Wei Liang asked. A long pause. "The World Vein Realm is old," Wei Dao said. "Old enough to have its own rudimentary awareness, not consciousness, but something adjacent. The vein network's fundamental Qi architecture includes a self-defense response that has not activated in centuries because nothing has threatened the network at this scale. It would activate if the right person made contact with the world core, the deepest vein junction, the convergence point of all primary branches. What counts as the right person?" Another pause. In the original system's design, a laminated soul with sufficient carryover depth would register as compatible with the world core's resonance requirements, Wei Dao said. This was not a coincidence. The system's original owner designed the realm sequence with the world core contact in mind. Wei Liang looked at the river stone in his hand, still with him, and then looked east toward where the world core would be, below the eastern highlands, accessible through the deepest vein branch in the network. Hook. "Making contact with the world core will accelerate the entity's timeline," Wei Dao said. "Becoming the realm's temporary avatar, which is what full contact requires, will draw enough of the entity's attention that the timeline compresses to days rather than weeks. You would save the realm and buy yourself a very short window. He paused. I cannot advise you to do this. I also cannot advise you not to. Chapter 74. The world core was 3 hours travel through the deepest vein branch, which ran underground from the eastern valley down through the root system of the highlands bedrock, accessible through a natural formation that the local cultivation records called the First Descent. He went alone. Lin Yu had argued against this at length. With the practical clarity she brought to arguments she had already decided she was going to lose, but intended to lose on record rather than on silence. I know you're going to do this, she said. Tell me why going alone is better than going together. Because you need to be at the surface reinforcing the vein network while I'm below it, he said. The moment I make contact with the world core, the entity's timeline compresses. You'll have a window of several hours when it's focused on the avatar event rather than the vein corruption. Use the window. Reinforce every node in the eastern section while the pressure is reduced. When I come back up, the realm will be in better shape than if you came with me. She had processed this with the expression of someone recognizing a correct argument they would have preferred was incorrect. What happens if you don't come back up? Then the 4 crystals I encoded have everything needed, he said. And you'll need to get to Realm 6 faster than you planned. The first descent was narrow enough that he had to move sideways for the first 50 meters, the bedrock pressing close with the comfortable weight of old stone that had not been disturbed in a long time. Below the narrow section, the passage opened into a vein channel large enough to stand in. The Qi flow visible as a river of amber light moving at roughly walking pace through the tunnel, the illumination casting everything in warm gold, the specific smell of places that had accumulated importance over centuries, earth and Qi residue, and the particular quality of air that had been circulating through old stone. He moved down for about an hour. The vein channel widened as he descended, the Qi flow's pace slowing, the light brightening. Paradoxically, the deeper he went, the more luminous the amber became, the opposite of the surface where the corruption had been dimming the visible light. Down here, below the reach of whatever the entity was doing to the upper network, the world core's influence was undisturbed. The world core registered his approach before he reached it. A subtle warming in the channel's ambient Qi, the world's dim and ancient awareness turning toward the laminated soul pattern and finding what the system's original owner had designed the core to find. He felt it the way you felt something vast orient toward you. Not threatening, not welcoming in any personal sense, but present, attentive. The awareness of something that had been patient for a very long time and was now registering the thing it had been patient about. He reached the core, a convergence chamber where 7 primary vein branches met in a natural formation that predated cultivation by millennia, the stone carved smooth by the vein flow rather than any tool, and spoke to it the way Wei Dao had described, directly, through the soul mark's resonance mechanism, through the laminated soul's 4-lifetime accumulated depth. The world core considered him for several seconds. The consideration felt different from any other form of assessment he had experienced. Not a person reading him, not the system monitoring him, but a realm-scale awareness running through its contact protocol with the specific, unhurried patience of something that had no deadline to worry about except the corruption approaching from above. Then it responded. Hook. The alliance it offered was the realm's own life force as a weapon against the corruption, enough to clear the entire vein network in a single purge, enough to end the entity's current operation in World Vein Realm in a single event. And the cost the core presented was exactly what Wei Dao had said it would be. Wei Liang would carry the realm's avatar function long enough to complete the purge, burning the cultivation bridge between himself and the realm in a way that would attract the entity's full attention and compress his remaining window to days. Chapter 75. The purge took 4 hours. He was not himself during those hours in any ordinary sense. The world avatar function was less possession than alignment. The realm's awareness running through his cultivation felt the way current ran through a channel, using the laminated soul's accumulated depth as a conductor rather than a passenger. He retained himself throughout, his memories, his awareness, his ability to observe what was happening and understand it. What he lost was the ability to decide against the realm's direction, because the alignment had made their purposes temporarily identical. The realm needed the entity's corruption expelled. So did he. There was no tension to navigate. What the purge felt like from inside, vast. The vein network extended far beyond anything he could have reinforced individually. Thousands of kilometers of primary and secondary branches, millions of connection points. The full circulatory extent of a world that had been building this infrastructure since before cultivation existed. The realm's self-healing mechanism used his carryover depth as an activation catalyst and then ran its own process, which required him to stay in contact, to be the key in the lock, while the mechanism did the actual work. The amber light returned from the tips inward. The corruption retreated before it in the reverse of its spread, faster than it had arrived, because expulsion moved with the vein network's full systemic pressure rather than fighting against it. The entity responded. It compressed the world's Qi field at his location, pressing in from the northwest, the fracture site direction. The compression was not an attack on the purge. The purge was already too far advanced to be stopped by local pressure. It was the entity marking the event, noting the cost, ensuring that Wei Liang understood what had just been paid. He understood. He stayed in contact until the purge completed. By the time he surfaced through the first descent's narrow section, the vein network was fully amber again. He could see it from the highland's edge, every branch glowing at natural frequency, the corruption gone, the realm restored. The settlement on the eastern bank, where Mei had been standing with her net, was still there. The river in front of it was amber and unhurried. Linyu was waiting at the first descent's surface entrance. She had the composed steadiness of someone who had spent 4 hours maintaining a difficult position precisely so that someone else could surface to a situation that had been held rather than abandoned. There was a formation burn on her left wrist that she had apparently decided did not require immediate attention. "It's minor," she said, before he could ask. "They sent a secondary disruption team while you were below. I managed it." She looked at him carefully. The assessment she always did when he came through something that had required full carryover depth. "Are you all right?" "Yes," he said. "The realm is cleared." "I know. I watched it come back." She paused. "How many days?" "4," he said. "The system says 4. The system's interface appeared as soon as he was fully surfaced, without any trigger from him. The entity had apparently updated it in real time during the avatar event. He looked at the 4 days with the same attention he gave to all finite things. 4 days was enough for what needed to happen. The intelligence crystals were encoded and hidden. The layered ascension technique was stable. Linyu was here, and she was ready. Wei Dao had given him everything the binding allowed him to give. The soul mark in the entity's presence was growing. He could feel it at the edge of his cultivation sense, developing from the seed he had planted at the entity's brief exposure during the threadcutter battle. For days, he had used shorter windows than this. Hook. The system updated as soon as he was fully surfaced. World Avatar event detected. Entity timeline accelerated. Estimated survival window, for days. Below the standard text, cage proximity, 61%. And from Wei Dao, through the mark, a single impression that carried 800 years of watching laminated souls reach this point and not having enough. The specific quality of someone who was, this time, watching it be made by someone he believed would use the days well. Chapter 76 4 days. He spent the first day encoding and final checking the intelligence crystals, not the content, which had been finalized before the avatar event, but the access protocols, the soul resonance calibration that would determine how easily a future version of himself could locate and read them. The calibration was the most technically demanding thing he had done in this lifetime. A crystal encoded against his current resonance signature would be readable by a future version of him who had 3 additional lifetimes of carryover depth, but the additional depth changed the resonance's character in ways that were not fully predictable. He was encoding against a future signature he had not yet developed. The margin of error had to be wide enough that the crystal was findable, but narrow enough that the entity's agents couldn't read it by approximating his signature. Linyu sat across from him in the farmhouse workroom with a set of cultivation mathematics texts she had brought from the Ascendancy archive. Physical copies, annotated in her precise handwriting, the kind of reference material that required years of accumulated context to use. She had been building this reference for 6 years. The calibration mathematics were in them. The carryover depth scaling follows a nonlinear curve, she said, finding the relevant section. 3 additional lifetimes of full development would increase the resonance depth by a factor that depends on the accumulation quality of those lifetimes. If you manage your deaths well in Realm 6 and Realm 7, self-initiated, not on the entity's schedule, the factor is approximately 2.3 to 2.7. If the deaths are forced on the entity's timeline, the factor is lower, 1.8 to 2.1. Build the access protocol for the higher range, he said. That means the crystal is harder to access with lower range resonance. Yes, if I reach those realms on the entity's schedule, I need to find the crystals by working harder. If I reach them on my own terms, I find them easily. The difficulty is calibrated. She looked at him. That's a clever way to build in a reward for doing it right. I learned it from someone who built messages into archived texts and buried crystals in graves, he said. The whole system he built was calibrated. The second day, he went to Mei. Not to explain. Not to say anything in particular. He had spent enough final days in enough lifetimes to understand that the speeches prepared for them were usually wrong. The things that needed to be said were almost never the things he had planned to say. He went because she was one of the things worth going to. and 4 days was enough time to do that once. She was at the vein river when he arrived, which he had not planned for, but which was not surprising. The net was different from the previous time, heavier, a winter configuration for the deeper running fish. She looked up at him with the same mild recognition. The vein's back to normal, she said. Yes. Did you fix it? A fair amount of it was already fixed by the time I was involved, he said, which was honest. She considered this for a moment. You're leaving soon, she said. Yes. I thought so. She set the net down. You have that look. The one where everything is being catalogued. She was quiet for a moment. Is it all right? Wherever you're going. I don't know yet, he said. I think it might be. She nodded, accepting this the way she accepted most things. As information, that was what it was. Then I hope it is, she said, with the uncomplicated sincerity of someone who had no investment in a particular outcome, but was genuinely pleased to offer goodwill. He stayed for an hour. On his way back up the vein path, he turned once and looked at her. The river, the net, the amber light on the water, the girl with Shun Mei's warmth standing in it. He would carry this in the scar memory the way he carried everything genuine, not in the layer that carried intelligence, but in the layer that carried what was worth continuing for. Hook. When he left the village, the warden's mark pulsed once, strong and clear, and through the mark's channel came a single impression from Wei Dao. The recognition of watching Wei Liang make this specific choice, staying present with someone who was only briefly there, and the specific quality of someone who had not been able to make such choices for 800 years, acknowledging that they were worth making. Chapter 77. Chun Dao was in the main vein city. Wei Liang found him on the second day, following the scar memory's faint warmth through the city's cultivation district to a residential street on the outer ring. The warmth was familiar and attenuated in the way of a bond that had not been actively maintained in this lifetime. Present but thin, the trace of connection rather than the full weight of it. The man who answered the door was 45, solidly built, with the weathered look of someone who worked outdoors and the specific stillness of someone who had lived long enough to have decided which things were worth being impatient about. He had Qin Dao's jaw. He had Qin Dao's eyes. He had the specific way of holding himself. Weight shifted slightly forward, hands relaxed but available, the posture of someone whose instinct was readiness. That Wei Liang had memorized in 2 lifetimes. He had no cultivation that Wei Liang could detect, not suppressed, not hidden, simply absent. A farmer, apparently, or something related to farming. There was soil on his hands, and the kind of deep sun weathering that came from years of outdoor work at altitude. He looked at Wei Liang with the mild assessment of someone who had few expectations of strangers and assessed each one on what they brought. Can I help you? He said. I hope so, Wei Liang said. I think you've been dreaming about someone. Qin Dao, the Qin Dao who was here, in this lifetime, in this body, without any memory of the names they had called each other or the battles they had fought, considered this for a moment with the practical assessment of someone who did not immediately dismiss unusual statements when they were delivered with appropriate seriousness. A friend, he said. I keep dreaming about a friend I can't remember the face of. I came to the city because I kept dreaming about this street. A pause. You're him, or the version of me your soul knows, Wei Liang said. Qin Dao looked at him for a long moment. Then he stepped back and held the door open. Come inside, he said. They sat at a low table in a house that had the quiet order of someone who lived alone and had organized the space to suit only themselves. Wei Liang explained as little as he could get away with and as much as the truth required. That they had been friends before in previous lives, that the bond had registered in something that survived death, that he was in the last days of this particular lifetime. He did not explain the entity or the cage or the system's full architecture. He explained what was true about the two of them. Qin Dao listened with the particular quality he had always had, not reacting in real time, just receiving, letting the information accumulate into a coherent shape before responding to any of it. When Wei Liang finished, he was quiet for several seconds. You've been dying and coming back, he said. And every time, we find each other, even when neither of us is looking. Not always, Wei Liang said. This lifetime you were elsewhere, but the dream brought you here. Qin Dao looked at his hands, the farmer's hands, the hands that had been doing different work in every lifetime and were always somehow the same hands. I don't know who you are to me, he said, but I know I'll miss you when you're gone. Is that strange? Hook. No, Wei Liang said, and meant it in a way that went back through every lifetime where Qin Dao had said some version of goodbye without quite knowing why. It's the only thing that's real. Chapter 78. The entity's final move in World Vein Realm came on the 3rd day. Not through agents. Not through the Vein Network. It came as a direct Qi strike aimed at Wei Liang's soul, bypassing the body, bypassing the cultivation field's surface defenses, targeting the soul's core with the precision of something that had been studying his architecture for 4 lifetimes and knew exactly where to aim. The strike was silent, unannounced, arriving at night through the between-realm layer while he was sleeping in the farmhouse and Lin Yu was in the adjacent room. The entity had been patient across 800 years and patient across 4 of his lifetimes. The patience had a limit, and the soul mark Wei Liang had planted in the entity's presence during the thread-cutter battle was apparently that limit. The entity had finally decided to stop engineering conditions and solve the problem directly. He felt it 3 seconds before it arrived. The early warning sensitivity that the layered ascension's integration had developed in him. The 4 lifetime weave registering pressure from a direction that no physical threat would come from. He woke fully in the first second. In the second, he understood what was coming and from where. By the 3rd second, he had the weave's defensive configuration active. The strike hit. He held. He held because the layered ascension's architecture was not the stack that the entity had modeled its attacks against. The single-threaded stack, where a sufficiently targeted soul strike could sever the connection between the carryover layers and the current lifetime soul. The weave held the layers together in a structure where severing required attacking every thread simultaneously. The entity's strike was precise for a stack. It was insufficient for a weave. The strike did not complete. And then the gray robe was between him and the entity's position in the between-realm space. Wei Dao had moved from the binding's limit to the room itself. Not a place he was permitted to be, not with the entity actively present in the same realm. The action was a direct violation of the binding's terms. He was absorbing the strike's residual force with his body in the deliberate way of someone who had planned exactly this position before the strike arrived. He took the impact. He did not collapse. 800 years of existing at the fracture point had given him a structural depth that most single-lifetime cultivators could not have survived. But the binding's response was immediate. The entity's punishment mechanism activating, the binding tightening, the slack Wei Dao had accumulated across 800 years of careful management being compressed in a single punitive instant. Wei Liang looked at the robe hem in the between-realm boundary. The gold-threaded marking he had placed in Shattered Heaven's void was visible, faint in the ambient qi, still holding. "I am tired," Wei Dao said, into the silence after the strike, to no one in particular. Not to Wei Liang, not to the entity, just to the room, just to 800 years of doing this, of harvesting descendants. His voice was the same closing door quality it had always been. But this time the door behind it was also open. He had been in maintenance function for 8 centuries. This was the first time, in Wei Liang's observation of him, that he had spoken without the frame of maintenance around the words. This was a person speaking. Lin Yu was already in the doorway. The noise had woken her before Wei Liang's signal reached her, which was how prepared she was. She read the situation in the first second and did not rush across the room. She stood in the doorway watching Wei Dao with the same expression she had given him when they first met. The focused interest of someone encountering a variable they had anticipated but not yet met directly. "He defied the binding," she said quietly, to Wei Liang. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "For you." "Yes." Hook. In the instant the entity focused entirely on Wei Dao, the punishment, the binding tightening, the entity's attention pulled to its maintenance function's defiance for the first time in 800 years. Wei Liang drove a soul mark into the entity's presence through the gap that the entity's distracted attention had opened, deeper than any mark he had made before, reaching the fracture site's layer, and the mark caught. Chapter 79. He set up the final breath seal that night with Lin Yu as anchor. The process was different from the Shattered Heaven arrangement with Quang, not in technique, but in experience. Quang had offered the seal with the gentle honesty of someone who had been alone for 2 centuries and was offering what he had, and the seal had required 3 days of calibration before the authenticity check cleared. Lin Yu offered it with the precision of someone who had studied the technique's requirements for 6 years and had spent those years becoming strong enough to hold it properly. She had arrived in World Vein Realm already prepared. The authenticity check activated and cleared in under a minute. No errors, no adjustment needed, no recalibration. The bond had been registered since Tide of Stars realm, registered formally, in the Scar memory faculty's permanent layer, as something real before either of them had asked it to be, and had developed across 2 realms of working alongside each other into something too deep to misread. "You'll remember me in the next life, right?" she asked, when the bonding was complete. "Every life," he said. "The system doesn't let me forget. That's the only gift it ever gave me that I wanted." She was quiet for a moment, looking at the Vein River's amber pulse through the farmhouse window. The world was restored, every branch glowing naturally, the corruption cleared by the purge, the realm's population safe. Wei Dao's defiance had cost him significantly. The binding had reset to maximum restriction, and Wei Liang could still feel the mark's thread, but Wei Dao was no longer close enough to speak. The fracture site mark in the entity's presence was intact and growing. Whatever came next, those threads would carry. I'll find you in Realm 6, she said. I don't know how long it will take from here. I'm going to work on it. I know, he said. And if I can't get there fast enough, the crystals have everything, he said. You know where 4 of them are. If there are others from previous cycles, they'll be in the same formation layer fold locations in whatever ruins have that architecture. The next version will have more to start with than I had. That's enough. She looked at him for a moment. Is it though? Enough. It has to be, he said. It's what we've built. She accepted this with the quiet that she brought to things she disagreed with, but recognized she couldn't change right now. The kind of acceptance that was temporary rather than final, that left room for later effort. Then, I want it to be more than enough. I want you to arrive in the cage realm with everything you need. I want the cage turned. I want all of us on the right side of it. That's what I want too, he said. They sat together in the last night of this lifetime. The Amber River pulsed its slow rhythm below the farmhouse window. For lifetimes of accumulated weight sat between them quietly, neither a burden nor an absence, just the substance of what had been built. He was aware, sitting there, that this was the most prepared he had ever been going into a transit. Not because the preparation was complete, the cage realm was still ahead, the entity's mark was still in the entity, the system's original owner was still unreached. But because there were people on the other side who knew what was coming. Lin Yu knew. Wei Dao knew. In whatever reduced contact formed the reset binding allowed. The crystals knew. 4 of them, calibrated for his future resonance, waiting in the formation layer folds. He had been alone in every death. He would be alone in this one too, in the moment itself. But the thread to Lin Yu's anchor would be present in the 30 seconds after, and the crystal record of what he had built would be present in whatever realm came next, and the soul marks he had planted were growing. He was less alone than any laminated soul had ever been going into a 5th death. Hook, Lin Yu said, you'll remember me in the next life, right? And he said, every life. The system doesn't let me forget. That's the only gift it ever gave me that I wanted. And the system logged the exchange without comment, and the final breath seal's bond registered complete, and the night moved slowly toward the morning where it would end. Chapter 80. The entity's deadline hit on the 4th day, at mid-morning, without announcement. The local Qi field at his location, the valley, the farmhouse, the vein river below, collapsed in the specific, surgical way that Wei Dao had described when he had explained the entity's most efficient mechanism. Not a catastrophe, not a display, just the quiet withdrawal of the structural Qi that maintained a living body's coherence. Like removing the foundation from a building so precisely that the building stood for one more second, and then did not. He was standing in the farmhouse doorway when it happened, looking at the vein river's amber light. He had been standing there for several minutes, doing exactly this. It was a choice he had made deliberately, not strategic, not calibrated, just the simple choice to look at the amber river in the morning light with full attention rather than partial attention, because full attention was what he had learned to give to finite things. The local Qi field's withdrawal was as Wei Dao had described it, surgical, not painful, not dramatic, just the quiet withdrawal of what maintained coherence, the way a candle went out when the wick ran down rather than being blown. He was standing when it happened, and he was still standing in the 30 seconds of clarity that the final breath seal granted. The final breath seal worked. The 30 seconds were full and clear, awareness intact, all 4 lifetimes of accumulated knowledge present, the carryovers layered ascension weave still running, the soul marks still live. He was completely himself, for 30 more seconds, after his body was no longer capable of him. He used the first seconds to look at the amber river. Still amber, still pulsing. The world was intact. He felt through the seal's thread. Lin Yu, in the adjacent room, holding the anchor with everything she had. Not words. The seal didn't carry language in this direction, but presence. Steady, focused, absolute. She was giving him the full 30 seconds. She was not pulling him back, and she was not letting him go before he chose to. He felt through the soul mark. Wei Dao, in the between-realm layer above him, performing the harvest. He could feel the fragment being taken. The soul's outermost accumulated layer, the entity's tithe, the material for the cage's final construction. The warden's hands were steady with the steadiness of 800 years of practice. Below the gray robe's hem, the gold-threaded marking he had placed in the void above shattered heaven still held. 3rd time I've watched you die, Wei Dao had said, in that void. That had been death 3. This was death 5. He knew, through the mark, that the person above those steady hands was weeping. Not the functional grief of a maintenance role, but the grief of someone who had finally been able to speak to the person they had been waiting for, and was now watching them go again. He used the last seconds to confirm. The mark in the entity's presence was growing. He could feel its development even now, even at this distance, even in these 30 seconds. A soul mark planted at the fracture site's depth, developing in the entity's structure like a crack in stone that would become an opening. The system's original owner was above the cage realm. The cage could be turned. It was enough. More than enough. It was what had been built. Hook. Death 5 registered. Ascending. Cage proximity, 74%. New text. Laminated soul charge at 91% optimal harvest level. One more death required for full charge. The cage will be ready upon arrival in the 7th realm. And below, in Wei Dao's unauthorized script, each character more careful than the last as though written by someone using the only channel available to them with everything they had. The mark you planted is growing. The entity doesn't know yet. Don't die in Realm 6 if you can avoid it. Chapter 81. The cosmic shore had no sky. Or rather, the sky and the ground had reached an agreement in which the distinction was no longer maintained. He was lying on something solid. That much registered before anything else, and above him were stars. Not the stars visible from the surface of a realm, reduced by atmosphere to points of cold light. The stars of the cosmic shore were close enough to cast shadows. The nearest one was perhaps 1,000 li away, burning at a frequency he had no existing reference for, and the light it cast across whatever surface he was lying on was the color of the inside of a flame rather than its outside. He took stock. A body. 18. The transit age was consistent across every lifetime, something the system had apparently decided was optimal for carryover integration. The body was lean in the way of someone who had been born into a place where caloric abundance was not assumed, with the specific stillness of a person who had grown up learning not to waste movement. He was wearing the standard arrival outfit, the cloth that appeared around every transit, anonymous, no sect affiliation, no indication of origin. 5 scars on his left wrist, white and precise, spaced with the measured clarity of a record. He sat up. The surface he was sitting on was dark stone shot through with veins of something luminous. Not the amber of world vein realm, but a cooler silver blue that pulsed at the rhythm of the stars above rather than any biological rhythm. He was in a depression in a larger formation, sheltered on 3 sides by stone that had clearly been shaped by something rather than weather, a natural alcove in a landscape that was otherwise open in every direction. The cosmic shore extended as far as his sight could reach, a dark plane of the luminous veined stone, punctuated by formations that resolved at distance into crystallized light constructs, naturally occurring. Wei Liang assessed from their irregular shapes, not built. Between the formations, the stars. At eye level, the realm sky was simply all directions. Below the plane, there were presumably more stars. The plane was a surface that existed within the star field rather than beneath it. He took a full breath of the air. It tasted of ozone and cold and something that had no direct equivalent in any previous realm. The specific quality of atmosphere that was very old and very high and had been breathing itself for longer than the realms below it had existed. The carryover settled into the new body with the familiar pressure of 5 lifetimes, trying to occupy a space designed for one. He had learned in the first death to wait for the recalibration before attempting anything at full depth. He waited now, 3 minutes, monitoring the layered ascension weave's adaptation to the new architecture, noting where the threads felt stiff and where they integrated smoothly. The soul mark in the entity's presence was still there, still growing. He could feel its development more clearly here than he had in any previous realm. The cosmic shore's proximity to the between-realm layer was greater than any realm below, and the mark in the fracture site registered with a warmth that surprised him. Whatever it had been doing in the days since he placed it, it had been doing it undisturbed. He had 3 objectives in this realm: establish himself, find and make contact with the system's original owner, and survive until he could choose his own death rather than have it chosen for him. Wei Dao's note in unauthorized script: don't die in Realm 6 if you can avoid it. He stood on the luminous veined plane of the cosmic shore, in the light of a star 1,000 li away, with 5 lifetimes in his bones and everything he needed to begin. Hook. The system updated the moment he stood. Realm 6 detected. Cosmic shore. Cage proximity, 74%. Laminated soul charge, 91%. Final harvest imminent upon arrival in Realm 7. Below the standard text, in the gap where Wei Dao's unauthorized additions had appeared across 3 realms, 2 words only: I'm watching. Chapter 82. The cosmic shore's cultivation system was called stellar resonance, and it operated on principles that had no equivalent in any of the 5 realms below it. He learned this from a woman named Dao Fun, who found him on his second day in the realm and assessed him with the brisk efficiency of someone who encountered newly arrived practitioners regularly enough to have a protocol for it. She was old in the way cultivators got old when they had achieved significant but not transcendent power, perhaps 60 in apparent age, which in a realm at this height of the cultivation ladder probably represented several centuries of actual life. She had the specific weathered quality of someone who spent most of their time outdoors in environments that did not accommodate softness, and she carried a set of instruments whose function was not immediately obvious, but which she used with the comfort of long familiarity. Star mapping tools, Wei Liang assessed. She was tracking the dying sections. "You have carryover," she said, before he could speak. "Not a question. You feel different. There's a depth to you that new arrivals don't have." She set down the instrument she had been holding and looked at him directly. "How many lifetimes?" "5," he said. She was quiet for a moment, not surprised, exactly, but recalibrating. "I've met one laminated soul in my life," she said. "3 lifetimes. You're the second, and you have 5. She picked up her instrument. "Walk with me. I'll explain the system." Stellar resonance was, in its fundamental principle, cultivation through absorption of light from stellar sources. Not passive absorption, which all living things in the realm did simply by existing, but active resonance, aligning the cultivation field with a specific star's emission frequency and developing the soul's capacity to carry that frequency forward. The development was cumulative in a way that mirrored the carryover. Each star absorbed left a resonance signature in the soul that persisted and interacted with subsequent signatures. The advanced cultivators here have resonance from dozens of different stellar sources, Dauphin said. The oldest ones, from before the throne's incursion, had resonance from stars that no longer exist. They absorbed the light before the stars went dark. "The throne has been here," Wei Liang said. It was not a question. "For approximately 40 years, she said. "The dead patches, the areas where the stars have gone out, those are the result. The throne is consuming stellar light for something. We don't know what. The cultivation records speak of something called a harvest, but the records are incomplete." She looked at him sidelong. "You know what it is?" "Yes," he said. "Then you understand why this realm needs what you apparently have." The rank system here descended from what the tide of stars realm's peak touched. World Speaker was the threshold tier at which a practitioner could cross the realm boundary from below into the cosmic shore. Above that, the local rankings ran through stellar body. The integration of a star's resonance frequency into the physical cultivation field, nova formation, where the practitioner could generate their own light at stellar intensity rather than absorbing it, and void crossing. The theoretical upper tier that no living practitioner in the realm had reached, and which corresponded in Daofun's estimation to somewhere close to what the entity had become. "Why did you approach me?" Wei Liang asked. "Because you have 5 lifetimes of carryover depth," she said. "And I have spent 40 years waiting for someone who could actually do something about the dying stars. And because," a pause, "the star you're standing under, the one directly above, it changed frequency the moment you arrived. It's been doing that since your first morning here. Stars don't do that for ordinary practitioners." Wei Liang looked up at the star above him. Blue-white, about 800 li distant, burning with the specific intensity of something that had been doing this for a very long time and had just noticed it had company worth noticing. "Hook, the laminated soul I mentioned," Dauphin said, still watching the star's frequency. 3 lifetimes. His name was Lian Dao. He arrived 40 years ago, about the time the dark patches started. He reached this realm, made contact with something he couldn't explain clearly, and then disappeared. She looked at Wei Liang. "The records he left before he disappeared say only. Tell the next one. Above the shore, there is a door. Tell them to look up." Chapter 83. The dying sections of the cosmic shore were measurable and mapped. Dauphin had been mapping them for 20 years, which had given her a dataset that covered nearly a third of the realm's full extent. She shared it with Wei Liang without hesitation, the kind of sharing that came from having held information for a long time and finally encountering someone equipped to use it. The map was stored in a cultivator's memory crystal rather than paper, the dense format of something that required significant cultivation depth to read, and she handed it to him without the performance of importance. He read it over a single evening, sitting outside the structure she used as a workshop, a low building set into a rock formation, sheltered from the stellar wind that moved through this altitude's atmosphere at a constant 15-degree angle from the north. The stellar wind was a cosmic shore phenomenon he had not encountered before, a physical current of ambient qi generated by the interaction between multiple star fields, cool and strong, and carrying the resonance signatures of every stellar source it had passed through. It tasted like the map read, vast and old and currently diminishing. The dark patches were spreading from the northwest. Every mapping Dao Fan had done confirmed this. 20 years of data produced the same directional trend. The entity's presence in the realm flowed from the northwest, which was the fracture site direction, which was the direction from which it had approached in world vein realms vein rivers, and in its first tide of stars contact. The entity's structural asymmetry manifested in how it entered realms as well as how it could be attacked. What's in the northwest? He asked. The Shard Sea, she said. What used to be called the Shard Sea, before the dark. It was the densest collection of stellar sources in the realm. Hundreds of stars in a formation close enough to interact. The resonance from the Shard Sea used to be detectable across the full extent of the realm. It sustained the shore's entire stellar ecology. Without it, she gestured outward, at the stars above them. They're dimming. Not immediately, but the deep resonance that the Shard Sea fed into the shore's Qi field is no longer present, and the local stars are losing the harmonic support they needed to maintain their frequency. The entity is feeding there, Wei Liang said, taking the stellar light for the harvest. All of it, not all of it. A fraction, the specific fraction that maximizes the harvest without depleting the source before the harvest completes. He paused. The entity is not wasteful. It engineers conditions for a sustained yield. Taking all the stellar light at once would destroy this realm's utility as a staging ground. It takes what it needs and leaves enough to maintain the infrastructure. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had suspected this for years and was encountering confirmation rather than surprise. Can it be stopped? The consumption? Probably not directly. Not while it's operating at full presence through the Shard Sea. He studied the map's northwest quadrant. But the mark I've placed in its architecture should be developing by now. When it matures, when the crack becomes an opening, the consumption will stop because the entity will have a different problem to manage. What kind of mark? The kind that grows from the inside, he said. Dao Fan was quiet for a moment, reading something in the map that wasn't in the data. Then she asked the question he had been waiting for her to ask since their first meeting. The previous laminated soul, Lian Dao. His records say he made contact with something above the shore. A presence. He called it the room above the door. He said the presence was aware of him and that it knew his name before he said it. She looked at him. You're here to reach that presence. Yes, he said. I need to reach it. It's the anchor for everything I'm trying to do. Hook. She set the map down. Then I should tell you what Lian Dao's records say about how he found the door and what happened to him when he walked through it. Because he walked through it, and he never came back to this realm, and he never died in the normal sense. He simply stopped being in any location anyone could track. She paused, which I have spent 40 years trying to determine was a tragedy or a success. Chapter 84 Lian Dao's records occupied 6 memory crystals, encoded in the standard 3 lifetime resonance depth, accessible to a laminated soul, but not to ordinary cultivators, which was why they had survived in Dao Fan's possession for 40 years without anyone attempting to use them. He read them in order, in the 2 days following the map conversation, while continuing his orientation to the cosmic shore's cultivation system and beginning the foundational work of establishing his stellar resonance, selecting the appropriate stellar sources, calibrating the absorption frequency, building the base layer of what the system would require him to build here. The reading and the training happened in parallel, as they had in every realm, knowledge and practice feeding each other. What the crystals contained. Lian Dao had been the 6th laminated soul the system had produced, counting from whatever first cycle preceded the archived records. He had arrived in the cosmic shore with 3 lifetimes carryover, the previous best performance, and had spent approximately 2 years in the realm before vanishing. His records were precise, detailed, and written with the specific quality of someone who knew they might not have long and was prioritizing completeness over polish. The door he described was not a metaphor. It was a location, a specific point in the realm's topology at the upper edge of the Shard Sea, where the stellar resonance from the densest star cluster created a zone of Qi compression so intense that the usual between-realm boundary thinned. At the thinnest point, accessible only to a cultivator with sufficient resonance depth to withstand the compression, the boundary could be crossed without death. A door, rather than the violent breach that a transit death represented. He went through alive, Wei Liang said aloud, reading the relevant crystal. The presence above the shore had, according to Lian Dao's account, been aware of him in the way that Wei Dao had described the system's original owner, aware of each laminated soul's progress, watching from above the cage realm. Lian Dao had reached the owner, had spoken with them. The crystals contained a partial record of that conversation, partial because the record ended mid-sentence, not because Lian Dao had run out of crystal space, but because whatever had happened next had prevented continued recording. The last entry in the 6th crystal read, the owner said the cage is a misuse, that the original architecture was built for something else and the entity found it and bent it toward the harvest. The original purpose was not the furnace. It was the door. The same door I am about to walk through. The owner wants me to carry something back. I am going to. End of record. Wei Liang set the crystal down. He sat with the incomplete sentence for several minutes, in the stellar wind, in the light of the star that had been adjusting its frequency toward him since his arrival. Lian Dao had reached the owner, had been given something to carry back, had not come back. This was either because the something he had been given to carry required him to remain above the door, which suggested the owner had used the previous laminated soul as a vessel for whatever needed to cross the threshold, or because what happened above the door had changed Lian Dao's situation in a way that made returning irrelevant or impossible. He filed both interpretations. Continued reading. The earlier crystals were useful for a different reason. Lian Dao's account of discovering his own nature, of the previous 5 laminated souls' fates, of the entity's original move to occupy the eternal climb system. Different perspective on the same events Wei Dao had described. The accounts aligned at the substance level while diverging in framing. Wei Dao spoke from inside the system's maintenance architecture. Lian Dao had spoken from below it, as a climber who had figured things out from evidence rather than from access. One line recurred in multiple crystals, in different phrasings. Lian Dao was lonely. 3 lifetimes of carryover had given him the bonds to feel, but the specific bonds he carried had not found their corresponding souls in his upper realms. He had named the loneliness directly, without self-pity, with the steady observation of someone cataloging their own condition. He was the previous best performance, and he had been alone. Hook. Wei Liang set the last crystal down and sat with what was in it. Lian Dao had been the closest the system had produced before him, had reached the door, had walked through, and the only records left of him were 6 crystals in the possession of a woman who had waited 40 years, and a note Wei Dao had added to the margin of an archive text that Wei Liang had found in the Second Realm's monastery, written 800 years ago. Find the mark on the warden's robe. It had been pointing to this, in a long chain of pointers, each dependent on the previous arriving. Lian Dao had almost been enough. Wei Liang was the next attempt. Chapter 85. He found the blue-white star's name on the 4th day, Shui Xian, in the Cosmic Shore's stellar catalog, one of the Shard Sea's outer ring of stars that had survived the dark patches. The catalog entry noted it as anomalous, had been noted as anomalous for 40 years, since approximately the time Lian Dao had arrived in the realm. The anomaly was a frequency instability. Shui Xian's emission pattern showed periodic deviations from its baseline that did not correspond to any known stellar process. The deviations, when Daofan showed him the 40-year dataset, occurred approximately every 6 months and lasted for periods of days to weeks. They were not random. When plotted against the timing of known transit events, practitioners ascending from the realms below, the deviations correlated with arrival windows. Shui Xian had been responding to the arrival of new cultivators in the Cosmic Shore. It's looking for something specific, Daofan said. It's been looking for 40 years. Wei Liang had already suspected this. The star's adjustment the moment he arrived. That was not Shui Xian reacting to a laminated soul's presence. It was Shui Xian recognizing the thing it had been waiting for. He extended his cultivation sense toward it. At 800 Li, with the layered ascension weave running at the carryover's full 5 lifetime depth, he could reach it. Not fully, not enough to initiate resonance absorption, but enough to make contact with its Qi field's outer edge. The field responded immediately, a warmth, a specific frequency adjustment, the distinct quality of something vast adjusting its output toward the size of the thing attempting contact. The quality of the adjustment was familiar. He had felt something like this from Wei Dao, after he had asked the warden how he was rather than how the system was. The quality of something that had been maintaining function rather than being present, suddenly being addressed as a presence. The star was not just responding to a laminated soul. It was responding to being acknowledged. He sat down on the luminous veined stone and extended the contact more fully. Not absorption. He was not yet calibrated for this source's frequency, and attempting absorption without calibration would damage the resonance layer. He was still building. Contact only. The way he had reached toward Wei Dao through the soul mark without trying to pull more than the channel allowed. The star's frequency shifted again, this time toward a pattern he could almost read. Almost. What did Lian Dao say about Shui Xian? He asked, without breaking the contact. Daofan consulted something. He called it the threshold star. He wrote. A pause. Shui Xian is not a star in the ordinary sense. It is a marker. Whatever is above the shore placed it here as a landmark. It is the candle in the window for the person you are expecting to arrive. Wei Liang held the contact. The star's warmth pressed against the edge of his cultivation sense with the patient persistence of something that had been doing this for a long time and was willing to do it for longer. Not a star, he said. A message. He asked the question he had not known he was going to ask until it was already forming. Through the contact, as directly as the distance and his current calibration allowed, with the resonance of 5 lifetimes and the soul marks and the final breath seal's bond threads still live in the layered ascension weave. He asked if the presence above the shore could hear him. The star's frequency shifted a third time into a pattern he recognized from Wei Dao's unauthorized system editions, from the crystal buried in the grave, from the margin notes in 800-year-old archive texts. Not a language, not words, but the specific quality of something that was very far away and extremely attentive, that had been waiting for exactly this and was answering. Yes. Hook. He felt the answer, and felt behind it the answer's author. Not close, not reachable yet, not without the door that Lien Dao had described, but present. The system's original owner, above the cage realm, above the shore itself, doing what Wei Dao had told him, watching each laminated soul's progress, waiting for the one who would arrive with enough to complete the turn. The presence pressed through Shui Xian's warmth with the specific quality of someone who had been alone above a sealed door for 800 years and had just heard a knock. Chapter 86. He spent the next 3 weeks building his stellar resonance, and Lin Yu arrived at the end of the second week. He had not known to expect her that quickly. From World Vein Realm to the Cosmic Shore required reaching World Speaker Tier, which she had already achieved when she arrived in World Vein, and then making the Realm Crossing, which in the Cosmic Shore's case was not a transit death, but an ascension passage, a voluntary crossing through the upper threshold of the realm below. It was difficult. It required sustained cultivation at the crossing's pressure for hours rather than moments. Most practitioners who attempted it before developing beyond World Speaker failed the first several attempts. She had done it in 3 weeks, which was not the fastest possible time and was not a speed Wei Liang had any prior record to compare against, and which she achieved, as she explained when she arrived, by having spent the 4 days after his death in World Vein Realm in a cultivation state so focused that Dao Fan's workshop assistant, who had encountered her at the crossing point, had described her as arriving in the posture of someone who had been falling upward for 3 weeks straight. She looked, when she walked into the workshop, like someone who had spent 3 weeks pushing cultivation at maximum continuous output and had not let the physical cost of that interfere with the work. She also looked, immediately after seeing him standing at Dao Fan's work table, like she had been holding something at arm's length for 3 weeks and had just been given permission to set it down. He crossed the workshop in 4 steps, and she did not say anything, and neither did he, and the final breath seal's resonance, still active between them from the World Vein Realm anchor, registered the reunion the way it registered things, accurately, without commentary, in the permanent bond layer. Dao Fan observed this from across the workshop with the expression of someone confirming a hypothesis. The cultivation bond from the previous realm, she said, when they had separated and Lin Yu was eating from the plate the assistant had produced without being asked. It's still active. That's not supposed to be possible after a death transit. The final breath seal maintains it through transit, Wei Liang said. It's designed to. Designed by whom? By someone who anticipated this situation. Dao Fan accepted this with the equanimity of a person who had spent 40 years in a realm full of phenomena that the lower realm's cultivation manuals had not adequately prepared her for. All right, she said. Tell me about the seal. They spent the afternoon sharing information, the same kind of dense exchange he and Lin Yu had done in every lifetime's reunion, each bringing what the other lacked. Lin Yu had Dao Fan's workshop full of World Vein Realm data on the entity's vein presence and the threadcutter engagement's aftermath. He had Lien Dao's crystals and the Shui Xian contact and the outline of what the Cosmic Shore's specific challenges and resources were. Dao Fan added everything she had been accumulating for 40 years. By evening, the 3 of them had a more complete picture of the shore's state than any of them had held individually. The door Lien Dao described, Lin Yu said, examining the map that included Dao Fan's dark patch data alongside the Shard Sea's stellar catalog. The Qi compression zone at the Shard Sea's upper edge. The entity's presence is in the northwest of the Shard Sea. The door is in the northeast. They're on opposite sides. Not a coincidence, Wei Liang said. No, she said. The owner positioned the door where the entity's access is weakest. The fracture site weakness is in the northwest. The door is in the zone of maximum structural integrity, the part of the shore the entity avoids. She looked at him. The owner knew the entity would come here. They placed the landmark and the door in the location that would be hardest for the entity to access and destroy. Hook. The problem, Dao Fan said quietly, looking at the map with 40 years of field knowledge informing her assessment, is that the route from here to the door passes through the Shard Sea's outer ring, and the entity's presence has been expanding from the Shard Sea's northwest quadrant for 40 years. If the expansion continues at the rate my mapping shows, the outer ring will be fully compromised within 8 months. She looked up, which means the route to the door has perhaps 8 months left before it becomes impassable. Chapter 87. He reached the door 7 weeks after arriving in the cosmic shore. The route through the outer ring of the Shard Sea was navigable, barely, and with the specific difficulty of a path that had been made harder by the entity's 40-year expansion while remaining technically possible. Dauphin had mapped 3 viable routes. One had closed in the months before his arrival. Of the 2 remaining, he took the northern path, which was longer but passed through a section of the outer ring where Shui Xion's position in the stellar formation provided enough ambient resonance to partially shield against the entity's presence. Lin Yu took the route with him. He had not suggested she come and had not suggested she not come, and she had prepared for the journey with the self-contained competence that she brought to everything. Appropriate supplies, a cultivation configuration tuned to the outer ring's specific Qi density, a set of Dao Fun's mapping instruments. She had asked 3 questions about the journey's technical requirements, had confirmed the answers met her preparation's assumptions, and had said nothing further about it. Dauphin remained at the workshop. The mapping work continued. There were things to protect here. The journey through the outer ring took 4 days. The entity's presence in the Shard Sea was detectable at the outer edge, not as agents, not as an active threat, but as a baseline Qi pollution that had the quality of the entity's fundamental nature, the sovereignty of something that had decided this territory belonged to it. The pollution registered in his cultivation since the way the vein rivers changed color had registered in World Vein Realm, correct in all dimensions except that there was something wrong at the center of it, something that had replaced the original owner's Qi signature with its own and called the replacement ownership. The soul mark he had planted at the fracture site's layer was active. He could feel it developing as he moved through the outer ring, growing in the direction of the corruption the way a root grew toward water. He monitored it carefully. It was not yet at the maturation point where the entity would feel it as a disruption rather than a background anomaly. It was still subtle, still safe. Lin Yu walked beside him and did not speak much and did not need to. The silence between them had the quality of working silence rather than absence. 2 people who had accumulated enough shared context that the landscape itself served as conversation. On the 2nd day, moving through a formation of crystallized starlight in the outer ring's northeast quadrant, she said, Lian Dao reached the owner and didn't come back. You're planning to reach the owner and come back? Yes, he said. What's different? He had thought about this carefully since reading the crystals. Lian Dao reached the door with 3 lifetimes and no one on the other side of a bond thread, he said. He walked through with everything he had, and the owner was able to use him as a vessel. Not maliciously, I think, but because he was the only one present with the depth to carry what the owner needed carried. There was no one holding a final breath seal anchor on the lower side of the door. No one who could pull him back. I'm on the lower side, she said. Yes, the seal will maintain the connection through whatever the door represents. If the owner attempts what they did with Lian Dao, using me as a permanent vessel, the seal's thread will hold. It has held through death. It can hold through whatever the door involves. She was quiet for a moment. I don't like this plan. I know. I'm doing it anyway. I know that too. Hook. They found the door on the 4th day, at the edge of a stellar compression zone where 7 stars aligned in a formation that made the air between them vibrate at a frequency he had last felt in the 30 seconds of the final breath seal's clarity. The between-realm boundary so thin it was transparent, the realm above visible as a quality of light rather than a location, and in that light, unmistakable, the specific quality of a presence that had been waiting at a door for a very long time and had just heard the right knock. Chapter 88. The door opened inward. He had expected a threshold, a barrier, a resistance, the kind of cultivation test that a passage between realms usually represented. What the door offered instead was an invitation. The compression zone's boundary, when he pressed against it with the layered ascension weave at full 5 lifetime depth, simply parted. The way a curtain parted. The way something opened for someone it had been expecting. He stepped through. Lin Yu remained on the outer side, the final breath seal's thread stretching between them. Visible, when he looked back, as a thin line of warm light running through the compression zone's boundary, the bond made visible by the Qi density at this altitude. Above the door was not a realm. It was a space between realms, the same category of space as the between-realm layer Wei Dao occupied, but older and larger and with none of the binding's compression. It was the space that existed between the cage realm's upper boundary and whatever lay beyond it, the space the entity had reached when it broke through the ceiling and then become trapped in. He was standing in the entity's domain. Or rather, in the part of the entity's domain where the entity was not the only inhabitant. The presence that turned toward him was not the ascending throne. It was smaller, quieter. There was no sovereignty in it, no 800-year accumulation of obsession and will. What there was instead was the quality he had associated with the system's original design. The underlying framework that the entity had modified but could not fully overwrite, still present, still running, still oriented toward what it had been built to accomplish. He felt recognition from it, the same directional quality as Shui Xian's response, but closer and clearer. Not the warmth of a star finding the thing it had been calibrated to seek. The warmth of a person who had been alone for 800 years and was finally seeing the person they had been hoping for. You reached Lian Dao, Wei Liang said. The presence acknowledged this. Not in words. Not yet. The contact was still thin, but in the quality of what it conveyed. Yes, and that was not the outcome he had hoped for. He carried something for you, Wei Liang said. Something that needed to be on the lower side of the door. He walked through to bring it, and couldn't come back. Again the acknowledgement, with something more complex underneath it, grief, or its equivalent, the specific quality of someone who had needed something done that they could not do themselves, and the person who had agreed to do it had paid too high a price. What did he carry? Wei Liang asked. The answer came differently than the previous acknowledgements. Not a feeling but a structure, pressed into his cultivation since the way Wei Dao had once pressed a resonance impression into the soul marks channel. Complex, layered, built over a very long time with the specific patience of someone working under extreme constraints. He held it in the layered ascension weave and examined it. The system's original architecture. Not a description of it, the thing itself. The owner was sharing the original framework directly, the version that existed before the entity had modified it, the structure that still operated beneath the harvest modifications the way a river still ran beneath ice. He could feel both at once, the entity's cage mechanism and, below it, what the cage mechanism had been built over. It was a door. Lian Dao had been right. The entire eternal climb system, in its original design, was a door. A mechanism for carrying accumulated soul depth across the realm ceiling in a controlled direction. Hook. He understood the original design in the moment the owner shared it. Understood what the cage was meant to be instead of what it had been made into. And the understanding hit with the force of something he had been approaching for 5 lifetimes without knowing what the shape of it would be. The cage realm was not a chamber. It was a threshold, and the accumulated power the entity wanted to crack open for a dissolution event was the same accumulated power the original design wanted to carry through intact. Not exploded, not destroyed, not spent. Carried. The difference between the entity's plan and the owner's plan was the difference between detonating a key and using it. Chapter 89. He carried the owner's architecture back through the door and spent 3 days integrating it. The final breath seal's thread had held for the full duration of the contact. Lin Yu, on the lower side, maintaining the anchor with the same focused steadiness she had maintained through his death 5. When he stepped back through the compression zone's boundary, she was exactly where he had left her, the cultivation configuration still running, the mapping instruments recording ambient data. She looked at him with the assessment she used after operations that had required him to extend significantly. You were through for 2 hours, she said. How long did it feel on your side? Variable, he said. The contact compressed time differently than I expected. Was it? She paused, with the precision of someone choosing the right question from a set of available questions. Did you get what you went for? More than I went for, he said. The 3-day integration happened at Daofun's workshop while continuing the stellar resonance work. The owner's architecture occupied a layer of his cultivation field that the entity's system modifications had made inaccessible. It had been present the whole time, in every lifetime, and he had not been able to reach it because the entity's harvest modifications covered it the way a building covered a foundation. The contact with the owner had cleared the obscuration. He could read the original design now. What it meant in practical terms. The cage realm was traversable rather than terminal. The accumulated power that the entity wanted to detonate could instead be directed through the original framework, carried through the ceiling as a controlled passage rather than released as a dissolution event. The person who arrived in the cage realm with sufficient power and the owner's original architecture active in their cultivation field could walk through the cage rather than be broken open by it. The key piece, he told Lin Yu and Dao Fan, on the 3rd day, is the anchor. The owner's architecture needs something to orient to on the other side of the ceiling, something that marks the direction of passage. Without the anchor, the accumulated power still dissipates at the threshold, the same problem the entity designed the cage to exploit. The owner is the anchor, Lin Yu said. The owner is the anchor. And the owner can anchor from the other side because Lian Dao carried the connection through intact. Lian Dao's walk through the door established the thread between the lower side and wherever the owner exists. I can feel the thread in the architecture now. Lian Dao's contribution is woven into it. He paused. He didn't fail. He was the first step. What he did above the door was what made the architecture traversable for the one who came after him. Dao Fun had the expression of someone who had waited 40 years for a specific answer and was hearing it. He knew, she said. When he walked through the door, he knew he wasn't coming back, and he did it anyway. He left the crystals, Wei Liang said. 6 crystals calibrated to 3 lifetime resonance so that the next laminated soul could read them. He left the information I needed. He knew someone was coming after him, and he made sure they'd arrive with what he'd learned. He looked at Dao Fun. He wasn't alone up there. The owner was with him. Hook. The entity's agents arrived while he was speaking. 3 of them. A new type Wei Liang had not encountered before. Cultivators whose stellar resonance had been inverted, their absorbed starlight converted into a directed drain that could pull resonance from other practitioners' fields. Star Eaters, Dao Fun called them, and she called them with the specific grimness of someone who had been watching the entity develop this technique for years and had known it would eventually be directed at a target rather than at the dying sections of the shore. Chapter 90. The Star Eater's technique was the most alien combat method he had faced in 5 lifetimes. The thread cutters had targeted the carryover's architecture. The architects had targeted infrastructure. The entity's direct soul strike had targeted the soul's core. The Star Eater's drain was something different. They targeted the stellar resonance itself, the accumulated signature from each star he had absorbed since arriving in the cosmic shore, and the drain was experienced not as an attack on the cultivation field, but as the field's own developed resonance beginning to reverse. The light he had absorbed trying to leave the way it had come in. 3 of them in a formation spread across 40 meters, working in rotating shifts so the drain was continuous. He blocked the first rotation before he fully understood what was happening, recognized the technique structure in the second rotation's opening, and by the third rotation had analyzed the formation's architecture. It was the same design principle as the cascade severing pattern, multiple simultaneous vectors, each targeting a different resonance layer. The thread cutters had targeted the carryover's connections. The Star Eaters were targeting the resonance connections between the cultivation field and the stellar sources he had absorbed. If the drain completed, he would lose the 5 weeks of cosmic shore resonance work. It would not kill him directly, but it would reset his development in this realm to 0, and the entity would follow the Star Eaters with whatever came next. Lin Yu had read the formation in the same rotation he had. She moved to cover the northwestern vector. The entity's agents always came from the northwest, without instruction, while he blocked the northeast and southern vectors with the layered ascension weave's full capacity. The formation's rotation meant each of their positions cycled. They tracked the cycling and shifted, keeping the block consistent. The engagement lasted 23 minutes, which was longer than the thread cutter battle. The Star Eater's technique was more resilient than the thread cutters had been, designed with the knowledge that a laminated soul with a woven carryover architecture would be defending, adapted for the specific counter-configuration that the thread cutter battle had demonstrated. They had studied the world vein engagement. The entity had given them the record. He noted this for the later analysis. It meant the entity was not improvising. It was iterating, each agent deployment a test, a data-gathering exercise, the feedback from each engagement used to design the next one. The Star Eaters were the thread cutters improved by the record of the thread cutter's failure. The engagement ended when he identified the formation's resonance anchor, the central practitioner whose accumulated stellar absorption was supplying the drain's power, and ran the echo strike at 5 lifetime depth through the gap that Lin Yu's position on the northwestern vector had opened. One precise impact on the anchor's stellar resonance field. The drain collapsed immediately as the anchor's output failed. The 3 Star Eaters disengaged in good order and withdrew northeast. Alive, he watched them go, in the cooling stellar wind, and thought about what they represented. The entity had been watching him for 5 lifetimes, and the agents were always a step behind, designed against the previous lifetime's performance rather than the current one. The Star Eaters were the thread cutter response, which meant the entity was working from a dataset that was always 1 cycle old. Hook, it's going to come directly again, Lin Yu said, watching the retreating agents with the focused assessment that she brought to post-battle analysis. The Star Eaters were the test. Direct contact with you in World Vein Realm gave it new data. It knows about the layered ascension weave. It knows about me. It knows the thread cutter counter failed. The next move after a test that fails is the move it's been saving. She paused. How long do we have? Chapter 91. He found Chun Dao on the 43rd day. It was not the finding he had expected. He had been looking, The scar memory's warmth had been present as a faint background since his second week in the cosmic shore. The bond resonance indicating someone with Chun Dao's soul signature was in the realm, but the warmth had been distant and moving, indicating a person in motion rather than settled, and tracing it had taken time. He had been filling with the stellar resonance work and the Shui Xian contact preparations. The Chun Dao of this realm was 28, lean and quick-moving, with the specific posture of someone who navigated large spaces regularly. He was a star walker, one of the cosmic shore's equivalents of a traveling merchant, but the trading was in stellar resonance data rather than goods. He had a small cultivation base at the stellar body tier, developed in the way of someone who had cultivated for practical reasons rather than ambition, and a set of instruments that had clearly been modified multiple times to serve purposes their original designs had not anticipated. He was standing at the edge of the Shard Sea's outer ring's southwest quadrant when Wei Liang found him, making measurements of a dying stellar formation. He turned at Wei Liang's approach with the quick assessment of someone who monitored his environment out of professional habit, took in the five-scar pattern with the specific stillness of someone encountering something their instincts recognized before their mind did, and said, "You're the one." "The one," Wei Liang said. "The one I've been dreaming about. In the dreams, you have marks on your arm. I never knew what they were." He looked at Wei Liang's left wrist, at the 5 white scars. Those. The scar memory's warmth in this lifetime's form was the same one that had recognized a 45-year-old farmer in World Vein Realm's Vein City. The same bond finding its way home through whatever form the soul happened to be wearing. "I've been looking for you," Wei Liang said. "I know," Chen Dao said. "The dreams usually mean the looking is about to resolve." He turned back to his instruments with the practical ease of someone who had long ago decided that anomalous things would be investigated but would not derail the work at hand. "Walk with me. I'm mapping the formation's decay rate. Another week, and this section will be too compromised to read accurately. Tell me what you're doing here while I measure." He told Chun Dao what was relevant, the bones of it, without the full architecture of lifetimes. The entity, the harvest, what needed to happen in the cage realm, what the cosmic shore represented in the sequence. Chun Dao listened the way he always listened, receiving rather than reacting, letting the account accumulate into a shape before engaging with it. "In my dreams," Chun Dao said, when Wei Liang had finished, "you've always been fighting something vast. I never knew what it was. I just knew it was vast, and that fighting it mattered." He finished his measurement and noted the reading in a small record book. "What do you need from me in this realm?" "What you always give," Wei Liang said. "Presence. Information. The specific quality of someone who looks at an impossible situation and assesses it practically rather than panicking." Chen Dao looked at him for a moment. "That's a very precise way to describe what a person is." "I've had several lifetimes to observe what you are," Wei Liang said. "I've gotten accurate." "Hook." Chen Dao was quiet for a moment, with the quality he always had when processing something large. Then, "The dying sections," he said. "I've been mapping them for 2 years. I have data I haven't shared with anyone because I couldn't determine who would find it useful. I think you might." He patted the record book. "Every decay pattern I've measured has an anomaly in the southeast quadrant, a star that should be dying but isn't. It's been in the same position in the formation for 2 years, burning at consistent frequency, unaffected by everything around it." A pause. "I think it's a marker. I don't know what it marks." Chapter 92. The anomalous star in the southeast quadrant was Shui Xian's twin. Not astronomically, not the same stellar classification, not the same age, not part of the same formation origin, but calibrated to the same frequency in the way that Shui Xian had been calibrated, deliberately, by something that had placed it, adjusted it, and left it to wait. A second landmark. A second candle in the window. He and Chun Dao and Lin Yu stood at the southeast quadrant's formation edge on the 45th day and examined it from the distance that Dao Fan's instruments could bridge. The frequency was unmistakable once he knew what to look for. The same deviation pattern as Shui Xian. The same adjustment response when his cultivation sense touched it. The same quality of something vast being addressed rather than merely studied. "The owner placed 2 landmarks," Lin Yu said. "One for arrival," Wei Liang said. "One for orientation." He looked between Shui Xian's position in the northwest and this new star's position in the southeast. They were not at the same distance. Shui Xian was 800 li from the workshop. This star was closer, perhaps 500 li, within the outer ring rather than at its edge. "They define a line," Chen Dao said. He had produced his measurement instruments and was working them with professional speed. Shui Xian to here. Following that line, he tracked it on the map, leads directly to the door's compression zone. Shui Xian was the approach marker. "This one is the confirmation. You're on the right path." The owner mapped a route, Wei Liang said. before the entity arrived, before the shard C started dying. They prepared this for whoever arrived with enough to reach it. He felt the southeast star's response as his cultivation sense held the contact, the same warmth as Shui Xian, the same quality of acknowledgement, but with something additional underneath it. He held the contact and received what the star was offering, not the owner's architecture, which had already been shared through the door, but a different kind of information. Location data, the specific coordinates, in the cosmic shore's stellar topology, of every point the owner had marked before the entity arrived. A complete map of whatever the original design had placed here, before the entity began consuming the shore. The map was extensive. The owner had been preparing for a long time. This is everything they hid here, Wei Liang said, when he had fully received the transmission. Resources, landmarks, contact points. 63 prepared locations across the shore. He paused. There are intelligence crystals. The owner encoded information into formation layer fold locations across the shore the way I've been encoding crystals in the lower realms. They've been building a cache here since before the entity arrived. How do we access them? Lin Yu asked. Laminated soul resonance, he said. The same calibration logic. The crystals are encoded to a resonance signature that would match someone climbing through the system with sufficient carryover depth. She looked at him with the steady assessment of someone who had spent 5 years studying his mechanics and had stopped being surprised by implications while remaining alert to their significance. If you access those crystals, she said, you'll have everything the owner wanted to pass to the climber who could refuse the harvest. Whatever they prepared for 800 years, waiting for someone who could use it. Yes, he said. And if the entity learns you've accessed them, the timeline compresses, he said. Same as every previous acceleration. But we're in the last realm before the cage. The timeline compressing now means we have weeks rather than months. And we have more than we've ever had coming into a final window. Hook, how long to access all 63 locations? Chun Dao asked, with a practical directness that had made him the person Wei Liang reached for in every critical situation across 5 lifetimes. Give me a number. I have contacts across the shore's full extent, starwalkers who owe me information and know every path through the formation fields better than any map. If you can describe the access method, I can have people checking locations within 48 hours. A pause. I've been dreaming about fighting something vast since I was 12 years old. Tell me what I can do that actually helps. Chapter 93. The network Chun Dao had built across the cosmic shore was the most practical inheritance the soul had ever brought to an upper realm. He had, across decades of star-walking work, accumulated relationships with every major practitioner group in the realm's navigable extent. Researchers like Dao Fun, independent cultivators working the outer ring, sect-affiliated practitioners who maintained the stellar resonance stations that kept the shore's infrastructure functional. These relationships had the specific quality of Chun Dao's relationships in every lifetime, built on practical exchange, maintained through reliability, deepened by the consistent demonstration that he would deliver what he promised and ask no more than he offered. In 2 days, he had deployed 8 contacts across the shore. In 5 days, 34 of the 63 crystal cache locations had been confirmed and accessed. In 10 days, the full 63 had been reached. The crystals contained what the owner had prepared, detailed technical records of the Eternal Climb system's original architecture, compiled over the centuries since the entity had modified it, the owner documenting every deviation from the original design as they observed it from above the seal. The records were dense and precise, the kind of thing someone wrote when they had all the time the world had to offer and were determined to use it to leave a complete account. What the crystals added to what he already knew from the contact through the door. The cage realm's original function had been a specific one, a chamber designed to allow a laminated soul to complete the accumulation process in safety, to reach the resonance depth required for a controlled sealing passage without the dissolution risk that an unprepared breakthrough would create. The entity had taken the chamber and added the harvest mechanism, the release trigger that converted the accumulated power into an explosion rather than a directed passage. The original design was still present, as Wei Dao had said. The harvest modification was a layer on top of it. What the turn required, arriving in the cage realm with the original architecture active in the cultivation field, the laminated soul charge at or above 95%, and the owner's anchor established from the upper side. When those 3 conditions were met, the cage's original mechanism could be activated without triggering the harvest modification, the passage without the explosion, the key without the detonation. The laminated soul charge, currently 91%. One more death required to reach full charge, which the system had confirmed. He set the last crystal down and looked at what he had. 5 lifetimes of preparation, the owner's complete technical documentation, a bond thread through the door that the owner could anchor from above, and Chundao's network having confirmed every resource in the shore. There's a piece missing, Linyu said. She had read everything alongside him. She had the focused intensity of someone who had been following this thread for 6 years and was approaching the point where it resolved. The soul mark in the entity, he said. The soul mark develops the fracture site crack. You planted it 4 deaths ago. But the crystals say the turn requires arriving with the original architecture active, and the harvest modification is still sitting on top of it. The entity's modification is the cover over the original framework. Even with everything else in place, arriving in the cage with the modification active means the harvest trigger fires before the passage mechanism can activate. He had been thinking about this. The soul mark, he said. The soul mark, she confirmed. If it matures before you reach the cage realm, if the crack in the entity's architecture opens fully, the harvest modification might fail. The modification requires the entity's continuous maintenance. A modification whose maintainer is managing a fracture site failure is a modification that can gap. That's a narrow window, he said. Everything in this has been narrow windows, she said. The 20 seconds in World Vein Realm. The 30 seconds of the final breath seal. The 8 months before the door route closes. Hook. The mark is close, Wei Liang said, reaching through the cultivation sense toward the fracture site layer where the soul mark had been developing for 5 deaths. He felt it, closer to full maturation than he had assessed it from World Vein Realm. The crack had widened. When it opens, the entity will know. When the entity knows, everything accelerates at once. He looked at Linyu. We have a short window between the mark opening and the entity's response. That window is the moment I need to die. Chapter 94. The soul mark in the entity's fracture site matured on the 59th day. He felt it happen. The development that had been proceeding with the slow patience of something growing in secret suddenly accelerating, the crack opening. The way a hairline fracture in stone had been silent and invisible for months, and then the weight above it shifted and the crack became a gap. The entity felt it immediately. The response was not subtle. The stellar resonance across the entire cosmic shore shifted. Every star in the realm registering a frequency perturbation as the entity's Qi field, routed through the shard sea, convulsed around the fracture site's new instability. The amber of World Vein Realm's vein rivers going dark had been visible to ordinary sight. This was visible to cultivation sense across the shore's full extent. Every practitioner in the realm who had any sensitivity at all would feel the shift as a wrongness in the stellar Qi. He was standing at the workshop when it happened, with Linyu and Chun Dao and Dao Fan, because they had been expecting this and had arranged to be together when it arrived. How long? Dao Fan asked. The fracture site is open, he said. The entity is managing the instability. The harvest modification. He reached through the cultivation sense toward the cage's mechanism, which he could now feel through the owner's architecture that the crystal contacts had fully activated. The modification is fluctuating. Not failed. Fluctuating. The entity is redirecting processing to stabilize the fracture site, which means the modification's maintenance is degraded. How degraded? Linyu asked. He checked carefully. The modification's maintenance was the entity's continuous attention, the same attention it gave to Wei Dao's binding, to the vein network infrastructure, to the harvest schedule. The fracture site failure was drawing that attention in a direction it had not been drawn in 800 years. The modification was not down, but the gap between the original architecture and the modification's cover was visible where the maintenance was thinning. Enough, he said. The window he had described to Linyu, the gap between the mark opening and the entity's response, was not a window that allowed passive waiting. The entity would stabilize the fracture site. The modification maintenance would recover. What was visible now, through the gap, would be covered again within hours or days. This was the moment, and the moment was not patient. Chun Dao had the quality he had in every lifetime when the impossible situation arrived and the practical assessment was required. Present, clear, oriented. What do you need, he said. Hold everything here, Wei Liang said. Linyu, the final breath seal needs to be running before I, already active, she said. She had been maintaining it at low output since the mark matured. She had anticipated this by approximately 10 minutes, which was consistent with 6 years of preparation. How are you going to manage the death? The entity will push, he said. It always pushes when the window is closing. The soul strike attempt in World Vein Realm. That was the entity trying to force the timeline rather than waiting for the engineering. With the fracture site open and the modification gapped, it will push harder. He looked at the southeast landmark star's position in the shore's sky, burning at consistent frequency, unaffected by the convulsion around it. The owner's landmark, still lit. I need it to push before it can close the gap. If I can cause it to push now, the death happens on my terms in its timing. Hook. He sent the provocation through the soul mark's channel. Directly, through the fracture site crack that the mark had opened, a message into the entity's awareness that required no translation. I am here, I am ready, and you are running out of time to stop me. The entity's response arrived in 3 seconds, which was faster than any of its previous actions, which was the entity abandoning patience for the first time in 800 years, which was exactly what he needed. Chapter 95. The entity's response was everything at once. Not agents. Not a soul strike in the night. The entity collapsed the cosmic shore's stellar Qi field at Wei Liang's location with the same surgical method it had used in World Vein Realm, the withdrawal of the structural Qi that maintained a living body's coherence, but this time running the mechanism at full power rather than the measured pace of an engineered timeline. The entity was not being patient. The entity was ending this. He felt the collapse begin and activated the final breath seal's anchor. The 30 seconds of clarity opened. Lin Yu held. He was standing in the workshop doorway. He had moved there deliberately, in the seconds before the entity responded, to have the stars visible. The same choice as the farmhouse doorway in World Vein Realm. The simple choice to look at the sky with full attention because full attention was what he gave to finite things. The cosmic shore's sky at that moment. Stars in every direction. The silver-blue luminous stone underfoot. The southeast landmark burning steady in the southeast. Shui Xin burning steady in the northwest. The entity's convulsion visible as a dimming in the stars nearest the northwest, but stopped at the shore's outer ring by the owner's architecture, which was running now, fully active. The original framework no longer covered by the modification's maintenance because the entity's full attention was here, was on ending Wei Liang before the key could be used. The harvest modification gap was visible and widening. The entity's processing was fully committed to this moment. The modification's maintenance was failing in real time. He had 30 seconds. He used the first 5 to look at the sky. Still alight. Still present. The realm intact. He used the next 10 to confirm through the owner's architecture that the original mechanism was accessible, that the gap was wide enough, that the passage framework was active, that the laminated soul charge had reached 95% with this death, which was full charge, which was what the original design required. He felt through the bond thread. Lin Yu, in the adjacent room, absolute. Steady, focused, present. She was giving him all 30 seconds. She would not let him go before he chose to. He felt through the soul mark. Wei Dao, performing the harvest, weeping again. The binding at maximum restriction after the World Vein defiance. But the marks still live, the thread still present. The gold-threaded marking still holding. Below the gray robe's hem. The marking he had placed in the void above shattered heaven, still doing what it had been placed to do. He felt through the owner's architecture. The presence above the sealed ceiling, above the cage realm. The anchor fully set, the door open and holding, Lian Dao's thread maintaining the connection through whatever space existed above the ceiling. Ready. He used the last 5 seconds to confirm the soul marks he had planted were growing. Not just the fracture site mark. All of them, across every entity contact he had made in 5 lifetimes. The accumulated marks developing in the entity's presence like the root system of something that had been growing in the dark. When the cage realm's original mechanism activated, these marks would be part of what oriented the passage. The direction of the turn. It was enough. Hook. Death 6 registered. Ascending. Cage proximity, 100%. Laminated soul, at full charge. And then the system flickered. The full-screen flicker of harvesting matrix replacing eternal climb system for 3 seconds before resolving back. And in the gap where Wei Dao wrote, in characters that were less careful than the last time and more urgent, the handwriting of someone pressing every available channel at once. The modification failed. The original framework is active. The owner can see you. The cage is the door. Come through. Chapter 96. The transit between Death 6 and the cage realm was nothing like any previous transit. Every previous death had carried the quality of interruption, a sudden withdrawal of the current state, a gap, and then the next body opening its eyes in the next realm. The gap had never been experienced as a location. It had simply been the space between one consciousness and the next, unremembered because nothing was present to remember it. This time there was no gap. He was in the cosmic shore workshop doorway in the 30 seconds of the final breath seal's clarity, and then the seal's 30 seconds ended, and then he was moving. Not through a gap, but through a channel, a directed passage that had the quality of the owner's architecture having caught him rather than the system's harvest mechanism having triggered. The harvest modification had failed. The original framework was active. The transit was the original design operating as intended rather than the entity's modified version. The channel felt like falling upward. Not the way that metaphors used upward, literally upward, through the layers of the between-realm space. past the maintenance layer where Wei Dao operated, past the between realms upper boundary, past the region of space the entity occupied. He passed through the entity's presence in the between realm space and felt the fracture site as he went through it. The crack the soul mark had opened, wide now, the entity's attention fully on it, fully away from what was passing through the channel below. The soul marks he had planted across 5 lifetimes of entity contact burned as he passed through the fracture site's region. Not painfully, with the specific quality of things doing what they had been placed to do, orientation marks, defining the direction of passage the way Wei Dao's unauthorized script had defined the direction of interpretation. The marks were pointing the same direction the channel was moving, upward, through, toward the owner's anchor. He was not a body. Not yet. The original architecture had caught him in the form that the layered ascension weave gave him between lives. The soul itself, with the full carryover's 5 lifetime depth, with all the bonds and marks and threads intact, moving through the channel with everything he had built. He had died 6 times. He had been a body 6 times, had opened his eyes 6 times in 6 realms with 6 different weights pressing into 6 different chests. He understood, moving through the channel, why this transit was different from the beginning. The channel was not the system depositing a soul into a waiting body. There was no waiting body. The cage realm was not a realm in the inhabited sense. It was a chamber, a threshold, a mechanism. What he was being delivered into was not life, but a reckoning. He had known this intellectually since Wei Dao's account in the farmhouse. Knowing it intellectually was different from experiencing the channel's specific quality, the sense of moving through something that had been designed for exactly this, that had a purpose and that the purpose was not random. 6 deaths of preparation. Moving through a corridor built 800 years ago, aimed at a ceiling that no one had ever crossed from below without being destroyed. He was the first. This was the first time. The final breath seal's thread was still live, stretching behind him down the length of the channel. Linyu, at the lower end, holding with everything she had. He could feel the seal straining. It had been designed to hold through one death transit, through one realm gap. This was something further, something the seal's original design might not have anticipated. He had told her, it held through death. He was asking it to hold through this. It held. He could feel her through it. Not words. The seal didn't carry language in this direction, but the quality of her presence. 6 years of preparation. 3 lifetimes of working alongside him. The final breath seal's bond registered as the permanent layer recorded it. Real, deep, the kind of connection that had arrived ahead of schedule in every realm and had not been severed by any death. She was there at the other end, absolute, giving him everything the seal's thread could carry. Hook. The channel resolved at the cage realm's boundary, not the barrier Wei Dao had described when explaining the cage's purpose, but the original design's threshold, a chamber built for exactly this, built to receive a laminated soul at full charge and facilitate what came next. The chamber was not empty. The entity was there, its presence filling the space with the sovereign weight of 800 years of waiting. And so was something else. Above the chamber, above the ceiling the entity had become, the presence of the owner, anchor fully set, door fully open, waiting. Chapter 97. The cage realm looked like every previous realm and like none of them. It was a chamber, as Wei Dao had said, a contained space in the between-realm structure, a constructed location rather than a natural realm. The construction showed. The architecture was deliberate, the chi field shaped with the precision of something built rather than grown, the walls of the chamber having the quality of old deliberate work. The entity's modifications were visible as a second layer over the original architecture, the way the entity's chi field had been visible over the Shard Sea's stellar resonance. The same texture, the same quality of something that had decided a space belonged to it and had been acting on that decision for centuries. The harvest mechanism was built into the chamber's walls, triggered by the presence of a fully charged laminated soul and the entity's activation. He could see it now, with the owner's architecture active in his cultivation field, could read the modifications designed the way you read a text that had been written over an earlier text, the original showing through where the ink was thin. The original design showed through everywhere. The harvest modifications maintenance had failed. The entity's fracture site instability had pulled the processing that maintained the modifications coverage, and what was left was the original framework in full visibility, a passage mechanism, not a detonation mechanism. A door, not a furnace. He stood in the chamber in the form the channel had deposited him. Himself, without a body, with the layered ascension weave running at full capacity, the carryover 6 death accumulated depth present as a structure rather than a weight. The final breath seal's thread ran behind him through the channel, still live. The soul marks were active, warm points of accumulated contact distributed through the entity's presence around him. developing toward a purpose they had been placed toward across 5 deaths. He examined the chamber's architecture with the owner's framework active in his cultivation field. The original design was elegant, built by someone who had understood what the realm ceiling crossing required and had built a space specifically shaped for it. A preparation chamber, where the laminated soul's accumulated depth could settle and orient before the passage. A waiting room designed for someone who had earned the right to wait briefly before the next step. The entity had taken that waiting room and installed a detonator in the walls. He could see both. The detonator mechanism, still installed but unresponsive without the modification's maintenance. And beneath it, the original chamber's orientation features, subtle Qi alignments that would, when activated, focus the accumulated depth toward the ceiling's passage point rather than releasing it in all directions. The original design was not passive. It was directed. It had been built with a specific person in mind, whoever arrived with enough carryover to need the orientation rather than the explosion. The entity's presence occupied the chamber the way it had occupied every realm it entered, as a pervading quality rather than a location, the sovereign pressure of something that had been here longer than everything else. 800 years. The patience he had been navigating for 5 lifetimes, the patient engineering and the patient waiting and the patient construction of every mechanism, present here at the point it had been building toward. Wei Liang, it said. The same conversational evenness as in World Vein Realm, as in every contact across 5 lifetimes. You have arrived. I have, he said. At full charge, it said. For the first time in 800 years. No previous laminated soul has arrived in the cage realm with this accumulation intact. A pause with the weight of something that had been anticipating this for centuries. You are everything the system was built to produce. The system was built to produce something different than you think, he said. I've read the original design. Hook. The entity's pressure shifted, the first time in 5 lifetimes of contact that it had registered something as unexpected rather than a manageable deviation. The quality of something encountering a situation its models had not fully accounted for. Then, the modification has a gap, it said, with the specific quality of a sovereign intelligence recalculating, but I am still the cage realm's primary presence. Whatever the original architecture allows, I am between you and the ceiling. The pressure tightened. Show me what 800 years of trying has built. Chapter 98, he activated the original passage mechanism, and the entity activated the harvest trigger simultaneously. For 3 seconds, both mechanisms ran. The harvest trigger attempted to release the laminated soul's accumulated charge in an outward explosion. The dissolution mechanism, the ceiling crack the entity had been building toward for 8 centuries, the end of Wei Liang and everything he carried. The passage mechanism attempted to direct the accumulated charge through the ceiling in a controlled movement. The original design, the door operating as intended, the key used rather than detonated. The 3 seconds were the longest he had experienced since the final breath seal's 30 seconds of clarity. Not measured time, subjective duration, the experience of 2 enormous forces operating through the same structure in opposite directions. Every thread of the layered ascension weave running at maximum capacity to hold the structure's integrity while the conflict resolved. The conflict's resolution depended on one variable, which mechanism had priority in the architecture's operational hierarchy. The harvest trigger was newer, the entity's modification, built over the original design. The passage mechanism was older, the framework that predated the entity's occupation by whatever time had existed between the system's creation and the entity's discovery of it. In normal operation, the newer modification ran over the older framework. The modification's maintenance was what enforced the hierarchy. The modification's maintenance had failed. The passage mechanism had priority. Not instantly. The entity's presence in the cage realm was itself a form of maintenance. The entities were replacing the processing the mechanism had drawn on. He felt the entity pressing against the hierarchy failure, attempting to reassert the harvest trigger through direct application of its sovereign presence rather than through the mechanism's infrastructure. 800 years of accumulated will apply directly to a conflict that had, for 3 seconds, not yet resolved. He held the passage mechanism's activation with everything 5 lifetimes had built. This was the moment the entire sequence had been building toward. Not the battles with agents, not the realm-saving operations, not the carrying forward of bonds through death after death. All of that had been preparation for the 3 seconds he was now occupying. The entity had spent 8 centuries engineering this moment as a detonation. He had spent 5 lifetimes engineering it as a passage. The 3 seconds were the resolution of that difference. He thought about the farmhouse doorway in World Vein Realm, the Amber River, the 20 minutes with Mei, sitting at the Vein River's bank with a smooth stone pressed into his hand. Chen Dao at the low table, saying, I know I'll miss you when you're gone. Is that strange? The 6 memory crystals Lian Dao had left behind. Wei Dao, finally able to speak as a person rather than a function, smiling once in a farmhouse chair. The weight of everything that had been built across 5 lifetimes pressed into the passage mechanism's activation, not as power, not as force, but as the specific depth that the original design had been built to carry. This was what the door was for. This was what carrying forward learning across multiple lives, the system's original purpose before the entity corrupted it, was supposed to produce. Lin Yu's seal thread pulled from below, steady, absolute, still present. The owner's anchor pulled from above, steady, absolute, waiting. He was the point between them, the carried depth suspended in the conflict, held in both directions simultaneously. The entity's will was enormous. He had known it would be. He had spent 5 lifetimes preparing for this 3 seconds. He had 6 deaths worth of carryover, the layered ascension weave, the soul marks orienting the direction of passage, the owner's architecture fully active, the door open. The harvest trigger failed. Hook. The passage mechanism's activation completed. Not fully, not yet, but the threshold stepped. The accumulated charge was no longer held in the dissolution configuration, no longer aligned for the outward explosion. It was aligned for the passage. The direction had changed. And the entity, whose entire 800-year project had just shifted from successful to uncertain in the span of 3 seconds, did the one thing it had never done in any of Wei Liang's lifetimes. It stopped being patient. Chapter 99. The entity's patience, when it broke completely. No more conversational evenness. No more deliberate engineering. No more managed approaches and calibrated agent deployments. 800 years of patient sovereignty had reached its structural limit in the 3 seconds of the mechanism conflict. And what came out the other side was the desperate core that Yuna had seen beneath the ascending throne's surface. The person who had broken through the ceiling 8 centuries ago and had been trying to finish the dissolution ever since, trapped in the between-realm space. Unable to complete what he had started. Unable to undo what he had become. The pressure the entity applied to the cage realm was unlike anything previous. Not targeted. Not precise. Raw application of accumulated force. The way a person who had been holding a heavy weight with controlled technique for 800 years might finally drop the technique and simply push. Wei Liang felt it as an increase in the cage chamber's Qi density that went from oppressive to structural. The chamber beginning to compress. The original architecture's walls under pressure they had not been designed to withstand from the inside. He held the passage mechanism's activation. The layered ascension weave strained. 5 lifetimes of carryover were not infinite. The depth was enormous, but the entity's presence in this chamber was the full weight of 800 years of accumulated will applied, without the patience that had been its governing principle. He had prepared for this. He had not prepared for how immediate it would be. Wei Dao, he said, through the soul marks channel, which was still open despite the cage realm's distance from the maintenance layer. The binding at maximum restriction. The channel attenuated, barely present. Can you hear me? A pulse. Faint. The quality of someone at the edge of what they could reach. The original mechanism is active, he said. The door is open, but the entity is applying direct force. The passage isn't completing fast enough. Another pulse. And then, through the soul marks channel at the edge of its range, compressed and urgent, with the quality of someone pressing everything available into a single transmission, a memory. Not a message, a memory. The specific memory of Wei Dao standing in the void above shattered heaven realm, absorbing the entity's strike on Wei Liang's behalf, the binding tightening in real time, the gray robe's hem with its gold-threaded marking as Wei Liang had placed it. The memory of that choice, not the binding's cost but the choice itself, the first time in 800 years that Wei Dao had acted as a person rather than a maintenance function. He understood. Wei Dao was showing him what he had available, even here, at the binding's limit. Hook. He redirected the passage mechanism's activation, not forward, not the simple directed charge through the ceiling that the original design described in its isolated form, but through the bond network. Through every soul mark he had planted across 5 lifetimes, through the final breath seal's thread, through the scar memory's deep layer connections, through the gold-threaded mark on Wei Dao's robe, through the carryover bonds to every person he had been able to stay present with across the 5 deaths. The passage mechanism, the owner's architecture had said, needed an anchor from above. What Wei Liang had understood in 3 lifetimes of building bonds was that anchor did not mean singular. The owner was one anchor, and so was Lin Yu, and so was Wei Dao, and so was every thread he had maintained with the specific quality of staying present with finite things. Chapter 100. The bond network carried the passage. He felt them all in the activation's final moment. Lin Yu, at the lower end of the seal thread, pushing the full depth of 6 years of preparation into the connection, not just holding the anchor, but actively driving the passage. The same focused, absolute quality she had brought to the thread cutter battle, and the world core anchor, and the final breath seal in the farmhouse, and every moment across 3 lifetimes where she had arrived ahead of schedule and prepared for the specific gap his architecture left. The bond thread blazed with the accumulated depth of someone who had decided that the system's isolation design was incorrect and had been proving it wrong since she was 16 years old. Wei Dao, at the soul marks channel's edge, with the binding at maximum restriction and 800 years of being a maintenance function and the specific quality of someone who had waited a very long time and was finally doing the thing the waiting had been building toward, applying not the harvesting function but the person beneath it. The accumulated presence of the ancestor who had survived the entity's binding for 8 centuries by finding the narrow channels the binding left open and using them with everything he had. The soul marks in the entity's presence, mature and growing, oriented toward the owner's anchor the way roots oriented toward water. The fracture site crack, wide open. The entity's fracture point weakness that Wei Dao had described as accessible only during full engagement, and which was now not merely accessible, but thoroughly occupied by 800 years of planted orientation marks. The entity pushed back with everything. The chamber walls compressed further. The passage mechanism strained. And then the owner pulled. From above the ceiling, from above the cage realm, from the space that Lian Dao had reached, and the entity had been trapped at the threshold of for 800 years. The presence Wei Liang had felt through Shui Xion's warmth and the contact through the door, and the crystal cache's 63 patient preparations, the system's original owner, anchor fully set, drawing the accumulated charge through the passage framework with the force of something that had been waiting at the upper end of a door for 8 centuries and was not going to let go now that the door was finally fully open. The entity's harvest trigger was gone. The modification had failed completely, maintained by nothing now that the entity's processing was all on the fracture site. The dissolution did not happen. The passage happened. Wei Liang moved through the ceiling, not exploded through it, not cracked through it, not violently breached, but carried through it, the way the original design had always intended, the accumulated depth of 6 deaths, and the bond network's full weight directed upward in the controlled passage that the owner had built this system to produce 800 years ago, and the entity had been trying to corrupt ever since. He felt the entity behind him, still pushing, still present, still the vast accumulation of 800 years of obsession. But the fracture site was fully open now, and what had been a crack in the entity's architecture was now a structural failure. And the sovereign will that had sustained the cage realm and the maintenance binding and the harvest mechanism across 8 centuries was no longer sovereign, because it was no longer structurally intact. Hook. The last thing he felt before the passage completed was Wei Dao. The soul marks channel blazing briefly clear as the binding released. Not punished clear, but freed clear. The specific quality of something that had been constrained for 800 years suddenly encountering the absence of constraint. And through the channel came the impression of someone standing in a space that had no edges. After 8 centuries of being held in a space that was nothing but edges, doing the same thing Wei Liang had always felt from him, watching with the specific quality of someone who had waited a very long time and was seeing a thing worth waiting for. Passage complete. Cage mechanism failed. Binding released. The system's final text was not in the entity's script. It was in the owner's, the original architecture's font, clean and clear and entirely different from everything the cage had been designed to say. Welcome back. Chapter 101. Above the ceiling was not a realm. He had expected a realm. Every step of the ascension sequence had been a realm. A contained world with its own Qi architecture, its own cultivation system, its own inhabitants living within a sky that had walls even when the walls were invisible. He had climbed through 6 of them. He had understood each new one as a place. What was above the ceiling was not a place in any sense the previous 6 realms had prepared him to receive. It was a condition, a quality of existence rather than a location, the state of being above the boundary that all the realms below were below, not another step in the sequence. The end of the sequence, which was not an ending but an arrival at the thing the sequence had been designed to reach. The way a road was not its own destination but the direction to one. He was present in it without a body, with the layered ascension weave intact and the soul marks active and the carryover's 6 death accumulated depth present as a complete thing, not compressed, not managed, not holding itself at a level appropriate for a body of 18 years. The full weight of everything he had built across 6 lives, unfiltered, present in a space that could contain it. The passage had not destroyed him. The accumulated power had not detonated. The key had been used, not broken. He spent a moment simply being that. All 6 deaths registered in the left wrist record that no longer had a physical form to be inscribed on, but which was present in the carryover's architecture the way all records were present. Not as sensation, but as knowledge, the factual record of what had been paid to get here. The mortal dust beginning. The Iron Sky realm's first cultivation. The surprise of discovering that the system had given him something the other orphans in his village did not have. The second death, in a burning building. The carryover's first transfer carrying only the memory of a girl's name and a river stone pressed into his hand. Shattered Heaven and Kwang's patient instruction, the integration technique that had been the first genuine gift. Tide of Stars and Lin Yu at 10 years old, seeing the 5 shadow effect in his cultivation field, and saying I know what you are. The World Vein realm, and Wei Dao finally sitting in a chair and being asked how he was rather than what he maintained. All of it present, in the space above the ceiling. Not as weight, as substance, the substance of what had been built. The passage had not destroyed him. The accumulated power had not detonated. The key had been used, not broken. He was aware of the owner immediately. The presence he had felt through Shui Xian's warmth and the contact above the door, and 800 years of preparation. Now close rather than vast. Close in the way that 2 people standing in the same room were close rather than the way a star was close from 800 li away. The quality of the presence was the same. The specific warmth of someone who had been waiting at the upper end of a door for a very long time, and was now in the room with the person they had been waiting for. He oriented toward the presence. In this space, orientation was the closest equivalent to crossing a room. The owner's presence acknowledged this with the same quality as Shui Xian's first response. The warmth of something vast adjusting its output toward the size of the thing attempting contact. But the adjustment here was different from the stars. The star had been calibrated, deliberate, a message in stellar form. This was a person, aware of the calibration, choosing to move toward the encounter rather than waiting for the encounter to reach them. They met in the middle. Hook, 6 deaths, the owner said, and his voice, when it came, was the quality of the system's original script rather than the entity's modifications. The same font as Welcome Back, the same architecture as the margin notes Wei Dao had been adding to the system's interface for 800 years, and everything you carried through all 6. A pause with the quality of someone who had watched from above a sealed door for 8 centuries and was seeing the outcome of that watching. You are the first. Chapter 102. He asked the owner their name, which was the same question he had asked Wei Dao first. The owner's name was Jianling, which was the name they had been before they had built the eternal climb system, and the realm ceiling crossing had become the defining fact of their existence. They had given the name with the quality of something that had been held privately for a very long time. Not the way Wei Dao had needed a moment to locate himself when asked how he was, but the way someone offered something they had kept safe and had been ready to give when the right person arrived. You knew someone would come, Wei Liang said. You built this for someone specific. I built it for whoever would be strong enough, Jianling said. The system's original design was the vehicle. I built the landmarks, the crystals, the contact mechanism. I placed everything I could without the entity being able to find it. A pause. I did not know it would take 800 years. He had questions. He had accumulated them across 6 lifetimes and 3 realms of working toward this conversation, and the accumulation was significant. He asked them in the order of priority rather than the order they had arrived. The same approach he applied to intelligence exchanges with Wei Dao, which had the specific efficiency of someone who had learned not to waste limited contact windows. The entity's current condition, the fracture site failure, had not destroyed the entity. What it had done was more significant. It had destabilized the sovereign structure that the entity had built over 800 years of obsessive will. The entity was still present in the between-realm space, still possessed of the accumulation that had made it what it was, but the fracture site's failure had exposed the desperate core that Yuna had seen and Wei Dao had described. The person trapped at the threshold, unable to complete the dissolution, unable to undo the transformation. The sovereign will that had been managing that desperation for 8 centuries had just cracked. Is it in pain? Wei Liang asked. Jianling was quiet for a moment. Yes, they said. It has been in pain since the first dissolution. The sovereignty was the management strategy. Remove the management strategy, and what remains is what has always been there. They paused. He was a person once. The person is still in there. It has always been in there. Can he be reached? That is the question, Jianling said, with the quality of someone who had been considering this question for 800 years and had formed a view they were prepared to share. What was done to him cannot be undone in the ordinary sense. He cannot become what he was. But the thing he has been trying to complete, the second dissolution, the going through, there may be a form of completion that does not require destroying you. A pause. This is what Lian Dao carried when he walked through the door. Not a message. A method. Hook. Lian Dao is here, Jianling said. He has been here since he walked through, above the ceiling, doing what he agreed to do when the owner explained what the carrying required. He prepared the completion method across 800 years alongside me. A shift in the presence that Wei Liang recognized, after a breath, as a third quality entering the space. Different from Jianling's patient warmth, different from his own carryover's weight, carrying the specific resonance of a 3-lifetime laminated soul who had walked through a door knowing he would not walk back. He would like to say something to you, Jianling said. He has been waiting to meet the one who came after him. Chapter 103 Lian Dao's presence had the quality of someone who had been waiting a long time and had used the waiting well. Not idle waiting. The specific quality of someone who had been given an enormous task and had approached it with the same systematic thoroughness that the 6 memory crystals suggested. 800 years above the ceiling, working alongside Jianling, preparing the completion method and placing the landmarks and building the infrastructure that Wei Liang had used across 3 realms. The 3-lifetime carryover had not faded above the ceiling. If anything, it had deepened, accumulated across 8 centuries of continued development in a space with no death cycles to interrupt it. I read your crystals, Wei Liang said. I hoped someone would, Lian Dao said. His voice was the same quality as the system's original architecture, clean, clear, without the entity's modifications overlaid. I didn't know when you would arrive or how many lifetimes it would take. I left the crystals at the depth that a 3-lifetime soul could read, which was the depth I had. I didn't know if the next soul would need more or less. A pause that carried 8 centuries of having wondered about this. You have 6. 5 lifetimes of carryover and the 6th completed at the passage, Wei Liang said. The system updated when I crossed. 5 lifetimes, Lian Dao said. Something in the presence that was the equivalent of an exhaled breath. Not relief exactly, but the release of a weight that had been held on behalf of someone else. I had hoped. I left the crystals with the 3-lifetime calibration because I was afraid that if I left them at higher depth, a soul with only 3 lifetimes would find them and be blocked. Better accessible than perfect. A pause. Was it enough? What I left? More than enough, Wei Liang said. The route through the Shard Sea. Shui Xin. The 63 cache locations. You mapped a path through a realm you had already left, for someone you would never meet in person. I met you in the crystals, Lian Dao said, with the specific simplicity of someone who had long ago made peace with the form their relationships had to take. I knew what kind of person would find them. The calibration required 5 lifetime resonance, which meant whoever read them had done what I did, multiplied by more. I knew the person. I just didn't know the name. He thought about reading the 6th crystal, the last entry cut off mid-sentence. The owner wants me to carry something back. I am going to, and then nothing. He had spent days wondering about the incomplete sentence, about what had been intended, and what had interrupted it. The answer, standing in the space above the ceiling with Lian Dao present, was apparent. The sentence had not been interrupted. Lian Dao had simply stopped writing because the next step was not something he could write. The walking through was not describable from the lower side of the door. You could record everything that led up to it. The thing itself required being present in it. The last crystal, Wei Liang said. The incomplete sentence. I know how it ends, Lian Dao said, with something that in another context would have been a smile. I am going to do it. And then I did. He had walked through the door knowing he would not come back, and above the door he had spent 800 years alongside Jianling, building the infrastructure for the next attempt, and the sentence he had left unfinished below had been finished above it. That was the answer to Daofan's 40-year question, tragedy or success. Both, and neither, and something that the 2 categories did not fully describe. Hook. The completion method, Wei Liang said. Jianling said you carried it when you walked through the door. That it wasn't a message, but a method. He reached toward the presence. Tell me what it requires. We don't have long. The entity is still in the between-realm space below us, and the fracture site failure is not a permanent resolution. It is a destabilization. Whatever comes next has to happen before the entity reconstructs its management. Chapter 10 for the completion method was the dissolution the entity had been attempting, but inverted. The entity's dissolution plan. Use the laminated soul's accumulated charge as a key to crack the ceiling from below, releasing the accumulated power outward through the breach, using the explosion to force a passage. The explosion would destroy the key, destroy Wei Liang and everything he carried, and the power released might or might not be sufficient to complete the passage. It might simply destroy the cage realm and the between-realm space's structural integrity along the bottom edge of the ceiling, killing Wei Liang without completing anything. The original design's completion method used the laminated soul's accumulated charge as a key to open the ceiling from above, not cracking from below, but unlocking from above. The same power directed inward rather than outward, oriented by the owner's anchor and the marks that Wei Liang had planted, focused through the passage mechanism rather than the detonator. The opening was controlled. The passage was intact, and the charge was not destroyed in the process. It was transformed. Transformed into what? Wei Liang asked. The ceiling itself, Jianling said. When the entity broke through the original ceiling 800 years ago, it became the boundary. It sacrificed its own coherence to create the opening and then could not complete the passage because there was nothing on the upper side to anchor the completion. The entity has been at the threshold ever since, partially through, partially the boundary, neither fully above nor able to return below. A pause. The completion method resolves this. The laminated soul's accumulated charge, directed through the original mechanism, does not replace the entity at the threshold. It provides the anchor the entity needed 800 years ago and never had. He worked through the implication carefully. I complete the passage the entity couldn't finish, he said. You complete it for him, Lian Dao said. That is what I carried. The method requires the soul that walks through the original design's door to bring the anchor that the first dissolution needed. The entity needed an anchor from the upper side to complete the passage. You cross from the lower side. You are now on the upper side. You have the accumulated depth of 6 deaths in the bond network and the owner's architecture and the soul marks in the entity's fracture site. A pause. You are the anchor. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment, taking this in. The entity that had engineered his death across 5 lifetimes, that had sent agents and threats and direct soul strikes, that had been patient for 800 years while Wei Liang was not even born yet. The entity that was, beneath the sovereign will, a person trapped at a threshold for 8 centuries. It doesn't end with destruction, he said. No, Jianling said. It ends with completion. Hook. There is a cost, Jianling said. The anchor requires direct connection to the entity's fracture site. You planted soul marks in the entity across 5 lifetimes. They are the connection point, the fracture site's opening. Providing the anchor means reaching through those marks and holding the connection while the entity completes the passage. The entity's passage, once initiated, is not quick, and the dissolution force will flow through the connection in both directions. A pause that carried 800 years of having known this part. Lian Dao could not be the anchor because he had 3 lifetimes, and the connection would have consumed him. You have 6, but it will cost you some portion of what you carried. Chapter 105. He asked what portion. We don't know exactly, Jianling said. The calculation depends on the entity's passage, how much dissolution force it generates, how stable the anchor holds, how much the soul marks can contain versus conduct. The minimum estimate is 2 lifetimes depth of carryover. A pause. The maximum estimate is everything. He processed this with the clinical efficiency he applied to intelligence that changed the tactical situation significantly. 2 lifetimes to everything. The minimum left him with 4 lifetimes of accumulated depth after the anchor function completed. The maximum left him with nothing. The carryover gone, the soul mark spent, the layered ascension weave dissolved, all the bonds carried forward across 6 deaths released. Not dead. The completion method was not lethal, but potentially empty in a way that was not far from death. The bonds, he said. If the carryover is spent, the final breath seal. Linyu. The bonds registered in the permanent layer before the carryover was built, Jianling said. The scar memory faculty's permanent record. What is registered there is not carryover depth, it is recognition. It does not depend on the carryover to persist. A pause. She would still know you. You would still know her. The recognition is the thing that was real before the system built anything around it. He sat with this for several breaths. Above the ceiling, in the space that was not a realm but a condition, with the owner and Lian Dao and the presence of everything 6 lives had built. He thought about Mei pressing the river stone into his hand at the Vein River's bank, with the matter-of-fact generosity of someone giving away something they had extra of. He thought about Wei Dao, finally able to speak as a person rather than a maintenance function, smiling once in a farmhouse chair. He thought about Chun Dao at the low table, saying, "You're him." He thought about Linyu, at the other end of the final breath seal's thread, absolute. What does she lose if I provide the anchor and the carryover is spent? Nothing the seal registered, Jianling said. Nothing the soul remembers. What she loses is the system's carryover mechanism, which was the entity's modification in any case, not the original design. A pause with the quality of someone explaining something they had spent centuries hoping to be able to explain. The original design did not require deaths to carry forward. The laminated soul's multiple lives were a product of the entity inserting the death cycle into the original framework. The original design was meant to accumulate learning within a single lifespan, and then carry that learning forward intact, not through death, but through the natural crossing. One life. Everything carried. No dying required. He looked at what he had built across 6 deaths and understood, in the space above the ceiling where the original design was visible, that the deaths had been the entity's addition, not necessary to the accumulation, but necessary to the harvest. Every death had been a tithe. Every realm had been a preparation for a sacrifice that was never supposed to happen. Hook. The entity doesn't know you're here, Lian Dao said. Above the ceiling, the fracture site is open, but the entity's awareness is still directed downward, toward the cage realm, toward the gap where Wei Liang passed through. It hasn't looked up yet. A pause. This is the window. When it looks up and finds us, finds the anchor already positioned, its choice is no longer between completion and continued existence at the threshold. It becomes a binary. Accept the completion or remain at the fracture site forever, with the crack that will never close and the sovereign will that can no longer fully manage it. Another pause. We should not waste the window. Chapter 106. He reached through the soul marks into the entity's fracture site and felt the entity for the first time not as a presence pressing against him, but as a damaged architecture in pain. The fracture site, from the upper side, looked different than it had from the lower realms. From below, the crack had been a vulnerability, a gap in the entity's sovereign structure, a narrow window of access during full engagement. From above, he could see the full scope of the fracture, not a crack in a wall, but a fracture in a person. The entity's form, whatever it had been before the first dissolution, had been split at the threshold 800 years ago and had been holding the split together by force of will for every decade since. The sovereign will had been the only thing preventing the fracture from widening further. The soul marks he had planted across 5 lifetimes had been developing in that fracture, growing through the gap, and the maturation that had opened the crack fully had been possible because the entity's management function had been using the processing that might have reinforced the fracture to run the harvest mechanism instead. The entity had been choosing between maintaining its sovereignty and pursuing its obsession for 800 years, and the obsession had won every decision. What the fracture looked like from above. A person suspended at the moment of a catastrophic decision, frozen in the choice's aftermath, unable to complete the action and unable to undo it. The specific quality of someone who had done an irreversible thing and had spent centuries oscillating between the conviction that it would be redeemed by completion and the desperation that it never could be. He reached deeper, through the soul marks channels, toward the core that Wei Dao had called the binding's limit and Yuna had seen in the furnace's heart, the desperate person beneath the sovereign will. What he felt when he reached it. Recognition. Not the scar memory's recognition, not a bond, not a resonance from previous lifetimes. A different kind. The recognition of encountering a will that had been running at maximum capacity for 800 years and was exhausted in a way that had no adequate word in any of the 6 realms' vocabularies. The entity was tired. The entity had been tired since approximately the 2nd century and had been managing the tiredness behind the sovereign while the way every other thing it did not want to acknowledge had been managed, by placing it in a layer that did not interfere with the primary processing. He had spent 5 lifetimes navigating the entity's patience and precision and the studied indifference it applied to each laminated soul as a variable in its process. He had understood the entity as a threat, as an obstacle, as the thing that had engineered his deaths and designed the cage. Standing at the fracture site with the soul marks channels open between them, the sovereign will's management layer reduced by the fracture site's failure, he was encountering something that was not any of those things. He was encountering someone who had been waiting, in the most literal sense, since before his great-great-grandparents were born. The entity's exhaustion was not the tiredness of overwork. It was the tiredness of something that had been held at maximum tension for so long that it had forgotten what the absence of tension felt like. The sovereign will, the obsession, the patient engineering, all of it was not the nature of what the entity was. It was the management strategy for what the entity feared it would become without the structure. He spoke into the fracture site, through the soul marks channels, with everything 5 lifetimes had accumulated in the way of understanding impossible situations and the specific quality of staying present with them. Hook, he said, I have what you needed the first time. The anchor you didn't have when you broke through the ceiling. I am on the upper side. The fracture does not have to be held forever. A pause, in which the entity's exhausted core received what was being offered in the sovereign will that had been managing the exhaustion for centuries ran its own assessment of the offer's implications. The dissolution does not have to destroy something. It can complete something. That is what the original design built the door for. Chapter 107. The entity's response to the offer was not immediate. It took 5 minutes by the measure that mattered in the space above the ceiling. Not calendar time, but the subjective duration of something enormous processing a change in the situation's fundamental nature. Wei Liang held the connection through the soul mark's channels and waited, the way he had learned to wait for things that were worth waiting for. He had spent 6 lifetimes learning the difference between waiting that was active, holding a thread, maintaining contact, being present to a situation rather than pressing it, and waiting that was passive. This was the former. The entity's sovereign will, during those 5 minutes, ran what felt like an audit of 8 centuries of operation. He could feel it happening through the fracture site connection, the comprehensive review of every decision, every engineered death, every agent deployment, every carefully managed laminated soul production cycle. The 8 cycles before his that had entered the cage and provided the charge that had not been sufficient, and the suppressed cycles before that, and the modifications to the original system, and the first moment when Jianling's design had been found and its potential recognized. 800 years. The sovereign will examining 800 years in the same systematic way it had applied to every problem in those centuries. He felt something change in the assessment around the 300-year mark. The point in the entity's history that Wei Dao had implied was the transition from ambitious obsession to something more desperate. Before the 300-year mark, the sovereign will driving toward a completion it still believed was achievable on its original terms. After the 300-year mark, the sovereign will driving toward completion precisely because it could not stop. Because the fracture required continuous management, and the management required continuous focus, and the continuous focus had become its own kind of trap. You couldn't have stopped, Wei Liang said. Not an accusation. An observation. A pause in the entity's processing that felt like acknowledgement. The fracture required maintenance. The maintenance required the obsession. Stopping the obsession would have required releasing the maintenance, and releasing the maintenance would have. What? The entity did not speak in the way it had spoken through the vein rivers, and through the cage realm's Qi field. What came back through the fracture site connection was the quality of the answer rather than the answer's language. The specific dread of someone who had spent 800 years not finding out what would happen if they released the management function, because finding out carried the possibility that the answer was dissolution without completion, not the controlled passage but the slow unraveling of what was still. Beneath the sovereign will and the obsession, a person. You were afraid of what you'd become if you stopped, Wei Liang said. The answer was yes. And then, below it, something older than the answer. The question that the fear had been a response to. What had the entity been before it was afraid? What had the person been before the first dissolution, before 800 years of managing the aftermath of the choice that could not be taken back? Wei Liang had not expected to feel something like grief on the entity's behalf. He had spent 5 lifetimes processing what the entity had done. The deaths, the cage, the harvest mechanism, the agents and the engineering and the patient sovereign management of his entire existence as a system resource. He had processed it the way he processed all difficult intelligence, clearly, without flinching, and then filed it and worked with what the processing produced. He had not spent energy on anger because anger was not tactically useful. He had not spent energy on forgiveness because forgiveness was not something the tactical frame had room for. Standing at the fracture site with the connection open, he was not in the tactical frame. He was in the space above the ceiling, and the entity was a damaged person who had been holding a fracture closed for 8 centuries, and the fracture had opened, and the management function was failing. He stayed with that for a moment. Not a strategy, as the simple choice to be present with a finite and terrible thing rather than look away from it. Hook, I can hold the anchor while you release the management, Wei Liang said. The fracture site connection runs through 6 lifetimes of accumulated soul marks. That is the anchor. If you release the maintenance function and the fracture widens, the anchor holds the structure from the upper side. You will not dissolve without completion. The passage is open. He felt the entity's sovereign while considering this with the exhausted carefulness of something that had been running on maximum processing for 8 centuries and was being offered the first rest that had any structural support behind it. You don't have to manage it anymore. I have the upper side. Chapter 108. The entity accepted, not immediately, and not without the specific quality of something accepting a situation it had spent centuries attempting to resolve through a different method. The acceptance of someone who had run every available approach and was encountering an offer that was not on the list of approaches it had designed for. But the fracture site's connection carried the acceptance when it came. The sovereign will relaxing its maintenance function, not releasing it entirely, but reducing the force it had been applying to hold the fracture closed, allowing the anchor connection to take the load. Wei Liang held the connection with everything in the layered ascension weave. The fracture widened. Not violently. The anchor absorbed the expansion, the soul marks conducting the force through the channels they had been placed in, The carryovers accumulated depth, taking the pressure the entity's management function had been absorbing alone. He felt the cost immediately. Not painful, but significant, the specific quality of running at maximum capacity and feeling the reserves begin to draw down. The carryover was deep. The fracture was 8 centuries wide. Jianling's presence was adjacent to the connection, providing structural support from the upper side, not the anchor, which was Wei Liang's function, but the framework that held the space the anchor operated in. The original design's architecture, providing the orientation that the passage required. 8 centuries of maintaining the space above the ceiling, keeping it stable, preparing it for this moment. Jianling had been building the landing for as long as the entity had been trying to breach the door. Lian Dao's presence was there too, at the edges of the connection, not contributing carryover depth, which was not transferable in the ordinary sense, but contributing something else. The specific quality of someone who had walked through a door knowing they would not come back, and had then spent 8 centuries making the second attempt viable. Not carryover depth, but accumulated presence. The weight of 8 centuries of patient preparation, available as structural support for the moment that preparation had been building toward. Lian Dao had become, in the centuries above the ceiling, something adjacent to what Wei Dao had been below it. Someone who maintained a space so that the right person could arrive in it. The parallel was not lost on Wei Liang. The system had produced, in both its maintenance architecture and its climber lineage, people who had agreed to wait. He had arrived into a network of people who had been waiting for him, building toward this moment, from above and below and within the system structure. The entity had engineered the isolation of the laminated soul as a design principle. The people around the entity's engineering had, without coordination and across centuries, produced the opposite. The passage mechanism, running through the original design's framework, oriented toward the completion the entity had been attempting for 800 years. Not the explosion, not the outward dissolution, the ceiling cracked by a detonation. The controlled passage, the key turned rather than broken. The going through. He felt the dissolution force beginning. The enormous pressure of the entity's accumulated 8th-century existence beginning to move through the fracture site in the direction the soul marks were pointing. Upward. Through the ceiling. Toward completion. Hook. The carryovers reserves began to draw down faster than the minimum estimate had suggested, which meant the entity's accumulated force was closer to the maximum than the minimum, which meant the cost was going to be higher than 2 lifetimes' depth. He held the anchor and felt the draw accelerating, and did not release the connection, because the passage was running and the entity's dissolution force was moving through it, and releasing the anchor mid-passage was the one outcome the completion method had been designed to prevent. Chapter 109. Wei Dao found him through the soul mark channel during the passage. The binding had released. He had felt it happen at the moment the cage mechanism failed. The constraint that had held Wei Dao in the maintenance function for 8 centuries is suddenly absent. The between-realms structural pressure that had defined Wei Dao's existence lifting. What Wei Dao did with the release was find the soul mark channel and press through it with the specific quality of someone who had 800 years of things to say and an uncertain amount of time to say them in. Hold on, Wei Dao said. I am, Wei Liang said. The draw was significant. The carryovers reserves were at 3 lifetimes equivalent and descending. The passage was approximately half complete by his estimation of the dissolution force's movement through the channel. The binding is gone, Wei Dao said. I can feel it, the absence of constraint. 800 years of constraint, absent. A pause that carried the specific quality of someone encountering the absence of something that had been so long present it had become structural. What I am without the binding is, I don't know yet. I am finding out. You said you were curious about that, Wei Liang said. I did say that. Another pause. I can move freely for the first time since before your first life existed. I am above the between-realms maintenance layer. I can feel the cosmic shore below. The stellar resonance is returning to the shard sea. The entity's presence in the shore is receding. A pause. The dead stars are not recovering, but the dying ones have stopped dying. Good, Wei Liang said. The reserves were at 2 lifetimes equivalent. The draw was constant, not accelerating, which suggested the passage was proceeding without complication rather than encountering resistance. The layered ascension weave was holding the structure intact as the reserves reduced, which was what Wei Dao had designed the weave to do. It held the threads together under pressure that would have severed a stack architecture. How much are you losing? Wei Dao asked. At least 3 lifetimes, Wei Liang said. Possibly more. The passage is half complete. The pause that followed had a different quality from Wei Dao's previous pauses. Not processing or orientation, but the specific quality of someone who had harvested 5 deaths and knew exactly what 3 lifetimes depth represented and was sitting with what it cost. I am sorry, Wei Dao said. You built me a weave so the anchor could hold, Wei Liang said. You used the 4 hours in the farmhouse to teach me exactly the technique that made this possible. You're not sorry. You're the reason it's working. Hook. Wei Dao was quiet for a moment. Then, the first time I met you. Realm 2, the Iron Sky Monastery. When you were 17 and the abbot had given you the standard incompetent explanation of the system's carryover. You asked him what it felt like to lose something in a death that you couldn't remember losing. He told you not to be dramatic. A pause with 800 years in it. I wanted to answer that question. I never had the channel to do it. The answer is that it feels like having a word for something you never had a word for before, and then being unable to say the word. Another pause. I know what was in the carryover that you're spending. I carried it through 5 of your deaths. I know what it weighs. His voice had the quality it had always had. The closing door, but the door behind it was open. It weighed everything. And you spent it on the right thing. Chapter 1:10 The passage completed at the point where the carryover's reserves reached 4/10 of the 6th lifetime's depth. He had entered the connection with 6 lifetimes equivalent. He had spent 5 3/5 lifetimes holding the anchor for the entity's dissolution passage. What remained was less than a single lifetime's depth. Not nothing, not empty, but reduced from the full weight of everything that had been built across 6 deaths to something closer to what a person had at the beginning of a single careful life. The entity's passage completed. The dissolution force had moved fully through the fracture site's channel, through the soul mark's orientation, through the ceiling that had been both the entity's trap and the entity's purpose for 800 years. The sovereign will that had been managing 8 centuries of obsession was no longer at the threshold. The fracture site had closed, not collapsed, not sealed over, but resolved, the way a wound resolved when what had kept it open was removed. He released the anchor connection. The release felt different from the end of any previous engagement, not the exhaustion of combat, not the specific depletion of a technique running out of reserves. More like setting down a weight that had been necessary to carry and was now delivered. The weight had cost something. The delivery had been worth the cost. Both things were true simultaneously, and neither canceled the other. What remained in the carryover's reserves? The equivalent of less than a single lifetime's depth. The layered ascension weave was still running, all threads intact, but running at the level it could sustain on that reduced foundation rather than at the 5 lifetime maximum. He was still himself. He still knew everything 6 lifetimes had built. The memories were present, the bonds were registered in the permanent layer, the recognition was intact. What had been spent was the depth that had powered the weave rather than the weave itself. The depth of a river, not its course. What remained above the ceiling, in the space above the cage realm's former location, Jianling and Lian Dao, and the absence where the entity's 8th century presence had been, an absence that had the quality of a room that had been cleared of something very heavy, the air different, the structural pressure gone. He went through, Jianling said. Yes, Wei Liang said. Where? A pause. Jianling was the person with the most knowledge of the space above the ceiling, having been in it for 800 years. Whatever was further above, whatever the dissolution passage had carried the entity toward, was known to Jianling in the same way that any territory was known to someone who had lived at its edge without crossing into it. The original ceiling, the one the entity broke through, was the boundary between this space and the one above it, Jianling said. I have been at this boundary since my own crossing. I can feel what is above it. What is above it is vast. Not a realm. Not a condition in the same sense as this space. Something further. A pause. The entity's passage completed into that space. Whether it completed as the entity had always hoped, as the person it had been before the first dissolution, restored, I cannot tell from here. Another pause, with the quality of someone choosing honesty over reassurance. But the passage completed. It went through. Wei Liang sat with this. The entity that had engineered his deaths across 5 lifetimes, that had designed the cage and the harvest and the modification that had almost destroyed everything 6 lives had built, it had gone through. Hook. Lin Yu's presence through the final breath seal's thread changed in quality. The steady absolute presence that had been maintaining the anchor from the lower side, shifting from the focused stillness of someone actively holding something to the different stillness of someone who had been holding something for a very long time and felt the thing they were holding change. Not gone. Changed. She was still there. But whatever she had felt at the lower end of the seal while the anchor ran, she had felt the passage complete too. Chapter 1:11 The system's dissolution began 3 hours after the passage completed. Not a catastrophic failure. Not the realm sequence collapsing. Not the between-realm structure destabilizing. The eternal climb system, stripped of the harvest mechanism whose maintenance had been the entity's primary function, was running on the original architecture that Jianling had built. But the original architecture had been designed for a world without 8 centuries of modifications layered over it. And the modifications, the harvest trigger, the death cycle insertion, the cage mechanism, the warden binding, the realm death engineering, had been integrated into the system's structure so thoroughly that removing the entity's presence from the maintenance function meant removing the only thing that had been running them. The modifications were failing, one by one, in the order of their dependency on the entity's processing. He felt the warden bindings collapse first through the soulmark channel, the constraint that had held Wei Dao in the maintenance function for 800 years simply ceasing, not gradually relaxing, but disappearing cleanly, the way a binding dissolved when the will behind it withdrew. Wei Dao, on the other side of the channel, was free in a way that had no equivalent in his 8 centuries of experience. "Tell me what it is like," Wei Liang said. Wei Dao was quiet for a moment. "Large," he said. "Everything is very large without the binding defining the boundaries." Another pause. "I am above the between-realm maintenance layer. I can feel the realms below, all of them, the full sequence, the mortal dust through the cosmic shore, the inhabited spaces, and the between-realm layers, and the structural chi flow that holds each realm's internal architecture intact. The binding always allowed me to feel the maintenance layers portion. This is," a pause, "everything." He sounded like a person who had been in a small room for 8 centuries and had just walked outside. Wei Liang let the pause extend rather than filling it immediately. Wei Dao had earned the right to sit with the experience of the binding's absence without having the pause managed. 800 years was a long time to be constrained. The first minutes of its ending deserved more than a prompt. "I can feel where the previous laminated soul's fragments are," Wei Dao said, when he returned. His voice had changed, not the closing door quality, which had been the voice of the binding's management, but something different underneath it, the voice of someone finding a register they had not used in a long time. The tithe fragments, harvested across the 800 years of cycles. They were held in the cage mechanism structure as fuel for the passage. With the mechanism gone, a pause, they are present in the between-realm space. Not people, not intact souls, but the fragments are there. Another pause, with a quality Wei Liang could not immediately categorize, something between grief and relief, the specific quality of someone who had performed the harvest at every cycle's death and had been carrying the weight of those performed harvests without being permitted to process the weight. "I am glad they are not lost." The harvest mechanism's failure was next, the cage realm's detonator mechanism dissolving without its maintenance, the chamber walls reverting to the original framework's passage design. From the upper side, Wei Liang felt the cage realm's architecture shift. What had been a chamber with a harvest trigger in the walls becoming simply a chamber, a space between realms with the original design's passage orientation and no additional purpose. The cage was gone. What remained was the door it had been built over. The death cycle mechanism, the system modification that had required each laminated soul to die in each realm rather than ascending naturally, failed more slowly, still drawing on residual processing from the original architecture's transit mechanism. He watched it fail through the system interface, the eternal climb system display flickering repeatedly through harvesting matrix before resolving, finally and permanently, to a different name entirely, one he had not seen before, in the original architecture's clean script. Hook, the system's final name appeared in the interface, replacing the entity's label for the first time in 800 years, ascending continuity. Not the harvest system, not the climbing sequence. The original design's name for what it had always been, a mechanism for carrying forward what a person had learned, intact, across the threshold that all the realms below were below. Chapter 112, he asked Jianling about returning. "You need a body," Jianling said. The system's transit mechanism, in its original form, without the death cycle modification, provides for voluntary descent as well as ascent. A soul above the ceiling can re-enter the realm sequence with a new body at a point of their choosing, with whatever carryover depth remains intact. "And what I have remaining is sufficient for a full life," Jianling said. "What you spent holding the anchor was the depth that accumulated from multiple deaths. What remains is the depth that a single lifetime cultivator could develop through deliberate practice. Less than what you arrived with. Enough for what comes after." He thought about this for a moment. What came after? He had spent 6 lives in the what comes before, the preparation, the climbing, the building toward the passage. He had not given much consideration to the what comes after because the what comes after had been contingent on whether the passage worked, which had not been certain until it had. "Linyu," he said. "The seal thread." She held the anchor from the lower side through the entity's passage. "She is in the cosmic shore," Jianling said. "I can see her through the original architecture's observation function. One of the modifications the entity made was removing the ability to observe the lower realms from above. With the modification gone, the original function is restored. A pause with the quality of someone reporting a specific visual. She is standing at the door's compression zone. She has been there since the passage completed. She is not moving. He understood what she was doing. The final breath seal's thread was still live between them, stretched now from the space above the ceiling down through the realm sequence to the cosmic shore. She could feel that he was present through the thread. She was waiting at the last point where she had felt him cross. I want to go back, he said. I know, Jianling said. The descent transit will take approximately 6 hours. The new body will be young. The transit mechanism in the original design uses the 18-year standard. You will arrive in whatever location you designate with the carryover intact and the recognition layer intact. A pause. The scar memory faculty will register everything it has ever registered, regardless of the carryover depth. She will know you the moment the bond thread's resonance is proximate. The cosmic shore, Wei Liang said. The northeast quadrant, near the door's compression zone. Hook, before you go, Lian Dao said, from the edges of the space where he had been present throughout, not intruding, but available, in the way he had been available across 800 years of preparation. There is something I left for the next one that I did not leave in the crystals. I left it here, in this space, because some things can only be passed directly. He paused. 3 lifetimes was enough to understand what the accumulation was for. 6 lifetimes was enough to use it. What I want to give you is what I found above the door that the crystals could not contain. A pause with 8 centuries in it. Is there time? He thought about Lin Yu at the seal's lower end, still at the compression zone, waiting. She had held the anchor through the passage. She would hold the waiting. Yes, he said. There is time. He was aware that this was the same answer he had given to every situation in 6 lifetimes where time was finite, and the question was whether to give it to something. May at the Vein River, 20 minutes. Wei Dao in the farmhouse, 4 hours. Chen Dao at the low table, whatever it took. The answer had always been yes, because the finite things were what made the non-finite work worth doing. Lian Dao had waited 8 centuries for this conversation. The debt of that waiting was not dischargeable in a hurry. Chapter 113. Lian Dao shared what the crystals could not contain over the course of what felt like an afternoon. It was not information, or not primarily information. It was the quality of someone who had spent 8 centuries in the space above the ceiling, above the realm sequence concerns, observing from a vantage that no living practitioner below had held since before the entity's arrival. What Lian Dao offered was perspective, the view from outside the sequence, the way the realm system looked from a position not defined by where you were in it. From above, the realm sequence was not a ladder. He had known this intellectually. Jianling's design was a door, not a rank progression, but knowing it from below and seeing it from above were different things. What Lian Dao had spent 8 centuries observing was a series of environments, each shaped by the cultivation principles that governed them, each inhabited by people who had built lives and cultures and histories that had nothing to do with the sequence's intended function. The mortal dust village where Wei Liang had been born, Lian Dao had been watching it since before Wei Liang's first life. It was not a starting point in a game. It was a place, with its own integrity, that happened to also be the first location in a sequence designed for something else entirely. The people in each realm don't know they're in the sequence, Wei Liang said. No, Lian Dao said. And from above, watching them, the most striking thing is that the not knowing doesn't diminish them. They live full lives in each realm, independent of what the system is designed for. The sequence was built through existing realities, not over them. A pause. The entity's harvest used those lives as fuel. The original design passed through them without consuming anything. The realms are not resources. They were never resources. He had known this, in a way, from the first time he had chosen to stay 20 minutes with Mei at the Vein River rather than immediately continuing the defensive response. The choice to give full attention to finite things had been, he understood now, the practice of exactly this, treating what existed in each realm as having its own integrity rather than as context for his objectives. The people I left behind, Wei Liang said. Chen Dao, Dao Fun. The people in each realm who were part of what happened. What becomes of them? Lian Dao was quiet for a moment. The original architecture's restoration removes the death cycle requirement from the sequence. Future souls who accumulate sufficient depth can choose to ascend without dying. The people who helped build the conditions for the passage, they are in realms that now have one less constraint on them. Another pause. What they do with that is theirs. You built toward the passage. They will build toward whatever they build toward. You can go back and be part of it. Hook. One more thing, Lian Dao said. Below, in the realm sequence, in the restored architecture, there are still people living with the consequences of what the entity did. The star sections of the cosmic shore that went dark. The vein rivers of world vein realm that the purge restored, but the entity's 40-year presence had depleted. The fracture sites residual damage in the between-realm space. The original architecture's restoration removes the entity's active presence, but it does not instantly repair 8 centuries of engineering. A pause. The work of repair is not yours alone, but you will be in the realms, and you will know what happened, and you will have the carryover depth that remains. That is not nothing. Chapter 114. He said goodbye to Jianling and Lian Dao before the descent. The goodbyes were brief in the way of conversations that were complete rather than conversations that were ending prematurely. Everything that needed to be said had been said across the encounter. The passage, the anchor, the completion method, the perspective that Lian Dao had shared across what felt like an afternoon. What remained in the goodbye was the specific quality of 2 people who had achieved something together and were acknowledging the achievement without performing it. Will you come back? He asked Jianling eventually. Jianling said, the original design's observation function gives me the realm sequence. I have not had it for 8 centuries. The entity's modification removed it as a safety measure to prevent observation of the harvest operations. I intend to watch for a while before deciding what to do about watching. A pause that had the quality of someone who had been alone in a large space for a very long time and had not decided yet what to do with company. The sequence is not my responsibility in the way the entity decided the harvest was its purpose, but it is mine in the original sense. I built it. I would like to see what it produces when it is allowed to produce what it was designed to produce. And Lian Dao? He is staying, Jianling said. He has been here 8 centuries. The space above the ceiling is where he lives now. He was not unhappy here. A pause with the quality of something carefully accurate. He was alone. He is less alone now. Another pause. He says to tell you that the 6 crystals he left are still in Dao Fun's workshop, and that she has been the best guardian of them he could have wished for, and that if you have the opportunity to tell her what he found above the door, she has been waiting 40 years to know. I will, Wei Liang said. He oriented toward the descent transit. The original architecture's mechanism was present in the system interface. The ascending continuity system, running cleanly, without the harvest modification, offering the descent option in the same neutral functional language, it offered everything. Transit destination, body parameters, carryover integration protocol. He set the destination, cosmic shore, northeast quadrant, the compression zone at the door's upper edge. He set everything else to default. The carryover would integrate at whatever depth remained, approximately 4/10 of a lifetime's equivalent, enough for a practiced cultivator, not enough for the layered ascension weave at full capacity. Enough for what came next. He looked at the system interface one more time. Ascending continuity, in the original architecture's clean script, without the harvest modifications layers over it. The function it listed for him was no longer laminated soul, harvest candidate. The original architecture, restored, had a different classification for what he was. He read it and recognized what Jianling had been describing when they spoke about the original design's purpose. Not a furnace, not a harvest, not a sequence of deaths building toward an explosion. A person who had accumulated something worth carrying, at the threshold where the carrying could be completed. The system's original term for this was rendered in the old architecture's phrasing, which was different from any of the realm sequence vocabulary. It said, ready, not ready for harvest, not ready for the cage, ready in the original sense, prepared, sufficient, arrived at the point the door was built for. He had spent 6 lives getting to that one-word assessment. He looked at it for several seconds and then initiated the descent. Hook. He initiated the descent, and the last thing present in the space above the ceiling was the specific quality of the carryover registering the recognition layer. Not the accumulation from 6 deaths, which had been spent, but what was underneath the accumulation. The memories, the bonds, the permanent layer records that the scar memory faculty had been building since the first realm. Not diminished by the spend. Present the way the river Lian Dao had described was present. The depth reduced, the course unchanged. Chapter 115. He arrived in the cosmic shore in a body that was 18 years old and sat up in the compression zone's outer edge to find Lin Yu standing 5 meters away, watching him. She had the expression she wore when she had been waiting for something, and the waiting had required sustained effort, and the thing had arrived. The composed steadiness that looked like stillness from the outside, and was in fact the particular quality of someone who had been actively present for an extended period and was now shifting from active presence to reception. She was carrying a cultivation configuration he recognized. The final breath seal's anchor setting, still running. The thread she had been holding since the World Vein Realm seal setting event still lived between them. The bond thread's resonance, across the reduced carryover, was immediately clear, the scar memory faculty registering what it had always registered when she was in proximity. 3 lifetimes and 6 years of preparation and a bond that had arrived ahead of schedule in every realm it had touched. The recognition was intact. She crossed the 5 meters. He was still sitting in the compression zone's outer edge, in a new body's disorientation, the specific pressure of the carryover integrating into a form that had not held it before. She crouched in front of him with the practical attention she applied to assessments. "You're reduced," she said. "Yes," he said. "The anchor cost most of it. I have less than a single lifetime's depth remaining." She received this with the expression she brought to information she would have preferred was different, but had already processed the implications of before he finished speaking. "The seal thread is still active," she said. "Yes." "The recognition layer is intact." "Yes," he said. "Everything the scar memory ever registered. I know who you are. I will know you as long as any version of me exists. The system cannot change that. Nothing about what happened above the ceiling changed that." He looked at her. 3 lifetimes recognition carrying what it always carried. The specific quality of someone who had decided, at 16 years old, that the information she had received about what he was and what was coming for him was not something to be afraid of, but something to prepare for. Who had spent 6 years building a cultivation base specifically to fill the gaps in his architecture. Who had said, "I told you I'd get there before you needed me. I was 12 hours late," and had meant the 12 hours as a genuine disappointment rather than a joke. Who had held the final breath seal's lower anchor through 2 deaths and 1 8th-century entity passage and had not released the thread at any of them. The recognition layer had everything. What the recognition layer had was not diminished by what the anchor had cost. The carryover depth was reduced. The recognition was complete. She sat down in the compression zone's outer edge next to him with the unhurried quality of someone who had been holding something for a very long time and was finally in a position to set it down completely. "Hook, tell me everything that happened above the door," she said, not with urgency, not with the focused intake efficiency she used when receiving battlefield briefings, but with the quieter quality of someone who had been on the other side of the seal thread while the passage completed and had felt the weight of what it cost and wanted to understand the full scope of what the cost had bought. "I held the lower end of a thread that was carrying something enormous for what felt like 6 hours. Tell me what was on the upper end." Chapter 116, he told her everything. He had spent 5 lifetimes accumulating the practice of briefing efficiently, dense, sequential, the high information value content first, the context second, the implications after. The practice was present in the remaining carryover depth the way everything 6 lives had learned was present, not as a rule he applied, but as the natural shape of how he organized what he had to say. He did not brief her efficiently. He told her, and took the time that the telling required, because the telling was not a briefing. It was the account of something that mattered, offered to someone who had been on the other side of its happening and deserved to know what had been on the other side she could not see. He told her about Jin Ling and the specific quality of the original design's architecture, the door rather than the furnace, the passage rather than the detonation, the centuries of preparation that had been underway in the space above the ceiling the entire time the entity had been engineering the harvest below. He told her about Lian Dao's 6 crystals and the incomplete sentence and the answer to the incomplete sentence. He told her what Lian Dao had shared above the door, the view from outside the sequence, the way the realm system looked when you were no longer defined by your position in it, the integrity of the realms as inhabited places independent of what they had been used for. He told her about holding the anchor, not the technical account of what it had cost. She had already assessed the technical account from the reduced carryover depth, but the experience of it, the entity's exhaustion beneath the sovereign will, the recognition of something that had been running at maximum for 8 centuries. The choice to stay present with that rather than working around it. The 3 seconds of mechanism conflict and the passage force moving through the fracture site's channel and Wei Dao's voice through the soul marks saying, it weighed everything and meaning it precisely. He told her about the fracture site's opening from the upper side, how the entity had looked from a position that was not below it or fighting it, but simply present with it. How 800 years of sovereign will, when the management function failed, resolved into exhaustion and the specific dread of someone who had lost the ability to stop doing the one thing that was destroying them. He told her that staying present with that had not been a tactical decision. It had been the only thing that felt appropriate to do with something in that much pain. She listened the way she listened to things that required the full processing capacity, not filing as he spoke, but present to it, taking it in as a whole rather than as parts. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. Lian Dao's incomplete sentence, she said. Yes, I am going to do it. And then he did. She looked at the compression zone's boundary, where the door's faint residual signature was still detectable in the stellar Qi. 6 crystals calibrated to the next person. 800 years above the ceiling. because he was the first step and he knew it. She was quiet for a moment more. I want to go to Daofun's workshop, she said. She has the crystals. She has been waiting 40 years to know what happened to the person who left them. Hook, before we go, Wei Liang said, I want to sit here for a moment. He looked at the sky of the cosmic shore, stars in every direction, Shui Xian burning steady in the northwest, the southeast landmark burning steady in the opposite corner, both of them continuing to do what they had been placed to do regardless of whether the passage had completed. The markers still marking. The candles still lit. I have not looked at a sky without calculating how long I had remaining in a lifetime for a very long time. Chapter 117, they went to Daofun's workshop on the second day after his return. The walk from the compression zone to the workshop covered 2 days of the cosmic shore's landscape. The luminous veined stone, the formations of crystallized starlight, the stellar wind at its constant angle, the stars at every altitude. He walked it in the new body with the reduced carryover and the full recognition layer, and Linyu beside him. And the walk had the quality of doing something simple and necessary after a long period of doing nothing simple. Daofun was at her instruments when they arrived, mapping something in the northeast quadrant stellar formation, the recovery pattern that had begun when the entity's presence withdrew from the Shard Sea. She had the focused steadiness of someone doing the work that came after a crisis. Not the crisis management, but the longer and less dramatic accounting of damage and recovery. The mapping that would tell the shore's practitioners what they were working with now that the 40-year encroachment was over. She looked up at Wei Liang and registered the reduced carryover with the assessment she applied to all relevant variables, noting it, filing it, applying it to the current picture. Then she looked at Linyu, who she had already assessed as significant. Then she looked at Wei Liang again, with the expression of someone who had been waiting 40 years for specific information and was about to find out whether the waiting was going to be resolved. You went through the door, she said. Yes, Wei Liang said. And came back. Yes. Lian Dao didn't come back. No, but he's not lost. He told her the account he had told Linyu. The shorter form, the account shaped for a person who had been holding Lian Dao's crystals for 4 years and was encountering the resolution of a question she had been asking for 40. He's above the ceiling. He's been there since he walked through. He spent 8 centuries making the passage viable for the next person. He told me to tell you, he paused, finding the exact phrasing, that the 6 crystals had the best guardian he could have wished for, and that he wants you to know what he found above the door. Daofun's expression did not collapse into grief or expand into relief. It did the thing that most things she encountered did in her assessment. It settled into a coherent shape. Tell me, she said. He told her what Lian Dao had shared. The view from outside the sequence, the realms as inhabited places rather than resources, the original design's purpose. He told her about Jianling's patient 8th century preparation and the system's restoration to its original architecture. He told her that Lian Dao had called the answer to her 40-year question both tragedy and success, and neither, and something the 2 categories did not fully describe. Hook. Daofun was quiet for a long moment when he finished. Then, he knew he wasn't coming back when he walked through, she said. I spent 40 years trying to determine whether the outcome was worth what it cost him. She looked at the instruments on her table, at the maps she had spent 2 decades building, at the crystals in their case on the shelf, 6 of them, placed with the specific care of someone who had understood that the crystals were not objects to be stored but messages to be preserved. What you're telling me is that the question is wrongly framed. He didn't pay a cost and receive an outcome. He chose a function and fulfilled it. She looked up, with the expression of someone who had been holding a question for 40 years and was setting it down not because it was answered, but because it had finally resolved into something she could live with. He was never lost. He was somewhere. Chapter 118 Shen Dao found them at Daofun's workshop on the 5th day. He arrived from the east, from whatever measurement route he had been running since the entity's passage, which, across the cosmic shore, had been visible as a sudden cessation of the dying star phenomenon that had been the shore's primary environmental concern for 4 decades. Every practitioner in the realm had felt the entity's presence withdraw from the Shard Sea. Shen Dao had, characteristically, responded by going to the affected areas with his instruments to record the change. The dark stars are still dark, he said, setting his instruments on Daofun's work table with the efficiency of someone who had been carrying them for several days and was glad to put them down. The entity's presence is gone from the Shard Sea, completely, not partially. But the stellar light doesn't regenerate retroactively. The stars it consumed over 40 years are consumed. The ones that were still viable when the presence withdrew are recovering. He looked at Wei Liang. You're different. Reduced, Wei Liang said. The carryover is at less than a single lifetime's depth. Chen Dao assessed this with the practical consideration he applied to all relevant information. You don't look diminished, he said. I'm not diminished, Wei Liang said. I'm less deep than I was. The river is the same. The depth changed. Chen Dao sat down with the quality he had in every lifetime of encountering an unusual situation and deciding to engage with it practically rather than categorically. Tell me what happened, he said. I've been mapping dying stars for 2 years, and this morning they stopped dying. I would like to understand what produced that result. Wei Liang told the account a third time. The passage, the anchor, the entity's completion, the original architecture's restoration. The third telling had a different character from the first two. Lin Yu had been the person who needed the full account. Dao Fuan had been the person who needed the account's implications for Lian Dao, and Chen Dao needed the account's practical dimensions, what the change meant for the shore, for the realms below, for the people living in each one, without knowledge of the sequence's intended function. He noticed, telling the same account 3 times in 3 days to 3 different people, that the account changed. Not in its substance, the events were the events, but in what it emphasized, what it paused on, what it developed, and what it left brief. For Lin Yu, the center of it had been the experience, what was happening when it was happening, the quality of holding the anchor, the entity's exhaustion. For Dao Fan, the center had been Lian Dao, the arc of the person who had walked through the door. For Chen Dao, the center was the practical consequence, what had changed for the shore and the realms and the people living in them. The same account, organized 3 different ways around 3 different centers. All of them true, none of them the whole thing alone. The realm sequence is restored to the original design, Chen Dao said, when Wei Liang finished. Which means future souls can ascend without dying. Yes. Which means the people living in each realm are not. What is the word, staged? They never were, Wei Liang said. The original design passed through inhabited spaces. The entity's modification used them. The modification is gone. Hook. Chen Dao was quiet for a moment. Then, I've had 30-year dreams about you, he said. Across this life and apparently across others I can't remember. In the dreams, you're always fighting something I can't see. And at the end of each dream, before I wake up, you're standing still. He looked at Wei Liang with the steady assessment that had been the constant across every form this soul had taken. This is the first time I've dreamed it, and then seen it. You're standing still. It happened. He paused. Is it done? Chapter 119, most of it, Wei Liang said. The entity's passage is complete. The system's modification is gone. The cage is dissolved. Wei Dao is free. He looked at the cosmic shore's sky. The dying section's still dark, Shui Xian still burning, the southeast landmark still lit. The repairs are not done. The realms that were affected by 8 centuries of the entity's presence don't become unaffected because the presence is gone. The dark stars are still dark. The vein river depletion in world vein realm is still real. The between realm space has a fracture site residue that will need the maintenance architecture's attention over time. He paused. The most of it that is done is the part that required 6 deaths and everything I built to accomplish. What remains is ordinary, long and careful, and not requiring a laminated soul specifically. Chen Dao nodded with the quality of someone confirming that the practical assessment matched his own. Then the next part is what comes after the fighting, he said. The part that has its own work. Yes. Are you staying in the cosmic shore? Wei Liang looked at Lin Yu, who was at Dao Fuan's work table with the maps of the stellar formations, the 40-year data set open in front of her, already cross-referencing the recovery pattern against the pre-decay baseline. She had arrived in the shore ahead of schedule and had spent her time here building a picture of what the shore had been before the entity and what it would take to return it toward that. She had 6 years of preparation behind her and a carryover depth that had not been spent holding an anchor. She had the full world speaker accumulation plus whatever the cosmic shore's 3 months had added. She was already working. For a while, Wei Liang said, there's repair work here. After that, he thought about what the original architecture's descent option meant, now that the death cycle modification was gone. A soul with carryover depth could choose to ascend to the upper space or choose to descend to any realm in the sequence, voluntarily, without dying. I want to go back to World Vein Realm at some point. The Amber River. I would like to see it restored fully. A pause. And I would like to find Mei, if her soul is still there in whatever form it's taken. Not to explain anything, just to give her full attention for a while. It was a different kind of plan from every plan he had made across 6 lifetimes. Every previous plan had been a plan toward something. Toward the passage, toward the anchor, toward the bond network that the passage required. This was a plan toward something that was simply worth doing. Seeing the Amber River restored. Finding the person whose soul had been present in every realm. Giving her the 20 minutes freely rather than in the knowledge that the 20 minutes was all there was. He had been giving full attention to finite things his whole life, because finite things would end. The Amber River would not end. Mei's soul, wherever it lived now that the death cycle modification was gone from the system, would have a different kind of continuity than it had had before. The finite things were less finite than they had been, and the full attention he had always given them was going to require a different kind of practice. Not the practice of staying present with something because it was running out, but the practice of staying present with something because it deserved presence regardless of how long it lasted. Hook. Chen Dao looked at him with the expression he had worn across every lifetime that Wei Liang could remember. The calm assessment of someone who understood a situation clearly and found it good rather than merely acceptable. Then I'll stay too, he said. The shore's dark sections need mapping for the recovery effort, and I've been mapping its stellar formations for 2 years and would prefer to see the project through to a useful conclusion. A pause with the practical warmth of someone who had found every version of the same friend across 30 years of dreams and was finding the waking version preferable to the dreaming one. Besides, I've always been where you end up, in the end. That's apparently structural. Chapter 120 Wei Dao arrived in the cosmic shore on the 7th day after the passage, in a form Wei Liang had not expected. He had expected the gray robe, the between-realm quality of it, the material that existed in 2 layers simultaneously, the garment of a maintenance function rather than a person. What arrived was not the gray robe. What arrived was a man who looked approximately 70 years old by appearance, carrying the specific stillness of someone who had been very compressed for a very long time and was discovering the shape they occupied in the absence of compression. No robe with particular qualities. No between-realm presence. A person walking on luminous veined stone under a sky full of stars, finding the workshop by the same method anyone in the shore would use. Following the stellar resonance toward the concentrations of cultivation activity. He walked into the workshop and looked at Wei Liang and said nothing for a long moment. You are here, Wei Liang said. I descended, Wei Dao said. The original architecture, the descent option. It was available. I tried it. He looked at his hands, the hands that had been ageless in the between-realm way, suspended, and were now the hands of a person who was in a location rather than at a boundary. I am not sure what I am without the maintenance function. I am finding out, as I said I would. He paused. Slowly. You have time, Wei Liang said. I know. Wei Dao said the 2 words with the specific quality of someone who had been operated under a permanent deadline for 800 years and was encountering the absence of a deadline for the first time. Not relief. Something more complex than relief. The complexity of encountering a condition so unfamiliar that it required careful examination before a response was appropriate. He sat down at Dao Fan's work table with the deliberateness of someone testing the act of sitting somewhere that was simply somewhere rather than a position in a maintenance architecture. Dao Fan, who had been working at the table, moved her maps to one side without comment and returned to her analysis. Chen Dao looked at Wei Dao with the calm assessment of someone encountering a new variable and deciding it was not a threat. Lin Yu looked at Wei Dao and then at Wei Liang, with the expression of someone confirming something she had anticipated. What will you do? Wei Liang asked. I don't know yet, Wei Dao said. I have spent 800 years knowing exactly what I would do in any given hour, because the binding defined the available functions. Having no defined functions is a pause. I need time to understand what I want. I have not known what I wanted since before your ancestors' first life. Hook, that seems like a reasonable first project, Wei Liang said. Finding out what you want. Wei Dao looked at him. The same expression he had used in the farmhouse in World Vein Realm, the brief smile that had not been used in a very long time. You asked me, that first morning, how I was as a person rather than as a maintenance function, Wei Dao said. I said I was functional, which was not the answer. He looked at the workshop, at the instruments on the shelves, at the stellar formations visible through the window, at the people sitting at the same table, without any particular hierarchy defining their positions. The answer, I think, is that I am all right. As a person, a pause. I am finding out that all right is quite different from functional, and considerably better. Chapter 121 The repair work in the cosmic shore took 3 months. It was not dramatic work, not combat, not crisis management, not the kind of effort that produced system notifications or compressed timelines. It was the sustained, unglamorous work of people who understood a damaged system applying their understanding to the damage. Dao Fan's 40 years of mapping data providing the baseline against which the recovery could be measured. Chen Dao's contact network coordinating the shore's cultivation practitioners toward the recovery zones in the order of their priority. Lin Yu's synthesis ability converting Dao Fan's raw data and Chen Dao's network intelligence into a systematic recovery plan that addressed root cause vulnerabilities rather than surface symptoms. Wei Liang contributed what he had. The carryovers remaining depth, less than a single lifetime's equivalent, but still the most refined carryover any practitioner in the shore was operating with, applied to the between-realm layer's fracture site residue. The entity's passage had closed the fracture, but 800 years of existence at a structural failure had left residual effects in the between-realms architecture that Wei Dao, now free of the binding's restrictions, was better positioned to address than anyone else. Wei Dao worked. This was the thing Wei Liang had not fully anticipated. Wei Dao working without the binding. Working by choice rather than by constraint, without the entity's processing requirements defining the scope and method, without the maintenance function as the frame. He had spent 8 centuries maintaining the realm sequence under the binding's terms. He had 8 centuries of understanding of how the between-realm architecture functioned and what it required and where it was vulnerable. He had that understanding and, for the first time, the freedom to apply it to what actually needed doing rather than what the entity had designated as the maintenance priority. Wei Dao was extraordinarily good at this work when he was not constrained to do it in a particular way. The fracture site residue cleared in the first month, faster than Wei Liang had estimated, because Wei Dao's unbound approach to the problem found angles that the binding's approach had not been designed to take. The between-realm structural integrity in the upper range improved measurably, and the effects propagated down through the realm sequence in ways that the practitioners in the lower realms would feel as a subtle improvement in the between-realm transit conditions, not noticeable as a single event, but accumulating over months into a situation that was genuinely better than it had been. "You are enjoying this," Wei Liang said, watching Wei Dao work on a particularly complex fracture site residue cluster one morning. "I am," Wei Dao said, without looking up. "I have never enjoyed maintenance work before." A pause. "I find that what I disliked was not the work itself, but the constraint around it. The work is interesting. The entity's management of the work was what produced the version of me you met in the farmhouse." Hook. He looked up from the residue cluster. "I want to tell you something," he said, "about what you spent holding the anchor." He set down the instrument he had been using, one of Dao Fan's, borrowed, applied to a different problem than it had been designed for in a way that was working. "The tithe fragments I mentioned, the harvested carryover from the previous cycles, they are present in the between-realm space above the cage realm's former location. Not intact, not recoverable as people, but present." He paused. "I have been with them in the restoration work. What remains of each of them is the quality of something that was once a person's accumulated knowledge and is now simply present, not suffering, not lost, present in the architecture." Another pause. "I thought you should know they are there." Chapter 122, the Between Realms restoration work, brought something else back. The connection points the entity had severed between the realm sequence and the original architecture's communication channels. The entity had systematically removed the ability of the lower realms to receive any signal from the original design system, the same modification that had removed the observation function from Jianling's access. With the modification gone, and with Wei Dao's unbound maintenance work clearing the residual blockages, the communication channels began reopening one by one. What the communication channels carried, Jianling, occasionally, from above the ceiling, not intrusive, not demanding, but available. A presence in the restored channel network the way a teacher was available during independent study. Present if you needed them, not directing the work from above, providing the observation that had been the original design's function and which the entity had blocked because observation from above made the entity's modifications visible to the person who had built the system. The channels also carried something more diffuse, the general quality of the system running as designed. The ascending continuity system, in its original form, had been built to create the conditions under which a soul accumulating depth over a natural lifetime could cross the ceiling intact. That function, operational again, produced a baseline characteristic in the realm sequence that the entity's modifications had overwritten, a slight orientation toward the ceiling's upper side visible to anyone cultivating at the stellar body tier or above, not as a compulsion but as an awareness. The direction existed. It was available. What a practitioner did with the awareness was their own. The first time Wei Liang felt the channel open clearly, 3 weeks into the restoration work, was at mid-morning, in the compression zone's outer edge, where he had been running a cultivation session to develop the reduced carryover's current depth. The channel opened with the quality he had come to recognize, the warmth of Jianling's presence, closer than the Shui Xian contact had been, direct rather than mediated. "You are working," Jianling said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "The carryover is reduced. I'm building from what remains." "The original design did not require deaths," Jianling said. "Building from what remains, within a single life, through deliberate practice, is what the original design intended from the beginning." A pause. You are the first person in 800 years to develop it the way it was meant to be developed. He thought about this. 6 deaths had produced the depth that the passage required. The deaths had been the entity's addition to the original design, the harvest mechanism. Without the deaths, the original design would have accumulated depth through practice across a single lifespan rather than across the death cycle accumulation. He had been developing through the entity's version of the system for 6 lives. What he was doing now was the original. It feels slower, he said. It is slower, Jianling said. The death cycle accumulation was efficient for the harvest. The original design's accumulation is what a person actually builds over a lifetime of practice. It is slower, and it is also the sustainable version. A pause with the quality of someone making a distinction that mattered. The depth you carry from the 6 deaths is yours. What you build from here is yours in a different way, not inherited from the deaths, but grown from what you choose to practice and what you choose to attend to. Hook. Lian Dao built for 300 years above the ceiling before the preparation was ready, Jianling said. You have whatever remains of this lifetime. It is not 300 years. It is enough for what you want to do with it, if you choose carefully. A pause. What do you want to do with it? Not as a question about the restoration work. As a question about you. Chapter 123, what Wei Liang wanted to do with the life he had remaining was a question that unfolded slowly, over the 3 months of restoration work, rather than resolving in a single answer. Part of what he wanted, the Amber River. He had told Chen Dao he wanted to see world vein realms vein rivers restored, and the wanting was genuine. The amber light's specific quality, the slow pulse, the world body moving at geological pace. He had saved the realm twice now, once through the public refusal and the world core purge, and once through the entity's passage. He had not seen what the realm looked like after the entity was gone from it permanently rather than driven back temporarily. Part of what he wanted, the work that was in front of him. The shore's repair, which was 3 months in and would be ongoing for years. The dark sections had been dark for decades, and ecological restoration at that scale was not a project with a clear completion date. He had a contribution to make here that was specific to what he was and what he had accumulated, and the contribution was interesting. Not the crisis management of the previous 6 lifetimes, but the slower and more careful work of understanding a damaged system and applying what you understood over time. Part of what he wanted, which he was slower to name. To find out what the recognition layer produced when it was not in service of a mission. He had been building bonds across 6 lifetimes with the specific purpose of making the passage viable. The bonds were the anchor. The bonds were what the entity had not accounted for in designing the laminated soul's isolation. The bonds had served a function. The function was fulfilled. What the bonds were now, without the function, that was the question Jianling had asked, in different form, and that he had not yet answered. There was a version of this question that felt disorienting. If the bonds had been necessary to the passage, was their value contingent on the passage? Had he built them for the anchor, or had he built them because they were the kind of thing worth building, and the anchor was what happened when you built them well? He had spent 20 minutes at the Vein River with Mei in the 4th day before his 5th death, and the 20 minutes had not been spent because the 20 minutes would serve the passage. They had been spent because she was there, and the river was amber, and giving full attention to finite things was not a strategy. It had never been a strategy. It was the only way he had found to be in the lifetimes he was in while he was in them. The bonds were real. The passage had been real. The 2 things had both been true, and neither one was the explanation for the other. Lin Yu, at the workbench across from him in Daofan's workshop, looked up from the recovery map she was annotating and said, "You're doing the expression." "Which expression?" "The one where everything is being cataloged." She set down her annotation instrument. "What are you cataloging?" "What I want," he said. She was quiet for a moment. "That's different from what you usually catalog." "Yes," he said. "I've been cataloging objectives for 6 lifetimes. What I want is, I'm not sure I have the practice." Hook. She looked at him with the expression she wore when she was deciding whether to say something she had been thinking for a long time, and then said it. "You have been the most deliberate person I have ever known. Deliberate about what you gave full attention to, deliberate about what you stayed present with, deliberate about the choices you made in the time you had." She paused. "Wanting is not different from that. You know how to stay present with finite things. What you want is the things that are worth being present with." Another pause, with the quality of someone saying something simple and meaning it entirely. "You already know what they are. You've been listing them." Chapter 124. He went back to World Vein Realm in the 6th month, through the Ascending Continuity System's descent option, and he brought Lin Yu with him. The descent was different from any transit he had experienced in the death cycle system. Deliberate, controlled, without the gap of consciousness that had characterized every previous transit. He chose the destination, initiated the transit, and arrived. The body was new, 18 again, the standard, the system's optimization for carryover integration, but the arrival was the choosing rather than the landing. He arrived knowing he had chosen to arrive rather than waking in a body that the system had chosen for him. World Vein Realm received them in the season he had died in. Mid-morning, the farmhouse valley, the amber river below the window visible from the slope where they materialized. The realm's Qi architecture had the quality of a place that had been damaged and had had time to heal. Not perfect. The entity's 40-year incursion visible in the specific way that old damage was visible in natural systems. Not an absence of recovery, but the presence of recovery's process. The new growth showing where the damage had been. The amber light in the vein rivers was strong. Stronger than it had been in the 4 days before his death here. The world core purge had cleared the corruption, and without the entity's presence to reintroduce it, the realm's natural vein flow had been rebuilding across the interval. The amber pulse was the steady rhythm it was supposed to be. Not restored to exactly what it had been before the entity's presence. Restored to what it was capable of becoming when the pressure was gone. Lin Yu stood beside him on the slope and looked at the amber river with the expression she brought to data that matched or exceeded its projected baseline. It's more than I expected, she said. World Vein Realm is old, he said. Old enough to have its own awareness, as Wei Dao told us. It was damaged. It has been recovering. She was quiet for a moment, looking at the river's amber light on the valley below. The farmhouse was visible from the slope, still standing, occupied, a thread of smoke from the chimney in the morning air. The valley had the quality of a place that had continued to be itself through everything that had happened to it, the way old places did. The damage visible if you knew what to look for, the continuity more visible than the damage. The settlement on the western bank, the Vein River's slow pulse, the highlands' bedrock rising in the distance. All of it present, all of it still here. He had saved this realm. He had made the choice, for days before his 5th death, to purge the corruption through the world core at the cost of his remaining window. He had stood in the farmhouse doorway on the 4th day and watched the amber light rather than looking away from it. Standing here now, in a body that had arrived by choice rather than by dying, he understood the choice in a different register than he had when he made it. He had saved the realm, and then come back to see what saving it had produced. Is she here? She asked. May's soul. I don't know yet, he said. The scar memory's warmth. I can feel whether a bond is in proximity when I'm close enough. I would need to be in the valley. Then let's go to the valley, she said. Hook. They went down to the valley on the footpath he had walked in his 5th life, past the Vein River formations that were amber and unhurried, into the settlement on the western bank where the fishing families had been living beside the river for generations that predated the entity's incursion by centuries and would continue long after the incursion was over. The scar memory's warmth registered before he saw her. Familiar, old, the resonance of a bond that predated the system and the carryover and every lifetime he had spent ascending. She was there. Chapter 125, she was at the Vein River. Of course she was. A girl of perhaps 16, holding a net that she had set down on the bank to watch the amber light on the water's surface with the mild interest of someone who found rivers worth watching without needing a reason. She had dark hair and the specific stillness of someone who lived close to very slow things. When he came down the path toward the bank, she looked up with the mild recognition that was not recognition but had the quality of it, the way some people looked at strangers and found them immediately familiar without knowing why. You're from somewhere else, she said. Yes, he said. You don't look like it, exactly. She assessed him with the practical directness of someone who had grown up in a settlement where people who came through were assessed on what they brought. You look like you've been a lot of places, but they're all still on you. The warmth in the scar memories layer registered clearly. Not the same girl, not the same life, not the same memories. But the soul that had stood at a river with a net and pressed a smooth stone into his hand and said for luck, if you need it, was here, wearing a different age and a different face, with the same warmth and the same directness and the same quality of giving full attention to what was immediately in front of her. Lin Yu, beside him, said nothing. She was watching the girl with the focused attention of someone encountering a variable she had heard described but was meeting for the first time. He sat down on the bank. The girl looked at him, and then at Lin Yu, and then back at him with the assessment of someone deciding whether to extend the conversation, and apparently decided in favor of it. You came to look at the river, she said. Yes, he said. I wanted to see how it was doing. She looked at the river with him, in the companionable way of someone who found this a completely reasonable reason to be at a river. It's been better since the sickness cleared, she said. My grandmother says the river was sick for her whole childhood, and then it got better. You could feel it getting better, the light changed. It's been like this for about a year. He had known her grandmother. Not this person's grandmother specifically. He had no way of knowing whether the woman who had known the sickness was the same woman who had walked with her net along the bank in his fourth lifetime's Tide of Stars realm equivalent, or the same woman who had pressed a river stone into his hand the morning after the threadcutters retreated. The soul that carried those warmths might be anywhere. The warmth in the scar memory faculty pointed here. He did not explain this. There was nothing to explain that would be more true than sitting here and watching the amber river together in the morning. He looked at the amber river with the full attention he had always given to finite things, and found that the attention felt different in the absence of finitude. Not less careful, not less present, but freed from the specific quality of looking at something while simultaneously knowing it would end. The amber light was simply what it was. He was simply here. There was nowhere the light was going. There was nowhere he needed to be. Hook. She reached into the pocket of her fishing coat and produced something. A smooth river stone, pale gray, rounded by the slow bend where the current dropped its burden. She turned it in her fingers for a moment with the absent familiarity of someone who had been carrying it for a while, and then held it out. I found this last week, she said. I've been keeping it because it feels like it's supposed to go somewhere. She looked at him. I think it's for you. Chapter 126, he held the stone. The weight and smoothness were exact. The pale gray, the specific quality of a river stone from the slower bend where the current dropped what it was carrying. He had held this stone twice before, in different bodies, at different riverbanks, in different realms. The scar memory faculty registered the specific continuity of it. Not the same physical stone, obviously. The first stone had been in Immortal Dust Village in his first lifetime, the second in World Vein Realm's fourth life. And this was World Vein Realm again, but years later, and with a different person pressing it into his hand. Not the same stone. The same gesture, the same soul offering it with the same uncomplicated generosity. Thank you, he said. You looked like you might need it, she said, with the practical warmth of someone giving away something they had extra of. He sat with her at the river for an hour. Linyu, on the bank to his left, said nothing and needed to say nothing. The conversation he had with the girl was the kind of conversation he had learned to have in the 5 lifetimes of learning how to be present, practical, immediate, about the river and the fishing and the settlement's winter preparation, and what she thought about the amber light at different hours of the day. He listened the way he had always listened to things worth listening to, completely, without the part of his mind that usually calculated next steps. She knew who the valley's vein river was, in the way that people who had grown up beside a body of water knew it. Not as a resource, not as an ecological system, but as a presence with its own character. She had opinions about it the way you had opinions about a neighbor. The specific complaint about the way it ran unusually fast in the early spring, the specific appreciation for the quality of the light in late afternoon. She told him these things with the directness of someone who had not yet encountered many people who found them interesting to hear. He found them interesting to hear. He had spent 6 lifetimes noticing the quality of light. Linyu was quiet throughout the conversation, not absent, but giving the conversation the space it required without inserting herself into it. He was aware of her awareness, the specific quality of someone watching something and understanding what they were watching without needing to intervene in it. She had known about Shun Mei's soul since his account of the World Vein Realm 4th lifetime. She had understood what the scar memory faculty registered here. She was giving him the hour. He stayed for the full hour and would have stayed longer if the girl had not eventually picked up her net with the practical signal of someone whose work had been pleasantly interrupted for long enough. She did it without embarrassment, the way a person ended a conversation because the conversation was complete rather than because they wanted it to end. When he stood to go, she looked at the stone in his hand and said, "Does it help?" The luck. He thought about what to say that was true rather than reassuring. "I've had a lot of luck," he said. "I'm not sure how much was the stone, but I've kept every one I've been given." She looked satisfied with this, in the way she had looked satisfied with most things they had discussed, with the assessment of someone who had decided the exchange was worthwhile and had no need to make it more than it was. Hook, walking back up the vein path toward the slope, he turned once and looked back at the river, the net, the amber light on the water, the girl standing in it. Not cataloging, not marking this as a thing that would end, just looking, the way he had learned to look at the things worth looking at, with full attention, which was the only kind that was any good. Chapter 127, the Chun Dao of World Vein Realm was still in the Vein City. He found him the next day, the scar memory's warmth leading through the city's cultivation district to the same residential street on the outer ring, the same house with the specific order of someone who had organized a space to suit only themselves. He was 46 now, 1 year older than the 45-year-old farmer who had said, "You're him," and held the door open. The farming still showed in his hands and the outdoor weathering, but there was something new in the way he carried himself, a specific quality of someone who had decided something in the past year that had settled into his posture. You came back, Chen Dao said at the door. I said I would, Wei Liang said. I didn't say when. I assumed you had. He stepped back and held the door open. Come in. I made tea earlier. It's probably still warm. They sat at the low table again. Lin Yu sat with them, which Chen Dao accepted with the quality he brought to new information, noting it, placing it in the existing picture, not requiring explanation. The realm is better, Chen Dao said, when the tea was poured. The vein rivers, the color changed sometime in the last year. Brighter than I'd seen it before. The farmers in the highland valleys say the yield improved because the vein flow to the soil strengthened. He looked at his tea. Something changed. Not just the sickness clearing. The entity left the between-realm layer entirely, Wei Liang said. What you're seeing is the realm's natural vein flow without the entity's draw on it. This is what it's supposed to look like. Chen Dao received this with the specific quality he brought to information that confirmed something he had suspected but not been able to fully articulate. A brief stillness, then a settling, then the return to the tea with a slightly different expression. I thought it was something like that, he said. The change in the vein flow wasn't the kind of change that things made. It was the kind of change that happened when something that had been taking stopped taking. He turned the teacup. I've been farming long enough to know the difference between a good year and a return to what should have always been there. Lin Yu had been studying the room's arrangement with the interest she brought to evidence of how a person organized their life. Not intrusively, but with the background awareness of someone who was filing information about a person she had heard described across 3 lifetimes and was meeting for the first time. Chen Dao noticed this and looked at her with the same steady assessment. You're the one who held the thread from the lower side, he said to her. Yes, she said. He told me about the seal, Chen Dao said. You held it through his death and through whatever came after. He looked at her for a moment. That's a very long thing to hold. It was, she said. I'm glad I was the one holding it. Chen Dao looked at Wei Liang and then back at Lin Yu with the expression of someone confirming a picture they had been building across years of dreams. Good, he said simply. That's good. Then, returning to the tea. Now, tell me what actually happened. He told the story a 4th time. This telling had the ease of practice. Yes, Wei Liang said. Good. Chen Dao said it simply, with the specific quality of someone who had been a witness to a long effort and was registering its completion without requiring it to be explained further. Then, are you staying this time? Hook. For a while, Wei Liang said. There are repairs I can help with here. And, he paused, finding the honest version. I'm not in a hurry anymore. I've been in a hurry for 6 lifetimes. He looked at the vein river's amber pulse visible through Chen Dao's window, the same window from whose other side it had been visible in the farmhouse during the 4-day countdown. Still amber. Still pulsing. I want to find out what it's like to be somewhere without a countdown. Chapter 128. He told Chen Dao about the passage over the same afternoon he had spent at the low table in the 5th lifetime's world vein visit. The bones of it, the relevant parts. Not the full account he had given Lin Yu above the cosmic shore's compression zone, but enough that the person who had been dreaming about it for a year understood what the dream had been witnessing. Chen Dao listened with the same quality he had always listened with, receiving rather than reacting, letting the information take a shape before engaging with it. When Wei Liang finished, Chen Dao was quiet for several seconds. The people who helped you, he said. The maintenance function. The scholar you mentioned, Lian Dao. Your student. Companion, Wei Liang said. Not student. Companion, Chen Dao said, with the specific correction acceptance of someone noting an important distinction. They all held something for years without knowing if you would arrive. Yes. I've been doing that, Chen Dao said. Since that first afternoon a year ago when you came to this door and told me we'd been friends before. I've been holding a thread, I suppose. Not the seal thing you described. Just the ordinary sense. Keeping the knowledge that you were somewhere and would come back eventually. He looked at Wei Liang. It's a strange thing to hold. I've never had a friendship structured this way. Neither had I, Wei Liang said, for the first 4 lifetimes. Chen Dao was quiet for a moment. Then, what do you do now? The thing you were building toward for 6 lives is done. What does the morning look like when there's nothing specific to accomplish? He thought about this. The morning of his 7th day in World Vein Realm had looked like walking down the vein path to the river, sitting with a girl who had given him a smooth stone, walking back up. Nothing accomplished in any functional sense. Everything he had given his attention to. He had spent 6 lifetimes asking what the day required of him. The answer had always been specific. The carryover needs time to settle. The entity is approaching from the northwest. The vein branches in the eastern plane are failing and need reinforcement. Every morning had been an operational briefing to himself. Every evening had been an accounting of what the day had produced toward the objective. The morning of the 7th day had not been an operational briefing. He had gone to the river because he wanted to. He had stayed an hour because the conversation was worth staying for. He had walked back up the path and stood at the slope's edge and looked at the amber light on the valley below and felt something that was not satisfaction at an objective met, but was more like presence. Being where he was entirely. Like this, probably, he said. Like today. Hook. Shen Dao looked at him for a moment with the steady assessment that had been consistent across every form the soul had taken. The quiet evaluation of a person who had decided long ago which things were worth impatience and which were not, and had put this in the second category. I can work with that, he said, with the practical warmth of someone confirming an arrangement. I have a lot of Highland Valley to map. The vein flow changes since last year have affected the agricultural patterns in ways that will take years to fully document. He poured more tea. If you're not in a hurry, that's a suitable amount of work for someone with nothing specific to accomplish. Chapter 129, he found the Shattered Heaven Monastery's library the way he had always found it, by asking a cultivation historian who had been building a record of the realm sequence's older sites, which in this lifetime was a woman named Fei, who worked for a small independent archive in the cosmic shore and had been tracking pre-entity occupation of the upper realms for 15 years. She was confused by his request. The Shattered Heaven site he described corresponded to a location that was not in the active cosmic shore, but in the lower realm tier, World Vein Realm's upper stratum, and then not confused. Once he explained that he was asking about a between-realm archive from the third realm in the sequence, not the shore's architecture. She sent him to a colleague in Tide of Stars realm who had specialty in the archive's historical period. The colleague sent him to Shattered Heaven directly, via the descent option, to check for himself. He had not been to Shattered Heaven realm since his third death. He descended with Lin Yu and found the monastery on the highland plateau where it had been in his third lifetime. The stone buildings still standing, occupied by a different sect with different traditions, the archive room preserved because archive rooms tended to be preserved even when the institutional tradition that had built them changed. The physical books were still there. The cultivation mathematics references, the historical records in their wall cases, the cultivation culture that had spent 300 years cataloging every piece of knowledge it could reach. And on the wall behind the main workbench, in a space that had been maintained as a historical display rather than an active reference, the archive text. Behind glass, labeled as a historical document from before the transition period. The text Wei Dao had written 800 years ago. The margins filled with annotations he had been adding across centuries through his maintenance functions access to the between-realm archive layer. He stood in front of it and looked at the text he had read in his third lifetime, when he had been 26 and running from a monastery that had just tried to execute him for heresy. The text had been the second message in the chain, after the grave crystal. It had pointed him forward. It had been the first direct evidence that someone above the sequence was paying attention. He read it again now. The content was the same. The mathematical foundation of the carryover mechanism, the resonance theory, the foundational text on laminated souls that had been the only existing document on his nature. But he read it differently from the other side of its purpose. The text was not instructions. It was a record, Wei Dao documenting what he understood of the system so that the person who needed to understand it would have the basis to work from. The margin notes were not additions to the text. They were a conversation Wei Dao had been having with an unknown reader for 800 years, building each annotation on the assumption that the right person would find it and use it. He had been the right person. He had found it. The conversation had been completed. The specific line that had launched the chain, "Find the mark on the warden's robe," was in the margin of the last page, in Wei Dao's careful hand, in the specific ink quality of something written under constraint. He had read this line in the dark in a between-realm transit space on the night the monastery was burning. He had held on to it for 3 more lifetimes before he understood what it pointed toward. He was writing to you from inside a constraint that should have prevented it, Lin Yu said, beside him, across hundreds of years. And he never knew if anyone would find it. He found a way to reach me anyway, Wei Liang said. He was quiet for a moment. The last time I read this, I was trying to figure out if I was alone. Hook, were you? She asked. He looked at the margin notes, Wei Dao's careful hand, the centuries of additions, the message that had been building toward a reader for 800 years. No, he said. I was never alone. I just didn't have the full picture yet. He looked at the annotations that he recognized from his third lifetime's reading, the one that had said, "Find the mark on the warden's robe," which he had found, and which had been the beginning of everything. He was with me from the second lifetime. He was always with me. The chain was complete the whole time. I just couldn't see all of it from where I was standing. Chapter 130, the repairs he had been contributing to across the cosmic shore and world vein realm, and the between-realm layer extended into the lower realms in a form he had not anticipated, other people doing them. The restoration of the ascending continuity system's original communication channels meant that practitioners in the lower realms who had developed sufficient depth to access the channel's frequency could receive the system's original signal, the awareness of the ceiling's upper side, available but not compulsory. Not all of them did. Not all of them would. But the signal was there, and some fraction of the realm's population was sensitive enough to feel it, and some of those who felt it would investigate. And some of those who investigated would find the path that Jianling had built and the landmarks that remained and the door that was now, in the original architecture's restored form, properly marked. Lian Dao had been the first of the recent cycle's climbers. He had reached the door with 3 lifetimes and walked through. Wei Liang had been the second, with 6 lifetimes and the accumulated preparation of everything Lian Dao had left and everything Wei Dao had managed to pass through the binding's gaps. The next climber would be someone neither of them had met, from a realm and a life they could not predict, who would find the markers and the door and arrive at the threshold with whatever they had built. Jianling, watching from above, would see them coming. He did not know who it would be, or when, or what they would carry. He knew that Shui Xian was still burning and the southeast landmark was still lit, and the 63 cache locations across the cosmic shore had been restocked with updated crystals. He and Linyu and Dao Fun had re-encoded them with the current information, the complete account, the full picture that the previous crystals had been pointing toward without being able to contain. The crystals now included the passage. The crystals included the completion method. The crystals included the fact that Lian Dao was above the door and Jianling was watching. The next climber would arrive with more than any previous climber had carried to their beginning. He thought about what it meant to be a link in a chain. Not the final link, not the originating link, but a link that had extended the chain by doing what the chain was for. The Shattered Heaven Monastery text had pointed forward. The crystals in the cosmic shore pointed forward. He was part of what pointed forward. The weight of the chain was not his to carry alone, and had never been. And he understood this now in a way that the tactical necessity of the previous 6 lifetimes had not given him room to fully register. He thought about Lian Dao, who had walked through the door with 3 lifetimes and built the bridge that made 6 lifetimes possible. He thought about Wei Dao, who had spent 8 centuries finding the narrow channels that the binding left open and using every one of them. He thought about Jianling, in the space above the ceiling, watching each laminated soul's progress across 8 centuries and maintaining the original architecture's integrity under constant pressure from the entity's modifications. He had not been alone in any of the 6 lifetimes, even when the tactical situation had looked like isolation. The chain had been complete the whole time. He had simply been the link that could see only its own position in the chain and the adjacent links, and not the full extent. The full extent had been there. It was always there. That was the nature of a chain. It was complete from the moment it began, even when you couldn't yet see how it connected. The next climber would find a more complete chain than he had found. That was the only appropriate outcome. Hook, the next one will find it easier, he said, to Linyu. One morning in the Cosmic Shores workshop, while Daofin mapped the recovery patterns, and Chun Dao cross-referenced stellar formation data with his contact network's reports. Not easy, but easier. They'll have the crystals and the door and Lian Dao above it, and Jianling watching, and Wei Dao free of the binding and the modification gone from the system. He paused. The chain gets stronger with each link. That was the point all along. I just couldn't see it from inside it. Chapter 131. Quang found him through the between-realm communication channel on a morning in the 3rd month of the Cosmic Shore restoration work. Not directly. The between-realm channel was not the same as the soul mark channels that had carried the direct connections across the previous 6 lifetimes. Quang, in Shattered Heaven realm, at 263 years old, and in the body he had built through 2 centuries of careful cultivation before Wei Liang had arrived and 2 decades of continued cultivation after Wei Liang had left, did not have the soul mark connection. He had the final breath seal bond. The seal's bond thread was still registered in the permanent layer. It had been registered there in Wei Liang's 3rd lifetime, when Quang had offered the seal in the Shattered Heaven cave with the gentle honesty of someone who had been alone for 2 centuries and was offering what he had. The authenticity check had taken 3 days to clear because the depth of what was real between them had required all 3 days to fully register. The bond was permanent layer material. It was not diminished by the passage's cost. The channel contact came through as a warmth in the permanent layer, the specific quality of the final breath seal's bond thread, present, warm, tentative in the way of something that had been a one-directional thread for 2 decades and was now, with the original architecture's communication channels restored, able to carry something back. He reached through the channel and felt Quang at the other end. Older in the years that had passed since the 3rd lifetime. 2 decades further into the cultivation practice he had been maintaining for 2 centuries, with the patient steadiness of someone who had learned to wait long before Wei Liang had arrived. The tentative quality resolved immediately when the contact was mutual. The bond thread that had been one-directional became a connection. "You're there," Kwong said. The voice had the quality of the shattered heaven cave. Careful, warm, without pretension. Not the first contact wariness of someone encountering a stranger. The specific ease of someone picking up a conversation they had been waiting to continue. "I'm here," Wei Liang said. "I went through the door." "I know," Kwong said. "I felt the thread change. Something resolved. A month ago. I wasn't sure what it meant, but I knew it meant you were somewhere different." A pause. "Are you all right?" He thought about the question. He had been asked some version of this question across 6 lifetimes, usually by people who were asking about his cultivation capacity or his tactical situation. Kwong was asking about him, the way Wei Dao had asked about Wei Dao in the farmhouse in World Vein Realm. The quality of the question recognizing the quality that it had been asked with. "Yes," he said. "I am genuinely all right." "Good," Kwong said, with the simple satisfaction of someone hearing the answer they had hoped for. "I have been hoping that would be the case. For 20 years. A pause. 20 years is not long, compared to some of what you've described across the lifetimes. But for me, having been alone for most of 2 centuries before you arrived, 20 years of holding a thread felt like something." "It was something," Wei Liang said. "What you gave me in Shattered Heaven was real. The seal, the training, the months of working together. I carried it through 3 more deaths. It's in the architecture now." "In the architecture," Kwong said, with the quality of someone finding a specific image useful. "That is a good place for it." "Hook. I have been practicing the technique you left me," Kwong said. "The echo strike adaptation. 20 years. I am better at it than I expected to become." A pause with 260 years of patient waiting in it. "I also want to say, what you gave me, in the months you spent in Shattered Heaven, was the first real contact I'd had with another person in a very long time. I have spent 20 years wanting to say that directly." Another pause. "Thank you." Chapter 132. Ren found the Cosmic Shores communication channel 6 months after the restoration work began, through a route that Wei Liang recognized as the route a Tide of Stars realm cultivator with advanced training and resonance techniques would take. Following the original architecture's signal from Tide of Stars up through the between-realm layer to the channel's access point. She had been 22 when he had left Tide of Stars realm. She was 43 now, which meant 21 years had passed in Tide of Stars since his 4th lifetime death. She had, in those 21 years, continued the work she had been doing when he knew her. Yuna's research, the observation of the realm sequence, the cultivation of the specific observation skills that Yuna had spent decades developing. Yuna had died. Ren told him this with the specific clarity of someone who had processed the loss and arrived at a stable relationship with it. 8 years ago, at what the Isle Ascendancy calculated was approximately 300 years old. She had died the way she had lived, with the quality of someone who had decided that the current moment was the one worth being present in. He thought about Yuna standing in her room full of furnaces and telling him what he was, before he fully understood it himself. The way she had looked at the weight in his cultivation field and named it. She had been blind and had seen more than most sighted practitioners. She had seen the burden and she had seen beneath the burden, and she had told him, with the gentleness of someone delivering information that was difficult but true, that the soul beneath the harvest weight was still itself. He had carried that through 5 more lifetimes, and the carrying had been part of how he had known what to say when he stood at the entity's fracture site. "She was right about everything she told me," he said to Ren. "I know," Ren said. She knew she was. She was not arrogant about it. She found certainty uncomfortable, even when the evidence was strong. But she was right, and she knew it. A pause. "She spent her last year completing the observation records from the 3 decades before her death, so that I would have a complete baseline to work from. She organized her departure with the same thoroughness. She organized everything. She knew it was coming," Ren said. "She told me a year before she died that the passage she had seen in you would complete within the next few years. She didn't call it that. She used her own vocabulary, the old terminology she preferred. But she described what I recognize now as the ceiling crossing." A pause. "She said she was glad she would not be alive to see whether she had been right, because being right would have confirmed the existence of something that made her entire life's observation meaningful, and that was too much to carry into a final year." "She was right," Wei Liang said. "I know," Ren said. "I felt it when the channel opened. The original architecture restored, the entity's presence gone from the between-realm layer. 21 years of watching the direction Yuna pointed, and the direction resolved." A pause. "I have 300 pages of observation notes that I've been keeping since she died, in the same format she used. I don't know who to give them to." They document the changes in the realm sequence's Qi architecture over the past 8 years as the entity's presence withdrew. Send them through the channel to the cosmic shore, Wei Liang said. Dao Fun is building the recovery record. Yuna's observation data from the lower realms would give her a baseline she doesn't currently have. Hook. There's one other thing, Ren said. Yuna left me a message to pass to you, if the passage completed. I've been holding it for 8 years. A pause. She said, tell him the window worked. The 30 seconds at every death were not accidents. I could see the design from the observation layer, and it was beautiful, and he should know that the person who built it did so with care. She was talking about the final breath seal's mechanism. Another pause. I think she meant Linyu. I think she saw the design in what Linyu built. Chapter 133. Linyu received Ren's message about Yuna with the specific expression she brought to information that confirmed something she had built toward without knowing whether the building was toward anything. The release of a long-held breath. She saw the design, she said. Yes. She was quiet for a moment, looking at the cosmic shore's sky through the workshop window, the stars at every altitude, the stellar wind at its constant angle. I spent 6 years building the cultivation base and the seal's anchor technique without knowing if the seal would work through a full transit. Not one transit. The entity passage, which was not a transit in any ordinary sense. She paused. I knew the technical requirements. I did not know if the technical requirements were sufficient until they were. They were sufficient, he said. I know, she said. I was there. She smiled briefly, with the expression she had used 3 lifetimes ago when she was a 16-year-old student who had just correctly identified something that her teachers had failed to. But Yuna watched it from outside, from the observation layer, and she called it beautiful. That is, she paused, finding the right phrasing, that is something I didn't know I needed until I heard it. He thought about what 6 years of preparation looked like from outside, the precise cultivation progression, the seal technique's construction, the calibration of the anchor function for a transit that had never been performed before. He had experienced it as the thing that had made the passage survivable. Ren, through Yuna's observation account, was describing it as the thing that had made the passage possible. Both were true. The 2 views of the same design. The thing about what Yuna built, Wei Liang said. Her observation practice. 20-plus years of watching the realm sequence's Qi architecture, watching the between-realm layer, watching what she called the weight of things. She watched you arrive in Tide of Stars realm when you were 10 years old. She watched you identify the 5 shadow effect in my cultivation field and tell me what I was. He paused. She was part of the chain too. She sent Ren to the Shard Sea rendezvous that never happened. She prepared Ren to carry what Ren carries. The observation didn't sit outside the work. It was the work in her form. He thought about what it meant to be a witness. The chain had not been made only of the people who had held the anchor or planted the soul marks or built the techniques. It had been made also of the people who had watched carefully enough to know what they were witnessing. Yuna had watched for 20 years without touching the work directly. The watching had been the contribution. She had stood at the edge of something enormous and named it and confirmed it, and the naming had been what allowed him, at 16, to understand what he was carrying rather than simply carrying it blind. He had been alone in the technical sense in his first 3 lifetimes. He had not been alone in the present sense since Yuna told him what the weight was. She had been watching the whole time. That had been enough. I want to write to Ren, Linyu said, if the channel carries it. I want to tell her that the design Yuna saw from the observation layer was built with exactly the specific care she described, and that I would like to read all 300 pages of the observation notes. She looked at him. And I want to ask whether she has seen anything in the Tide of Stars realm's Qi architecture since the entity withdrew that suggests the realm is recovering. A pause. Yuna's observation practice should continue. Ren is the right person to continue it. Hook. I want to write to Ren, Linyu said, if the channel carries it. I want to tell her that the design Yuna saw from the observation layer was built with exactly the specific care she described, and that I would like to read all 300 pages of the observation notes. She looked at him. And I want to ask whether she has seen anything in the Tide of Stars realm's Qi architecture since the entity withdrew that suggests the realm is recovering. A pause. Yuna's observation practice should continue. Ren is the right person to continue it. Chapter 134. The second year of the repair work had a different quality from the first. The first year had been the crisis management triage of restoration, the most urgent fracture site residues, the Shard Sea's immediate recovery conditions, the communication channel clearances that were necessary before the slower work could proceed. It had been recognizable, in form if not in scale, as the kind of work he had done in every lifetime. The identification of the most pressing problem and the application of what was available to address it. The second year was the slower work. The stellar formations in the cosmic shore's dark sections did not recover on a timeline that had a clear completion point. The stellar ecology of a realm that had been under suppression for 40 years rebuilt itself at the pace that stellar ecologies rebuilt, which was slower than a cultivation crisis and faster than geological time, which was still a pace that required years of sustained attention rather than weeks of focused response. Dao Fun's mapping data provided the baselines. The recovery patterns provided the progress measure. The work of attending to the specific formation nodes that needed support was the daily practice of the second year. Wei Liang and Lin Yu contributed to this work from two different angles. He contributed carryover depth to the between-realm layers stability. The fracture site's residue had been cleared in the first month, but the layer's architecture in the areas where the entity's presence had been concentrated required continued support as the natural regeneration rebuilt. It was the kind of work that Wei Dao, in his years of maintenance under the binding, had been doing for entirely different reasons. He was now doing it by choice, toward a different purpose, with the full context of understanding why it mattered. He understood, working on the between-realm layers recovery, why Wei Dao had maintained the function even within the binding's constraints. The architecture itself was worth maintaining, not because the entity required it, not because the harvest needed the structural integrity of the between-realm layer, but because the realms below depended on the layer's stability in ways that the realm inhabitants experienced as the background quality of their existence. The layer's structure was invisible from below. From above, it was the thing that made the invisible possible. He had spent 6 lifetimes operating below it and 1 year above it. What he understood now that he had not understood before the passage was that the maintenance and the climbing were the same work, oriented differently, both in service of the same architecture, from different positions in it. The person who maintained the between-realm layer and the person who climbed through the realm sequence were not doing different things. They were doing the same thing from the inside and the outside. Lin Yu contributed synthesis, the same ability that had allowed her to adapt the echo strike in 4 days and correctly identify the threadcutter formation's vulnerable vectors was applied to the cosmic shore's recovery data, producing models that Dao Fun's direct mapping would not have generated because Dao Fun was working from empirical observation and Lin Yu was working from pattern recognition across the full data set. The models identified recovery timeline projections that the direct observation could not see, and the projections gave the recovery effort a direction that sustained attention rather than a crisis to respond to. Chun Dao's contact network, which had spent 2 years mapping the dying formations, was reoriented to the recovering ones. The same contacts who had documented the decay documented the return. The data set that had been a record of loss became a record of recovery, which was the same data in opposite direction, and Chun Dao coordinated the documentation with the same practical efficiency he brought to every logistics problem. Hook, it's going to take 6 or 7 years, Dao Fan said one afternoon, looking at the cumulative recovery model Lin Yu had generated and comparing it against the 40-year decay record, for the shore to return to the pre-entity baseline. 6 or 7 years of this work. She paused, with the expression of someone who had been doing this work for 40 years and had recently encountered the possibility that the work might have an end. I have been mapping this damage since before you were born in whatever realm you were born in last. I did not expect to live to see the end of it. Another pause. I think I might. Chapter 135 Wei Dao, in the second year of the repair work, found his function. It was not a maintenance function, not the role the binding had defined, not the between-realm technical operations that the entity had assigned to the warden position. What he found was adjacent to that work in technical content and entirely different in character. The between-realm architecture's natural self-maintenance function, which the original design had included as a background process, had been overwritten by the entity's maintenance function 800 years ago. With the entity's version gone, the original process had resumed, but the process was autonomous, not a role requiring a person. What Wei Dao found was not the maintenance function. It was the tutoring function. The ascending continuity system, in its original design, had included a provision for experienced souls above the ceiling to be available to climbers below it in specific circumstances, not as binding maintenance, not as harvest function support, but as the kind of knowledge transmission that made the system function as designed rather than as a series of isolated deaths. The provision had been overwritten by the entity's harvest modifications because the entity's design was predicated on isolation. The isolation was the harvest strategy. With the modifications gone, the provision was available. Wei Dao, with 800 years of technical knowledge of the between-realm architecture and the realm sequence's Qi mechanics, was the most qualified person in the system to fulfill it. I want to try something, he told Wei Liang, in the second year. There is a practitioner in the Tide of Stars realm who has reached the constellation binding tier and is about to make a choice between two cultivation paths. The choice will determine whether they develop toward the world speaker tier in the next decade. I can see this from the communication channel's observation function. He paused. I would like to be available to them, through the channel, in the way that a teacher is available to a student who has earned the conversation. The original design included that, Wei Liang said. I know. I read the original architecture when the modifications cleared. It was in the provision I had not been able to access for 800 years. Another pause. I have 800 years of understanding of how cultivation development works across the full realm sequence. I would like to use it in a way that helps rather than harvests. Hook, what is it like? Wei Liang asked. Working as the tutoring function rather than the maintenance function. Is it good? Wei Dao looked at him with the expression he had used once in the farmhouse in World Vein Realm, and once above Shattered Heaven, and never before or since. The brief smile that had not been used in a long time. It is the best I have felt in 800 years, he said. The cultivation questions are interesting, and I am allowed to answer them honestly, and the answers occasionally help. That is, I have concluded, a very reasonable definition of a good day. He said it with the quality of someone who had discovered, after 800 years of functional definitions, that the experiential ones were more accurate. A maintenance function's good day had been, no deviations from baseline, all harvests completed on schedule, binding parameters stable. A person's good day was apparently something entirely different. Wei Liang looked at him and understood, in the way that you understood things when you had spent enough time with someone to see the development rather than just the current state. That Wei Dao was becoming someone he had not been able to be. Not becoming a person. He had always been a person, as the desperate core beneath the sovereign will had always been a person. But becoming the person without the constraint around it. The closing door quality was still sometimes present. The door behind it was open wider every month. The practitioner you mentioned, Wei Liang said. The one at the constellation binding threshold. Did they take the advice? They did, Wei Dao said. They will reach world speaker tier in approximately 8 years. He paused. I told them I would be available if they found the threshold. Another pause. I will be. Chapter 136. The third year brought the first climber. Not through death. The death cycle modification was gone, and the ascending continuity system's natural function did not require death. A practitioner in the Iron Sky realm's upper cultivation tier, having developed sufficient carryover depth through deliberate practice across a single lifetime, found the original architecture's signal and followed it. The signal was subtle. It was not a compulsion, not a demand, not the forced transit of the death cycle system. It was the awareness of a direction. The practitioner was 52 years old and had been cultivating for 3 decades. Not a laminated soul in the previous sense. The death cycle accumulation through multiple lives was not the original design's mechanism. They had built their carryover depth through the slower accumulation of sustained practice, which was what the original design had been built for. The depth was less than Wei Liang had carried through the passage. It was sufficient for the original crossing. Wei Dao, on the tutoring functions channel, was there when the practitioner found the threshold. There is someone at the boundary, Wei Dao said, through the communication channel, with the specific quality of someone who had watched laminated souls reach their ends across 800 years of harvest, and was, for the first time, watching someone arrive at a beginning. They have the depth. They are frightened. The original crossing is not a death. There is no death cycle mechanism to activate, no forced transit, but crossing is still crossing. They are at the door and they don't know what is above it. Tell them, Wei Liang said. I am telling them, Wei Dao said. I'm telling them what I know about what is above. About Jianling. About the space above the ceiling. About the fact that it is not the end but the next thing. A pause. I have never been able to do this before. Every laminated soul who reached the cage realm went in without the full picture because I was not permitted to provide it. This person has the full picture. They are deciding. Another pause, with something in it that was not the closing door quality, but the opening one. They are going through. He listened through the channel for the transit. The original design's mechanism was quiet compared to the death cycle. No crisis, no organ failure, no harvesting of fragments. Just the crossing, the accumulated depth moving through the threshold in the direction the original architecture had always been oriented toward. The person's soul, carrying what a single lifetime had built, passing through the ceiling intact. Jianling's presence on the upper side registered the arrival with the warmth of something that had been waiting a long time and was receiving exactly what it had been waiting for. Not a harvest. A welcome. They are through, Wei Dao said. The quality of his voice in that moment was the one that had appeared after the binding's release. Not the closing door, not the functional maintenance voice, but the voice of someone encountering something that moved them. I watched 8 cycles of the previous system and never saw this. The crossing without the destruction. The arrival without the loss. A pause. I am glad I am here to see it. Hook. He felt the transit through the system's channel. Not the violent breach of the death cycle harvest. Not the crisis of the cage mechanism's forced activation, but a clean crossing, the original design's mechanism running as intended. The practitioner passed through. The door opened from the lower side without breaking anything. Jianling, above, received them. Wei Dao, below, held the channel. The chain had a new link. The system had done, for the first time in 800 years, what it had been built to do. Chapter 137. The years passed in the way that years passed when the work was the right work and the days had the quality he had been practicing toward for 6 lifetimes. He checked in with each of the people who had been part of what was built in the 3rd year. Kuang, in Shattered Heaven Realm, continued the cultivation practice he had been maintaining for 2 centuries and added the Echo Strike adaptation to his formal training repertoire. He had begun taking students, not many, and not through a sect's institutional structure, but the specific practitioners who found the cave and asked questions that indicated they were asking from genuine interest rather than credential seeking. He was a patient teacher in the way that only someone who had spent 2 centuries of careful cultivation practice could be patient, with the quality of someone who understood that development took the time it took and had the time to give it. He described his students in his communications through the channel with the specific warmth of someone who had been alone for a very long time and was finding that company, in the right form, was worth having. Ren, in Tide of Stars realm, continued Yuna's observation practice in the same format Yuna had used, the daily records, the pattern documentation, the long-form analysis that required years of consistent observation to produce anything useful. She sent 300 pages of records through the communication channel, which Daofin integrated into the recovery dataset, and Lin Yu found 15 actionable insights in. Ren and Lin Yu had begun corresponding directly, which was the most technically dense exchange Wei Liang had witnessed in 6 lifetimes. The 2 of them, communicating across the realm sequence gap, were building something he could not fully categorize, a collaboration between the person who had built the training framework and the person who was documenting the system's state, each informing the other's work. Chen Dao, in World Vein Realm, continued the Highland Valley agricultural documentation, which had evolved into a formal research collaboration with the realm's agricultural cultivation sections. He had a house in the Vein City and a second base of operations in the valley nearest to the first settlement, where Wei Liang had found him the previous year, and he moved between them with the practical ease of someone who had organized his life around the work rather than organizing the work around the life. Wei Dao, in the between-realm layer, refined the tutoring function across multiple conversations with practitioners who had found the direction signal. The 2nd and 3rd climbers, both single-lifetime practitioners who had developed sufficient depth, made the crossing in the 4th year, and he was there for both. He described each crossing in his communications through the channel with the particular precision of someone building a record for the first time, the specific quality of the approach, the moment of decision, the transit. He was documenting the crossings the way Ren documented the realm's Qi architecture. The system had never had a record of what it felt like from the inside. It had one now. Hook, the girl at the Vein River, May's soul in its current form, became a fisher in the adult sense, with a boat and a winter configuration net, and the beginning of the specific expertise that a river person built across decades of reading the current. He saw her twice in the 3rd year, each time briefly, each time at the river. She had no memory of the previous visits or the previous lifetimes or the smooth stone she had given him. She gave full attention to the river and to whoever was present with her at the river, and that was the same as it had always been. Chapter 138. Lin Yu began the project in the 4th year. He had not asked her to. She had been looking at the problem for most of the 3 years they had been in the shore and had decided, with the same filing efficiency she brought to every problem worth solving, that it needed to be addressed. The problem, the original architecture's natural accumulation mechanism, now running without the death cycle modification, produced a much slower carrying forward than the death cycle version had. A practitioner who developed carryover depth through the original design's single lifetime accumulation arrived at the threshold with less than a practitioner who had died and been reborn across multiple lifetimes. The death cycle's efficiency had been real. It had been the entity's contribution to the system's accumulation capacity, and the entity had made it efficient because efficiency served the harvest. With the death cycle gone, the original design's mechanism was intact and working, but the depth available to a single lifetime climber was limited by what a single lifetime could develop. This was the original design's constraint, which Jianling had built the system knowing. The ceiling crossing was possible within a single lifetime at the upper range of cultivation, but it was difficult, The depth required pushed against the boundaries of what a practiced lifetime could develop. Lin Yu's project, a training framework for the original accumulation method. Not a new system, not anything that modified the ascending continuity architecture. A systematic way to develop carryover depth through deliberate practice across a single lifetime, using the full understanding of the original architecture that Wei Liang's passage had made available, translated into the practical terms that could be taught to a practitioner in any realm. She built it with the same approach she had applied to everything across 3 lifetimes. The technical analysis first, then the synthesis of what the analysis revealed, then the translation into a form that was useful to someone who did not have her specific ability for rapid synthesis. She spent 2 years on it. She sent draft sections to Ren for practitioner-side feedback and to Wei Dao for between-realm architecture verification. She sent sections to Kuang for Shattered Heaven Realm's cultivation framework compatibility and to Chun Dao's network contacts in World Vein Realm for the lower realm applicability check. The manual, by the time it was finished, had been touched by every person in the network. Not in the sense that they had all contributed text. Lin Yu had written it, with the precision of someone who had been building toward this specific document for years. But in the sense that the test cases it described were grounded in the specific cultivation contexts of the realms they knew, and the examples came from the practitioners those contacts had observed, and the structure reflected what Ren's observation practice had documented about how carryover depth developed naturally in practitioners who were not aware they were developing it. "You're building the thing Jianling meant to build," he said, watching her work one morning. "Jianling built the system," she said. "I'm building the manual." A pause. "Someone should have written it 800 years ago. Since no one did, I will." She said it with the matter-of-fact confidence of someone who had spent 6 years preparing to fill a gap and was now filling it. Not arrogance. She was the least arrogant person he had ever known across 6 lifetimes. The specific confidence of someone who had done the preparation and was now in the position to use it. Hook. She finished the first version in the 4th year's last month and sent it through the communication channels to every cultivation archive that Wei Dao had identified as connected to the system signal. Not through the entity's controlled distribution, through the natural channel network that the original architecture had always included. The manual reached the Shattered Heaven Monastery's archive, the Island Ascendancy's library in Tide of Stars realm, 3 independent archives in the Mortal Dust realm's upper cultivation communities. The chain that had been maintained by unauthorized margin notes and buried crystals and a single star, named Shui Xing, now had a formal document in it. Chapter 139. The 5th year brought a letter from above the ceiling. Not through the communication channel. The channel carried Jianling's occasional presence, but this was different. A formal record, in the original architecture script, sent through the system's native document transfer function, which had not been used since before the entity's modifications. Wei Liang recognized the function when it arrived because it had the same quality as the welcome back text at the passage's completion. The original architecture running cleanly, doing something the modifications had prevented it from doing, in the handwriting that was not the entity's borrowed systems management voice, but the owner's original style. The letter was addressed to him, to Lin Yu, to Wei Dao, to Lian Dao, who Jianling indicated had chosen to read his copy above the ceiling rather than below. It was addressed, also, to a list of names Wei Liang recognized, the previous laminated souls from the cycles that Wei Dao had catalogued, the ones whose fragment residues were present in the between-realm space. Not intact, not recoverable, but apparently addressable. Jianling had chosen to address them. The letter said, "The system has been returned to its original purpose. The modification that converted a voluntary accumulation vehicle into a harvest mechanism has been removed. 800 years of deviation from design has ended. The practitioners who were harvested across those 8 centuries did not receive what the system was built to provide. I cannot undo what they experienced. I can ensure it does not happen to anyone else. The ceiling is crossable. 3 practitioners have crossed voluntarily in the past 2 years. More will follow. The crossing does not destroy. It carries." To Wei Dao, who maintained the system's integrity under a binding that was designed to prevent exactly that, for 800 years. What you preserved is what made the restoration possible. The unauthorized margin notes, the buried crystals, the soul mark channels held open against the binding's restrictions, the farmhouse visit, the defiance in World Vein Realm that drew the entity's attention at the moment the fracture site needed it drawn. You maintained a function you were not permitted to maintain, and the system survived because of it. To Lian Dao, who carried what I needed carried, and built the foundation for what came after. You did not fail. You completed the first half of a 2-part sequence. The second half is complete. The sequence is done. To Wei Liang, who spent 6 lifetimes building what the passage required and held the anchor when the anchor was the only thing standing between completion and failure. The system recorded all 6 lifetimes. What was in each one is present in the architecture. I wanted you to know that none of it was lost. To all of you who were part of this, above and below the threshold, before and after the passage, this is what the original design was for. You are it. Hook. He read the letter twice and then sat with it. In the workshop, in the stellar wind, in the morning light of the 5th year of the work that was simply the right work for the time. Lin Yu read it beside him. Wei Dao read it through the communication channel, with the quality of someone receiving a thing they had not known they needed until it arrived. And through the soul mark channel, faint but present, the connection had not severed with the binding's release, had simply become different, the maintenance functions channel becoming the channel of a person who was still there. Wei Dao said only. After 800 years of harvest records, this is the first document in my archive that I'm glad to have. Chapter 140. 10 years after the passage, the cosmic shore's stellar formations in the former dark sections began to recover visibly. Not all of them. The stars that had been fully consumed in the entity's 40-year operation were gone, and stellar ecology did not generate new stars on a human timescale. But the stars that had been in the process of dying when the entity's presence withdrew had stabilized, and the stellar formation networks that the Shard Sea's now recovered deep resonance was supporting had resumed the harmonic interactions that had sustained the shore's stellar ecology before the incursion. The shore was not what it had been 40 years ago. It was what it was capable of becoming now, with the pressure removed and the underlying systems restored. Dauphin stood at the instruments that morning and looked at the data and said, "Baseline recovery. The shore is back to the pre-incursion structural minimum." She set the instruments down. "That is what I have been mapping toward for 20 years. I did not expect to complete the project within my lifetime." "You didn't complete it," Lin Yu said, from the workbench where she was annotating the final section of the training manual's 3rd revision. "We did." Dauphin looked at her for a moment, and then looked at Wei Liang, and then looked back at the instruments. "Yes," she said, with the quality of someone accepting an accurate correction. "We did." Chen Dao, who had been visiting the shore for the week of the baseline measurement, the Highland Valley agricultural documentation had reached a point where his colleagues could manage it without him for stretches, looked at the recovery data with the expression he brought to all data that matched its projected baseline, the confirmation of a model, treated with appropriate satisfaction and no more. Wei Liang sat in Dauphin's workshop with the people who had built what needed to be built, in the realm where the final work had happened, on a morning that was not the morning before a countdown. The stellar wind moved at its constant angle. Shui Xian burned in the northwest. Below the shore, in the realm sequence's middle levels, the amber rivers of World Vein Realm ran their slow pulse. Above the ceiling, Jin Ling and Lian Dao watched through the restored observation function. In the between-realm layer, Wei Dao tutored a 4th climber through the threshold, with the patient skill of someone who had finally found the work that was worth doing. He had a life remaining. What remained of the carryover's depth had been growing through the original design's accumulation method, the single lifetime practice Lin Yu had documented, applied to the cultivation work he had been doing across the repair years. Not the 5 lifetime depth of the passage. Enough for a life lived in the right direction. He thought about the river stone in his pocket, the 4th one, smooth and pale gray, the weight and warmth of every stone before it. He thought about the amber river and the girl who would have a boat by now, working the winter formation, watching the light at different hours. He thought about the chain that connected the monastery text to the buried crystal, to the margin note, to the door, to the passage, to the manual, to the letters, and all the people who had held a section of it without knowing the full length, and the way the chain was stronger now for each link that had done its part. He sat in the workshop with full attention, not cataloging, not calculating, present. He had given full attention to finite things his whole life, because finite things would end. He would end too. The carryover gave no exemption from that, and he had chosen no exemption. He would end, and what would remain was what had been built, and what had been passed forward, and the specific quality of having stayed present with the things worth staying present with. It was enough. It had always been enough. The knowing of how much was enough had simply taken 6 lifetimes to accumulate. The stellar wind moved through the workshop window. Lin Yu's pen scratched across the manual's margin. Daofun's instruments clicked quietly in their cadence. Chen Dao reached for the teapot. Wei Liang looked at the sky full of stars and was grateful for the view. And so the Dao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.